while others toil late into the night. What gives you the right to leave early? Do you fancy yourself above the rest? A fine of 1,000, and sign your resignation. Then you ought to pay for the overtime if you refuse to compensate. Why should I work extra hours for you? Still talking back? Double the fine to 2,000. Ultimately, the young man was effectively coerced into resigning by this tyrannical employer, who unjustly withheld his salary for the month, claiming he had breached his contract and owed the factory a substantial penalty. However, he had uncovered a photograph of the contract he had previously signed, revealing that the amount demanded was several times that stated in the agreement. This was an audacious violation of the law, akin to robbery, and one could only wonder where this factory owner derived such audacity. The young man, named Jiang Chun, had grown up in an orphanage with few friends, leading an unremarkable life as a laborer. Dismissed for refusing to work unpaid overtime, he left with the boss arrogantly proclaiming, "If you want to do it, there are plenty who will." It was now past 7 in the evening, and the neighborhood outside remained lively. Jiang Chun sat in his cramped rental apartment, perusing job listings online. Many astronomers have observed that numerous unidentified celestial bodies may soon fall upon Blue Star. These celestial bodies are plentiful, yet relatively small, most likely unable to breach the atmosphere. However, for safety's sake, if citizens witness a significant number of meteors streaking across the sky in the coming days, it is advised to refrain from making wishes and instead seek shelter to ensure personal safety. His phone played the evening news in the background. Sigh. If only shooting stars could grant wishes, Jiang Chun lamented, abandoning this fanciful thought and continuing to browse job advertisements. Regardless of the circumstances, he needed to secure employment to ensure basic sustenance. At this point, even pursuing legal action was a luxury. He was merely concerned about his next meal. Delaying any further would leave him destitute. After preparing a cup of instant coffee, he barely took a few sips when, thud, 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 the noise from above, accompanied by music and children's laughter, interrupted him. Living above him was a family with a rambunctious child who created chaos at this hour, only ceasing their ruckus late at night when exhaustion finally took hold. Numerous neighbors had confronted them, yet each time they were met with the mother's retorts, "He's just a child, and look at his age compared to yours." No matter how one might plead, this family remained obstinate, with the mischievous child hiding behind their parents, making faces at those who dared to complain. That audacious expression seemed to taunt, "In making noise, what are you going to do about it?" Moreover, the child harbored a grudge against all who complained, frequently seeking to disturb the neighbors. Often, when the homeowners were away, he would urinate at their doorsteps and smear excrement on their doorknobs, filling the entire corridor with a foul stench. When this behavior was reported to his parents, they not only refused to take responsibility, but brazenly claimed, "Why does my little darling only bother you and not others? Isn't it your own fault?" Informing the property management proved futile, as they were relatives of this family, who readily defended them. Faced with such unreasonable behavior, many residents chose to relocate, yet Jiang Chun remained, for he simply could not afford to move elsewhere. Already financially strained, being subjected to such a troublesome family was exceedingly unfortunate. Fortunately, when the neighbors had confronted the family, Jiang Chun had stood back, thus evading the child's ire and avoiding harassment. However, the incessant noise still disrupted his enjoyment of coffee. Yet, what could he do? In this world, connections mattered without them. Even decent employment remained elusive. An unkind reality for someone like Jiang Chun, born an orphan. Setting down his coffee, he approached the window, opened it, and gazed at the passing cars, letting the night breeze wash over him as he sighed softly. He expected yet another sleepless night, when suddenly, an eerie green luminescence flickered in the distant night sky. What could that be? Leaning against the window, Jiang Chun noticed the strange green light. Yet before he could react, the green glow surged toward him, enveloping the entire city and spreading outward. This uncanny light infiltrated every crevice, penetrating walls and bathing everyone in its radiance. As Jiang Chun was engulfed by the green light, he felt an overwhelming heat, struggling to breathe as his heart raced violently, his body feeling as if it were on the verge of being torn apart. Even the noise from the upstairs child ceased, replaced by the sounds of struggle and impact against the floor. Outside, piercing screeches of brakes and thunderous collisions erupted. Deafening alarms echoed in everyone's ears. Jiang Chen collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, his throat too constricted to produce sound, his hands weakly clutching his chest. Then, he pushed against the floor, attempting to rise and grab his phone to call for help. Little did he know, the condition of the city's inhabitants was no better than as many were convulsing, their veins darkening, eyes glazing over. Ultimately, Jiang Chen was unable to reach his phone and succumbed to unconsciousness. As the green light dissipated, the sky returned to its nocturnal hue, but nothing could revert to its former state. Outside, dozens of vehicles collided, some crushed into pancakes by a massive truck, flames erupting at the scene. Many within the cars had perished in the inferno. Those who had been convulsing quickly regained their footing. Though their eyes were clouded, dark veins visible beneath their skin, black blood spilling from their mouths as they emitted inhuman howls. They had transformed into something akin to the zombies depicted in horror films. These newly risen undead, upon seeing the unconscious or still twitching living, advanced eagerly, gnashing their teeth into the flesh of the helpless. The scene turned gruesome as more and more succumbed to the green light, joining the horrific feast. The streets echoed with the sickening sounds of chewing. On the second evening, the sky was filled with shooting stars, shimmering in a myriad of colors. These vibrant trails fell across the globe. In the city where Jiang Chen resided, countless colorful meteors streaked through the sky. Among them, 3 glimmered with particular brilliance. One fell in the city center, another in the nearby mountains, and the last one headed straight for Jiang Chen's rental apartment. This meteor, through the open window, precisely landed within Jiang Chen's room. Yet, contrary to expectations, there was no explosive sound upon landing. It seemed to lose all force, gently settling on the ground. This was a meteorite, round and smooth in appearance. Not long after it touched down, it began to crack open. With a series of sharp sounds, something emerged from within the meteorite. To his astonishment, it was an egg, black and white, with patterns reminiscent of ink-wash paintings. This egg remained still, standing beside the unconscious Jiang Chen. Unlike those outside who had transformed into zombies, Jiang Chen showed no signs of darkening or rolling his eyes, appearing just as any normal person would, devoid of any indication of impending transformation. Chapter 2. The hatching of the egg. As the earth gradually awakens, a glimmer of morning light shatters the silence of the night. It is uncertain how long it has been, but the unconscious Jiang Chen slowly regains his awareness. With great effort, he opens his bleary eyes and struggles to rise, panting heavily. "How long have I been out?" he mumbles, making his way to the table to charge his phone. Upon glancing at the screen, he discovers that 2 days have elapsed since his fainting spell. By now, the sun has risen high, and as Jiang Chen casts a backward glance, he notices a peculiar black and white egg. What could this be? He wonders, cautiously approaching the egg. Suddenly, a billowing cloud of black smoke outside captures his attention. Frowning, he leans towards the window, only to be greeted by the sight of a large group of dismembered individuals gathered around a car accident scene. What are they doing? Why is there so much blood on the ground? Is this some sort of movie shoot? He looks down at the street below, only to find several similarly grotesque figures lurking beneath his building. In an instant, a robust zombie notices Jiang Chen, locking eyes with him. The creature spews forth black blood, its pale eyes glinting ominously. At that moment, images of zombies from various films flood Jiang Chen's mind. The atmosphere grows tense as he hastily withdraws from the window, but it is already too late. To his dismay, the door downstairs is unlocked, and the menacing zombie lets out a terrifying roar. Charging into the building, its growls echoing up the staircase. Jiang Chen breaks into a cold sweat. If this were merely a film, it would be far too realistic. Being on the 5th floor, he realizes it won't be long before the creature reaches his level. How can this flimsy door, as fragile as a potato chip, withstand such force? That roar was definitely not something a human could produce. Panic grips Jiang Chen as he contemplates the grim possibility of a zombie apocalypse. He certainly does not wish to meet his end just yet. His gaze shifts back to the peculiar black and white egg. What purpose does this thing serve? He ponders, swallowing hard. Should I try dripping a drop of blood on it? Isn't that how protagonists in novels successfully bond with their pet eggs? While contemplating this, Jiang Chen prepares for contingencies. He retrieves the only kitchen knife and a fruit knife, along with some tape. wrapping it tightly around his arms in several layers. With everything set, he approaches the egg, thinking, it won't hurt to try, and if it doesn't work, I can always face the consequences later. As the roars and footsteps cease on the 4th floor, it seems as if the zombie is searching for him. Jiang Chen dares not make a sound, tiptoeing quietly. Why is this one different from the others? It seems to know how to ascend the stairs. Just then, a loud crash resonates from below as a cup tumbles to the ground. Jiang Chen's eyes widen in realization. The wind must have blown the curtain in, causing the cup to topple. The sound of shattering glass confirms the zombie's suspicions, and soon, powerful banging echoes from his door. The zombie is trying to break in. Clenching his teeth, Jiang Chen swiftly slices his finger with the fruit knife. Smearing the blood onto the egg's shell, in the next moment, he feels a mysterious connection forming in the depths of his consciousness, as if a bond is being established with the very egg before him. Incredible! It actually worked! Jiang Chen's voice trembles with excitement. He seems to have discovered the gateway to a new world. Yet, before he can revel in his triumph, a troubling realization strikes him. Although I have formed a bond, the egg has yet to hatch. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door hinges snap, and the door is violently flung open, allowing the gruesome zombie to enter. To make matters worse, the commotion has attracted 4 more zombies from other floors. All converging on his location. 5 zombies now advance towards him, and Jiang Chen quickly retreats into the adjacent room. This can't be happening. I can barely handle 1 zombie, let alone 5. How am I supposed to fight them off? Just as one lunges at him, Jiang Chen instinctively raises the kitchen knife and strikes down. The blade embeds itself deeply into the zombie's skull, yet it refuses to relent, continuing its advance with outstretched, filthy claws. In a moment of desperation, Jiang Chen kicks the zombie in the knee, sending it tumbling to the ground, and he swiftly dodges aside in the blink of an eye. Another zombie attacks, sinking its teeth into his arm. Fortunately, the tape he applied prevents it from piercing the skin. The remaining 3 zombies follow suit, roaring as they pounce towards him. Damn it! Realizing he has little hope of survival, Jiang Chen decides to take a stand. With a fierce determination, he throws a punch at the nearest zombie's face. Just then, the egg in the corner quivers, a small crack appearing on its surface. In an instant, the environment around Jiang Chen warps. Before his fist can connect with the zombie's face, its head explodes violently. But the chaos does not end there. The 3 other zombies are shredded into mush by an unseen force. Even the one biting his arm disintegrates from the waist down. Bewildered, Jiang Chen struggles to comprehend what just transpired. Had he somehow caused this destruction? Quickly shaking off the biting zombie, he checks for injuries and, finding none, seizes a nearby stool, smashing it repeatedly against the decimated zombie's skull. With urgency, he barricades the door with a cabinet before collapsing onto the floor, still reeling from the shock of the encounter. I can't believe it. The zombie virus has truly erupted. Gurgle, gurgle. His stomach growls, reminding him of his hunger. After all, he has been unconscious for 2 days and just fought for his life. He heads to the kitchen, opening the refrigerator only to be met with a foul stench. Under the influence of the green light, all fresh produce, fruits, and meats have become inedible. Thankfully, canned goods, biscuits, and freeze-dried foods remain consumable. He pops open a bottle of soda, grabbing a box of biscuits, and walks towards the window to check on the egg. Upon seeing the egg, Jiang Chen freezes in shock. The shell lies shattered on the ground, and whatever was inside has vanished. At that moment, he feels something resting on his left shoulder. Glancing sideways, he discovers a pair of small claws perched there. Turning his head stiffly, he locks eyes with a furry little creature. Oh, whoa! Jiang Chen jumps back in surprise, retreating several steps. The sudden movement causes the creature on his shoulder to spin around in place. Once it settles, Jiang Chen finally gets a clear look at it. The creature resembles an unknown species, its body akin to that of a cat or dog, covered in sleek black fur, with a long tail and a pair of horns sprouting from its head. Floating in mid-air down. Why apologies. I did not intend to frighten you, my master. The creature shakes its head and astonishingly speaks in a voice reminiscent of a child. Then glances at the biscuits in Jiang Chen's hand. Sniffing the air. That smells delicious. May I have a taste? Seeing the creature drooling, Jiang Chen tentatively offers a piece of biscuit. Thank you, master. The black creature takes the biscuit and devours it eagerly. What did you just call me? Jiang Chen inquires, noticing its reference to him. Master, you smeared blood on the egg, did you not? You have bonded with us, so you are our master to us? Chapter 3. The dual system of time and space. You have successfully bonded with two spirit beasts without any discomfort. Your aptitude is certainly not lacking. Another voice chimes in. Jiang Chen turns towards the source and sees a creature identical in form to the black one, but entirely white, with a single horn atop its head. Who are you? You can learn about us by delving into the depths of your mind. Is that so? Jiang Chen closes his eyes, attempting to follow the guidance. Indeed, images of the two creatures emerge in his consciousness, accompanied by their respective details. Through this mental connection, he learns that the white creature is called the Time Wolf Phantom Beast, associated with the element of time, while the black one is named the Void Rift Phantom Beast, tied to the element of space. Moreover, he discovers that these beings are collectively referred to as spirit beasts. Spirit beasts are categorized into 9 qualities ranging from F to SSS, with higher potential indicating greater strength. It appears that both of Jiang Chen's spirit beasts are of the highest quality, SSS. By forming a bond with a spirit beast, he gains the ability to wield its corresponding elemental powers. The more spirit beasts he bonds with, the greater his capabilities will be. Returning to reality, Jiang Chen is elated. It seems he has acquired 2 spirit beasts, one representing time and the other space. Does this mean I can wield the powers of both time and space? This is unbelievable. He realizes that his earlier punch must have utilized the spatial abilities of the Void Rift Phantom Beast. Turning his attention inward, Jiang Chen calmed his mind, closed his eyes, and endeavored to harness the time manipulation abilities of the Time Wheel Phantom Beast. Suddenly, everything around him was frozen in place. Even the Void Rift Beast's action of chewing a biscuit came to a standstill. Even the black blood splattered on the ceiling, slowly dripping down, appeared to hang suspended in the air at that moment. Time has paused, however. This state lasted only 2 or 3 seconds before everything around him resumed its motion. The black blood fell to the ground, and the Void Rift Beast continued munching on its biscuit. The Time Wheel Phantom Beast, having experienced the previous scene, turned with a hint of surprise to look at Jiang Chen. "UVE picked things up quite quickly. I suppose I need to teach you," it remarked. To be by the way, should we give you 2 simpler names? Calling you by your full name seems rather lengthy. "It's up to you," came the reply. "All right, let me think." For the next 2 minutes, Jiang Chen exhausted his vocabulary and, after a burst of brainstorming, selected 2 names that he found quite fitting, based on their order of appearance. The white one would be the elder, named Ming Xiao, and the black one the younger, named Ming Kong. Jiang Chen nodded, feeling that these names were at least acceptable. Looking at the 2 beast spirits before him, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Their exposed forms appeared dangerously intimidating, yet this concern was unwarranted. These were not their true forms. They could vanish and reappear at will. Their true essence had already melded into Jiang Chen's body. As long as he remained alive, they would be safe. Whether there would be a chance for their true forms to manifest again in the future was a matter for another time. After replenishing his energy, Jiang Chen turned to Ming Kong, the Void Rift Beast. "Since it's of the space attribute, I should be able to have a personal space, right?" he inquired. "Of course, as long as you wish." "Master, just a thought is all it takes to store items within the space," Ming Kong replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen felt a surge of excitement. He tested it on a pin on the table. And indeed, with a mere thought, the pin vanished, absorbed into the space. With another mental command, the previously vanished pin reappeared in his hand. The food supplies in his home were limited, but with this space, he could venture out to the supermarket and stockpile provisions. Suddenly, a glimmer in the corner caught Jiang Chen's eye. Was there something reflecting light just now? He approached and discovered a pool of black-red flesh, oozing a bit of white liquid that seemed to be the brain matter of a zombie. Digging through the soft brain matter, Jiang Chen unearthed a transparent crystal, the source of the earlier reflection. He then scanned the surrounding flesh and, suppressing his disgust, examined each pile, but found nothing of interest. After sifting through the remnants of the entire room, he ultimately excavated another crystal from the head of the zombie he had previously dispatched. He presented the 2 transparent objects to the Time Wheel Phantom Beast for inspection. "These 2 items appear to enhance our strength," Ming Xiao observed after examining the crystals. "Do you possess strength levels?" he inquired. Indeed, each beast spirit starts at the first tier. Once their strength reaches a certain threshold, the energy within them undergoes metamorphosis, granting them more formidable power, which signifies an elevation in strength tier. Beast spirits strengthened by devouring other beasts and specific materials. Much like these, he explained. In that case, these 2 crystals are yours, Jiang Qin declared decisively. Hearing that they could become stronger, he promptly divided the 2 crystals between Ming Xiao and Ming Kong. As for the white crystal, he decided to call it a crystal core for now. After both spirits consumed their respective cores, Jiang Chun indeed sensed a slight enhancement in his temporal and spatial powers. Thus, the path to becoming stronger was laid before him. Next, he needed to head to the supermarket to gather supplies. Once everything was prepared, Jiang Chun moved the cabinet aside and stepped out of his room. The hallway was eerily quiet. Above him lived a rowdy family with children, and the surrounding rooms were nearly empty, creating a relatively safe zone for Jiang Qin. The 4 zombies attracted by the earlier door crash were likely the only ones wandering this corridor. Speaking of the noisy family above, Jiang Qin halted his descent and instead ascended the stairs. Damn it! They make a racket every night. I've put up with them for far too long, he muttered. Reaching the 6th floor and finding the hallway devoid of zombies, Jiang Chun forcefully kicked the door open. After forming a pact with the beast spirits, his physical capabilities had significantly improved. Upon breaking through the door, he was greeted by the sight of 4 zombies. The troublesome child was missing an arm, 1 leg gnawed to the bone, and half of his head had been eaten away. It seemed his parents and grandmother had transformed into zombies and were now feasting on the untouched child. The 4 zombies lunged at Jiang Chun with a guttural roar. However, Jiang Chun remained unfazed. With a gentle wave of his hands, he activated his spatial abilities and decapitated 3 adult zombies in an instant. With a graceful turn, he delivered a swift hand strike, cleaving the child zombie in half. Chapter 4. Ascending to the 2nd tier, Jiang Chen approached, severing the heads of these zombies and retrieving 3 crystal cores. The child zombie had no core within its brain, only a clear liquid that appeared to be an unformed core. It seems that only the first batch of transformed zombies possess formed cores. Jiang Chen murmured, distributing the 3 cores in his hand, 2 to the Void Rift Beast, and 1 to the Time Will Phantom Beast. This had been prearranged with Ming Xiao, for now. Jiang Chun aimed to enhance his offensive capabilities, reserving the time abilities as a trump card, prioritizing Ming Kong's tier advancement. Ming Xiao had concurred with this plan. After dealing with the child zombie and thoroughly scavenging the area, Jiang Chun finally descended the stairs with a sense of fulfillment. Upon reaching the entrance, he spotted dozens of zombies milling about the community's pathway. Jiang Chun boldly strode into their midst, as the zombies lunged to bite him. He merely stood still, maintaining a raised hand. When most zombies were within a mere meter of him, he activated Time Stop, freezing them in place. Simultaneously, he let his arm fall, unleashing his spatial power in a sweeping motion. Dispatching the majority of the zombies in one fell swoop, a few slower ones remained several meters away, outside his attack range, but this was of little concern. The Time Will Phantom Beast was still at the 1st tier, and the duration of the time stop was relatively brief, lasting only 2 seconds, just enough for Jiang Qin to execute 3 attacks. As time resumed its flow, the remaining few zombies charged at him. Yet, these zombies posed no threat. With another casual wave of his hand, their heads fell to the ground, their bodies twitching briefly before falling still. These zombies belonged to the first batch of transformations, and Jiang Qin's efforts yielded him a bounty of over a dozen crystal cores. He distributed the majority to the Void Rift Beast, and as Ming Kong consumed the cores, Jiang Qin's spatial power surged. Suddenly, he felt a warm sensation enveloping him, and his spatial abilities began to solidify, his strength dramatically increasing. This state lasted only a few seconds, and when it subsided, Jiang Chun felt his spatial powers were several times stronger than before. Have I reached the 2nd tier? He wondered, delving into Ming Kong's status, confirming that its strength had indeed elevated a tier. Jiang Chun counted. Ming Kong had just consumed 12 crystal cores, plus the 3 previously ingested, totaling 15 cores. He planned to elevate Ming Xiao next to see if every beast spirit required 15 cores to ascend tiers. First, he headed to the nearest convenience store. The roll-down gate was still open, and he entered, gathering all consumables that hadn't been tainted by the green light into his space. He even took the cigarettes and alcohol from the front desk, knowing they could be useful later, despite not partaking himself. There was no worry about filling his space. Jiang Chun could clearly sense its boundless extent, capable of accommodating even skyscrapers. Don't ask how he knew. He had just successfully stored an entire apartment building within it. Continuing towards the supermarket beyond the community gates, he encountered numerous zombies along the way. As he dispatched them, Jiang Qian gradually mastered his spatial abilities. With a mere flick of his finger, he could decapitate a zombie from a distance. After a series of eliminations, he amassed another 43 crystal cores. Finding a random room, he eliminated the zombies inside and secured another core, which he began to feed to the Time Wheel Phantom Beast to confirm his hypothesis. Previously, Ming Xiao had consumed 2 cores, and when Jiang Qian continued feeding until the 13th core, that familiar wave of comfort washed over him again. Sure enough, upon exiting the status check, he found his time manipulation abilities had undergone a qualitative leap, ascending to the 2nd tier. Now he was nearly certain. Beast spirits required 15 crystal cores to progress from the 1st to the 2nd tier, and it was likely that subsequent ascensions would demand a fixed number as well. With this revelation, Jiang Qian wasted no time and continued towards the supermarket at the community entrance. Upon arrival, he immediately spotted the tightly shut roll-down gate of the supermarket across the way. This was a privately owned small supermarket, the closest and most convenient location, which Jiang Qian had frequented before the apocalypse. The store was run by a single mother and her daughter, who was still in high school and possessed a rather pleasant appearance. However, Jiang Qian was not particularly interested. He possessed a remarkable ability to accept reality. In this apocalyptic world, he naturally treated the fate of others as if they had already perished. He forcefully opened the rolling shutter door and entered the supermarket, seizing all the consumables and useful items he could find. The supermarket's offerings were far more abundant than those of a convenience store, with a wide array of food, beverages, and supplies available. Jiang Qian showed no restraint, collecting everything that was not spoiled within his sight, indiscriminately storing it in his spatial inventory. Suddenly, he caught a faint noise emanating from the shelves ahead, which caused him to pause momentarily. Subsequently, a vision flashed through his mind. He saw himself walking to the end of the shelf, and before he could turn around, a kitchen knife was hurled swiftly towards him from behind the shelves. In the vision, he did not evade the attack, but took the blow directly. Thanks to his enhanced physical strength after reaching the 2nd tier, what would have been a severing strike now merely left him with a shallow wound. Turning to look in the direction of the knife's trajectory, he discovered that the assailant was none other than the terrified shopkeeper. The vision ended there. This was Jiang Qian's simple foresight of the future, aided by his temporal abilities. He was somewhat surprised that the mother and daughter had managed to escape transformation into zombies. Displaying such fortuitous luck. "Stop hiding, I am human," Jiang Qian called out to the 2 individuals behind the shelves. Upon hearing his voice, they cautiously peeked out. Recognizing Jiang Qian, they exhaled in relief and stepped out from their hiding place. Please close the door." The shopkeeper expressed her desire to secure the rolling shutter. With most nearby zombies having perished, there was little chance of any new threats appearing imminently. After glancing at the shopkeeper, Jiang Qian disregarded her concerns and continued to gather supplies from the supermarket in plain sight. However, he did not deplete the entire stock of food and water, but rather left enough for them to last about a week. After all, he had no grievances with this mother and daughter duo, and there was no need to act excessively. Yet, they could not hide indefinitely. If they refused to confront the zombies after a week, it would indicate their unsuitability for survival in this new world. Chapter 5. What are women? Mom, he is taking our things. Observing Jiang Qian's extraordinary methods, the girl unconsciously voiced her thoughts. The shopkeeper immediately shot her a glare, and the girl quickly covered her mouth, realizing her mistake. Noticing Jiang Qian's gaze upon them, the shopkeeper awkwardly smiled and explained, "The child is still young and speaks without thinking. All these items belong to you. Please feel free to take them." As she spoke, the shopkeeper trembled incessantly, fearful that Jiang Qian might take offense and eliminate them. Being killed outright would be preferable to the alternative, she thought. Yet, Jiang Qian paid no heed to their earlier words. He had no obligation to concern himself with the fates of 2 individuals who might not survive the week. After ensuring they had enough provisions for a week, he exited the supermarket. The shopkeeper and her daughter beheld the gruesome scene outside the door, surrounded by bloodied corpses, the stench of blood causing them to retch uncontrollably. Was all of this the doing of this man? A ludicrous thought crossed the shopkeeper's mind. However, upon reflection, it might not be such a bad thing. She cast a deep glance at Jiang Qian, sharing the same realization as her daughter. The apocalypse had undoubtedly arrived. And she had read some apocalyptic novels in her idle time. In those tales, women were often more dangerous than men, and among women, the most perilous were the beautiful and youthful ones. She glanced at her young daughter and made a resolute decision in her heart. If such a confrontation was inevitable, it was better to take the initiative now while she still had the power to choose. Though she was somewhat older, she still considered herself attractive, as long as her daughter could survive. What sacrifices could she not endure? As Jiang Chun was about to pull down the rolling shutter, the shopkeeper hurriedly called out, please wait. Jiang Chun halted his actions and turned to face the shopkeeper. She rushed forward, pulling her daughter along. Sir, we? The shopkeeper knelt before Jiang Chun. We wish to follow you. You may take all the food here. We only ask that you protect my daughter. Tian is still young. But I am willing to do anything for you. After speaking, she anxiously gazed into Jiang Chun's eyes, awaiting his response. The scenarios in novels often unfolded in this manner. Any woman with a semblance of beauty would kneel and feign vulnerability, prompting the protagonist's sense of justice to surge, leading him to shelter them. You mean, as long as I agree to let you follow, you will do anything for me? Yes, indeed. As long as you can protect my daughter, I am willing to do anything. The shopkeeper spoke the words through gritted teeth, a challenge to her pride, but her eyes were ablaze with anticipation as she awaited Jiang Chun's consent. But Jiang Chun's response was a firm rejection. Absolutely not. What nonsense is this? You wish to follow me. Why would I want that? Are you merely a burden? Do you truly believe this is a novel, where brainless characters cling to the protagonist and vie for a place in his harem? With all these resources I have reserved for myself, why would I share? I am not an emperor. I have no need for a harem. Women, they are mere distractions in this apocalypse, only hindering my quest for strength. From the outset, Jiang Chun had no intention of forming any alliances. True strength does not rely on others, and genuinely strong women do not blindly cling to any man, without allowing the mother and daughter a moment to react. Jiang Chun swiftly pulled down the rolling shutter, severing their connection. Having left them with enough food was already a considerable act of kindness. The audacity of these two women to seek his favor was beyond reason. Did they take him for one of those impotent protagonists who are ensnared by women in novels? After dispatching another wave of zombies, Jiang Chun took refuge in an empty room to rest. As he chewed on some bread, his mind wandered back to the shopkeeper's earlier proposition. He shook his head, momentarily lost in thought. Although women might betray you, power would never do so. After a brief period of recuperation, Jiang Chun left his hiding place once more, continuing his extermination of the zombies outside. Given the existence of spatial abilities and time-based beast spirits, it stood to reason that there were also elemental beast spirits of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Could I potentially contract an infinite number of beast spirits? Jiang Chun pondered aloud as he fought through the horde of zombies. An infinite contract is impossible. Each type of elemental beast spirit can only be contracted once, replied the voice of Ming Xiao. Moreover, every individual has a limited talent. Those with lower talent can only contract 2 or 3, while those with higher talent can contract more. Theoretically, it is indeed possible to become a master of all elements. Then if I contract all elemental beast spirits now, I can simply replace them later with better ones, right? You are overestimating your capabilities. Before Jiang Chun could finish his thought, the time-will phantom beast doused him with cold reality. What do you think beast spirits are? You can't just take them at will and discard them at your convenience. Once a beast spirit makes a choice, it cannot be changed. If 2 beast spirits of the same type enter the body, they will devour each other, with the stronger one consuming the weaker one. The host will endure excruciating pain during this process. If the one being devoured is the newly contracted spirit, that is one thing. But if it is your original spirit, then you can expect the energy of that element to spiral out of control and ultimately lead to your demise. What if I contract 2 beast spirits with identical powers and attributes? Then neither could defeat the other, thus preventing them from devouring each other? Oh, so you are quite bold, are you? Do you wish to be eternally tormented by pain? Jiang Chun felt a flush of embarrassment, nearly forgetting that aspect. It seemed that exploiting loopholes was not a viable option. Then can I dissolve the contract? Doing so would render that attribute useless, and it would be permanently lost. You would never be able to contract a beast spirit of that type again. How could this be? While lamenting, Jiang Chun eliminated another wave of zombies. the spatial blade effortlessly slicing through each undead creature's neck, precisely decapitating them and netting dozens of crystal cores. So, as I said, stop with the ridiculous schemes. Each elemental beast spirit offers a single opportunity for choice. We are not your tools to be discarded at will. There are no transactions without consequences in this world. Chapter 6. The B-class little deer. After Ming Zhao's lengthy explanation, Jiang Chen relinquished his ambition to contract all elemental beast spirits for the time being. However, that was of little concern. He would eventually gather them all. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a nearby residential building, a pair of eyes intently observed Jiang Chen as he dispatched the hordes of zombies below. In a dramatic scene, Jiang Chen wielded 2 kitchen knives, effortlessly dispatching a small zombie with each strike, exuding an air of formidable prowess. "Lily, come quickly. You must see this," a woman's voice called out, prompting a girl named Lily to dash to the side of the young man. They were a couple who had ventured to the rooftop 2 days prior, seeking to indulge in some unique romantic escapades. However, their plans were abruptly interrupted by an unexpected green light that disrupted their magical incantations. Upon awakening, they discovered the lower levels swarming with monstrous, flesh-eating creatures, effectively trapping them on the rooftop. Accompanying them was a red beast spirit resembling a dog, which they had encountered upon waking in a moment of carelessness. Lily had accidentally smeared blood on it, leading to her contracting the fire scale hound, granting her the power to manipulate flames. Yet, the creature's low quality, rated at F-class, rendered her nearly incapable of wielding even fire the size of a matchstick for combat. "Lily, look!" exclaimed the young man, pointing downwards. Following his gesture, Lily beheld Jiang Chen below, clearing out the zombies, igniting a flicker of hope within her heart. "Look at him. He can slay those monsters from a distance. Could he, too, possess a special ability like you? But his seems far stronger. Let us not dwell on that. We need to call for help. Yes, hey sir, we're up here. Please save us," they began shouting towards Jiang Chen. Not only the pair but all the other survivors who heard their cries opened their windows to plead for assistance. "Young man over there, please help us. There are so many monsters outside our door." "Me too. They're banging on my front door. Please, come save me. Help me first. They've already broken in. They're in my room. They're inside. Help. The man's desperate plea was abruptly cut off as several inky arms yanked him back. Followed by a chilling silence, Jiang Chen, disturbed by the clamor above, retreated and drew the zombies away to a safer distance before continuing his extermination. Once the cacophony subsided, he resumed collecting crystal cores, believing he had adequately diverted most of the zombies. With only a handful remaining, the area fell silent, and many survivors began to stir with newfound courage. However, none were willing to take the initiative. For the few zombies left still posed a significant threat. This calm was fleeting, as a young man from the second floor leaped down, quickly regaining his footing before sprinting in a specific direction. The scattered zombies shrieked and chased after him. Ultimately, he bent down, swiftly retrieving something from the ground. Then, he vaulted through a ground-floor security window and landed on the windowsill of the opposite second floor. Trembling, he opened his hand to reveal a glistening crystal core, reward from Jiang Chen's earlier battles. With no time to spare, he swallowed the core whole, laughing maniacally, envisioning himself gaining powers akin to Jiang Chen's. Indeed, a warm sensation filled his abdomen after consuming the core. However, before he could relish his triumph, nausea struck. The anticipated awakening of his powers failed to materialize, instead resulting in a torrent of black blood spilling forth, drenching the zombies below. The young man instantly weakened, and after retching a few more times, his veins turned black, leading to his unfortunate fall into the horde of zombies. In the chaos, others seized the opportunity as the zombies feasted upon the young man, one by one jumping down from the windows. The couple on the rooftop also took advantage, sliding down a water pipe to safety. The young man's demise allowed a host of individuals to escape their confines, scattering in search of sustenance. What transpired thereafter was beyond Jiang Chen's control. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen had successfully dealt with this wave of zombies, reaping dozens of crystal cores. After dispatching the last of them, he sheathed his knives, resting heavily on his knees as he gasped for breath. Having eliminated over 100 zombies in a short span, his second-tier physique had reached its limit. Seeking refuge in an unoccupied room, he collapsed onto a sofa, tearing open a loaf of bread and devouring it ravenously. the void shadow beast emerged, nudging Jiang Qin's arm, its eyes sparkling with desire at the sight of the food. Generously, Jiang Qin unwrapped another package, offering it to the eager creature. "Would you like some?" He then extended another to the time wolf phantom beast, which hesitated briefly before accepting the bread and munching contentedly at the side. After finishing his meal, Jiang Qin retrieved a self-heating hot pot, added water, and covered it, patiently awaiting its readiness. As enticing aromas wafted through the air, a sudden sound of clattering caught Jiang Qin's keen ear. His gaze locked onto a cabinet, and cautiously, he approached, his left hand distorting the space around him. Extending his right hand, he flung open the cabinet door with swift precision. Retreating immediately, he assessed the contents within. Instead of a zombie, he found a pale green fawn spirit, bleeding feebly from hunger, unable to stand due to starvation. Prior to contracting, beast spirits required sustenance. Afterward, it became inconsequential. Should I consider contracting this one? Unsure of the decision, Jiang Qin summoned the seasoned advice of the all-knowing Ming Xiao. After a brief inspection, Ming Xiao confirmed, this spirit appears to be of B-class quality, likely of the wood element. If you wish, you could contract it, but beware of potentially encountering higher quality spirits in the future. Before Ming Xiao could finish, Jiang Qin grasped the implication. All right, I shall forego this one. You mentioned that beast spirits can enhance their power by devouring others. Are you suggesting I consume it? Consume it? Count me in. I want to eat too. The void shadow beast's eyes gleamed at the prospect of a feast. Jiang Qin stroked the creature's soft fur, finding it exceptionally comforting. Once finished, his expression turned resolute. Then let us proceed. With that, two larger shadowy forms appeared behind him, black and white. The two spirits lunged forward, each biting into half of the fawn's form, tearing it asunder and converting its essence into sustenance for Ming Xiao and the void shadow beast. After consuming the flesh, the shadows returned to Jiang Qin, who felt a slight enhancement in both elemental powers within him. Though the fawn's low quality offered minimal improvement, Jiang Qin was unbothered. Even the smallest morsel held value. Next, he extracted crystal cores from his storage, allowing the void shadow beast to absorb them. He kept a mental tally, and upon the consumption of the 98th core, he sensed a substantial increase in the spatial energy within him. Jiang Qin estimated that transitioning from second to third tier required approximately 100 cores, while the half-fawn he had just devoured equated to 2 cores. By this logic, advancing from third to fourth tier would likely demand several hundred to 1,000 cores. He pondered whether the zombies would grow stronger and if the quality of the cores would improve. With 42 cores remaining, he fed them all to Ming Xiao, further enhancing his temporal abilities. Just then, the self-heating hot pot was ready, and Jiang Qin relished his meal, finishing every last bit. Leaning back on the sofa, he rubbed his stomach contentedly while absent-mindedly petting the void shadow beast, which closed its eyes in bliss. After spending the afternoon together, Jiang Qin had begun to understand the personalities of his two spirit companions. The time wolf phantom beast was somewhat aloof, often resisting touch, while the void shadow beast was notably affectionate and greedy for food. Regardless, both were fiercely loyal to him. Should he perish without canceling their contracts, their quality would diminish, along with their strength and potential. They were bound to one another, unable to abandon their master. Suddenly, Jiang Qin turned to the time wolf phantom beast, which was grooming its paws in a corner. Can you sense other beast spirits of similar quality? Not precisely. I can only perceive them within a limited range. Outside of direct contact, it's nearly impossible. Jiang Qin pondered for a moment before inquiring. Are you able to sense anything now? Are you jesting? He replied, "Dada." After a restful afternoon, night descended. Jiang Qin discovered a map of the city in the room he occupied and settled onto the sofa to meticulously plan his next route. Under the cloak of night, the zombies became increasingly active, their sense of smell heightened, while they retained their vision. Any flicker of light could lead to a swift demise. Jiang Qin retrieved a small flashlight from his space, casting a faint beam on the map as he contemplated the path he should take. His intended destination was the city center, for it housed numerous large shopping malls, implying a wealth of supplies within. If he could deplete their contents, Jiang Qin would not need to worry about food for quite some time. Additionally, he intended to keep an eye out for local farmers' markets. Although fresh vegetables, fruits, and meats were unfit for consumption, discovering seeds could allow him to cultivate his own produce. After plundering the city center, He planned to traverse a forested area to reach the neighboring city beat. Yes, that shall be the plan. Having devised his strategy and steps, Jiang Chen reclined on the sofa and drifted into a light slumber. As for why he chose not to sleep in the bed, it was because it was stained with blood. The sheets stuck together, likely the aftermath of a violent encounter that led to someone becoming a zombie and fleeing. The following morning, after breakfast, Jiang Chen confirmed that the area was devoid of zombies before locating a vehicle and setting off along his planned route. His journey would take him past various small shops and supermarkets, providing an opportunity to replenish his supplies. However, he would not take everything. He intended to leave some for those brave enough to venture out in search of food. As for the medical supplies in the hospitals, he had little need for them. To be honest, with his current third-tier physical condition, he no longer feared most ailments. If a disease could overpower such resilience, then those medications would be of little help. Moreover, he was certain there were beast spirits with healing abilities. He could simply forge a pact with one when the time came as he traveled. Zombies relentlessly attacked him, and numerous survivors called out for help, but Jiang Chen chose to ignore them all. Slaying the zombies had become increasingly effortless for him. With a mere flick of his wrist, he could dispatch a horde. Soon, he had thoroughly ransacked one supermarket after another, amassing more supplies in his space. Upon reaching the farmer's market, he was greeted by a putrid stench that would make any normal person retch. Fortunately, Jiang Chen managed to withstand the foul odor. Taking a deep breath, he activated his time stop ability, harnessing the power of space to swiftly clear the market of zombies. Digging through their brains for crystals, he searched among the rotting vegetables for seeds, only to be met with disappointment. The seeds had all decayed into powder, utterly unplantable. With a resigned sigh, he continued toward the city center. The city center, once the most prosperous area of City A, had now transformed into a haven for the undead. Countless zombies surrounded it, rendering any survivors trapped within unable to escape. Inside an office building in the city center, a middle-aged man gazed forlornly out of the floor-to-ceiling windows at the horde of zombies blocking the entrance, lighting one of the few remaining cigarettes and smoking in silence. "Brother Chen, what should we do next?" "The food in this building won't sustain us for long," reported a younger subordinate. "Have all the nearby buildings been searched?" Brother Chen inquired. "Yes, all have been checked. There are no more of those peculiar eggs," the subordinate replied. "How many were there?" "3 in total, too few." "Are there any more?" "Well, in the underground garage of this building, we found another EGG. Emits a radiant glow, and whatever is inside should be quite formidable. However, the garage is swarming with zombies, so acquiring that egg may prove difficult." Chapter 8. Animal zombies. And what about the other 3 eggs? Who received them? They went to Zhao Xian, Yang Tianqi, and Li Weiping. Upon hearing this, Chunyi felt somewhat reassured, knowing they were his most loyal subordinates. "But just the 4 of us won't suffice. Is there any way to retrieve that egg from the basement?" "It might require all 4 of you to attempt it together," the subordinate suggested hesitantly. "Besides, the others lack adequate weapons. They likely won't be of much assistance." As the conversation continued, the subordinate leaned in and whispered, "Brother Chen, what if we just..." He trailed off, but Chunyi understood his implication. "No, we can't abandon them. Who will cover our backs? You want to be in the front line?" The subordinate shook his head. "All right, let me think a bit more. Perhaps there's still a chance." As the subordinate left Chen Yi's room, the perspective shifted to other survivors within the office building. Li Weiping and his 2 companions, who had contracted beast spirits, lounged on a sofa, indulging in the service of a dozen women. These women were all survivors rescued by Chen Yi's group. Subsequently, aside from Chen Yi, the other 3 had each contracted beast spirits, which inflated their egos, leading them to demand that all the attractive women among the survivors attend to them. Li Weiping, Zhao Xian, and Yang Tianqi had contracted water, fire, and metal spirits, respectively. The women were ordered to disrobe. And as Li Weiping watched a slender young woman sway her hips, he could no longer contain his desires. He rose, embracing her, his hands roaming over her waist, even venturing toward her scant covering. The young woman began to panic. "Sir, this isn't what we agreed upon." However, before she could protest further, Li Weiping hoisted her up, disregarding her struggles, and strode toward another room. Once the door was locked, her piercing screams echoed from within. The other women trembled in fear, terrified that they would be next. If they had the strength, they would resist, but the harsh reality was unforgiving. Meanwhile, Jiang Qian had just finished looting a supermarket, thanks to the battles he had engaged in along the way. His time wheel phantom beast had also ascended to the 3rd tier. He had discovered numerous uncontracted beast spirits, but their quality was disappointingly low, leading him to let Ming Xiao and Ming Kong devour them instead. Across from this supermarket stood the company he had previously been exploited by. He entered to take a look, only to find it devoid of any living souls, nor did he come across the corpse of that despicable Bosley. This left Jiang Chun feeling somewhat disheartened. Just as he intended to continue driving toward the city center, he noticed someone attempting to steal his card. A young man and woman were hastily prying open the car door. Indeed, Jiang Chen had forgotten to lock it. They swiftly started the vehicle, flooring the accelerator and recklessly speeding ahead. However, they barely made it a short distance before the car careened out of control and crashed into a wall. Jiang Chun watched in bewilderment as the pair, bloodied and groaning, struggled to crawl from the wreckage. Seriously, dude, you can't drive and you still hit the gas. Jiang Chen didn't dwell on the theft. After all, he had merely stumbled upon the car, and the city center was not far off. What truly captured his attention were these two young individuals. They rushed in a panic, crashed his car, and now writhed on the ground like fish out of water. It wasn't until he witnessed the next scene that he began to grasp the situation. From around the corner, several dogs infected with black blood lunged at them. These were zombie dogs. The young man quickly drew a kitchen knife and swung it at the approaching beasts. To Jiang Chen's astonishment, the zombie dog, which had been charging straight toward him, dodged the knife. Logically, zombies should not possess the capacity to evade cold weapons. Jiang Chen had slain several zombies with a knife yesterday, and none had managed to avoid his strikes. Thus, he had assumed these creatures were devoid of pain. Could it be that animal zombies were more intelligent than their human counterparts? The zombie dog that had evaded the blade seized the moment the man was distracted. Biting down on his arm, the man screamed in agony as the zombie dog tore his arm from his body, blood spraying everywhere. A few more zombie dogs pounced, swiftly shredding him apart. The woman, lacking any combat prowess and refusing to flee, merely screamed incessantly. When the zombie dogs appeared, she screamed. When the man charged forward with the knife, she screamed. And when the man was consumed by the dogs, she continued to scream. Soon, the young couple was overwhelmed by a horde of zombie dogs. After their feast, the zombie dogs turned their gaze toward Jiang Chun, who remained unfazed. With a casual flick of his wrist, he unleashed a blade of space, decimating a significant number of them. With the ability to activate time stop at will, the zombie dogs never stood a chance to approach him, all falling before his onslaught. Extracting the crystals from the defeated beasts, he had Ming Xiao examine them closely, confirming they possessed slightly more energy than those of humanoid zombies, though not significantly so. After administering the crystals to Ming Xiao, Jiang Chen proceeded on foot toward the city center. 2 hours later, Jiang Chen stared wide-eyed at the mass of zombies ahead, his expression one of sheer disbelief. The reason is simple. There are at least tens of thousands of zombies present. And with such an abundance of crystal cores, this undoubtedly presents a tremendous opportunity for enhancement. However, a reckless approach would surely prove unwise. It is far more prudent to eliminate them in batches. With this thought in mind, Jiang Chun carefully retreated without alarming any of the zombies. He soon discovered a locked room and deftly traced a circle on the door with his finger. Instantly, the space inside and outside the door became interconnected, forming a spatial gateway. Jiang Chun stepped through effortlessly into the room's interior. Once inside, the spatial gateway vanished without leaving a trace on the door. The room was meticulously arranged, with no dust on the surface of the table, and the trash can contained remnants of recently consumed canned food, with even the soup still moist. All signs indicated that someone had been hiding in this room. Yet, at that moment, it was eerily quiet. Could the occupant be resting? As Jiang Chun entered the bedroom, he only saw a pile of blankets heaped to one side. After searching the entire house without finding anyone, his gaze fell once more on the wardrobe. Surely, no one could be hiding within? As he approached, he faintly detected a whiff of blood. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jiang Chen swiftly yanked open the wardrobe door. A pungent stench of blood erupted forth, revealing a heap of bones still clinging to remnants of flesh before Jiang Chen's eyes. Chapter 9. The illusory colorful fox. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Chen instinctively retreated to the center of the room. This place harbored danger. The walls of the room soon echoed with the sound of scurrying, accompanied by high-pitched squeaks. Jiang Chen immediately recognized it as the sound of mutated rats. Subsequently, zombie rats surged forth from hidden burrows scattered throughout the room. These entrances were well concealed, some beneath the sofa, others beneath the bed, and even above the wardrobe. Rat darted towards Jiang Chen's back with astonishing speed. Fortunately, Jiang Chen reacted swiftly, hurling a spatial blade behind him, cleaving the zombie rat in two just in time to avoid being bitten. Without a clear method to cure the zombie virus, it was best to avoid contact altogether. However, these zombie rats were agile, numerous, and small in size, surrounding Jiang Chen and blocking his escape from the room. Unbeknownst to him, 3 zombie rats were silently scaling the ceiling above. They dropped down in a swift attack, their sharp teeth poised to strike Jiang Chen's face. Suddenly, the Time Will Phantom Beast and the Void Rift Beast appeared. The zombie virus held no sway over these beast spirits, and they were impervious to death. Their bodies shielded Jiang Chen from the surprise assault of the 3 zombie rats. Sensing the commotion, Jiang Chen quickly turned to investigate. "Dio, keep an eye out. You nearly got us killed," scolded Ming Xiao. Upon witnessing the failed ambush, the horde of zombie rats erupted into chaos, shrieking as they charged towards Jiang Chen. "And why apologies? I didn't know you'd come out to protect me," Jiang Chen retorted, turning to face the hundreds of zombie rats without a hint of fear. Crossing his arms, he swiftly channeled the spatial power within him, creating a warped space in a confined area. Any zombie rat that ventured into this distorted space was mercilessly shredded. Before long, Jiang Chen had vanquished a wave of zombie rats. Yet, before he could relax, another group of zombie rats surged from behind, launching yet another assault. Jiang Chen was compelled to distort the surrounding space once more, ensuring that none of these rodents escaped his grasp. However, this could not continue indefinitely. The number of zombie rats remained uncertain, and depleting his energy would spell disaster. Ultimately, after dispatching 3 waves of zombie rats, Jiang Chen devised a means of escape. Surrounded by these creatures, the only point of contact with the ground beneath him presented an opportunity, if he were to descend. With this thought, Jiang Chen briefly foresaw the situation and confirmed that below was not a nest of rats. He promptly opened a portal beneath his feet using the same method he had employed to enter the room. Dropping straight down, as he fell, Jiang Chen activated Time Stop. Below lay an underground garage, teeming with zombies, yet devoid of any zombie rats. This drastically simplified matters. Seizing the opportunity provided by the time freeze, Jiang Chen quickly cleared away the surrounding horde. By the time stop concluded, he had carved out a circular area with a radius of approximately 5 meters. Meanwhile, the portal above closed, completely isolating him from the zombie rats. Upon spotting a living human, the horde of zombies frenziedly converged towards Jiang Chen. He, however, showed no hesitation, continuously unleashing spatial blades to slice through the zombies. Compared to the zombie rats, ordinary zombies were far easier to dispatch. This level of spatial blade required minimal energy expenditure and did not drain his stamina. Jiang Chen wreaked havoc in the underground garage, creating a commotion that escalated until he unwittingly found himself beneath the office building. Suddenly, Ming Xiao appeared. "I sensed the presence of similar beings nearby." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen activated Time Stop and scanned his surroundings. Yet, with walls and vehicles obstructing his view, he initially failed to locate anything. Jiang Chen teleported to the top of a car for a better vantage point. But upon finding nothing, he dispatched a zombie that had approached him, then leaped down to the roof of another vehicle. Following Ming Xiao's guidance, he navigated through the zombie throng until, at last, he spotted a glowing eggshell nestled in a corner. Having located the target, Jiang Chen hastened towards the egg. Meanwhile, inside the office building, Chun Yi suddenly sprang up from the sofa. "What is happening?" The zombies in the underground garage are inexplicably rushing in one direction. "The egg? Brother Chin, the egg remains in place. We can seize this opportunity to retrieve it." Upon hearing this, Chun Yi erupted into joyous laughter. "Ha ha ha! Fortune has not abandoned us. If I obtain that egg, I can surely lead you all to safety. Let us quickly organize a team and head to the underground garage." Yes, in the underground garage, Jiang Chen, having mastered the art of teleportation, continued to slay zombies while making his way toward the egg. Before long, he stood beside the radiant egg, which glimmered with colorful light and even shifted hues. "What do you think of this?" Jiang Chen summoned the Time Will Phantom Beast for its insight. Ming Xiao carefully sensed the aura emanating from the egg before her eyes widened in realization. Based on the emitted energy, its SSS level, just like us. Excellent. Without hesitation, Jiang Chun bit his finger, smearing his blood upon the eggshell. Following the completion of the contract, he swiftly dispatched a zombie that had attempted to ambush him. After employing several area-clearing techniques, the underground space was devoid of any standing zombies. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Chun had obliterated every last one. At that moment, the colorful egg began to hatch. With a series of crisp cracking sounds, a vibrant orb of light burst forth and fused into Jiang Chun's body. Subsequently, a small fox emerged from within him. Its fur was predominantly white, adorned with intricate colorful patterns that concentrated around its neck, back, and legs. Jiang Chun sensed its information. Illusory colorful fox, attribute of illusion. Quality SSS, currently at the first tier. The little fox wagged its tail and rubbed against Jiang Chun, occasionally licking his face with its tongue. Oh dear, that tickles. Jiang Chun chuckled, stroking the illusory colorful fox. Illusion attribute? What purpose does it serve? Well, it allows you to manipulate spiritual energy to influence enemies and enhances your perception range, Ming Xiao explained. Upon hearing Ming Xiao's elucidation, Jiang Chun instantly comprehended. Enhancing perception range. Does that mean I can sense other SSS level beast spirits? That, I cannot say. I am not of the illusion type. You would need to ask it, Ming Xiao replied, gesturing toward the illusory colorful fox nestled in Jiang Chun's arms. Chapter 10. A reunion with the cunning boss over here. Hurry, move quickly. Haven't you all eaten? Suddenly, the clamor of voices and footsteps echoed from the staircase nearby. Upon hearing the noise, Ming Xiao vanished in an instant, while the illusory colorful fox remained untroubled. When Chen Yi and his team arrived at the underground garage, they were greeted by a scene of countless fallen zombies. Having obtained crystal cores from the zombies he had slain in the building, he had successfully advanced to the second tier. However, it appeared that the number of crystal cores required to ascend from the second tier to the third was rather substantial. Even if he collected all the cores from his companions, he still could not achieve the third tier. Now, witnessing the plethora of corpses, he estimated that there were surely over 100 crystal cores lying in wait. Chun Yi's heart swelled with joy. This bounty was undoubtedly sufficient to elevate him to the third tier. What are we waiting for? Quickly gather them. Yes, Brother Chen. One of the subordinates, sprinting ahead, crouched beside a fallen zombie, brandishing a knife as he prepared to break open its skull. Suddenly, a bone spike shot forth from an unknown source, piercing through the wrist of the subordinate. Ah! Clutching his arm with his other hand, he emitted a heart-wrenching scream. The rest of the group halted, turning to the direction from which the bone spike had come. Hey, hey, hey! Is it really appropriate for you to brazenly seize my crystal cores? Jiang Chun strolled toward the group. The bone spur that had just been launched was shot by Jiang Chun. He had recently wished to test the capabilities of his illusion attribute. Since it involved manipulating mental power, he decided to try the technique of remote object retrieval. He casually extracted a leg bone from a zombie to serve as a bone spur, which he sent flying, piercing through the wrist of that little lackey. Even now, the bone spur remained firmly lodged in his hand. Jiang Chun felt quite satisfied with this strike. If he could advance in rank, the effect would undoubtedly be even stronger. However, the other abilities of the illusion attribute would have to wait for another time to be tested. Upon seeing Jiang Chun and the colorful little fox perched on his shoulder, Chen Yi and the others recognized him, feeling a sense of familiarity that reminded them of the egg they had discovered. Suddenly, he froze. Could it be that the egg they had found had been contracted by this brat? Jiang Chun? How could it be you? Jiang Chen was taken aback. He would remember that voice until his dying day. He turned to look at the speaker, his expression darkening instantly. Li Weiping, the unscrupulous boss who had exploited him to the last and then dismissed him. Seeing that it was the meek employee from before the apocalypse, Li Weiping relaxed considerably. Oh, it's just Xiao Jiang. This makes things easier. Come, quickly hand over your beast spirit to Brother Chen, he urged. Why should I give the beast spirit I obtained through my own strength, just because you say so? Who do you think you are? Jiang Chen replied without a hint of politeness. That's where you're mistaken. We are all compatriots. Shouldn't we help each other out? Besides, with your character, you hardly deserve a beast spirit. Hand it over to Brother Chen so he can lead us to escape. Isn't that a better solution? In this apocalyptic world, unity and mutual assistance were paramount. Li Weiping began his familiar brainwashing rhetoric that he often spouted at the factory. Look, this is... Li Weiping started to introduce Chen Yi, who was standing beside him. Do you recognize him? He is the mayor of our city A, Mr. Chen Yi, also known as Brother Chen. Listening to Li Weiping's introduction, Jiang Chen turned his gaze toward the proud and chest-thumping Chen. As Jiang Chen looked at him, Chen Yi felt even more confident. After all, as mayor, he was not someone one could meet at will. He glanced at the little fox on Jiang Chen's shoulder, feigning curiosity as he asked, "Young man, where did that creature on your shoulder come from?" "This? I just happened to see a colorful egg nearby and contracted it," Jiang Chen replied, reaching up to stroke the chin of the illusory color spirit fox. However, Chen Yi's expression immediately soured, as though he had bitten into something unpleasant. The description of that colorful egg suggested it was extraordinarily rare, something he had already considered his own. Yet, unexpectedly, a little brat had snatched it from him. This was unacceptable, but he couldn't show his true feelings. He needed to maintain the composure befitting a mayor. Before Chen Yi could speak again, Jiang Chen interrupted, "It's my turn to ask now. How long have you known Li boss?" "Why do you ask this?" Jiang Chen knew that Li Weiping bullied employees, but the extent of his tyranny was shocking. It was hard to believe he had no backing. He had heard of an employee who had once sued Li Weiping, only for the court to dismiss the case due to false evidence. Not only did that employee fail, but he was also detained for a few days. On the night he was released, he was dragged into an alley and beaten into a vegetative state. It was said that the assailants were hired by Li Weiping, who had only faced a brief detention for his actions. Such lawlessness was outrageous. As Li Weiping introduced Chen Yi, Jiang Chen suddenly had a bold thought. What if Li Weiping had been in cahoots with this mayor from the very beginning? The mayor's power was considerable. It would be a cinch for him to protect a few factories and manipulate lawsuits. Chen Yi furrowed his brow but soon relaxed. "Well, since you want to know, I might as well tell you." Li Weiping, who was listening, began to sweat profusely. He had only dared to act so brazenly because Chen Yi had his back. As long as he shared half of his exorbitant income through the right channels, he wouldn't attract scrutiny. They had profited this way for years. But given the current situation, Chen Yi, if the truth were revealed, Jiang Chen might become uncontrollable. Although Jiang Chen was just one person and they were four, he did not believe they would lose, but he also did not want to confront Jiang Chen. After all, he was the one who had previously provoked Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen sought revenge, he would likely be the first target. Li Weiping felt a sense of panic. Wanting to restrain Chen Yi, he noticed the look in Chen Yi's eyes, clearly indicating he did not want him to divulge anything. Upon reflection, Li Weiping was this brat's boss. He had bullied many, and it was likely he had previously bullied Jiang Chen. If that were the case, Jiang Chen's inquiry about his relationship with Li Weiping was merely a ploy to extract information from him. How Navi. A smirk crept onto Chen Yi's lips. "This Mr.Li is someone I met after the apocalypse. At that time, we cooperated to slay numerous zombies in the building." He casually draped an arm around Li Weiping, adopting the demeanor of a competent leader. Yet Jiang Chen knew that Chen Yi was lying. At that moment, he sensed a slight but discernible emotional fluctuation from Chen Yi. If he were telling the truth, why would there be such a reaction? The answer was glaringly obvious. For a mayor to lie so brazenly was astonishing. Thus, Jiang Chen had indirectly obtained the answer he sought. Chapter 11. A single blow to vanquish the corrupt boss. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. It was evident that Chen Yi had issues. Li Weiping had likely been associated with him long before the apocalypse. Otherwise, how could he have such a strong backing, since he enjoyed playing pretend so much? Jiang Chen was eager to see how long Chen Yi could maintain the facade. With this thought in mind, Jiang Chen teleported directly in front of Li Weiping and delivered a powerful punch to his face. Before Li Weiping could react, he was sent crashing to the ground. The two lackeys with contracted beast spirits attempted to intervene, but Chen Yi silenced them with a mere glance. After dispatching Li Weiping, Jiang Chen turned to Chen Yi with a smile. "Mayor Chen, this man is my enemy." Jiang Chen had made it clear that he bore a grudge against Li Weiping. He expressed his desire to teach Li Weiping a lesson. So to appear just, Chen Yi could not openly side with him. However, he did not believe his subordinate would be killed. In his view, a meek, insignificant young man from before the apocalypse would not transform into a ruthless killer overnight, even if he realized the societal structure had collapsed. Besides, this subordinate had also contracted a beast spirit. Even if Jiang Chen were to strike hard, Chen Yi was a contracted beast spirit user too, and could intervene at any moment. Thus, Chen Yi generously stated, "This truly reflects my poor judgment in hiring How about this? I allow you to deal with him, as long as you don't. Before he could finish the phrase, Jiang Chun swiftly turned and delivered a punch to Li Weiping's skull. Utilizing a hint of spatial power, he obliterated Li Weiping's head. Huh? What did you just say? After killing Li Weiping, Jiang Qin turned to Chen Yi. Witnessing Jiang Qin's ruthless decisiveness, the words Chen Yi had intended to utter faltered and ultimately morphed into a vague response. He took a moment to steady his emotions. At least Li Weiping's beast spirit remained, and he could still transfer it to another subordinate. However, the next moment, as Li Weiping's beast spirit appeared, it was abruptly devoured by a phantom fox that had emerged behind Jiang Qin. At this point, Chen Yi could no longer maintain his composure. Not only had Jiang Chun killed his subordinate in front of him, but he had also consumed the beast spirit he had painstakingly acquired. As the mayor of a city, he believed he deserved at least a modicum of respect. Had it not been for the necessity of preserving his mayoral image and obtaining the beast spirit from Jiang Chun, he would have long since eliminated this audacious fool. Even the lackeys around him displayed expressions of shock. Witnessing a beast spirit's phantom emerge was a first for them. With no time to mourn Li Weiping's death, the lackey who had been impaled by Jiang Qin's bone had already turned into a zombie. He bit down on one of the still-dazed lackeys, who screamed in agony that it's bad, he's been infected. Quickly, take him down, take him down. A swarm of people surged forth, reducing the two to a pulpy mess. Seeing the crisis averted, Chen Yi no longer wished to linger in the underground garage. Just as he was about to summon his subordinates back inside and devise a plan to seize Jiang Qin's beast spirit, Yang Tianqi suddenly felt something pressing against him. Brother Chun, I feel like my head is suddenly not quite right. What's wrong? Did you not sleep well last night? No, it's not that, it's just... Bang! Before Yang Tianqi could finish his sentence, his head exploded like a burst balloon, brain matter splattering onto the faces of those nearby. Everyone stood in shock, watching as Yang Tianqi's beast spirit began to emerge, only to be swiftly consumed by Jiang Qin's fox. Jiang Qian had orchestrated Yang Tianqi's demise as a test of his new abilities, for anyone who could become Chen Yi's trusted aide could hardly be considered a good person. Moments ago, he attempted to assault Yang Tianqi using his mental prowess. An invisible force of psychic energy coalesced in substantial amounts around Yang Tianqi, ultimately resulting in a catastrophic explosion of his head. Witnessing Jiang Qin's beast spirit once again devour Yang Tianqi's spirit, Chen Yi's eyes widened in fury as he pointed accusingly at Jiang Qin, shouting, "It's you. You did this, didn't you? Don't think that just because you possess power, you can act with impunity. Believe me, once the authorities arrive, I will report you." After hearing this, Jiang Qin merely wore a faint smile. It seems the pretense can no longer be maintained. Damn it. I must eliminate this scoundrel first. The still-living Zhao Xian, accompanied by a group of his subordinates, encircled Jiang Qin. Subsequently, flames ignited fiercely in Zhao Xian's hands. Ming Xiao, observing from the shadows, assessed the situation and deemed the C-grade beast spirit insignificant. Zhao Xian lunged forward, his fiery fist aimed directly at Jiang Qin's face. However, Jiang Qin remained unperturbed, casually raising one hand and opening his palm toward Zhao Xian. The aggressive Zhao Xian abruptly halted in his tracks. Confusion etched on his face until he soon realized, in terror, that he could no longer move. Next, Jiang Qin's hand moved, and Zhao Xian's body, under mental control, began to levitate. This sight instilled fear in the ordinary bystanders surrounding them, causing them to retreat. Continuing his movements, Jiang Qin simply gestured downward with his finger. In the next instant, Zhao Xian, floating in the air, crashed heavily to the ground, violently coughing up blood. The ordeal was not over. Jiang Qin raised his finger once more, and Zhao Xian again floated upward, crashing against the ceiling. Following that, with another downward gesture, Zhao Xian was forcefully slammed back to the ground. Having had his fun, Jiang Qin waved his hand dismissively, sending the severely injured Zhao Xian flying like a paper plane, embedding him into the wall. Faced with the crowd of those lacking contracted beast spirits, Jiang Qin could scarcely muster the will to kill. Instead, his gaze shifted toward Chen Yi, who was attempting to sneak away in light of the unfolding chaos. Upon being discovered, Chen Yi cursed under his breath and quickly braced himself against the ground. In the next moment, the ground beneath the crowd surrounding Jiang Qin began to rise, forming a sloped incline towards him. Some lost their footing and screamed as they toppled in Jiang Chen's direction, inadvertently pulling others down with them. Seizing this opportunity, Qian Yi hastily fled toward the stairwell. This was his contracted Earth-type beast spirit at work, utilizing these worthless individuals to buy him time. As he ran, Qian Yi grit his teeth in resentment, blaming Jiang Qian for his current predicament. Surely, this power was a result of that fox on his shoulder. If it weren't for Jiang Qian, such formidable strength would have been his. How could he not harbor hatred? With his capable subordinates annihilated and the useless individuals above no longer of concern, his own survival was paramount. However, just as Qian Yi managed to reach the stairwell and intended to escape upstairs, he found Jiang Qian standing on the staircase ahead, stroking his chin with a bemused expression. Chapter 12. The Rat King? Merely a puppet. You? Qian Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. How could a mere stone wall possibly impede Jiang Qian, who could teleport instantaneously? Those trapped inside were now mostly blocked off, with only a few small openings remaining. Without tools, it was nearly impossible for anyone to breach these solid stone walls, destined to remain trapped. What? You say Jiang Qian can save us? Sorry, we're not acquainted. Observing the fear-stricken Qian Yi, it was evident that the mayor had played a significant role in the misery endured before the apocalypse. If not for his indulgence, how could Li Bapi have acted so brazenly? Subsequently, Jiang Qian extended his hand, and Qian Yi's body began to float, much like Zhao Xian's. Wait. My beast spirit is a grade. I can be of service to you. Realizing the gravity of his situation, Qian Yi hurriedly pleaded for mercy. Ignoring Qian Yi's desperate cries, Jiang Qian's finger made a downward motion. Bang! The sound of flesh hitting the ground echoed within the cramped stairwell. Bang, bang, bang. When Qian Yi was finally thrown out, he was nothing more than a mass of mangled flesh. After devouring Qian Yi's beast spirit, the illusory colorful spirit fox ascended to the second tier. Casually discarding the lump of flesh aside, Jiang Qian then turned to consume the nearly lifeless Zhao Xian's beast spirit as well. Once completed, Jiang Qian affectionately patted the head of the illusory colorful spirit fox, surprised to find the illusion attribute somewhat enjoyable. After leveling up, would he be able to kill from a distance? After some contemplation, Jiang Qian decided to name the illusory colorful spirit fox Mingli. Next came Jiang Qian's favorite part, the enhancement phase. This time, he prioritized nurturing Mingli. With a flip of his palm, a mountain of crystal cores materialized in the space before him, consisting of various sizes, small ones from zombie rats and larger ones from ordinary zombies. Altogether, there were over 600 cores. Jiang Qian intended to test whether he could elevate the illusory colorful spirit fox to the 4th tier. If his hypothesis proved correct, he could achieve something monumental. Even if it failed, it was of little consequence, as elevation was inevitable. Thus, Jiang Qian captured a zombie rat, noting that the surrounding zombies did not attack these zombie rats, which possessed remarkable burrowing abilities. If he could control them to dig for crystal cores, with thousands of zombies gathering above, Jiang Qian could not help but lick his lips. He first restrained the zombie rat on the ground, then focused his gaze upon it. As expected, the previously noisy zombie rat gradually quieted down. Once it was completely calm, Jiang Qian mentally conveyed the command to turn left. Immediately, the obedient zombie rat complied. Turning left, the experiment was a success. It was time to feed. One by one, crystal cores were devoured by the illusory colorful spirit fox. After consuming nearly 300 cores, Mingli successfully advanced to the 4th tier. With over 300 cores remaining, Jiang Qian fed them all to the Void Rift beast, which also reached the 4th tiered. In fact, the Void Rift had already leveled up after consuming over 200 cores. The remaining 100 or so were unnecessary for advancing Ming Shao, so Jiang Qian fed them all at once. With a significant boost to his mental power, Jiang Qian ascended and directly controlled dozens of zombie rats from a distance. Observing the orderly arrangement of the zombie rats before him, Jiang Qian felt as if he were a drill instructor. Left, turn, about, face, right, dress, attention, at ease, attention. Jiang Qian was thoroughly entertained, nearly forgetting the task at hand. It was time to dig for crystal cores. Merely having dozens was insufficient. He planned to control even more zombie rats soon, allowing these to commence their operations. Right, turn, jog on. The controlled zombie rats set off in unison to excavate the zombie crystal cores. Once the zombie rats had moved far enough away, Jiang Chun returned to the room where he had been attacked. Sure enough, he was once again assailed by zombie rats. However, this time, they had no opportunity to attack, as Jiang Chen's formidable mental power subdued them. Wherever Jiang Chen looked, zombie rats fell under his control. The energy expenditure for controlling these zombie rats was minimal. With such power, he could manage over 1,000. 1,000 zombie rats could transport every crystal core from the city center within a few rounds. While controlling the new rats, the initial batch sent to dig for crystal cores had already returned to Jiang Chen. Bringing the cores with them before diving back into their excavation efforts, Jiang Chun swiftly collected the crystal cores into his spatial storage. Roar! At that moment, a sharp roar echoed from outside the window. Jiang Chen glanced out to see a massive rat burrowing through the wall of a building, barreling straight toward him. What a gigantic rat! Jiang Chen marveled internally. This enormous zombie rat was fast. Having breached the wall of Jiang Chen's room in mere moments, standing right before him. Jiang Chun also noticed that the smaller rats were instinctively avoiding it as it passed. Could this immense rat be the Rat King? With this thought, a wide grin spread across Jiang Chen's face. If this were the Rat King, controlling it would mean commanding the entire rat horde. What more could he want, rather than feeling fear? Jiang Chen suppressed a laugh, his eyes fixated on the Rat King without hesitation. Sensing a foreign mental force assaulting it, the Rat King instinctively lunged at Jiang Chen with its teeth bared. However, Jiang Chun was not within its reach, effortlessly teleporting behind the Rat King. Under the enhancement of his fourth-tier illusion attribute mental power, the massive zombie rat was quickly reduced to Jiang Chen's puppet. It must be said, the Rat King lived up to its name. While other zombie rats succumbed instantly, it managed to resist for a whole 3 seconds before being subdued. Once the Rat King was under control, Jiang Chen's first command was to prevent the zombie rats from attacking him. The next moment, those that had been poised to pounce on him completely ignored him, moving past as if he were invisible. Jiang Chun felt an overwhelming sense of delight. He then issued a second command, instructing all the zombie rats to mobilize and excavate every crystal core from the surrounding zombies. The zombies in the city center, even when the zombie rats dug right against their foreheads, showed no reaction. The zombies from which the cores were extracted fell to the ground as if their power had been switched off, collapsing in droves. This scene of zombies toppling over continued to spread toward the city center, leaving several survivors in the building where Chan Yi was holed up utterly bewildered. Chapter 13, 5th Tier. Survivors above. What is happening? Why are all those zombies inexplicably collapsing? As you gaze upon those dark spots, it seems as though they have been crafted by those very blemishes. Is this the handiwork of Chen Gu and his companions? I cannot say for certain. By the way, where are Chen Gu and his group? On Jiang Chen's side, the number of zombies in the city center continues to dwindle, largely due to the fact that several shopping malls have been cleared out. Jiang Chen swiftly enters one mall after another, scavenging for supplies at an impressive pace. Snacks, canned goods, beverages, tobacco, alcohol, clothing, toilet paper. Everything is meticulously packed away. As for the crystallines he brings back, they are guarded by the Rat King. The Rat King's prowess is comparable to that of a beast spirit at the second tier, bolstered by a horde of rats, thus rendering most individuals too intimidated to provoke trouble at this stage. Regarding the survivors in that building, Jiang Chun can hardly be bothered. He breaks through the locked iron door and enters a cold storage facility, specifically designed to preserve canned foods. Inside, mountains of canned goods await him, some made from meat, others from vegetables, all still pleasantly chill to the touch. The most abundant items are beef and tuna cans, along with a considerable number of fruit cans that he gathers without hesitation, even if he does not consume them himself. Once various bases are established, he can trade them for other supplies, marking these as future wealth. Interestingly, while collecting the cans, Jiang Chun discovers a young girl. Clad in a white work uniform, she appears to be an intern employed here. Though slightly dusty, her exquisite and beautiful face remains evident, her hair styled in twin ponytails, and round glasses perched on her nose. Upon spotting Jiang Chun, the girl retreats into a corner, her fair arms wrapped around herself, resembling a helpless lamb, and timidly inquires if he is a rescuer. A man of Jiang Chun's stoic demeanor cannot bear to let such an innocent girl be deceived. Consequently, he promptly states that he has merely come to collect canned goods. Exuding an air of aloofness and refraining from conversation, he then decides that her presence might hinder his abilities, and without further ado, he uses his spatial powers to deposit her at the entrance of the cold storage, resuming his collection of supplies. Given the vast quantity of goods, it is impossible to gather everything in a short span. Jiang Chun makes a brief return. He senses that the Rat King is under assault, which catches him off guard. Upon returning to the scene, he discovers 5 unfamiliar faces. They do not appear to be survivors from the building, but rather individuals from outside the city center. Each wields a unique elemental ability, and at this moment, they are besieging the zombie Rat King. The leader, a spirited youth with dyed red hair, catches Jiang Chen's attention, particularly when he realizes that this individual's beast spirit has also reached the 2nd tier. It is no wonder the Rat King is struggling to contend with them. Tio have ascended to the 2nd tier in such a short time. If this individual does not meet an untimely end, he will likely fare well in the future, possibly among the strongest. It appears there are indeed many who ascend swiftly in this world. Jiang Chen did not anticipate that a currently formidable individual would have their sights set on his crystallines. However, this is of little concern. No matter how powerful they may be, they cannot surpass Jiang Chen. That said, the zombie rats have already been significantly diminished by their efforts, and witnessing his free labor suffer such losses, Jiang Chun can no longer remain a passive observer. He promptly reveals himself before the 5 strangers, startling them. Yet, upon noticing the mountain of crystallines piled beside the Rat King, they seem to comprehend his intentions. Brother, this Rat King is no easy foe. Why not join forces to defeat it, and we can split the crystallines equally? Proposes the red-haired youth, initiating an invitation to team up. He is not foolish. Anyone capable of arriving alone is undoubtedly formidable. Since their goals align, it would be prudent to collaborate and assess each other's strengths. However, Jiang Chun does not engage with the red-haired youth's proposal. Instead, he swiftly approaches a woman who is in the midst of exterminating rats. With a swift strike, he cleaves her in half, catching the remaining 4 off guard. Split? These are all rightfully mine, the red-haired youth shouts in fury, while the other 3 ready themselves to strike at Jiang Chen. Yet, 3 first-tier and 1 second-tier beings stand no chance against Jiang Chen. He extends his hand once more, instantly immobilizing all 4. Then, with a clenched fist, he crushes them to oblivion. The beast spirits that emerge upon their demise are promptly devoured by Jiang Chen's time-wheeled phantom beast. After relocating the Rat King, he resumes his collection of supplies. Having devoted an entire half-day, Jiang Chen has thoroughly scoured all the shopping malls in the city center, discovering numerous beast spirit eggs, albeit none of the SSS rank, which he allows his companions to consume. Now, Jiang Chun no longer needs to approach to sense other SSS-ranked beast spirits. With Mengli by his side, he can now perceive SSS-ranked beasts over a broader range, as Mengli specializes in mental abilities. Returning to the Rat King, he finds that nearly all the zombies in the city center have been eradicated. The operation has proceeded smoothly, without any further disturbances interrupting his crystalline collection. Observing the tens of thousands of crystallines in his possession brings immense reassurance to Jiang Chen. Without hesitation, he begins to upgrade right then and there. First, he feeds Meng Xiao over 100 crystallines, elevating her to the 4th tier. But he does not stop there. After consuming over 500 more, Meng Xiao ascends once again, reaching the 5th tier. However, after the 5th tier, Jiang Chen senses that the benefits from the beast spirits consuming crystallines have become marginal. Even after devouring dozens, he only feels a faint increase in strength. Akin to a single droplet in a parched lake. It seems that the effectiveness of the crystallines in enhancing his abilities has significantly diminished. Though these tens of thousands of crystallines could potentially yield a few 6th-tier beasts, it is evidently more profitable to cultivate more 5th-tier spirits. Subsequently, after elevating both Mingkong and Mengli to the 5th tier, Jiang Chun collects the remaining crystallines. As for the 6th-tier conundrum, he sets his sights on the Rat King. The Rat King possesses strength far superior to other zombies. Does this imply that its crystallines are also more potent than those of its lesser counterparts? With all the zombies dealt with, these rats have outlived their usefulness. Jiang Chun commands the Rat King to order the extraction of its crystallines as well. The zombie rat horde rapidly diminishes, leaving only a few stragglers. Jiang Chun steps forward to finish them off, gathering their crystallines before turning and delivering a spatial blade to the Rat King's skull. The crystalline extracted from the Rat King's brain is indeed considerably larger than the average crystalline. After allowing Meng Xiao to consume this crystalline, Jiang Chun once again feels a surge of temporal energy within him. the enhancement significantly more pronounced than that of previous crystallants. It appears that to achieve further improvement, aside from consuming beast spirits, he must seek out other high-tier zombies. Chapter 14. As long as there is no morality with the zombies no longer obstructing the city center, the abundant supplies here are bound to attract all surrounding survivors in no time. With half the area still unscavenged, Jiang Chen naturally hastens to collect the goods. He intends to reserve 1/20th of all supplies for those who come later. Vegetables need time to sprout. Jiang Chen will not eradicate those who bear him no ill will. Perhaps among them, some may eventually contract beast spirits, and when they grow stronger, should they provoke Jiang Chen, he can eliminate them, thus reaping some benefits. At this moment, as Jiang Chen steps into the shopping mall, he is met with the sight of zombies strewn across the floor. These are the zombies from whom he extracted the crystallants, their skulls bearing evident gaping wounds. Jiang Chen swiftly navigates through the carcasses, scavenging for items of use to him. Suddenly, a group of individuals rushes around a corner. They carry a considerable amount of water and food, and upon seeing Jiang Chen, they momentarily freeze before quickly approaching him. "Hey brother, why are you alone?" "For some reason. All these monsters are dead now, and there's plenty of food here. You should grab some too," one man exclaims, waving a couple of luncheon meat cans before Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen senses something rapidly approaching the group. This creature moves swiftly and is already near them. Jiang Chen is puzzled. Based on his perception, the entity is quite large. How did it evade the zombie rats? Roar! Suddenly, a terrifying roar reverberates above the crowd. Everyone looks up to see a lizard-like creature clinging to the ceiling, its blood-red skin, sharp teeth, and long, exposed tongue on full display. Before the crowd can react, the creature lashes out its razor-sharp tongue, piercing through a man's skull, pulling him up and beginning to tear into him. Instantly, blood and entrails scatter across the ground, and those who recover from their shock scream in terror. Within mere moments, the man's mangled body collapses to the floor. Jiang Chen squints. Could this also be a powerful zombie? He swiftly retrieves a kitchen knife from his spatial storage and hurls it at the zombie's head. Yet, upon noticing the sharp blade hurtling toward it, the zombie deftly dodges, the knife embedding itself in its right shoulder. Extracting the blade with its claws, the zombie now focuses its attention on Jiang Chen. But it does not attack recklessly. Instead, it crouches on the ceiling, emitting low growls. Sensing this, Jiang Chen has already deduced that this creature is yet another variant of a more formidable zombie. The crawling zombie is the first to initiate an attack, its sharp tongue lunging toward Jiang Chen's forehead. However, a mere second-tier zombie stands no chance against Jiang Chen, who possesses the strength of the fifth tier. Without any inclination to evade, Jiang Chen merely fixes his gaze upon the crawling zombie. In the next moment, the crawling zombie was firmly immobilized, its sharp tongue suspended in midair, unable to advance even a fraction further. "Come here." Upon uttering these words, the crawling zombie plummeted from the ceiling, crashing heavily onto the floor before being dragged several meters along the ground until it lay before Jiang Chen. With a mere flick of his finger, this terrifying creature that had incited panic among the crowd was swiftly dispatched. Its skull opened to extract the crystal core. This time, the core was not the previous translucent variety but had taken on a slightly milky hue. Jiang Chen surmised that the color of the crystal core corresponded to the strength of the zombie. The earlier core from the Rat King had also been milky, though it was darker and more opaque than the one now in his grasp. It was evident that the zombie strength would gradually increase, and defeating these enhanced zombies would yield even greater benefits from their cores. Upon witnessing Jiang Chen effortlessly eliminate the crawling zombie that had attacked them, the panicking crowd seemed to find their anchor and quickly gathered around him. Divine being, please save us." They had not anticipated encountering another savior apart from Brother Chen, and their relief was palpable. Many people clustered around Jiang Chen, tears streaming down their cheeks, unsure whether from fear, joy, or a combination of both. "Oh divine being, you must help us. Indeed, there are surely many more of these monsters beyond the city center. You must assist us." At that moment, a middle-aged man emerged from the throng. Seemingly a factory owner, though his complexion was somewhat pale, he exuded an air of authority and capital. "Young man, look, everyone needs your help. Could you please lead us to a safe place? Rest assured, it won't be in vain. You know Chan Yi, right? He is the mayor of this city, and I have a good relationship with him." Once this calamity passes, I will ensure he awards you the title of good citizen. Ha! Such sweet words, to put it bluntly. You simply wish for me to work for you for free, Jiang Chen retorted mockingly as he regarded the middle-aged man. Young man, that is where you are mistaken. As the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. Your strength is evident to all, and now everyone's hopes rest upon you. Don't you agree? As he spoke, the middle-aged man turned to the crowd behind him for affirmation. Yes, yes, you wouldn't want to abandon us, would you? We are all compatriots. You cannot turn a blind eye. I'm still young. I cannot die. Young man, you will save us, won't you? As the middle-aged man perceived his objectives being met, he raised his voice to quell the crowd's clamor. At that moment, all eyes turned to Jiang Chen, their gazes akin to a police officer interrogating a suspect. Should he refuse, they would all assume the moral high ground, pointing fingers and hurling accusations at him like a dam bursting under pressure. Seeing this, Jiang Chen let out a quiet sigh. The middle-aged man, noticing Jiang Chen's reaction, was filled with elation, convinced that he had secured an agreement. After all, in such a situation, Jiang Chen had little choice but to comply. Ha, young man, it seems you are indeed suited for the role of cheap labor. The middle-aged man thought to himself, feeling a renewed sense of entitlement to survive in this apocalypse. Little did he know, Jiang Chen's sigh was not a concession. For those who thrived on moral coercion, Jiang Chen believed it would be better for them to perish, as long as there is no morality. I cannot be bound by it. In the next moment, Jiang Chen utilized his mental prowess to control everyone present, activating their flight mode. Coupled with his spatial abilities, he created small holes in the wall. Inserting each person's limbs into them, as the wall gradually restored itself, the group was effectively entombed, rendered motionless. Since you wish to leave so desperately, then none shall depart. In the warehouse designated for storing supplies on this floor, Jiang Chen walked amidst the anguished wails of those trapped. My body won't move. Big brother, we were wrong. Please spare us. It was evident that they could only await their demise here. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence would not expend great efforts to rescue a group of individuals devoid of value to themselves. Soon, Jiang Chen had thoroughly explored the entire building. During his search, he noted that many had arrived at the previously looted shopping malls to scavenge supplies, fighting fiercely over the meager resources he had left behind. On the other side of the human wall, a girl with an innocent demeanor approached, named Chen Shui, who was holding the hand of another girl, Lu Tiantian, the daughter of the former shopkeeper. Upon seeing the wall covered in people, Chen Shui immediately shielded Lu Tiantian's eyes and called out for others. Brother, come quick, there is something here. As her words fell, a young man, strikingly handsome and comparable to Jiang Chen, rushed towards them along with two other women. This man was Chen Fan, Chen Shui's brother, a university student from a local college. Though not biologically related, the bond between Chen Fan and Chen Shui was akin to that of true siblings. After leaving the orphanage, they had relied on each other, eventually enrolling in the same university. In the wake of the apocalypse, the fortuitous Chen Fan had contracted an SS-grade fire-type beast spirit, the hellish two-headed dog, while his sister Chen Shui received an S-grade wood-type beast spirit, the Jade Rain Lotus. With formidable strength, Chen Fan led the surviving faculty and students through fierce battles, ultimately managing to escape the encirclement of zombies with his sister Chen Shui and the campus beauty Qiong Xinyao. Qiong Xinyao, renowned as the campus ice goddess, rarely smiled at anyone other than Chen Fan, having contracted an S-grade ice-type beast spirit, the extreme snow fox. After breaking free from the school, she chose to follow Chen Fan, joining his team. At that moment, Qiong Xinyao stood to Chen Fan's right, while to his left stood the shopkeeper Lu Huiying. The shopkeeper and her daughter had low-grade beast spirits. When Chen Fan discovered them, they were trembling in an empty supermarket. Yet, Chen Fan showed no disdain, for the first beast spirit did not hinder the contract of subsequent spirits, as long as the next spirit was chosen wisely. They could still surpass expectations. Moreover, despite appearing somewhat unkempt after days without washing, Chen Fan could still see the purity and charm in Lu Tiantian's appearance, igniting his sense of justice, prompting him to take in the pair without hesitation. Chen Fan believed that with great power came great responsibility. The strong must sometimes aid the weak, such as the shopkeeper and her daughter. Had he not found them, they likely would have perished in this apocalypse. Of course, had only the shopkeeper been present, it would have been a different story. What on earth is going on here? Are there strange creatures with bizarre abilities nearby? Chen Fan became alert, while Lu Huiying, Xiong Xinyao, and Chen Shui formed a protective circle around Lu Tiantian. Be cautious. This could very well be the work of other beast spirit contractors, and they may be lurking nearby on their way. They had encountered other contractors, a couple, with the woman named Huang Lily. A conflict had arisen between them, resulting in Chen Fan reluctantly killing both. He had initially considered sparing Huang Lily, for she was rather attractive. But when she attempted to ambush him, he had acted in self-defense, inadvertently using excessive force that led to her demise. An unfortunate turn of events, as the individuals embedded in the wall opened their eyes and beheld Chen Fan and his companions. They immediately burst into tears, pleading for rescue. Big brother, save us, please. Calm down for a moment. Who put you in this wall? A person. Wah? A woman sobbed. Upon hearing it was a human act, Chen Fan and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Thankful it was not a monster. They stepped forward to examine the areas where the individuals' bodies met the wall. There were no signs of violence or blood. How did you end up fused into the wall? Chen Fan inquired. We merely wished to trade food with him, requesting that he take us to a safe place. But he not only refused but also merged us into the wall and stole our food. They cast glances at the empty bags strewn on the ground. In truth, the food had no connection to Jiang Chun. It had been pilfered by other passers-by, but now the witnesses recounted events to suit their narrative. Since Jiang Chun intended for them to perish, they would ensure he faced repercussions too. How outrageous. This person has gone too far. Does he think he can do as he pleases simply because he possesses power? Lu Tiantian exclaimed indignantly. He even declared that anyone who attempted to steal from him today would die. Chen Fan's anger flared upon hearing this. How absurd. What audacity. Does he truly believe himself invincible? He better pray he doesn't cross paths with me. Otherwise, Chen Fan clenched his fist, flames igniting in his palm. I'll let him experience the might of an SS-grade beast spirit. Brother, they are so pitiful. Please save them, Chen Shui implored Chen Fan. Seeing his sister speak up, Chen Fan naturally agreed, though he had not forgotten his purpose for being there. For now, securing food remained paramount. If these individuals could endure until Chen Fan and his group returned, they would attempt to rescue them. However, they could not guarantee success, as they had never encountered such a peculiar method before. 10 minutes later, another convoy arrived at the city center, pushing through the throng of people. They brought not only superhumans but also a large horde of zombies trailing behind. The sight of individuals on the wall stunned the group momentarily, but they quickly disregarded the onlookers and charged forward. Hey, wait, don't leave us behind. Please, take me with you. I can fulfill any of your needs. As the mass of zombies surged toward them, panic ensued among those on the wall. Don't come any closer. Go away. Don't leave. Save us, don't go. Ultimately, everyone on the wall became fodder for the zombies, and from a distance, Chen Fan and his companions recognized that the group was beyond salvation. Without casting another glance at those unfortunate souls, all who had come to scavenge supplies had already retreated in the opposite direction before the zombies arrived. As for Jiang Chen, he had long since chosen a vehicle and sped toward the mountainous forests outside the city. Naturally, he paid no heed to the events unfolding in the city center. Jiang Chen's vehicle raced along the road, where abandoned cars and collapsed buildings littered the landscape. Yet, these obstacles posed no challenge for him. As long as he maneuvered quickly enough, they were as good as non-existent. After 2 hours of relentless driving, Jiang Chen halted at the entrance to the mountains. In front of him lay a broken bridge, with a tumultuous river rushing beneath it. Jiang Chen stowed away the vehicle and retrieved a sturdy steel plate from the ground. His ability to control his mental energy could not be directly applied to himself. He required a medium. He then stood upon the steel plate and activated his illusionary powers, guiding the plate to slowly float across the broken bridge. Jiang Chen effortlessly traversed the chasm on his makeshift platform. Chapter 16. News from the official base. Having crossed the bridge, the remaining path became much easier to navigate. There were few inhabitants in the mountains, and the number of zombies was scarce, with hardly any vehicles obstructing the road. Passing through this route would lead him to the neighboring city B. Surrounding him were shrubs taller than a man, with some tree roots extending onto the roadway. Perhaps affected by the mysterious green light in the mountains, after driving for a while longer, Jiang Chen stopped to eat and rest. He opened a can of tuna, scooping out 2 generous spoonfuls to spread on a slice of pre-prepared bread. With a hearty bite, The salty flavor of the fish enveloped his palate, the tender meat melting in his mouth and sliding down his throat. Simultaneously, his 3 beast spirits reappeared on the car hood. Phew, finally able to catch a breath. Seeing this, Jiang Chun prepared a similar tuna sandwich for each of them. Thank you, master. Ming Kong was the first to rush over and enjoy the bread. That moment, the illusory spirit fox appeared on Jiang Chun's shoulder. Master, I sensed a beast spirit of my level nearby. This revelation caused Jiang Chun, who was in the midst of his meal, to pause. Where? Approximately in the 9 o'clock direction. We must act quickly. Its condition is not good, and I can feel its aura weakening. Even SSS level beast spirits could sustain injuries? This is a complicated explanation. Although beast spirits can grow stronger without being contracted, those that are not bound need time to acclimate to their abilities after birth, which leaves them vulnerable. Even an SSS level spirit can be weakened during this period. Suffering harm during this time is exceptionally perilous. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go. Jiang Chen quickly finished his sandwich and was about to start the engine when suddenly, a wooden spike shot out from the nearby thicket, piercing through the car-tired new vehicle. The spike lodged firmly in the wheel, rendering it unusable even if removed. However, there was no time to lament the damaged car. Jiang Chun warily turned toward the direction from which the spike had come. Rustling sounds surrounded him, and in the next moment, countless vines surged toward him. Observing the situation, Jiang Chen executed a swift teleportation into the thicket ahead. Once stabilized, he unleashed a spatial blade, slicing through the pursuing vines into fragments. Relying on his formidable mental strength, he sensed the vibrations from the underground vines as they shifted. After evading another wave of attacks, Jiang Chen dashed toward his left. He noticed that although the vines attacked from all directions, the concealed ones all originated from his left side. With his 5th-tier physical prowess, Jiang Chen swiftly discovered an eerie tree. It was not particularly tall, but its branches were entwined with vines similar to those that had just attacked him. Beneath its roots lay several desiccated corpses of zombies. Moreover, 3 fiery red fruits dangled from its branches, capturing Jiang Chen's attention. Could these fruits be edible? As this question crossed his mind, he was about to ignore the vines and approach to examine one when suddenly, a gunshot rang out. A bullet flew from a distance, severing a vine that was advancing toward Jiang Chen. Rat-a-tat-tat. Shortly after, gunfire erupted again from afar, with bullets striking the peculiar tree. Jiang Chen turned to see 5 armed figures emerge into his line of sight. Clad in camouflage uniforms and helmets, equipped with radios, they were currently assaulting the tree. Realizing they were under attack from another direction, the vines redirected their assault toward the 5 individuals. Upon seeing this, the 5 immediately scattered, leaving 2 standing their ground. In the next second, flames ignited in the hands of these 2, who then pressed their palms together and directed scorching flames from their fingertips. The flames shifted direction in sync with their movements, incinerating and dehydrating the vines in their path. The other 4 were not idle either. One conjured ice swords that swiftly pierced the trunk, while another unleashed dozens of flying daggers from within his clothing, controlling them midair. Under his command, these daggers precisely severed the approaching vines. The black smoke rising from the burning vines began to obscure visibility. Just then, a light breeze stirred, carrying the acrid smoke toward its center and ultimately dispersing it into the distance. Jiang Chen observed the 5 from a short distance away. All 5 had contracted beast spirits and wore camouflage uniforms. Could they be from the official organization? What are you standing there for? Fall back. We'll handle this. A voice from among the 5 interrupted Jiang Chen's thoughts. This. Jiang Chen hesitated momentarily before decisively retreating. Since someone wished to assist him in battling the monsters, it spared him the trouble of engaging. Furthermore, these individuals appeared suspicious, and it would be prudent not to recklessly reveal his abilities. After the 5 engaged in combat with the mutated tree for a while, the one controlling the flying daggers ultimately fused all the blades into a larger, sharper one, cleanly severing the trunk. Although they succeeded in vanquishing the mutated plant, Jiang Chen understood that it was not truly dead. He sensed a root system rapidly retreating underground. Nonetheless, Jiang Chen chose not to pursue it, redirecting his attention to the 5 who had suddenly appeared. "Who are you?" Jiang Chen inquired as he approached. "We are members of the official base team from City H," replied the leader among them. "City H? That is separated from here by City B. What brings you all this way? Wait a moment. An official base? After the world's upheaval, despite the considerable losses suffered by various local authorities, they quickly organized personnel to establish survival bases. The leader seemed to read Jiang Qin's confusion and offered clarification. Currently, City H has dispatched personnel to search for survivors and recruit civilian beast spirit contractors within the two-city radius centered on H. The route we took has been cleared and is relatively safe now. The base is still in need of manpower. Why not come with us? Once there, you'll receive protection from the military. Contractors? Jiang Qin seized upon a crucial point. What exactly is a contractor? Is it related to beast spirits? I am sorry, but I cannot answer that question. As he spoke, the leader narrowed his eyes, as if attempting to see through Jiang Qin. After scrutinizing him for some time without any revelation, he returned to his original demeanor. Jiang Qin, being at the 5th tier, could easily conceal his presence. How could a mere 2nd-tier individual perceive him? Chapter 17. The school in the mountains. In any case, we should leave quickly. Otherwise, we might encounter that mutated plant again. All right. Jiang Qin feigned the demeanor of an ordinary person as he ran back a distance. Once he confirmed that Jiang Qin had moved far away, one member of the team looked at the leader and asked, "Boss, did you see anything?" The leader shook his head. I couldn't discern any signs of him having a beast spirit. He should merely be an ordinary person who was fortunate enough to arrive here. Let us take these 3 fruits back for the adults to study. We need to hurry and leave. Don't forget we have a special mission assigned to us. Yes, after the 5 departed, Jiang Qin reappeared in the same spot, watching their retreating figures. They claimed to be searching for survivors within the 2 nearby cities, but shouldn't they be heading in the opposite direction toward City S? City South was the place Jiang Qin had originally called home. He did not believe it was merely a case of wandering off course. These individuals, who professed to be official representatives, seemed far more like hunters with a specific target than members of the military. Thankfully, the destination he sought did not overlap with these individuals. The official base. Will there be other S-level beast spirits there? After hastening towards his goal for a while and traversing through a thicket that obscured his view, Jiang Qin's gaze fell upon the road once again. However, what he beheld left him somewhat astonished. On the opposite side of the road lay a river, and across it stood several clusters of buildings. Each structure was no taller than 4 stories, with many connected by corridors, resembling a school. Yet, in such a desolate locale, how could a school possibly exist? Dreamily sensed that a beast spirit was indeed within. Could it have already been contracted? Though these thoughts lingered in his mind, Jiang Qin pressed on towards the place that resembled an educational institution. As he rounded the entrance, just as he was about to take a few more steps, an arrow suddenly flew through the air, landing mere paces in front of him. Subsequently, a group of young men and women rushed out from the entrance, armed with makeshift wooden bows and stakes. Some wielding nothing more than a simple stick. They stood guard warily in front of Jiang Qin, while he gleaned the name of this place from the sign at the entrance, Jude Youth Education Base. Who are you, and what is your purpose? At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed in camouflage, donning a drill instructor's cap, approached slowly from behind the group of youths and spoke up. I merely passed by to take a look. Passed by? Huh? Do you think I would believe that? The outside is teeming with man-eating plants, and the few living souls around are all within. Where did you come from? From the outside? Humph. Be gone. This place is not. Wait. Just as the instructor was about to order Jiang Qin to leave, another voice, that of a middle-aged man in white, emerged from the entrance, capturing everyone's attention. Principal. The instructor hastily greeted the newcomer with respect. The principal, adorned with glasses and a gentle smile, acknowledged the greeting with a slight nod before glancing at Jiang Qin and addressing the instructor with a smile. Every visitor is a guest. How can we simply chase someone away? He then turned his attention back to Jiang Qin. Come, young man, you must be weary from your journey. Why not come inside and rest for a while? We have someone on watch 24 hours a day, so it's quite safe. But principal, however, a mere glance from the principal silenced the instructor, causing him to swallow his words. Jiang Qin was thus invited into the school. Yet as he passed by the students, he could distinctly sense their palpable fear. Without exception, they were all terrified of this so-called principal. Jiang Qin narrowed his eyes. He seemed to grasp the true nature of this place. I am Yang Wuxin, the principal of this school. The middle-aged man walking ahead introduced himself. This place was previously established to educate those wasteful students who were addicted to the internet and neglecting their studies. Their parents sent them here for reformation, and we have not disappointed their expectations. We have rehabilitated numerous students addicted to gaming. However, the current situation is quite special. We need to unite and carve out a path for survival. As he spoke, he halted and pointed towards a group of individuals approaching. Look, those are students changing shifts under the guidance of an instructor. Jiang Chun paid no heed to Yang Wuxin's words, turning instead to observe another scene. A man in civilian clothing surrounded by a group of bruised and battered students. The man, cornered, assumed an aggressive stance and shouted, "I can take on 10 of you." Yet, his declaration was met with silence. No student dared step forward. Ultimately, he called out a few names, and those singled out were forcefully pushed into the fray by others. The man then charged forward, delivering a devastating punch that sent one unsteady boy crashing to the ground. He followed up by elbowing a defenseless girl in the chest, the impact causing her to collapse, frothing at the mouth and convulsing on the ground. This man unleashed a flurry of blows upon the students, employing fists, knife-hand strikes, and palm techniques. As the last student was sent sprawling, he stood with his hands resting on his chest, eyes closed, taking deep breaths as though he were a martial arts master concluding a bout. After witnessing this, some dared to approach and assist the fallen students. However, when someone tried to help the girl who had been struck in the chest, they found her eyes wide open yet unable to rise. In a hidden corner, a boy stepped forward to close her eyes and then fixed a fierce gaze upon the man in civilian clothing. Jiang Chen's expression darkened. Yang Wuxin continued to smile and explain, "This is an instructor teaching martial arts to the students. They originally lived nearby, and in these perilous times, they came seeking refuge. Naturally, we uphold humanitarian principles, providing them shelter and even arranging work for them. It is all for the sake of the children. So they are colleagues," Jiang Chen mused. This was a cursed school for addiction rehabilitation. Although he had never been inside, the notorious behavior of the staff was well known throughout the nation. They would masquerade as soldiers, forcibly breaking down doors to capture students and whisk them away in pre-prepared vans, blindfolding them and transporting them to the rehabilitation center. Within the institution, students endured what was termed military management, which was merely a guise for finding reasons to beat them, leaving them with no room for complaint. Otherwise, they faced the electric chair. They treated students as tools for their own release of frustration, inflicting untold harm upon countless youths, and now, this man shamelessly claimed it was for the children's good. Some foolish parents even wholeheartedly endorsed their methods. Truly the height of ignorance. Chapter 18. Battle, thrilling. One must ponder. If this were a genuinely benevolent rehabilitation center, why would it only be established deep in the mountains? Was it not to prevent students from escaping and to evade detection? Moreover, the nearby residents were complicit with these brutes. Why? Because the school promised them a few thousand for every captured runaway student. Surely, those living nearby were aware of the nature of this institution. Did they not know what life was like for students within? But what did that matter, as long as they profited? The well-being of the students was of no concern to them. The thought of the greedy faces of these individuals upon receiving their ill-gotten gains made Jiang Chen seethe with rage, wishing to see them meet a gruesome end. Given the circumstances, Jiang Chen had no intention of leaving any survivors. Such abhorrent behavior deserved universal condemnation. Without regard for Yang Wuxin's disapproving gaze, Jiang Chen slowly approached the man in civilian clothing. "You worthless scum, so weak. How will you ever face your parents again? You need more training. If you don't train to my satisfaction today, you won't be eating." The man in civilian attire remained oblivious to the impending doom he faced. Still reveling in his fleeting authority, in the next moment, Jiang Chen placed a hand upon his shoulder. "Is that so? Then shall I join you in your training?" The man turned around in a panic, only to find a young stranger with a chilling gaze fixed upon him. Who are you?" "Who I am is of no consequence. Do you not think yourself formidable? Then let us play." Jiang Chen had already surreptitiously assessed the situation. These instructors maintained their dominance over the students solely due to their beast spirits. Almost all the beast spirits had been claimed by the instructors, and that Yang Wuxin possessed a third-tier beast spirit was evident. The surrounding zombies were sparse, and one could not fathom how he had ascended so swiftly. It was precisely due to his beast spirit that this man could take on 10 students without sustaining a scratch. Faced with such despicable individuals, Jiang Chen resolved to engage in battle. How exhilarating! In the next instant, seizing the opportunity while the man in civilian clothing was momentarily stunned, Jiang Chen delivered a powerful strike. knocking some sense back into the dazed man. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the man's fury ignited, and he glared at Jiang Qian, his lips pressed tight. Summoning all his strength, he threw a punch aimed squarely at Jiang Qian's chest. However, to the astonishment of all present, what should have been a lethal blow to a student merely found itself absorbed by the young man before him, failing to even rattle him. Jiang Qian continued to regard the man with a frosty demeanor. While the man's own fist recoiled in pain, his expression contorting in disbelief. Now it's my turn. Jiang Qian unleashed his full strength, launching a fist towards the man's chest. With a sickening crunch, Jiang Qian's fist pierced through the man's chest, creating a gaping hole. Retracting his blood-soaked hand, the man stared in disbelief at his own hollowed-out torso, staggering back several steps before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. After concluding his exchange with the man in civilian attire, Jiang Qian turned to seek out Yang Wuxin, only to discover that the principal had vanished without a trace. Closing his eyes, he began to sense the surroundings. In an instant, the layout of all nearby buildings materialized in his mind. Number of floors, classrooms, and the individuals within were all vividly clear. Soon, he noticed a hidden passageway within a building not far off, leading directly to an underground space. Simultaneously, he spotted a figure hastily approaching that very room. It was none other than Yang Wuxin, who had sensed the impending danger and fled. More importantly, Jiang Qian had discovered that a small figure was also imprisoned in the basement. Mingli, sense where that SSS level beast spirit is. In the blink of an eye, Mingli provided a response. It was located in a nearby underground space. Indeed, Jiang Qian mused inwardly and promptly quickened his pace towards Yang Wuxin's direction. What are you doing? Around him, instructors conjured fireballs, lightning, and water orbs to attack Jiang Qian. However, with a mere gentle grasp of his hand, these three instructors exploded into a puddle of blood. Ignoring these insignificant ants, Jiang Qian swiftly entered the building. The spot where Jiang Qian had just killed the undercover man. A young man, who had been intently watching the undercover figure, turned his gaze to Jiang Qian, following him until he disappeared inside the building. Inside, Yang Wuxin was frantically racing toward his office. Upon entering, he began rummaging through the bookshelf behind his desk. Suddenly, as if triggering a concealed mechanism, a row of bookshelves turned, revealing a hidden passageway. Without hesitation, Yang Wuxin darted inside. Upon reaching the secret chamber below, he found a row of chairs connected by wires, one of which was covered with an opaque cloth, stained with blood. Yang Wuxin approached the concealed electric chair and yanked the covering away. There, bound to the chair, was a light green beast spirit. Its face resembled that of a short-snouted wolf, complete with two large wolf ears. Yet, it was not a traditional wolf. It possessed arms, making it a wolf beast man. However, upon seeing Yang Wuxin, the beast man's bloodshot eyes conveyed an abyss of terror. After the apocalypse began, Yang Wuxin had leveraged his prestige among the students to contract an B-level lightning type and a C-level wind type beast spirit. These two were, apart from the one before him, the highest quality beast spirits currently within the entire addiction rehabilitation school. He had brought this beast spirit back from the forest, initially intending to contract it himself. However, he soon realized that although its quality surpassed that of his current spirit, it was of the wind type, which he already possessed. This realization caused him great distress as he watched a higher quality beast spirit remain unattainable. He feared that if he entrusted it to one of his subordinates, they might turn against him once they gained strength. Yet, he contemplated that while he could not contract it, beast spirits could devour one another. Perhaps if his spirit consumed its flesh and blood, it would yield a significant enhancement for himself. This beast spirit, having just been born, had not yet learned to wield its abilities before being imprisoned in this basement. Periodically, Yang Wuxin would allow his spirit to feast on a portion of its flesh. By now, its legs had been completely devoured, and one arm was half-eaten. Yang Wuxin had relied on this incremental consumption of the beast spirit to swiftly advance to the third tier. Despite the scarcity of zombies, he had originally intended to consume the beast spirit gradually to maximize his enhancement. However, given the urgency of the situation, he recognized that he was no match for Jiang Qian. Therefore, he resolved to hasten the process and absorb it to rapidly elevate his power. A phantom of a leopard head began to materialize behind Yang Wuxin. The beast spirit bound to the electric chair instantly recognized the figure responsible for its torment. The thought of facing the agonizing experience of having its flesh torn apart again sent the beast spirit into a frenzied struggle, but with only 1.5 arms remaining. It was powerless. Chapter 19. Rebellion. Just as the leopard head behind Yang Wuxin was about to swallow the beast spirit whole, Yang Wuxin felt an inexplicable force seize control over his entire being. Before he could react, this force violently propelled him against the wall. I told you. How could there not be an electric chair in a place like this? Wouldn't you agree? A familiar voice rang out from behind Yang Wuxin. It was none other than Jiang Chun, who had caught up to him. You? Before Yang Wuxin could utter another word, Jiang Chen delivered a kick that knocked several of his teeth out. Turning to see the SSS-level beast spirit bound to the electric chair in its wretched state, Jiang Chun couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. The ability to wield power should not depend on physical completeness. Should it? This question was one that even Ming Xiao and Ming Li could not accurately answer, as they had been contracted while still in their eggs. Nevertheless, it could only be said that physical deficiencies diminished combat capability but did not alter inherent potential. It was the person who wielded that power. Therefore, theoretically, it should not impede Jiang Chen's ability to harness it. Approaching the beast spirit, Jiang Chen noticed that it still gazed at him with fear. Without much time to ponder, he inhaled deeply and pressed his finger against the beast spirit's forehead, conveying a contract mentally. This was the method of contracting a beast spirit after it had hatched. If it were still in egg form, one would merely need to smear blood over it. Yet, he wondered if the limbs it had lost would ever regenerate after the contract. Meanwhile, the beast spirit sensed something attempting to establish a connection with it. Although uncertain of the stranger's intentions, it yearned to survive. This individual seemed to be at odds with another, and as long as he did not harm it, perhaps compliance would ensure its safety. Thus, the beast spirit readily accepted the contract. With its acceptance, there were no longer any barriers in their minds, and a complete bond was established between Jiang Chen and the beast spirit. The beast spirit's essence transformed into green light, gradually merging into Jiang Chen's body. Having successfully tamed the new beast spirit, it was now time to deal with Yang Wuxin. Faced with Yang Wuxin, Jiang Chun chose not to execute him outright, for that would be too lenient for such a wretch. With a wave of his hand, Yang Wuxin was drawn before him. Jiang Chen seized him by the throat and forcefully slammed him against the wall, cracking the sturdy stone surface. Next, Jiang Chen grasped Yang Wuxin by the collar and unleashed a flurry of punches to his face. At this moment, Yang Wuxin still attempted to resist. Arcs of electricity danced around his hands as he sought to exploit an opportunity to strike at Jiang Chen's vital points. Seizing the moment when Jiang Chun was unable to withdraw his fists in time, he narrowed his fingers and lunged towards Jiang Chen's heart. However, due to the disparity in their tiers, Jiang Chen easily discerned Yang Wuxin's intentions. Countering with an elbow strike, he struck Yang Wuxin's temple, while Yang Wuxin's hand never even grazed Jiang Chun. Ultimately, Jiang Chen delivered a spinning kick that landed heavily on Yang Wuxin's abdomen, shattering any thoughts of escape. Dragging Yang Wuxin out of the basement like a dead dog, Jiang Chen noted that due to his contract with a lightning-type beast spirit, ordinary electricity would not harm him in the slightest. Nor would it even elicit a sensation of pain. He would likely not be able to enjoy his electric chair. Outside, the clamor was rife with screams. It seemed some commotion had transpired. Could it be a horde of zombies? However, upon exiting the building, the sight that greeted Jiang Chen left him astounded. Nearly all the students in the school, some wielding iron rods, some brandishing wooden stakes, and others fighting barehanded, were launching an assault against the instructors. A rebellion! A rebellion! How dare you rise up against us? The instructor shouted. Aren't you afraid of Principal Yang returning to send you all for electric therapy? Aren't you afraid of never seeing your parents again? To hell with it. If I can take you down with me, it would be worth it. I was just reading a novel during my free time, and now I'm being dragged into this mess. If I can get out, I'll make sure these old fools are torn to shreds. Kill him. Avenge our comrades. Kill him. Kill him. He.S. already dead. Kill him again. The threats from these instructors were soon drowned out by the cacophony of battle cries. At this moment, the students were unprecedentedly united, consumed by a singular desire to vanquish those who had oppressed them with their strength. The beleaguered instructors, some ablaze, others hurling stones, and yet others conjuring arcs of electricity, were all inevitably injured. Surrounding them were the lifeless bodies of fallen students, Yet even in such dire circumstances, the surviving students pressed forward relentlessly, encircling the instructors and relentlessly attacking them with their weapons. These students were wholly committed to a life-for-a-life exchange, casting aside the pain inflicted by their injuries, unleashing the humiliation and oppression they had endured for so long. Even though these instructors had contracted beast spirits and enjoyed enhanced physical abilities, they were still no match for the relentless throngs of students who feared nothing. Before long, a lone instructor, surrounded and isolated, succumbed beneath the onslaught of the students' clubs. My sister committed suicide by jumping into the river just days after being raped by you. It's all because of you. I will kill you. I will kill you. At that moment, a disheveled girl, grasping a sharp stone, pushed through the crowd, screaming as she approached, striking the head of the barely alive instructor. She had long awaited this moment. Only when the head was crushed beyond recognition, the white matter spilling everywhere, did she collapse onto the ground, gazing up at the sky with a smile of relief. If you hadn't betrayed me, I could have escaped and reported you, you bastard. It was you who crippled my leg. Scenes of vengeance unfolded before Jiang Chen's eyes, and he gazed in disbelief at the chaos around him. He had merely entered to deal with one person, and now a rebellion had erupted. Little did he know that the instigator of this uprising had already noticed Jiang Chen dragging Yang Wuxin out. Hey, over here! Jiang Chen turned his head and beheld a young man, wielding a bloodied wooden stake, gesturing towards him. The instigator of this uprising was none other than Li Hao, who had just closed the eyes of a deceased female classmate and witnessed Jiang Chen deliver a fatal blow to a plainclothes man. Li Hao, sent here by his stepmother, had a passion for photography. His father was the owner of a company, and his stepmother, fearing that this child from a previous marriage would usurp a significant portion of her husband's company shares upon his demise, had colluded with a rehabilitation school to forcibly bring him here for reformation. Jiang Chen approached Li Hao with an air of indifference. That way is safer, Li Hao instructed Jiang Chen while stealing glances at the Yang Wuxin he was carrying. Perhaps you should rest over there for a moment. Chapter 20. Lord of the Storm. Following Li Hao's directions, Jiang Chen proceeded, leaving the others to continue their battle. He casually discarded Yang Wuxin to the side and delivered a vicious kick to him before seating himself nearby, beginning to familiarize himself with his newfound abilities. After successfully forming a contract, Jiang Chen learned the name of the wolf beast spirit, Lord of the Storm. Indeed, it was not a mere animal name suffixed to something else. It was simply called Lord of the Storm. The name alone hinted at an extraordinary destiny. With 4S-level beast spirits now at his disposal, as long as he refrained from self-sabotage, his ascent to greatness was inevitable. Attempting to summon the Lord of the Storm, he received no response. Jiang Chen scanned his surroundings, still finding no trace of the Lord of the Storm. Hiss. This shouldn't be, he pondered. Could it be that my actions are improper? Just as Jiang Chen was engulfed in confusion, a furry paw rested upon his shoulder. At that moment, his tense heart began to ease. Evidently, the issue did not lie with him. He turned to see the Lord of the Storm, timidly regarding him. Fear not, for you are now my beast spirit. I shall not harm you. Jiang Chen smiled gently, seeking to comfort the frightened Lord of the Storm. The thought of this once mighty entity, destined to instill dread in others, now appearing so small, helpless, and pitiable, elicited a chuckle from Jiang Chen. It was akin to a father discovering his son's childhood misadventures after he had become a celebrity. However, Jiang Chen's words of reassurance were abruptly cut short upon witnessing the full extent of the Lord of the Storm's condition. While he had indeed preserved its life and its wounds had healed, its lost limbs had not regrown. The Lord of the Storm's appearance was strikingly bizarre. Only its head and one arm remained intact. This elicited a complex array of emotions within Jiang Chen. Sensing Jiang Chen's sudden shift in expression, the Lord of the Storm shrank back, too fearful to approach, and vanished shortly after making its appearance. Jiang Chen stood in place, staring at the spot where the Lord of the Storm had disappeared. His earlier good spirits dissipated. Noticing Yang Wuxin, who had nearly recovered and was attempting to rise, Jiang Chen delivered another kick. The current state of the Lord of the Storm was entirely this scoundrel's fault. Even after kicking him, Jiang Chen felt unsatisfied. Gritting his teeth, he delivered another blow, ensuring Yang Wuxin would neither perish nor escape. Yang Wuxin succumbed to unconsciousness from the kicks. Jiang Chen turned away, exhaling deeply. After all, the Lord of the Storm was now his beast spirit, and fairness was essential, he also contemplated that there were beast spirits with strong healing abilities. Perhaps the Lord of the Storm was not devoid of hope for recovery. For the moment, however, he decided to test his new abilities. Jiang Chen activated his wind-based powers, extending his palm, distinctly sensing the air swirling around him. He then attempted to increase the force, the gravitational pull from his palm intensifying. And he could vaguely perceive a greenish-blue arc just then. A fallen leaf drifted past him, and as it approached, it was drawn toward his palm by the currents of air. Releasing the force, the leaf gently settled back to the ground. Next, Jiang Chen endeavored to concentrate his wind abilities in his legs. Instantly, he felt as light as a feather. With a gentle leap, he soared to a height of several dozen meters. After landing, he sprinted a few steps, covering a distance that would normally take 5 seconds in less than 1. Finally, he sought to test his offensive capabilities. Jiang Chen arrived on the battlefield, quickly identifying his target, a robust instructor with a second-tier beast spirit, the most formidable among them. Surrounding him lay the bodies of dozens of students. This instructor had merely sustained superficial wounds. Jiang Chen was resolute in his determination not to allow these pretentious figures to prevail. If he could eliminate this individual, it would only be a matter of time before the remaining instructors were wiped out. Ha! The burly instructor unleashed another surge of energy, sending the nearest students flying. A brilliant light emanated from his hands as he summoned all the metallic objects in the vicinity with all his might. These metals converged, ultimately forming a sharp, massive cleaver. The instructor swung the cleaver with ferocity, spinning it towards the nearest student. The wooden stick in the student's hand was utterly inadequate to defend against the instructor's weapon. Wherever the cleaver passed, students were cleaved in half, their innards and blood spilling across the ground. Ha 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 ha! You shall all perish! In mere seconds, a multitude of students fell to the instructor's onslaught, and he showed no signs of stopping. Witnessing this, Li Hao had no choice but to command his classmates to retreat from the vile monster. At that moment, a fierce gust of wind swept up the blood-soaked ground, hurling it toward the spinning instructor. The crimson whirlwind violently pierced through the instructor's arms, sending the cleaver flying uncontrollably, where it struck down a hapless instructor huddled nearby. The agonizing scream of the burly instructor echoed in the air. Jiang Chen, unfazed by the instructor's cries, summoned a tornado beneath him, a blood-red vortex that ruthlessly lifted the instructor high into the sky. Finally, Jiang Chen unleashed 2 wind blades, one horizontal and one vertical, piercing through the tornado and the instructor at its center. The blood-red vortex dissipated. The dismembered remains of the instructor, accompanied by countless fragments of his insides, rained down like dumplings from the sky. The instructor's beast spirit, a lizard shrouded in metallic scales, fell lifelessly to the ground, where it was swiftly consumed by the void rift beast. It appeared that the dismemberment of the beast spirit had no detrimental impact on Jiang Chen's strength. His offensive capabilities remained formidable. Nevertheless, he still needed to seek an opportunity to restore its limbs, for the future was uncertain, and one could never know how it might affect his combat prowess. With the most significant threat eliminated, the remaining instructors posed little danger. Before long, those who had once oppressed them were systematically dispatched under the students' relentless assault. Meanwhile, 5 individuals who claimed to be members of an official group rested in a cleared area. Do you think Wei Xiao was mistaken? There seems to be no exceptional beast spirit here, one remarked, chewing on a compressed biscuit, his words hesitant. After all, it was captured during a live broadcast. Reflections can be misleading. It might not even be a top-tier beast spirit. We should report back to Wei Xiao. At that moment, the leader of the group spoke up. Are we heading back already? What about the people from City S? Leave that to the official military to handle. Ultimately, we are still from the Wei family, and Wei Xiao's matters take precedence. Fine. Suddenly, a peculiar sound reached their ears. Upon hearing the inexplicable wind, the team members instantly grew alert. Captain, look up at the sky, one of them exclaimed. The others raised their heads in unison, spotting a blood-red tornado swirling above, seemingly containing a person within. Before they could examine it closely, 2 greenish-blue wind blades shot down, cleaving the individual into 4 pieces. Captain, that is, the team leader squinted. What incredible prowess! Could this be the beast spirit that Wei Xiao is seeking? Following his teammates' inquiries, the captain ultimately issued a command. Let us go investigate the situation. Chapter 21. Eliminate Yang Wuxin with the last instructor brutally slain. the rehabilitation school was successfully overtaken by the students. Although they emerged victorious, it was a Pyrrhic victory. Many lay dead, others severely wounded, leaving only around 20 survivors. Jiang Chun chose not to devour the beast spirits of the fallen instructors, primarily because even the benefits of consuming a second-tier beast spirit were minimal, to illustrate. If the enhancement from devouring a second-tier beast spirit could be likened to a mosquito's leg, then the enhancement from a first-tier beast spirit would be akin to a mosquito's leg hair. Only Yang Wuxin's third-tier beast spirit held some potential benefit for him. Observing the beast spirits reappearing for the students who had contracted them after slaying the instructors, Jiang Chun held no objections, as these instructors had been their foes. Ultimately, 9 students successfully contracted beast spirits, but they were all F and E level, with limited offensive capabilities, some even less effective than cold weapons. Moreover, those who had contracted beast spirits did not exhibit haughty expressions. Feeling superior, instead, they continued to heed Li Hao's commands. The fortunate survivors settled in the vicinity of Jiang Chen for a respite, displaying no hostility towards him, considering he had aided them in vanquishing their most formidable adversaries. In a secluded corner, Jiang Chen once more attempted to summon the Lord of the Storm, as it was time to address the issues surrounding it. Accompanying the Lord of the Storm were 3 other beast spirits. At this moment, the Storm Lord discreetly distanced itself from the 3 beast spirits of Ming Xiao. From the moment of its birth, it had endured torment at the hands of Yang Wuxin, nearly succumbing to his cruelty. Initially, it was unaware of Jiang Chen's true nature, believing that by following him and being obedient, it could escape further bullying. However, upon entering Jiang Chen's consciousness, it discovered that he possessed 3 other beast spirits of comparable potential to its own. If they had been of lesser aptitude, the Storm Lord might have found the courage to attempt communication. Yet, facing 3 SS-grade beast spirits now left the already insecure Storm Lord feeling completely disheartened. Would the others accept its incomplete form given their equal status? Would it once again become a target for its peers due to its deficiencies? Thus, the moment Ming Xiao and the others emerged, it instinctively kept its distance from the other beast spirits, fearing that being too close would displease its companions. "Why are you running so far?" Its actions were immediately noted by the other beast spirits. However, the remarks they heard were not the taunts it had anticipated. Ming Kong was the first to inquire. "I'm not I. Faced with the question from the Void Rift beast, the Storm Lord stammered, at a loss for words. "Ah, don't be nervous. We won't harm you," Ming Kong quickly reassured upon witnessing the Storm Lord's demeanor. "All right, are you hungry? Here, let me give you this. It's called a lollipop, right?" Ming Kong produced a lollipop from its spatial pocket and, without allowing the Storm Lord to utter another word, placed it in its mouth. The candy dissolved. A sweet and tangy flavor flooded the Storm Lord's palate, instantly alleviating its anxiety and filling its heart with warmth. This was the first time it had tasted something so sweet, and it found itself momentarily lost in this delightful sensation. "How is it? Delicious, right?" Soon after, Ming Xiao and Ming Li joined the Storm Lord's side. "You're among friends now. There's no need to be so reserved. It's not your fault that you ended up like this. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, just let us know, and we'll have our master deal with them," Ming Li chuckled, resting a paw on the Storm Lord's shoulder. "Besides, there's still hope for your lost limbs," Ming Xiao added in time. "I'll find a way to help you regrow the severed limbs. We won't deceive one another. I keep my promises." At that moment, Jiang Chen stepped forward and gently patted the Storm Lord's head, offering his assurance. "You all," feeling the warmth of camaraderie from those around it. The Storm Lord finally smiled, as if it had found its purpose. "Thank you. Thank you." After sincerely expressing its gratitude, Jiang Chen re-entered the crowd's line of sight. After a brief respite, he fetched a bucket of water to rouse the still unconscious Yang Wuxin. He tossed the defenseless Yang Wuxin into the predatory gaze of the students. Upon seeing the source of their grievances before them, the students lunged at Yang Wuxin like famished wolves, and the scene quickly spiraled out of control. Time passed, and after the students had exhausted themselves, Yang Wuxin remained barely alive. Ultimately, Jiang Chen delivered a swift wind blade that severed his head, and the entire process was witnessed by Huan Yi. The name Jiang Chen had bestowed upon the Storm Lord. With Yang Wuxin's demise, Huan Ye's vendetta was finally avenged. Not long after Yang Wuxin's death, 5 well-equipped individuals entered the Addiction Recovery Center. Discovering the gathered crowd, however, no one seemed inclined to flee. As the team members entered, They were greeted by the sight of Yang Wuxin's severed head, prompting a collective gulp. Jiang Chen observed, "Oh, look who it is." An old acquaintance. The team leader quickly spotted Jiang Chen amidst the crowd. Indeed, those who could traverse from the city to the mountains were no ordinary folk. It was fortunate that no conflicts had arisen previously. As for whether that exquisite beast spirit had been contracted by this young man, he chose not to dwell on the matter for now. Should his young master decide to take action, there would be time to address it later. "Hey, it's been a while. I didn't expect to see you again," the team leader greeted warmly. "Not long ago, we just met during the day," Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Yes, the team leader chuckled awkwardly. "It's getting late. May we rest here for the night?" "Oh, I almost forgot to introduce ourselves. We are members of the official base from H-City, here to rescue survivors." "H-City? I recall that there's still B-City between here and H-City. Could it be that you've managed to rescue survivors from B-City so quickly?" Li Hao interrogated, his gaze fixed warily on the group. "Ah, that's because we began our rescue efforts from H-City, using the surrounding 2 cities as a radius. We're only responsible for the rescue in S-City," the team leader continued to explain as Li Hao and the others remained skeptical. "It's true. I can share some information from the official side as a form of compensation for tonight," he offered. "They're not lying," Jiang Chen interjected, providing timely support. Upon hearing Jiang Chen vouch for the group, Li Hao finally relaxed his guard. "Letting you rest for a night is fine, but we want to see your sincerity." "Absolutely," the team leader readily agreed. "Speak then. What do you wish to ask? Do you have any means to contact the base?" "Unfortunately, not at the moment. The distance is too great for communication devices." "What is the situation at the base?" "The base is still under construction and requires a significant labor force. IT won't be completed anytime soon. Conservatively estimating at least a month." "When do you plan to return?" "Tomorrow. If you're leaving, we can accompany you." The team leader extended an invitation, though Li Hao did not respond immediately. "Let's discuss something else. Do you know about beast spirits?" "Well," the team leader paused, contemplating before continuing. "Is there anyone among you who has contracted a beast spirit and gained superpowers?" "Yes. Since these matters were not secrets, there was no harm in sharing. You should all be aware that the outside world is teeming with zombies, just as depicted in those apocalyptic novels. However, unlike those tales, humans cannot awaken any extraordinary abilities. Yet, humans can contract beast spirits to acquire their powers, thus becoming akin to those with supernatural abilities. The official designation for these individuals is contractors." "Contractors? Indeed, contractors. Each contractor contracts a beast spirit with different attributes, resulting in varying abilities. You're all familiar with the quality of beast spirits, so I won't elaborate on that. Currently, the official statistics classify the attributes into gold, wood, water, fire, earth, light, dark, wind, thunder, ice, illusion, poison, strength, death, and space. Space. Is there really a space attribute? Does that mean there's also a time attribute?" a student inquired excitedly. "It is presumed to exist, though we have yet to discover any time-based beast spirits," the team leader clarified. Nevertheless, Jiang Chen was aware that time-based beast spirits indeed existed. Ming Xiao. Are you thinking about me? After all this talk, can we come over now?" Li Hao exchanged glances with the other members before leading the 5 team members inside. That night, everyone gathered around the campfire. "So, what do you think? Should we head to the official shelter?" Setting aside everything else, having military protection surely enhances safety compared to other civilian organizations. Are there civilian organizations? Yes, in some areas. Prior to the arrival of the official rescue team, several powerful contractors established organizations to recruit others. For instance, in B-City, 3 formidable factions currently exist: the Qingfeng Society, Yifan Alliance, and the Feiluan Gang. Besides these larger factions, there are numerous smaller ones. The official stance towards these civilian organizations is somewhat lenient, as they did save many lives before the official teams arrived. What are the official plans? Upper management allows these civilian organizations to continue existing, provided they adhere to the new regulations set by the officials. Of course, if they can no longer sustain themselves, seeking refuge with the official side is the best course of action. And what about the power dynamics in H-City? Li Hao inquired. H-City? The largest faction is undoubtedly the official shelter. Moreover, surrounding factions are increasingly gravitating towards the official side. It won't be long before H-City is entirely dominated by the official shelter. I am also from H-City. After a brief silence, Li Hao slowly spoke. Upon uttering these words, Jiang Chun could distinctly sense the murderous intent radiating from Li Hao. The team leader also noticed the shift in Li Hao's expression. What's the matter? Do you have family in H-City? No, they are my enemies. Jiang Qin and the team leader were momentarily taken aback by his revelation. Let me explain briefly, and so, Li Hao recounted the tale of how his stepmother conspired with the Addiction Recovery Center to forcibly abduct him, intending to eliminate him to pave the way for her own son. Upon listening to the narrative, Jiang Chun and the squad leader began to comprehend the depth of Li Hao's resentment. Your stepmother sent you here, and your father is unaware. He must have known, Li Hao asserted with conviction. They had better be dead. Otherwise, I will ensure they wish they were. After calming his emotions, Li Hao turned to the squad leader and inquired. By the way, may I know your name? My surname is Zhang. You may call me Captain Zhang, came the reply. Very well, Captain Zhang. Tomorrow, we shall return to the official shelter together, Jiang Chen stated. No problem, since we share the same destination. It is perfectly fine to travel together. What about you? Both turned to look at Jiang Chen. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Chen asked, if we go to the official base, does that mean I must join their ranks? Not at all. There is no compulsion to join upon entry. You can remain a free agent, securing a stable residence inside, provided you can ensure your own sustenance, as long as you refrain from causing trouble. The authorities generally do not interfere. In that case, visiting seems feasible, though I wish to linger in City B for a while. With no stringent requirement to join, exploring appears harmless. I can always sever ties once my objectives are achieved. Are you in search of beast spirits and resources? Li Hao chuckled. To be frank, most resources and beast spirits in various cities are now tightly controlled by powerful factions. However, there are still some stragglers. As the apocalypse has not been long upon us, so I wish you good fortune indeed. The group retreated to their respective rooms to rest. Upon returning to his quarters, Jiang Chen noticed two tightly bound beast spirits in the corner, one a leopard and the other an unidentifiable creature. They had emerged from Yang Wuxin's body after his demise, and Jiang Chun had captured them with the intention of feeding them to Huanyi. Just as he was about to offer Huanyi some crystal cores, a knock echoed at his door. Upon opening it, he found Li Hao standing there. Is something amiss? I wish to exchange one of my beast spirits with you. Which one do you desire? The one of the lightning element. Fear not. I shall not take it without recompense. Here, take this. Li Hao produced a cloth bag from his pocket, revealing over 20 crystal cores. I acquired these from various instructors. This is all I possess. Can we make a trade? I must caution you. With Yang Wuxin's death, the quality of that beast spirit has dropped from B grade to C grade. Are you still interested? It seems I have little choice. Do I? Jiang Chen then tossed the lightning beast spirit to Li Hao. The loss of one devouring beast spirit would not significantly impact him, and the crystal cores offered were sufficient to cultivate another Tier 2 beast spirit. In comparison, Jiang Chen found himself at an advantage. More importantly, the lightning beast spirit had never devoured Huanyi. That honor belonged to another wind element beast spirit. After receiving the lightning beast spirit, Li Hao expressed his gratitude and hurried back to contract it. Jiang Chun was left alone with the wind element leopard. Summoning the Lord of Storms, he fed it crystal cores until it reached Tier 3. After which it turned its gaze upon the leopard, IT2, desired to make the leopard experience the agony of flesh being torn asunder. With a furious roar, a wolf's head materialized behind Jiang Chen. Ferociously biting down on one of the leopard's hind legs, with a slight exertion, a resounding crack echoed as the leopard's leg bone shattered. Ooh! The leopard howled in pain, yet Huanyi did not cease its consumption. It bit into the leopard's other hind leg, followed by its front leg, then its flank. The leopard's body was systematically torn apart and devoured by Huanyi. Chapter 23. The mysterious green crystal. The leopard was entirely consumed. And Jiang Chen fed Huanyi until it reached Tier 5 before collapsing onto his bed to rest in the dead of night. The bodies of the deceased students and instructors were transported to a remote area behind the school. At that moment, a root-like entity emerged from the shadows, settling upon one of the corpses. Soon, the entire root system sprouted needle-like fibrous roots that penetrated the corpse, siphoning off its nutrients in no time. The body was reduced to a desiccated husk, and the root extended further. Throughout the night, all the corpses in the vicinity transformed into mummies, while the root mysteriously vanished. Time swiftly progressed to the following day. In the morning, the group prepared for departure, with Li Hao accompanied by the lightning element beast spirit, indicating a successful contract. Have we gathered all our belongings? Let us proceed. The 30 individuals formed a procession down the mountain. After a day's journey, the flora along the roadside had grown denser. Everyone, exercise caution. It is best not to disturb the underbrush, Captain Zhang advised. Those possessing beast spirits walked at the forefront to ensure they could respond swiftly to any threats. Meanwhile, lurking in the bushes behind the crowd was the root entity from the previous night. However, it had transformed from a singular root into a stump with a large mouth, moving via its lower roots like an octopus. This transformation did not escape Jiang Qin's perception. He sensed the entity stealthily trailing the main group from a distance. Seizing an opportunity, he turned to glance back, spotting several brown roots stealthily advancing. Yet, as if aware of Jiang Qin's gaze, the creature quickly froze in place. This reminded Jiang Qin of the carnivorous tree's roots that had escaped the prior day. "What is it?" someone nearby inquired. "Nothing." Jiang Qin resumed his forward march. He remained preoccupied with whether the fruits on the tree from yesterday were edible, thus refraining from capturing it, allowing it to continue its covert pursuit while staying vigilant. After traversing the mountain for the better part of the morning, the party decided to take a break for sustenance and to replenish their energy. "Hang in there. We should reach the foot of the mountain in about 2 hours. Li Hao, seated beside Jiang Qin, munched on his compressed biscuit. "Do you truly intend to stay in City B? I won't be residing there permanently. I merely plan to develop for a while." "And how long do you intend to stay?" "Who knows?" Their conversation meandered along. "Thank you for stepping up for us yesterday." Had you not killed that man and drawn most of their attention, we would not have been able to engage them amidst the chaos. Moreover, had you not eliminated Wang Gang, we might all have perished. I am aware you have your own motives, yet you undeniably aided us." Li Hao spoke earnestly. Just then, a scream pierced through the crowd. The group rushed toward the sound, only to find a bloody trail leading into the bushes. Before anyone could react, more roots shot forth from the underbrush. These roots were exceptionally sharp, piercing through human flesh and forcibly dragging the wounded into the thicket. Recognizing the familiar assault, Jiang Qin and Captain Zhang's squad immediately identified it as the carnivorous tree from yesterday. "Damn it, wasn't it already dead?" the squad cursed, and the two men swiftly unleashed torrents of searing flames. However, having absorbed a multitude of flesh and blood, the carnivorous tree had significantly increased in strength, far surpassing the capabilities of Tier 2. The roots pierced through the flames, aiming straight for the duo's heads. Fortunately, at a critical moment, 2 strands of wire pulled them in opposite directions, sparing them from a grim fate. Captain Zhang manipulated the metal strands, transforming them into a flurry of flying knives in an attempt to sever the roots. Clang! Yet, the knives clashed against the roots, producing a metallic sound. Captain Zhang was taken aback. Without delay, he yanked 2 fire element members back and shouted to the crowd, "Run!" The few survivors fled down the mountain at breakneck speed. Initially, some student spirit binders were eager to assist, but upon witnessing Captain Zhang's inability to contend with the roots, they realized their efforts would be futile and opted to retreat with the others. Li Hao intended to rush forward to help but was intercepted by Captain Zhang's squad, who urged him to flee. "Don't be foolish. You cannot defeat it. Run." Thus, Li Hao was swept away by Captain Zhang's team. Unbeknownst to anyone, Jiang Qin had vanished from the crowd. Once all present had evacuated, the re-emerged Jiang Qin faced the roots, which were as formidable as steel. With a mere flick of his finger, he severed numerous roots. Seizing the opportunity before more roots could strike, Jiang Qin gathered a wind ball in his hand, within which a dark point could be discerned. Accumulating power, he hurled the wind ball into the underbrush. Boom! The violent wind pressure cleared away a substantial area of foliage, revealing the full form of the carnivorous tree. Observing the now stump-like tree, Jiang Qin did not cease his assault. He immediately launched 2 wind blades to swiftly sever 2 primary roots. He then manipulated the fractured roots on the ground to secure the entire stump in place. In an instant, the stump of the carnivorous tree was pinned to the ground, unable to budge an inch. With hands clasped behind his back, Jiang Qin approached, poised to deliver a fatal blow to the stump. Suddenly, the stump gaped wide, exposing its sharp tongue. Just as it prepared to launch a surprise attack at Jiang Qin's face, a preemptively gathered wind ball was already thrust into its mouth. Jiang Qin had long foreseen this ambush due to his temporal abilities. After stuffing the wind ball inside, Jiang Qin swiftly retreated. With a resounding explosion, the entire form of the man-eating tree stump was burst apart by the pressure of the wind. Yet, the ordeal was not over. Sensing that another root had detached from the stump, it burrowed deep into the ground. Jiang Qian swiftly activated his time pause ability and hurried forward, thrusting his hand into the soil to seize the fleeing root. Just as one would pull a carrot from the earth, he yanked the evasive root from the ground. Observing this particularly elusive root, Jiang Qian showed no mercy, tossing it into the air and instantly slicing it into dozens of pieces. As time resumed its flow, the root was completely disbanded, scattering across the ground. Suddenly, Jiang Qian noticed a green crystal falling from the root. What could this be? He approached to pick it up, noting the vibrant color. Within this crystal gathered a considerable amount of pure wood attribute energy, suggesting it was more than just a simple core. "Do you know what this is?" Jiang Qian turned to his 4 beast spirits, who all shook their heads in unison, unaware of its nature. The energy within seemed capable of significantly enhancing the corresponding attribute beast spirits, as explained by Ming Xiao. But how is it used? Is it simply consumed? Uncertain. Not all materials need to be ingested for absorption. Is that so? Jiang Qian shrugged nonchalantly, considering he had no would attribute beast spirit at the moment. He casually stored the green crystal in his spatial pocket. Regrettably, he was still left wondering whether the fruit of this tree was indeed edible. Chapter 24. Who says women don't have admirers? Having dealt with the man-eating tree stump, Jiang Qian proceeded down the mountain at a leisurely pace. By now, the main group had already covered some distance. Fortunate that the battle concluded swiftly. After catching up, he effortlessly blended back into the chaotic crowd. 2 hours later, they finally reached the foot of the mountain. Entering City B, their vehicle awaited at the base. But there were not enough seats for everyone, necessitating additional time to find another ride. The group understood and nodded in agreement. "Then let us part ways here." Li Hao and Captain Zhang nodded in response. "All right, see you at the base." MHM. With that, Jiang Qian separated from the group searching for a vehicle and ventured into City B alone. Upon entering, he observed numerous individuals engaged in combating zombies, comprising both contracted spirit users and ordinary people. The surrounding shops and supermarkets were completely stripped bare. It seemed only the larger shopping malls, teeming with zombies, could potentially yield supplies. Fortunately, Jiang Qian had already gathered ample resources in City S, sufficient for several years. The group hunting zombies likely aimed to strengthen themselves quickly to secure supplies in the city center. At that moment, a convoy of vehicles suddenly appeared on the road, filled with armed soldiers. Each soldier donned an anti-explosion helmet, wore military uniforms, and carried a sidearm, with communication devices strapped to their waists. Their direction aligned with Jiang Qian's path, seemingly heading towards the mountain. Given their specialized transport vehicles, they appear to be a rescue team searching for survivors in City S. After wandering around City B for a while, Jiang Qian inadvertently stumbled upon a mall overrun with zombies, where a large group was engaged in fierce combat with the undead. The most powerful among them were merely at the 3rd tier, with many ordinary people present. What puzzled Jiang Qian was the mall's focus on cosmetics and luxury goods. Why expend such manpower to fight here? Curiosity piqued, Jiang Qian cautiously approached the group. Leading the team was a woman. "Everyone, let us persevere. If we conquer this cosmetics mall, Fei Gij will finally have cosmetics to use." The woman's words reached Jiang Qian's ears, leaving him utterly bewildered. Who is this Fei Gij? Is he a man? If so, why would he need cosmetics? As he pondered, he also noticed a man protected by a throng of people. This man possessed delicate features and a youthful charm, giving the impression of an idol. To Jiang Qian's astonishment, the dozen or so individuals guarding this idol were all 2nd-tier contracted spirit users, while only 3 2nd-tier users fought against the zombies, with the rest being ordinary citizens and 1st-tier users. Jiang Qian couldn't help but exclaim, "Good grief. The man must be the Fei Gij spoken of by the woman," and astonishingly, he was a 3rd-tier contracted spirit user. Yet he hid behind a bunch of 2nd-tier users, bringing shame to his fellow men. This female leader was likely a fervent fan of Fei before the apocalypse. It was incomprehensible how she had established such a following. Her subordinates must have been extraordinarily tolerant to endure such foolishness. The battle raged on for quite some time, and after the sacrifice of numerous ordinary lives, the woman's team finally breached the mall's interior. Emerging with an abundance of cosmetics, Fei Gij, "Look, there are so many cosmetics here. This should last you for a while, right?" Hao Jime exclaimed joyfully, presenting a bloodied cosmetic box to the man. Yet, Yifei did not take the box, instead recoiling with a look of distaste. Realizing this, Hajime quickly retrieved a prepared towel and meticulously cleaned the blood off the cosmetic box before gently offering it again. Yifei, delicately pinching the box, first sniffed it, then pressed it with his fingers. Finally rubbing the blush residue off his fingertips, he casually tossed the cosmetic box aside. This box isn't sealed well. It's a bit damp. I'm so sorry. I will have them find more cosmetics right away. Hajime felt as though she had committed an unforgivable sin, hastily bowing in apology to the man before her. This was her beloved idol, Lin Yifei. Previously, she could only admire his handsome features online. But now, having the rare opportunity for close contact, she felt the need to perform well to win his heart. Immediately, she turned and shouted into the crowd. Yifei Gage says it's a bit damp. Let us go find more. With that, she led her team back into the fray. Witnessing this, Jiang Chun couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Who says women don't have admirers? After some time, Hajime returned, carefully carrying several cosmetic boxes wrapped in exquisite handkerchiefs. Yifei Gage, I've done my utmost, but if we keep fighting, the ordinary people will all perish. Ordinary people can always be replaced. Can't they? There are still plenty of them wandering outside, Lin Yifei coldly replied. He was a nationally renowned idol, and on any ordinary day, who wouldn't he take a detour upon seeing him on the street? They just ordinary folks. If they die, they die. These lowly insects exist solely to highlight my own worth. Those who are lazy and unambitious are merely obstacles to societal progress, destined to remain at the bottom. If it weren't for the apocalypse and the ensuing upheaval, I would never have to rely on a female fan for support. Fortunately, this Hajime remains loyal to me, bringing all the good things my way. My tier has only risen because of the countless zombies her subordinates have hunted down for me. Even my SS tier beast spirit was a gift from her. As for those other wretched fans, the moment danger approached, they were utterly unwilling to protect him. They deserved to be scorned. Given Hajime's unwavering loyalty, once he grew stronger, he would allow her to join his harem, but of course, she would never be the main consort. Merely a minor concubine at best, for Hajime was merely average in appearance. However, her fervent support would surely lead her to wish for his happiness, and he believed she would understand his intentions. Looking over the cosmetics they had gathered, he deemed them barely satisfactory. Well, they'll do for now. Inform them they can retreat. All right. Hearing this, Hajime was overjoyed. She had not let Yifei Gage down. Immediately, she rallied her team, flooring the gas pedal as they swiftly departed from the mall, leaving behind the remains of dozens of partially devoured corpses. Chapter 25. Requesting food. Is that man in the center some sort of big shot? Upon seeing Hajime's team depart, Ming Kong curiously inquired of Jiang Chen, while the other beast spirits looked on with intrigue. No, the one in the center is a fool. With that, Jiang Chen lost interest in following and turned to leave. After a brief assessment of the surroundings, he found no targets of interest. He had hoped to slay some powerful zombies in City B, but it seemed the timing was still premature. Perhaps in due course, the number of formidable zombies would increase. Jiang Chun found an unoccupied house, tidied it up a bit, and settled in, reflecting on Captain Zhang's earlier mention of 3 significant forces in City B. He figured it would be wise to familiarize himself with these so-called powers while he had the time. However, for now, he focused on eating. He heated a self-heating hot pot, added a pack of instant noodles to the mix, and cracked open a cold can of Red Bull. 5 minutes later, a steaming bowl of fragrant hot pot with noodles was ready. Jiang Chun savored the hot pot while sipping the chilled Red Bull. The noodles soaked in the broth melted in his mouth. The seaweed and lotus root were crisp and tender, while the potato and beef slices were soft and delectable. Another sip of iced Red Bull was pure bliss. Ah, what a delight! With no one else in the room, several beast spirits flew out from within Jiang Chen. Ming Kong also retrieved a packet of sandwich biscuits from his spatial realm and began to share them with Ming Xiao, Ming Li, and Huan Ye. Now, whenever Ming Kong craved something to eat, he could simply summon it from his space. This was something Jiang Chun would later discover, that both parties could indeed share the same space. Ming Li, have you sensed any SSS level beast spirits nearby? Jiang Chen inquired of Ming Li. No, there are no SS level beast spirits in the vicinity, replied the illusory color spirit fox, shaking her head. All right. Jiang Chun wasn't particularly surprised. SSS level beast spirits were undoubtedly rare, and for 3 to suddenly appear in his city would be akin to striking a stroke of luck. Since there were no new beast spirits, they would have to patiently wait for the outside horde of zombies to grow stronger. Downstairs, a group of individuals was stealthily hiding in the room directly beneath Jiang Chen. As the surrounding zombies had not yet been cleared away, this group moved cautiously, tiptoeing in fear of making any noise. They were residents from the nearby buildings, daring to venture into this one in search of food due to shortages. Previously, a small team had come to scavenge, but they had been overwhelmed by zombies in numbers far exceeding their expectations, resulting in their annihilation. Nonetheless, they had managed to eliminate quite a few zombies. Furthermore, many of those zombies had been drawn downstairs, away from the building due to the commotion outside, leaving very few within the entire structure. Hence, they mustered the courage to leave their rooms. This building was situated a considerable distance from supermarkets and small shops, and their food supplies were meager, making it less of a target for those in power. Gulyulu. The stomachs of the group growled in hunger. One little boy rubbed his belly and exclaimed, "Mommy, I'm starving." "It's Mommy, not Mommy," corrected the boy's mother. "Right now, Mommy is still searching for food. Once I find some, I'll give it to How High. Can you hold on a bit longer?" "All right. But Mommy, I want to eat meat." The boy's mother hesitated, uncertain if she would even be able to find meat. "Isn't there still Sister at home? She's made of meat too, right? Can't we just go home and eat, Sister?" Suddenly, the little boy uttered a chilling statement. The unsettling part was that, as he spoke, whether from hunger or not, there was no fear in his eyes, only a glimmer of desire. Moreover, he did not lower his voice, causing those around to hear him. The boy's mother awkwardly explained, "He's just a child. He doesn't think before he speaks, haha. But Mommy, you always say when you hit Sister that she has a burden, that she should have been ground up to feed the dogs the moment she was born. Mommy, can we go back and eat, Sister?" The group cast dangerous glances at the mother and son. Just as the mother was at a loss for words, she suddenly sniffed the air, as if catching a whiff of something. The others in the room also detected it. It was a delightful aroma. "That smell, it seems to be from a self-heating hot pot," exclaimed a young woman with excitement. The group quickly leaned in, searching for the source of the enticing scent, ultimately pinpointing it to the room above. "Is there someone living upstairs? How can they not smell that delicious aroma? Surely they must. How could the scent drift out if the windows are tightly shut? It smells so good. They must have stockpiled a lot of food." Gulyulu. The scent of the self-heating hot pot intensified the gnawing emptiness in their stomachs. "I can't take it anymore. Why don't we just go up and ask them for some?" "But what if they refuse?" "Refuse? With so many of us, do they dare say no? Besides, we live so close to each other. As any mutual aid, what we should do. Come on, let's go upstairs and ask for some food." After confirming that the surroundings were safe, the group stealthily opened the door and made their way upstairs. That moment, Jiang Chen had just finished his meal and was wiping his mouth with a tissue when there was a gentle knock on the door. His extraordinary mental acuity allowed him to hear the soft voices outside, even from a floor away. "Hey, brother inside, can you hear me? Could you please open the door?" Jiang Chen shook his head in resignation. He had closed his doors and windows. How could these people have such keen noses? Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen slowly walked to the door and gently opened it. As soon as the door swung open, the people outside pushed in forcefully, streaming inside until the door was securely locked behind them. Hiss, hiss. The quiet room was filled with the sound of dozens of breaths being taken in. Seeing such a young person answer the door eased the tension within the group. If it had been a middle-aged man, they might not have dared to ask for food. After all, even if they could physically overpower him, no one wanted to be the one to take the risk. "It smells so good, young man. You just had something to eat here, right?" "Yes, what's it to you?" "Oh, that's wonderful. We haven't eaten for 2 days. Could we buy some food from you? A packet of instant noodles for $100? How about it? I'll give you 200 for one." "Hey, why are you raising the price?" "Don't mind him. I'll offer 300. Jiang Chen smirked inwardly. He hadn't even agreed yet, and they were already fighting amongst themselves. Besides, he had no intention of selling to these people. In this apocalyptic world, thinking they could buy supplies with money was either sheer folly or an act of ignorance. Given the current situation, it was evident that the apocalypse would not end anytime soon. The currency from before the collapse was now barely fit for wiping one's behind. Jiang Chen could already envision how things would escalate if he refused to sell. He was disinclined to waste time explaining himself to these individuals. Raising his hands, he signaled for silence among the crowd. If you want food, you can have it, but you must answer my questions. The first person to answer will receive the food. With that, Jiang Chen opened a small crack in the cabinet behind him and discreetly retrieved a packet of self-heating rice. In truth, it had been summoned from his spatial realm. He merely used the cabinet as a cover. Seeing the eager eyes of the group fixated on the self-heating rice in his hand, Jiang Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. All right, does anyone here know about the 3 major forces in B City? His question left the crowd momentarily stunned. However, Jiang Chen did not display disappointment on his face. He expected them to provide any useful information. I know, a young woman shouted. I don't know the specifics about the 3 major forces, but I've overheard some secrets about them. Oh, please share. The woman took a deep breath before slowly speaking. It's about the Ife Alliance. You should be aware of it, right? I don't actually live in this building. I just arrived this morning. Yesterday, I remembered there was a small bag of bread in my car. But it was parked in the underground garage, and I was initially too scared to go down. However, I was so hungry that I couldn't bear it any longer, so I sneaked down to the garage under the cover of darkness. When I got there, I found that all the zombies had been killed, their brains blown out. I quietly made my way to my car. I overheard 2 men talking about how the Ife Alliance was about to become the strongest force. I listened in and heard them say that if zombies consume enough humans, they can evolve into stronger zombies. Then they were discussing how they plan to recruit everyone from this building into the Ife Alliance and feed them to the zombies they were raising. I barely escaped by hiding in my car, and that's all I heard. After listening to the woman's account, Jiang Chen was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected to glean any useful information. From her description, he had gathered 2 crucial pieces of information. First, that zombies could become stronger by consuming more humans, and second, that one of the 3 major forces, the Ife Alliance, was attempting to cultivate powerful zombies. That's not bad. This information is somewhat useful, Jiang Chen nodded. The woman's eyes lit up at his response. What about the food? Here you go. As he spoke, Jiang Chen prepared to toss the packet of self-heating rice into the woman's hands. Just as the rice packet flew through the air, a pair of hands suddenly pushed the woman from behind. The packet of rice fell to the ground, and a man quickly lunged forward to snatch it up. What are you doing? That's mine. Nonsense. Whoever grabs it first owns it. With that, the man began to tear open the packaging of the self-heating rice. Give it back. The woman was now frantic. Although she had eaten a little bit yesterday, she still urgently needed food. Seeing her meal being snatched away, she rushed forward, engaging in a struggle with the man. Others, witnessing the scene, joined in, leading to a chaotic brawl. Watching the melee unfold, Jiang Chen felt his objective had been achieved. While they were preoccupied fighting over the packet of rice, he took the opportunity to quietly leave, allowing them to continue their struggle. Before departing, Jiang Chen kindly dismantled the door, and the commotion from their fight successfully attracted the nearby zombies. Not long after he exited, the once quiet floor he had occupied echoed with anguished screams. The so-called Ife Alliance was willing to sacrifice ordinary lives to cultivate powerful zombies in their quest for strength. The mention of Ife brought to mind the group he had encountered earlier at the cosmetics mall, among whom was someone named Ife. Could they possibly be affiliated with the Ife Alliance? With nothing pressing at the moment, he thought it prudent to investigate the situation at the Ife Alliance. Leader Hao, this morning another batch of ordinary people has arrived. How should we proceed? Do I even need to say it? Those with strength should be sent to the cannon fodder group, while the others can be thrown directly to feed the zombies. Before the report could be fully delivered, Lin Ife next to Hao Jime commanded directly. However, this group was sourced from an orphanage, many of whom are still children, so what? This is no longer the law-abiding society of the past. They can only be considered unfortunate. After all, this group might not survive in this apocalyptic world, and it would be better to use them as stepping stones for our own strength. Upon finishing his words, Lin Ife noticed that the subordinate had yet to act upon his orders, and his expression soured. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up. But recently, the consumption of ordinary people has been alarmingly rapid, and the officials have already begun to suspect. Do you think the officials can manage anything right now? They haven't even completed the construction of the base, let alone rescue survivors, search for supplies, recover building materials, and procure medicine, while negotiating with other spirit user factions. Now is the best opportunity for a counterattack. Do you intend to wait until those fellows finish their tasks and come to supervise us? allowing me to live perpetually under their control. I was a top-tier celebrity before the apocalypse, and now I possess an SS-level beast spirit. I will never be anyone's subordinate. Now, go and carry out my orders, yes. The subordinate finally retreated slowly. Brother Ife, don't be angry. I believe soon you will become a top-tier spirit user. And when that time comes, I will be the first to support you. Hajime chimed in. That evening, after a hearty meal, Lin Ife was strolling within the territory of the Ife Alliance when he suddenly heard the sound of children laughing from a room on the second floor of a building. This left him somewhat bewildered, as he recalled that there were no children in the territory. Curiosity piqued, he approached the room. Inside, the subordinate from earlier in the day was feeding the children. His name was Zhang Weijun, a second-tier metal-type spirit user with a considerable standing within the Ife Alliance. Looking at the orphans who were about to be fed to zombies, he could only reveal a bitter smile. Lin Ife had a point. We are indeed in an era where the weak are devoured by the strong, and the wise would never place their hopes on the notion that the disaster would simply end. Without becoming stronger, one could only serve as a stepping stone for others. Moreover, the official base is currently overwhelmed, with deaths occurring in every city every moment. They have no time to deal with the situation here. Most of these orphans were abandoned by their parents due to disabilities or mental illnesses, unable to care for themselves. Rather than face a hellish existence, perhaps death is a form of liberation. His personal strength was limited, and he felt powerless against Lin Ife's intentions. The only thing he could do now was to ensure these children had a full meal before they perished. Zhang Weijun silently apologized in his heart. Just then, an angry voice came from the doorway. Zhang Weijun, what are you doing, Lin? Lin Ife, Zhang Weijun, you have the audacity to waste precious food on this group of fodder. No, they are human too. Someone? Instantly, a group of individuals stormed in, comprised of several spirit users and some robust adult men from the patrol team. Collect all the food that can be salvaged. I want this group of brats thrown to feed the zombies right now. Yes, upon receiving the order, the team swiftly began to clear the unopened food from the table. Leader Lin, what should we do with the leftovers? Take them to the cannon fodder group. I would rather feed the cannon fodder than these little beasts. As he spoke, Lin Ife shot a fierce glare at Zhang Weijun, clearly directed at him. The room was immediately filled with cries and wails. Not far away, Hajime heard Lin Ife's shout. When she arrived, she saw Lin Ife with a grim expression. Brother Ife, what happened? See for yourself. Hajime turned to see her patrol team moving the children from the floor. The wails were incessant. What is going on? Hajime frowned. Ha, you should ask your capable subordinate about that. Lin Ife shot a glare at Zhang Weijun. After all our hard work in sourcing food, you actually gave it to fodder. You really are something else. Upon hearing this, Hajime's expression darkened. Although this amount of food was not significant to her, she would not allow anyone to make her brother Ife angry. Zhang Weijun, from today onward, you are reassigned to the cannon fodder group. Hajime ordered coldly. Subsequently, she disregarded everyone present and took Lin Ife away. Before leaving, Lin Ife cast a triumphant glance at Zhang Weijun, as if to say, this is the consequence of offending me. Once everyone had departed, Zhang Weijun looked at the chaos around him and sighed helplessly. He had stayed in the Ife Alliance primarily because the treatment was better than in other factions. The cannon fodder group typically operated on the most dangerous front line with generally low compensation. Hajime was only fixated on that scoundrel Lin Ife. If that were the case, he had no intention of remaining here. If there was no place for him, he would find another. Earlier, he had considered killing Lin Ife while no one was around, but quickly dismissed the thought. The quality and tier of beast spirits were not on the same level. What could he use to fight? That night, Zhang Weijun left the Ife Alliance alone, and the guards at the entrance dared not stop him. The next day, in the afternoon, a subordinate brought a covered cage to Lin Ife. Lin Ife furrowed his brow. What is this? The subordinate said nothing and gently lifted the cloth covering the cage. Inside, a small zombie over a meter tall was sitting in the cage, hugging its legs in a docile manner. Before Lin Ife could inquire, the person who brought the cage spoke. Leader Lin, I know you have many questions, so please allow me to explain. This zombie was found by a search team this morning. It is somewhat special. When our team discovered it, it was gnawing on other zombies. Under normal circumstances, zombies do not consume their own kind. Otherwise, they would not band together to prey on the living. Lin Ife fell into contemplation. A zombie that feeds on its own kind? All right, you may leave for now. Yes. Once the subordinate departed, Lin Yifei began to study the little zombie. This zombie was a little girl. Her hair tied into two small braids. At that moment, the little zombie slowly lifted her head, her pale eyes gazing at Lin Yifei, her bloodied lips moving. Then, to Lin Yifei's astonishment, the little zombie stammered. Brother. Hungry. A zombie that could speak. Lin Yifei was taken aback. This zombie could actually articulate human speech. But soon, a bold idea formed in his mind. He immediately ordered someone to bring a severed zombie arm. When the arm was presented, the little girl zombie leaned over the cage, her eyes fixated on the severed limb in Lin Yifei's hand, muttering incessantly, "Hungry, not hungry." Subsequently, Lin Yifei shoved the severed arm into the cage. The little girl within immediately grasped the arm and devoured it voraciously. The sound of crunching echoed in the room. Suddenly, as the little girl zombie chewed on the arm, the flesh on it began to writhe. With a pop, pop, the little girl zombie seemed to have previously consumed a considerable amount of flesh and blood, as sharp barbs began to sprout from the arm while she consumed it. Once the arm was completely devoured, the little girl zombie looked up at Lin Yifei again. "Brother, still not hungry?" Lin Yifei's breathing grew heavy. Initially, his idea was to feed some powerful zombies to extract crystal cores for rapid elevation of his own level. However, no matter how high his tier, there remained the potential for injury, and although he possessed an SS level beast spirit, he was not particularly skilled in combat. While he and Hao Jime were both third tier, his combat ability was significantly inferior to hers. It could be said that had he not contracted an SS level beast spirit, he would have been defeated by even a slightly stronger second-tier spirit user. But now, he had an additional option. This little zombie was undoubtedly extraordinary, possessing a certain level of intelligence. If he could subdue her, he could let her take the forefront in battles, allowing him to rest easy. For the time being, as long as he fed her more flesh, he could make this zombie incredibly powerful, and as for flesh, Lin Yifei had an abundance. He immediately crouched down, looking at the little girl zombie. "Would you like to eat more meat?" The little girl zombie seemed to comprehend Lin Yifei's question, nodding as she replied, "Want? Then you must listen to your brother." "All right," Lin Yifei spoke gently. "Really. Of course, it's true. Is that okay?" "Okay." Thus, the little girl zombie was secretly transferred by Lin Yifei, without even informing Hao Jime. Moreover, he dismissed all the original guards and subsequently fed several powerful zombies he had raised to the little girl. Within just one day, she devoured all those powerful zombies. By the following day, the body of the zombie little girl had become grotesquely plump, with bony protrusions manifesting on her arms, back, and knees. Simultaneously, her claws had sharpened to an alarming degree, capable of slicing through steel rebar as effortlessly as one would cut a banana. "Brother, I am still so hungry," the zombie girl remarked, her mouth filled with shredded flesh as she gazed at Lin Yifei. Now shorter than herself, "Do not fret. Sustenance shall arrive soon," Lin Yifei replied with a wry smile, tilting his head. Chapter 28. Second-level zombie. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Jiang Chen, accompanied by his beast spirit, had been diligently gathering intelligence and had come to understand the power dynamics in B City. It could essentially be visualized as a triangle divided into 3 sections. The segment closest to H City was the territory of the Qingfeng Society, while the lower sections comprised the domain of the Feiluan Gang to the east and the Yifei Alliance to the west. The Qingfeng Society was founded by an individual named Ji Qingfeng, who had now reached the 3rd level and was on the cusp of advancing to the 4th. Before the apocalypse, he was a librarian, but after the onset of the New World, he contracted a relatively powerful wind-type beast spirit, thus gaining a significant advantage. Despite his previous occupation, his combat prowess was formidable. Rumor had it that Ji Qingfeng had once single-handedly stormed a residential building teeming with zombies to rescue his mother. Exemplifying the principle that civil officials can indeed possess extraordinary combat abilities. Being the closest to the official refuge, he maintained close relations with the authorities and was soon expected to establish a small base in B City for them. The Feiluan Gang, on the other hand, was a faction formed by university students, lacking a singular leader and instead operating under the guidance of 6 power holders who supported and monitored each other. Whenever significant actions were planned, these 6 would collaborate to devise strategies, with some members engaging in combat against zombies while others remained to defend the base. Lastly, there was the Yifei Alliance, a heavyweight in its own right. Its founder, Hao Jime, was an ardent admirer of Lin Yifei. The extent of this fervor had already been witnessed by Jiang Chen 2 days prior. This faction was marked by extreme instability. Its survival was solely due to the comparatively high treatment afforded to its combat members relative to the other two factions. However, Hao Jimei allocated a significant portion of their resources to Lin Yifei, effectively elevating him to a comparable status within the faction. The Yifei alliance offered generous benefits, attracting the highest number of ordinary survivor recruits among the three factions. Nevertheless, it was highly likely that many of these ordinary individuals were ultimately fed to the zombies, or else the base would have faced an overwhelming population surge. In addition to these three major factions, there were also several minor factions dependent on them, which Jiang Chen did not concern himself with. Regaining his focus, Jiang Chen, after a brief respite, arrived at a candy processing factory in B City. Within, there was a grotesquely plump zombie, a stark anomaly among the horde. Surrounding this grotesque figure was a crawling zombie, faster than the ones Jiang Chen had encountered earlier in the city center. However, Jiang Chen harbored no fear and boldly presented himself before the group of zombies. The ordinary zombies were the first to charge, but under the assault of Jiang Chen's spatial and wind-based abilities, they were unable to approach even a fraction, swiftly falling to his attacks. In the next moment, a blood-red afterimage lunged swiftly toward him. Jiang Chen recognized it was the crawling zombie's strike. Leaning back effortlessly, he evaded the attack and seized the opportunity to unleash an invisible spatial blade, cleaving the crawling zombie in two. Such a battle required no exertion of his temporal abilities, as he could dispatch foes with ease. The upper half of the crawling zombie was sent flying, rolling several times upon the ground. With his legs infused with wind elements, Jiang Chen followed up with a high kick, delivering a ground-skimming wind strike that claimed the crawling zombie's head. Extracting a milky white, translucent crystal core from it, roar. The grotesque zombie emitted a deep, resonant growl, and a fresh wave of zombies surrounded Jiang Chen once more. Unperturbed, he traced a circle in the air with his arm, and in the next instant, a distorted portal materialized. Without hesitation, he leaped through, causing the portal to vanish and leaving the approaching zombies to grasp at nothingness. The grotesque zombie scanned the area frantically, attempting to locate the vanished Jiang Chen. At that moment, the space above its head began to distort. Sensing the disturbance, the grotesque zombie attempted to raise its head to investigate. Yet, before it could do so, a wind blade shot forth from the portal, severing its head from its shoulders. But that was not the end. Over a dozen more wind blades followed, slicing through the remaining ordinary zombies under Jiang Chen's control. In no time, the horde was completely eradicated. Emerging from the spatial realm, Jiang Chen garnered over 70 crystal cores. After the battle, he entered the candy processing factory, not solely to hunt zombies, but also to collect candy. Since the last time Ming Kong had fed Huanyi a lollipop, Huanyi had developed a fondness for sweets, particularly lollipops. With his own stock of candy running low, Jiang Chen sought to gather more. Over the past 2 days, in addition to gathering information on the three major factions, he had been scavenging candy factories throughout B City. With practiced ease, he collected all the candies that had been produced but not yet delivered within the factory. After this factory was thoroughly raided, Jiang Chen's inventory boasted over 100,000 pieces each of hard candy, soft candy, cotton candy, bubble gum, and lollipops, which should suffice for Huanyi's cravings. After feeding 2 milky white crystal cores to Ming Kong, he experienced a slight increase in power. To ascend to the 6th level, the most effective method remained the consumption of high-level crystal cores and the absorption of similarly ranked beast spirits. Of course, the transparent cores could also be utilized, but the quantity required was simply too vast. Jiang Chen had once tried to feed Ming Kong nearly 1,000 cores in one go, resulting in only a 10% increase in power. To reach the 6th level, he would need at least 10,000 cores, a quantity too great for his current reserves. It seemed he would have to seek opportunities to slay more zombies. Jiang Chen muttered in resignation. There's a situation over there. Let us go see what's happening. Suddenly, voices and the sound of rushing footsteps echoed from a distance. Jiang Chen immediately sprinted toward the commotion. Soon, a group of soldiers arrived, greeted by the sight of countless zombie corpses, yet no sign of those who had slain them. Good heavens! Did that Ji Qingfeng do this? But he should be with the Qingfeng Society right now. The captain exclaimed. Look over there! A squad member pointed out 2 corpses that stood apart from the others. Despite the dense mass of zombie bodies, the remains of the crawling zombie and the grotesque zombie remained conspicuously visible. It appears to be level 001 and level 004 zombies. Upon seeing these two corpses, the expressions of the onlookers turned grave. Judging by the degree of their evolution, their strength should rival that of a third-level contract spirit. Moreover, with so many ordinary zombies in the mix, even if Ji Qingfeng were to arrive, he would likely hesitate to engage directly without firearms. Let us not dwell on this. Saving lives is our priority, the squad leader declared. They had no time to investigate who had slain these second-level zombies. Their immediate objective was to rescue as many survivors as possible. With that, they continued running in the direction Jiang Chun had vanished. Chapter 29. The sole survivor. Although the two zombies Jiang Chun had slain were formidable, they remained the exception rather than the rule. Following that encounter, he did not come across any other zombies of similar strength. Just moments ago, he had encountered the rescue team that had been drawn by the commotion. He had managed to evade their attention by hiding in the surrounding empty buildings. AS for the official base. He would visit once he completed his tasks, for there was information within that he sought. AS for capturing someone for interrogation. That tactic could be employed on others, but not on soldiers serving the people. While Jiang Chun could rely on his own strength to gradually figure things out, the official authorities had ready-made information available. Why not take advantage of it? After the soldiers evacuated the area, and with daylight fading, he decided to spend the night where he was. The next morning, he approached the vicinity of the Ife Alliance, a place bustling with ordinary people hoping to join the Alliance for a meager meal, along with a few contract spirit users. After a quick disguise, Jiang Chun seamlessly blended into the crowd, waiting for the morning when the Ife Alliance would lead them into their territory. However, to his surprise, the Ife Alliance revealed its true nature today. Discarding pretense, as the gates swung open, dozens of contract spirit users sprang into action, encircling the group of ordinary people. These were individuals from smaller factions seeking to align themselves with the Ife Alliance. Summoned by Lin Ife to eliminate this group of ordinary civilians, he promised them that once the task was complete, they would become core members of the Ife Alliance, invigorating them with a sense of purpose. Naturally, there were dissenters among them. Lin Ife pretended to allow these unwilling individuals to leave. In reality, those who reached the gate were ambushed by Hao Jimei, who had been waiting to send them off as fodder for the zombies. Everyone was paralyzed by the overwhelming display. Even the contract spirit users hidden among the crowd dared not utter a word. The next moment, a flurry of cold steel flashed. The contract spirit users from the smaller factions began indiscriminately slaughtering the gathered civilians, executing Lin Ife's orders. The night before, after nurturing the two special zombies for 2 days, Lin Ife had a sudden epiphany. If the bodies of zombies could be fed directly, why should the humans be kept alive until delivery? Each time they fed humans to the zombies, the room echoed with their screams. Such noise could raise suspicion among other factions. Those who could serve as stepping stones to his ascendance should feel honored. This group of lowly individuals, who were nothing more than the refuse of society before the apocalypse, surprisingly found themselves with some utility in this new world. Why, then, could they not quietly allow the zombies to consume them? Yet, upon his epiphany, he suddenly felt a profound clarity. Once a person is dead, they will not utter another sound, will they? Moreover, it is merely those insignificant factions taking action, with no ties whatsoever to his Ife Alliance. Lin Ife was almost astounded by his own cunning. From a distance, he watched as these people savagely slaughtered the masses, unable to suppress a chuckle. These minor factions were indeed gullible. With just a few words of persuasion, he could turn them into his own weapons. Truly, the lower class remains lower class. Even upon becoming contract spirit users, they still foolishly believed they could become core members of the Ife Alliance. Once these individuals had finished their carnage, it would be their turn. Lin Ife could not permit those involved to continue living. As long as all outside witnesses were dead, would not the narrative be dictated by him? When the officials came to inquire, it would be portrayed as this rabble of minor factions descending into madness and slaughtering civilians, prompting the Ife Alliance to rage against them, annihilating all surrounding minor factions in vengeance for the slain innocents. With their deaths, he would preserve his own reputation. Ha ha ha! With this thought, Lin Ife could no longer contain himself and erupted into maniacal laughter. After his fit of mirth, he turned away from the impending doom of the ordinary people. For he had yet to apply his facial mask this morning, and after that, He needed to apply makeup to present himself more handsomely. Among the crowd, some contract spirit users, mistakenly believing the Yi-Fei Alliance no longer needed ordinary people, shouted, "I am a contract spirit user." While shouting, they rushed towards the slaughterers, only to be instantly pierced through and meet their demise. The other contract spirit users, witnessing this, quickly realized they were placing themselves in mortal danger. They frantically attempted to flee the throng, yet none managed to escape, falling victim to the bloodthirsty contract spirit users of the minor factions. Among those adrift from the factions, only a scant few were lone wolves. The rest were merely contract users of F and E grade beast spirits, weaklings. Otherwise, they would have been recruited by other factions long ago, rather than gambling their fortunes here in the midst of the chaos. Jiang Qin remained exceptionally composed, assured of his ample firepower. Approximately 10 minutes later, pools of blood formed on the ground, and all were dead, leaving only Jiang Chun, untainted by blood, still standing. Why is there still one left? No matter, let us kill him quickly. I can hardly wait to join the Yi-Fei Alliance. The remaining contract spirit users lunged at Jiang Qian, yet he simply extended his hand impassively, drawing a glowing, floating line a few meters in front of him. The approaching contract spirit users were oblivious, and as soon as their necks brushed against the line, they felt a sharp pain, followed by a dizzying whirl. Witnessing their own headless corpses, those behind attempted to halt, but were pushed forward by those who did not grasp the situation, meeting their end with desperate cries. The rear attackers believed their strikes could severely wound Jiang Qian. Yet as they advanced, they found themselves disoriented, only to encounter the same glowing line. After a dizzying spin, the man attacking from behind fell lifelessly before Jiang Qian, confused. Those behind him met the same fate, colliding with the line after passing through Jiang Qian's portal, all decapitated. Only when the last group noticed something amiss and managed to halt did they evade a similar fate. However, Jiang Qian had no intention of sparing them. "Come forth!" Suddenly, a gust of wind surged behind them, as if propelling them forward. No. With the fall of the last headless corpse, all direct participants in the massacre lay dead. Thus, Jiang Qian emerged as the sole survivor of this bloodbath. He did not waste the beast spirits that appeared after these individuals perished, extending 4 beast heads from his back to voraciously consume the scattered spirits, burp after the feast, while the gates of his territory remained closed. Jiang Qian elegantly departed the scene. Hearing the commotion subside, Hao Jimei promptly commanded the gates to be opened, leading those who were prepared to rush outside. Yet, at the moment the gates swung open, all stood in shock. Before them lay a mound of headless corpses. Chapter 30. The Calm Before the Storm. Moments later, Lin Yifei, halfway through his makeup, arrived on the scene and could not suppress his retching at the sight. "Brother Yifei." Hao Jimei rushed over to pat his back. Although there had been some unexpected circumstances, fortunately, his objectives had been largely met for the person who had eliminated all the contract spirit users he had summoned. Undoubtedly, he was not faring well either, and he still had time. These corpses, should be sent to the cultivation chamber, in another location. Jiang Qian took a moment to rest at a safe spot. Nearby, a middle-aged fat man groaned in pain, clutching his groin, blood seeping from the wound. This was not Jiang Qian's fault. When he first arrived, this man had approached him, claiming he sought refuge. But as he drew near, he suddenly produced a slender dagger from his trousers. In his haste, the dagger had cut a deep gash into his own groin, causing blood to flow. The man felt a sharp pain where the blade met his neck, and before a second had passed, he was already bleeding profusely. This was truly not Jiang Qian's concern. He quietly distanced himself from the man, fearful of being contaminated. Turning a corner, his 4 beast spirits leapt from within him. What a feast! If only every day could be like this, Ming Kong floated in the air, rubbing his belly. Huan Yi also squinted his eyes in satisfaction, nodding in agreement. Ming Xiao and Ming Li perched on either shoulder of Jiang Qian. "Is it impossible to infiltrate? Should we attack?" Ming Xiao inquired. "No. I just used my mental energy to probe inside. It's somewhat different from what I expected. They have indeed raised quite a formidable creature. Although attacking now is feasible, its value has greater potential for growth. It is still too early to eliminate it for its core." Jiang Qian replied, What do we do now? For now, we simply wait. The creature they have hidden is not trivial. These self-important individuals will be lucky if they can deal with the outer shell. After resting for a while, Jiang Chun stood up. Let us move. We need to find a place to rest IT-1TB long before they self-destruct. Within the territory of the Yi-Fei Alliance, the previously small girl zombie had transformed into a mound of flesh. Nurtured by blood and flesh, it had grown a pair of stout arms, and its belly had split open to reveal a toothy, gaping MW. IT reached out, seizing a headless corpse and stuffing it into its mouth. After chewing a few times, the special zombie's eyes widened in surprise. This flesh was even more delectable than what it had consumed before. It immediately began to voraciously devour the mound of corpses. After finishing the headless corpses, the special zombie turned to the bodies of ordinary people. Upon consuming just one, the gaping maw on its belly promptly regurgitated the chewed remains, splattering Lin Yifei in the process. Had he not been wearing protective gear, he would have surely felt nauseated for quite some time. This is unpalatable. I desire the delicious flesh I had earlier, the special zombie roared. Lin Yifei recalled the spot where the headless corpses had been piled. Realizing that place had originally contained the corpses of contract spirit users from the minor factions. Could it be that the corpses of contract spirit users could expedite its evolution? He quickly donned a flattering smile. Well, such corpses are somewhat difficult to procure. Why not indulge in these ordinary ones first while I think of a way to help you? Useless. The special zombie hurled a handful of ordinary corpses at Lin Yifei. I don't care. I want to eat. I want it now, it bellowed, its four arms pounding the ground in fury, causing tremors felt by those within the surrounding buildings. All right, I'll go right away. Upon hearing Lin Yifei's words, the special zombie finally calmed down, and Lin Yifei seized the opportunity to flee. This zombie was becoming increasingly uncontrollable. It was imperative that he had Hao Jimei deal with it. After Lin Yifei departed, the now subdued special zombie began to sift through the corpses of ordinary people, selecting those mixed in with the bodies of contract spirit users to consume. Unbeknownst to Lin Yifei, within the bloated form of the special zombie, a new entity was quietly gestating a few days prior. At the foot of the building where Jiang Chen was besieged by a group demanding food, a military jeep came to a halt below. 2 men and 4 women disembarked, including Chun Fan and a military officer. Thank you, Officer Wang. This will be sufficient. We plan to develop in City B for a time before returning to City H. Chen Fan smiled at the officer. Oh, no, thank you is owed to me. Thanks to your valiant efforts in vanquishing a multitude of zombies, we now have the opportunity to rescue more citizens. At this critical juncture when our nation is in dire need of talent. I am confident that with your inclusion, circumstances will soon improve, Director Wang responded with a smile. By the way, if you seek to develop further, you may want to approach the Qingfeng Society. They are an organization we are about to officially integrate in City B. And you can start there. Thank you for your concern, Director Wang. Well then, I shall take my leave, as there is a large group of survivors that require escorting. Please be safe on your journey. While in City S, they fortuitously encountered official personnel who were on a mission to rescue survivors, thus meeting this officer. From him, they learned about the establishment of an official base and gained insights into the contract spirit users. Upon witnessing Chen Fan's formidable beast spirit, the officer immediately extended an olive branch. He revealed that within the base, contract spirit users would have access to a dedicated mission hall where they could accept tasks and earn task points. These task points serve as a newly established currency system by the authorities, which can be exchanged for various supplies, crystal cores, and beast spirits within the official base. Furthermore, given the strength of Chen Fan and his companions, they would be granted a villa as their base upon settling in the official base, and should they join the official military, their benefits would be even greater. Chun Fan and his companions readily agreed, but clarified that they were only consenting to visit the official base, not to enlist as they watched the vehicle depart. Chun Fan had taken but a few steps when he noticed a ravenous middle-aged man pursuing a similarly emaciated little girl. It was impossible for the child to outrun an adult, and she was soon brought down to the ground. The man grasped the girl's legs, intent on dragging her into a nearby building. At that moment, driven by a sense of justice, Chun Fan stepped forward and shouted, "Let her go." Chapter 31. The gathering of the Yi-Fei Alliance. The middle-aged man, who was in the midst of dragging the little girl, glanced up at the sound, glaring menacingly at Chen Fan and his companions. "You little brat, mind your own business." However, his gaze soon fell upon the 4 women behind Chen Fan. two beauties, a young girl, and one who, despite her age, still possessed a certain charm. Instantly, he cast a greedy look at Chen Fan's companions. The sight of his women being eyed so made Chen Fan irate. Without further ado, he unleashed a fiery punch, flames rapidly engulfing the man's body. Ah! The man screamed in agony as he writhed, soon reduced to charred remains. Chen Fan cautiously approached the terrified little girl. "Do not be afraid. We are not the bad guys," he spoke gently. "Allow me," Qin Shui interjected. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Fan acquiesced, recognizing that communication might proceed more smoothly between women. "Come here, little sister," Qin Shui coaxed. Indeed, under Qin Shui's soothing words, the little girl gradually relaxed her guard, inching closer to Chen Shui's embrace. It seemed the tension that had been tightly wound within her finally released, and she fainted, collapsing into Chen Shui's arms. Subsequently, they found an abandoned RV devoid of fuel and gently laid the little girl on the bed. With the oil that Director Wang had prepared for them, the group continued their journey. 2 hours later, the little girl slowly regained consciousness, bewildered to find herself resting on a soft bed. You're awake," Qin Shui said, observing her. A rumbling sound interrupted them. The little girl's stomach grumbled audibly with hunger, causing her to lower her head in embarrassment. "Oh, so you're hungry? No worries. I will fetch you something to eat." Qin Shui soon returned with canned food, only to discover the little girl chewing on a piece of tree bark she had somehow acquired. "Oh no, you cannot eat that." Qin Shui quickly snatched the bark away and handed her the opened can. "Here, eat this." Upon catching the enticing aroma of the canned meat and bread, the little girl hesitated for a moment before finally succumbing to temptation. Scooping a small spoonful into her mouth while glancing at Qin Shui, noticing Qin Shui's encouraging smile, she dared to take a larger spoonful, and after several attempts, realizing there was no malice from Qin Shui, she began to eat heartily, even savoring the soup by mopping it up with bread. Once satiated, the little girl grew more trusting of Qin Shui and shared her name, Lu Yaqi, with the nickname Chi-Chi. She spoke of her mother and younger brother, who had disappeared days prior while searching for food, leaving her to fend for herself. Driven by hunger, she had ventured out, only to encounter the ravenous middle-aged man. Upon hearing Chi-Chi's plight, Chen Shui's eyes welled with tears as she stroked Chi-Chi's head, drawing her into a comforting embrace. The tree bark had been something Chi-Chi had retrieved from her own space. At the onset of the apocalypse, Lu Yaqi had accidentally spilled her blood onto a space-type beast spirit egg, granting her the ability to access a personal space. The revelation that Chi-Chi was a space-type contract spirit user filled Chen Fan and his companions with joy, prompting them to decide to keep Lu Yaqi close by in the afternoon. While driving, Chen Fan abruptly slammed the brakes, causing everyone in the RV to jolt forward. "What happened?" Qiong Xinyao inquired from the driver's seat. "There are people ahead." Chen Fan exited the vehicle and called out to a large group approaching. "Hello, may I inquire what brings you all here?" His query did not deter the travelers, who were moving directly towards the territory of the Yifei Alliance. "The Qingfeng Society is conducting business, and unauthorized personnel are prohibited from approaching," a leader warned. Overjoyed, Chen Fan exclaimed, "What a coincidence! We were just recommended by Captain Wang. We were hoping to find you." The leader's brow furrowed. "Captain Wang? Which Captain Wang?" "The one from the official base." "How can you prove that?" Chen Fan produced a badge handed to him by Captain Wang before his departure, which served to verify his identity and could be recognized by the Qingfeng Society to avoid misunderstandings. Upon seeing the badge, the leader recognized it and acknowledged Chen Fan as one of their own. "Oh, very well. The Qingfeng Society's territory is in the opposite direction. Just continue forward and turn right at the second intersection." The leader pointed out the direction for them. "But why are you all armed to the teeth? Has something occurred?" This morning, reports surfaced that the Yifei Alliance indiscriminately slaughtered a large number of ordinary people, allegedly raising zombies. "We are going to demand an explanation from the Scarlet Will Gang." "What?" Chen Fan and his companions were taken aback. Setting aside the notion of raising zombies, the mass slaughter of innocents was utterly despicable. "I will accompany you. I can be of assistance." Chen Fan, now a fourth-tier contract spirit user, declared. "Xinyao, Xiaoxue, you head to the Qingfeng Society's territory first. I will return shortly." Without waiting for Qiong Xinyao and Qin Shui to respond, Chen Fan had already issued his command. They understood Chen Fan's temperament. Once he made up his mind, nothing could sway him, and they could only comply. "Brother, please be careful." "I will." Subsequently, he followed the Qingfeng Society members towards the Yifei Alliance. Meanwhile, on Jiang Qin's side, Master, slow down, I can't take any more, Ming Kong stammered, struggling to swallow a large crystal core while gasping for breath. The creature hidden within the belly of the special zombie proved to be quite troublesome, and Jiang Chun felt it necessary to elevate Ming Kong to the 6th tier that night to ensure his absolute safety. Thus, he spent the afternoon feeding Ming Kong crystal cores, and he had already consumed over 8,000, with just a little more to go. Below Jiang Qin, a large number of individuals were also converging toward the territory of the Yifei Alliance. Among them were members of the Scarlet Wheel Gang, with 6 individuals leading the charge, indicating a full-scale mobilization. Jiang Chun hadn't anticipated that the Yifei Alliance could provoke such apprehension in 2 other major factions. Oh wait, they probably weren't yet certain that Lin Yifei was raising zombies. It must have been the revelation of the morning's massacre of ordinary people that had come to light so rapidly. TSK. He had assumed they were more assured than that, but it seemed the exposure had occurred sooner than anticipated. Chapter 32. Zombie outbreak soon. A throng of people gathered at the entrance of the Yifei Alliance. Lin Yifei, who had been contemplating how to explain the special zombies to Hao Jimei, received word from his subordinates that members of the Qingfeng Society and Scarlet Wheel Gang had arrived, demanding an explanation for the morning's events. Cursing under his breath, Lin Yifei hurried to the entrance. Upon arrival, he was met with a sea of faces. Lin Yifei, are you not going to explain the events of this morning? The leader, Ji Qingfeng, inquired assertively. Following closely behind were 6 young men from the Scarlet Wheel Gang, who echoed his sentiments. Have we wronged you in any way that you would resort to such extreme measures? You have always been the faction that recruits the most ordinary people. One of them glanced sideways into the territory of the Yifei Alliance. However, why is the distribution of people in your territory so similar to ours? Lin Yifei, we now have reason to suspect that you are secretly feeding zombies with ordinary people. A crowd scrutinized Lin Yifei with piercing gazes, which infuriated him greatly. Nonsense. How could my brother Yifei possibly commit such heinous acts? Upon witnessing her idol being interrogated by a group, Hao Jimei also grew furious, interjecting before Lin Yifei could respond. It is those small factions that have gone mad and slaughtered innocent civilians. Our Yifei Alliance is avenging these people. You are judging a gentleman with the mindset of a petty person. Heh, is that so? Then what of the corpses of these people? Were they burned or buried? Hao Jimei was well acquainted with Ji Qingfeng, the leader of the Scarlet Wheel faction. His combat awareness was decent, and his strength was adequate, but unfortunately, he was a foolish star chaser who disregarded the lives of others just to fawn over Lin Yifei. As for Lin Yifei, he was nothing more than a good-for-nothing who hid behind women and believed himself to be superior. Apart from Hao Jimei, nearly everyone present harbored contempt for Lin Yifei. Despite possessing an SS-level beast spirit, he could not even wield his own abilities with ease. Such a gift was indeed wasted on him. The most critical point was that he remained blissfully unaware of any wrongdoing. The corpses were, of course, disposed of in our own manner. Your method of disposal isn't feeding them to the zombies, is it? Ji Qingfeng pressed on relentlessly. As an official force, he could not turn a blind eye to this matter and had to uncover the truth to provide an explanation to his superiors. Words alone will not suffice, Ji Qingfeng. Do not think that your backing from the authorities intimidates us. As an official force, do not slander us baselessly. If you have the guts, present your evidence. Evidence? Then let us in. And allow me to see if you are indeed raising zombies. With that, Ji Qingfeng stepped forward, intent on forcibly entering the territory of the Yifei Alliance. Stop. Do you think the Yifei Alliance is a place you can enter at will? I command you to halt. Did you hear me? Hao Jimei, in a panic, kicked a nearby stone towards Ji Qingfeng. Ji Qingfeng stopped, extending a finger that effortlessly shattered the flying rock. Upon seeing Ji Qingfeng finally cease his advance, Hao Jimei let out a sigh of relief, though her expression soon turned serious. Ji Qingfeng, are you disregarding my warning and seeking war with the Yifei Alliance? Heh, I see you are the one with a guilty conscience. Do not use such matters to threaten me. If you wish for battle, then let it be. All members of the Qingfeng Association, follow me into this damned Yifei Alliance. Halt. Observing Ji Qingfeng truly about to engage in battle, Lin Yifei, who had been hiding behind Hao Jimei, finally stepped forward to call for a stop. If a conflict broke out, even with the Scarlet Wheel faction watching from the sidelines, He feared he could only match Ji Qingfeng's strength at best. More importantly, if he fought with all his might, he would be left without a protector, putting himself in grave danger. "Oh, who do we have here? I thought you intended to spend your life hiding behind women." Lin Yifei. Ji Qingfeng's words greatly displeased Lin Yifei, yet he had to prevent a battle between the Qingfeng Association and the Yifei Alliance. "Ji Qingfeng, you should return now. I can't overlook your offenses this time." "Humph, as if you are so precious. A mere actor who cannot even perform properly, yet you truly consider yourself a figure of importance? Let me tell you, Lin Yifei, in my eyes, you are nothing but a pile of dung." Within the Yifei Alliance, a special zombie languidly lingered in a room, sifting through a pile of ordinary corpses. Ever since it had tasted the flesh and blood of a contract spirit user, it no longer desired ordinary people. Suddenly, it caught a whiff of delectable blood and meat from afar. Its nose twitched incessantly. The enticing aroma wafting from the territory's entrance continually beckoned it, ultimately leading the special zombie. After a prolonged wait for Lin Yifei to deliver meat, to rise and charge towards the entrance, "I tell you, Ji Qingfeng, you are merely a lowly individual who has contracted an S-level beast spirit. As for me, I am a superior being who has contracted an SS-level beast spirit. You have no right to speak to me in such a manner." While Lin Yifei continued to angrily insult Ji Qingfeng, he remained oblivious to the impending danger. The worthless coward who can only hide behind women dares to bark. "Care to come down and spar with me?" Just then, numerous individuals within the Yifei Alliance began screaming and rushing towards the entrance. "What is happening?" Lin Yifei turned to see a massive mound of flesh devouring his own people while barreling towards him. Thud, 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 thud. "Delicious. I am coming." Bang. Ultimately, the special zombie, resembling a mountain of flesh, smashed through the wall of the Yifei Alliance, appearing before everyone. Upon its emergence, Ji Qingfeng frowned, and the leaders of the Scarlet Wheel faction wore grave expressions. Judging by its appearance, this zombie had likely consumed numerous individuals, and its strength had already reached the 4th tier. "Lin Yifei, do you still have any excuses to make?" Ji Qingfeng glanced at Lin Yifei. Lin Yifei rushed forward to confront the special zombie. "You bastard! Who allowed you to come out? Did I give you permission? You have exposed me, you wretched thing." Cursing, he kicked the special zombie's plump ankle with all his might. The special zombie lowered its head, gazing at Lin Yifei, who was kicking it. Seeing the situation unfold, Hao Jimei urgently shouted, "Brother Yifei, run." However, it was too late. A massive, bloated hand seized Lin Yifei. "Let go of me, you ingrained ingrate. Everything you have today is because of me. You promised to listen to me." Ugh, ugh, ugh. The enormous hand tightened its grip, causing Lin Yifei's 7 orifices to bleed, and his eyeballs nearly popped out. "Brother, hee, brother." The special zombie giggled foolishly. "Brother, delicious." Captured, Lin Yifei was instantly alarmed. "Brother." Immediately, the special zombie began to stuff Lin Yifei into its cavernous mouth. "Wait, no. Crunch, crunch, crunch." "Brother Yifei." Hao Jimei screamed in anguish. A pale blue bird-shaped beast spirit appeared before the special zombie. It was Lin Yifei's beast spirit, the extreme cold mysterious bird, which had now dropped to S tier due to Lin Yifei's impending death. "Damn it, this worthless fool cannot even utilize basic abilities. He has truly doomed me." The extreme cold mysterious bird cursed angrily. Yet, the mound of flesh reached out and grasped the flapping bird that sought to escape. "What?" The extreme cold mysterious bird gasped in shock. "Little blue bird, delicious." Subsequently, it too was tossed into the mouth of the special zombie to be chewed. Chapter 33. Fierce battle with the special zombie. Everyone was taken aback. This zombie had seized Lin Yifei's beast spirit while it was unawares. Although the reason was unclear, under normal circumstances, zombies did not attack beast spirits. Yet, this particular zombie, right before everyone's eyes, devoured an S-level beast spirit. Ji Qingfeng's expression turned serious. Although this zombie resembled the type numbered 004, it had undoubtedly undergone special mutations. If left unchecked, it would surely claim more lives. From a distance, Jiang Qian stood on the rooftop, witnessing everything that had transpired. Just moments ago, he had force-fed the low-tier crystal cores to Ming Kong, pushing it to the 6th tier through sheer numbers. After consuming nearly 10,000 crystal cores, Ming Kong could finally settle down and retreated into Jiang Qin's body to rest. Ming Xiao, Ming Li, and Huan Yi accompanied Jiang Qun as they observed the entire chaotic scene with the special zombie. Good riddance. I have long found that fellow displeasing. Indeed, strutting around as if they were the biggest deal in the world, even attempting to harm the master. I scoff, such a valuable beast spirit wasted. The three beast spirits conversed among themselves while Jiang Qun re-evaluated the special zombie. He discovered it was merging with the bird. The special mound of flesh launched a bone spike at Ji Qingfeng. Ji Qingfeng coalesced a vortex of wind in his hand, colliding with the sharp bone spike. Bang! As the dust settled, Ji Qingfeng stood unharmed, while the bone spike was shattered into fragments. After this exchange, Ji Qingfeng's expression turned serious. From that last hit, he could distinctly feel that the zombie's strength had surpassed the third tier. Thus, it was time for him to unleash his true abilities. In the next moment, Ji Qingfeng erupted with astonishing momentum, a fierce wind blowing that left all low-tier spirit users unable to open their eyes. The members of the Scarlet Wheel faction, sensing this overwhelming force, were utterly astonished. Ji Qingfeng had somehow advanced to the fourth tier. In the arena, Ji Qingfeng summoned metal from the rubble, which swiftly gathered before his palm, ultimately merging into a sharp metal sword that he grasped firmly. This was his second contracted beast spirit, a metallic type, currently at the third tier. At this moment, several leaders from the Scarlet Will faction approached Ji Qingfeng, accompanied by Chen Fan. We are here to assist. This zombie poses a significant threat. We must eliminate it today. Due to the overwhelming level of this zombie, individuals ranked below the third tier were utterly ineffective, prompting a complete retreat to a safe distance. Leading the charge was Li Haojuan, a third-tier strength-based contract spirit wielder. With the assistance of another Earth-type contract spirit wielder, he swiftly lifted a massive boulder and hurled it directly at the special zombie. Roar! The special zombie raised its four arms to block, and at that moment, the remaining contract spirit wielders seized the opportunity to launch a ferocious assault. Among them was Chen Fan, who ignited black flames in both hands and delivered a powerful punch to the zombie's thigh. The black flames rapidly scorched the flesh and blood from the zombie's leg, soon reducing it to nothing but a bone. Meanwhile, the other leg was pierced by several ice spikes and earthen thorns. Pinning it to the ground, roar! The special zombie opened its massive maw, intent on devouring the attackers. In response, a gigantic fireball was unleashed. Bang! The fireball exploded within the zombie's mouth, producing a cloud of charred smoke. Ji Qingfeng swiftly swung his iron sword in midair, unleashing dozens of slashes, each capable of severing chunks of flesh from the zombie's body. Yet, upon Ji Qingfeng's landing, the previously severed wounds rapidly healed. Soon replenished with fresh flesh, the charred maw on its abdomen also reverted to its original state. Quickly attack, do not allow it the chance to recover, Ji Qingfeng shouted as he unleashed another series of slashes. The zombie's four arms were restrained. One was controlled by Li Haojuan's strength, another ensnared by vines, a third pinned to the ground by ice spikes and earth, and the last scorched by black flames. Seizing the moment, Ji Qingfeng, empowered by wind elements, swiftly severed the zombie's four arms. After the arms were cut off, they were promptly discarded to prevent reattachment. Taking advantage of the zombie's arm regeneration, the group launched another fierce assault on its legs. However, the special zombie, sensing the dire situation, crouched down, turned its body, and began to roll on the ground. Transforming into a rolling meatball, the special zombie barreled toward Ji Qingfeng with unstoppable momentum. The enormous meatball soared into the air, crashing down toward the group. Sensing the imminent danger, they quickly dodged to the side. Boom! The colossal meatball struck the ground, sending shrapnel flying, but fortunately, no one was hit. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The fallen meatball quickly adjusted its trajectory and leaped again, aiming to crush the assembled crowd. This time, its target was a wood-type contract spirit wielder from the Scarlet Wheel gang. This wielder, manipulating her wooden abilities, wove a massive net of vines above her head in an attempt to catch the zombie. However, she had clearly overestimated her strength. The net could not withstand the tremendous impact of the meatball, resulting in its inevitable destruction. Just as the young woman was about to be crushed by the grotesque meatball, Chen Fan sprang forward, swiftly scooping her up and leaping aside, narrowly evading the attack. Yet, before Chen Fan could regain his footing, the fallen meatball leaped again, soaring above him. just as it seemed poised to obliterate Chen Fan. Several earth spikes erupted before him, subsequently encased in solid ice. As the meatball descended, the ice-coated spikes pierced into its mass. With the cushioning provided by the multitude of spikes, the special zombie found itself suspended in midair, unable to move. Seizing the opportunity, Chun Fan quickly led the wood-type young woman away from the vicinity beneath the zombie. Ji Qingfeng also took advantage of the moment, rushing forward to deliver his most powerful strike, severing the special zombie's head. The headless body quickly ceased its struggles, and the group reconvened. Everyone all right? We're fine. This creature is truly terrifying. Had we been even a moment later, we might not have emerged victorious. Now, we must deal with how Jiamia. In the distance, Zhang Chen's lips curled into a faint smile, for the ordeal was far from over. Chapter 34. Fifth-tier Corpse King in the wake of Lin Yifei's demise. How Jimei was left despondent. She sat slumped to the side, oblivious to the fierce combat occurring nearby. Lin Yifei had been her sole companion, the entirety of her existence. Now that he was gone, what was she to do? Even when the others took it upon themselves to restrain Hao Jimei, she exhibited no response whatsoever. Hey, has this woman gone mad? Who knows? It serves her right. All right, let us take her back to the official base for judgment. Meanwhile, two leaders of the Scarlet Wheel gang, one wielding ice and the other fire, approached the body of the suspended special zombie. Care for a smoke? One offered, extending a cigarette case to the ice-type contract spirit wielder. For cigarettes had become a rare commodity. Oh, thank you. Snap. The boy who offered the cigarette snapped his fingers, igniting a small flame in his hand to light the other's cigarette. Taking a deep drag, he slowly exhaled a ring of smoke. Tell me, how many creatures like this do you think exist in the world? Will we ever return to our former lives? One of them pondered, gazing at the hanging corpse. The other took a deep breath of smoke. Who knows? Probably not. Sigh. After a moment, the one who had offered the cigarette turned to seek out others, leaving only the ice-type contract spirit wielder behind. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed an unexpected protrusion on the corpse of the suspended zombie, which seemed to writhe as if something were attempting to break free. Meanwhile, Ji Qingfeng, having sliced open the special zombie's skull, found no crystal core within. Strange. Why is there no crystal core in this zombie's brain? Suddenly, a chilling realization struck him. The sight of the corpse. The ice-type contract spirit wielder sensed something amiss and immediately retreated to warn his companions. But just then, the protrusion on the corpse burst open, and an ice spear shot directly into the heart of the contract spirit wielder. The spear instantly exploded, tearing the man's body apart. From the gaping wound, a humanoid figure emerged, landing on the ground. The arriving onlookers were met with a horrifying sight. Xiaozhong. Li Haojuan's eyes widened in rage. The deceased contract spirit wielder had been his close friend. Seeing the disheveled figure rise from the ground, Li Haojuan could no longer contain his fury. Damn it, come here and face me with that. He concentrated all his strength into a punch aimed at the figure's head. Thud! Accompanied by the sound of flesh tearing, Li Haojuan and the others stood frozen in shock. Li Haojuan's expression turned blank as he looked down at his right arm, which had vanished entirely. The disheveled figure had somehow appeared behind him, revealing its true form. It was a tall, exquisitely featured woman, her skin devoid of any signs of decay. Had it not been for her black skin and white pupils, she would appear indistinguishable from a normal person. Her movements were swift. Only the fourth-tier Ji Qingfeng and Chen Fan barely managed to catch a glimpse of her actions, in the blink of an eye. She had brutally snapped Li Haojuan's arm and positioned herself behind him. Faced with this woman, Ji Qingfeng's expression turned grave. The very scenario he had feared had come to pass. Nourished by the flesh and blood of countless ordinary people and contract spirit wielders, a Corpse King had finally emerged. At that moment, the Corpse King held Li Haojuan's severed arm in one hand, leisurely beginning to feast upon it. Everyone, stay calm. Follow the tactics we just employed, Ji Qingfeng urged. After tossing some stones to obscure their vision, Chun Fan made the first move, his fist engulfed in black flames, roaring toward the Corpse King's shoulder. However, to the Corpse King, Chun Fan's actions appeared as though they were in slow motion. With a casual flick of Li Haojuan's arm, the Corpse King sent Chun Fan flying. Almost immediately, the Corpse King tilted its head, and a blade whizzed past its face, narrowly missing Ji Qingfeng as he flew by. Stunned by the near miss, Ji Qingfeng, undeterred, raised his sword, eager to strike again. His sword was imbued with wind and metal elements, and he aimed to behead the creature. Clang! The Corpse King caught Ji Qingfeng's descending blade with its bare hand, the sound echoing like the clash of iron. Then, the Corpse King began to exert pressure. Crack! The blade splintered, and Ji Qingfeng was filled with dread, attempting to retreat. But it was too late. The Corpse King delivered a powerful kick, sending Ji Qingfeng crashing against the wall, blood spewing from his mouth, leaving a large dent. Witnessing the might of the strongest Ji Qingfeng falter, the others felt a wave of despair wash over them. If even a fourth-tier wielder could barely withstand 2 strikes, this Corpse King was likely a 5th tier. Run! Ji Qingfeng shouted as he was flung away. The group scattered in every direction at his command. However, the Corpse King seemingly lost interest in them, choosing instead to pursue Ji Qingfeng. Not far into his flight, Ji Qingfeng realized with horror that the Corpse King was rapidly closing in on him. The creature's next move sent a chill down Ji Qingfeng's spine. Ice spikes began to coalesce around the Corpse King, launching directly toward him. Ji Qingfeng hastily dove to the side but was still pierced in the thigh by an ice spike. With his mobility severely hindered, Ji Qingfeng could not outrun the Corpse King, which soon stood over him, delivering a crushing blow that sent him sprawling on the ground. Gazing up at Ji Qingfeng, the Corpse King wore a predatory expression, greedily licking its lips. Extending his hand, Frost immediately coalesced into an ice dagger to Ha. Just as he aimed to dismember Ji Qingfeng, a furious roar from Chen Fan erupted beside him. As black flames surged forth, the Corpse King, observing this, swiftly conjured a shield of ice to protect itself. After a brief standoff against the black flames, Chen Fan found himself exhausted. The black flames he prided himself on could not even breach the opponent's shield. Boom! The ice shield shattered explosively, sending Chen Fan flying several meters away, while the Corpse King turned its gaze back to Ji Qingfeng. It stomped down upon Ji Qingfeng's back, raising a hand to sever one of his legs with a single stroke. Ah! In agony, Ji Qingfeng howled, struggling to rise, yet he was unable to budge the Corpse King's leg in the slightest. The Corpse King picked up the severed leg, taking a few bites, when suddenly, a vehicle approached from the distance. Returning with Li Haojuan and others, Li Haojuan halted the vehicle, flung open the doors, and tossed a machine gun towards Ji Qingfeng. Ji Qingfeng seized the weapon and unleashed a barrage against the Corpse King's knee, finally causing it to loosen its grip. Seizing the opportunity, Ji Qingfeng rolled away to escape. The Corpse King, intent on pursuing, was met once again by the onslaught of black flames, igniting a fierce blaze on the ground that separated the two. After unleashing his skill, Chen Fan swiftly led the gravely injured Ji Qingfeng away, leaving only the Corpse King behind to feast upon Ji Qingfeng's severed leg. Chapter 35. Jiang Qian vs. Corpse King from a distance. Jiang Qian observed the Corpse King's display with a sense of relief, silently grateful for his decision to elevate the Void of Death to the 6th tier in advance. Without further hesitation, he leapt from a height of several dozen meters, rushing towards the Corpse King. Meanwhile, the Corpse King had returned to the Yifei Alliance, where numerous ordinary citizens and contract spirit users remained unevacuated. Suddenly, towering ice walls rose around them, trapping those who had failed to escape. The Corpse King surveyed the terrified ordinary citizens, a dangerous grin spreading across its face as it conjured an ice dagger. Casually slicing through the bodies of the frightened masses, the ice dagger glided effortlessly, as if parting cotton, leaving its victims unaware of their impending pain, or rather, unfeeling until it was too late. Their lower bodies lost control, collapsing to the ground, feeling only the chilling cold within. Upon glancing down, they discovered a ring of red lines forming on their bodies, but due to the dagger's low temperature, the blood had already begun to congeal at the moment of contact. In truth, their bodies had met their demise, as the residual warmth gradually melted the ice within. Excruciating pain surged forth. Yet, at that moment, they were too weak to scream, left to await the arrival of death. In the vehicle, Ji Qingfeng, his bleeding halted, gasped for breath. "Brother Qingfeng, what shall we do next?" Chen Fan inquired. "Immediately send word to the official base in H City upon our return, requesting stronger contract spirit users to be dispatched. Only those within the top 10 of the official ranks stand a chance against this Corpse King. I dread to think what its strength will be when reinforcements arrive." We can no longer remain in B City. Upon our return, everyone must evacuate B City at once, withdrawing as many as possible to minimize the frequency with which this Corpse King consumes high-tier contract spirit users within the Ife Alliance. All those trapped had been slaughtered by the Corpse King. Retrieving its ice dagger, the Corpse King refrained from consuming the flesh of these ordinary individuals. Their blood and flesh no longer sufficed to enhance its power. However, they would serve to cultivate its own minions. Indeed, it had already resolved to expand its influence. Rather than converting these ordinary citizens into zombies for slow cultivation, it would be far more efficient to seek ready-made minions elsewhere. Just as this thought crossed its mind, a voice suddenly resonated from behind. Hiss, quite ruthless, aren't we? The Corpse King whirled around, startled to find a man had somehow appeared behind it. The ice wall had shown no signs of rupture. The newcomer was Jiang Qin. A mere ice wall could not hope to restrain him. Jiang Qin confronted the Corpse King, which regarded him with a hint of surprise, sensing a trace of danger emanating from the man. However, it dismissed this notion, viewing Jiang Qin as an adversary of equal tier. Should it devour this individual, the power gained would be substantial. The mere thought made the Corpse King swallow an imaginary lump in its throat, unaware that the sensation it felt was precisely what Jiang Qin intended. Having recently developed several skills, Jiang Qin found himself presented with the perfect target, a resilient punching bag within a radius of several hundred miles. Who wouldn't he want to indulge in some practice? Whoosh! Several ice spikes shot towards Jiang Qin, yet they detonated harmlessly before him, as if colliding with an impenetrable barrier. Even the shards of ice failed to inflict a scratch. This was a spatial barrier, utilizing spatial energy to form an invisible shield before him, requiring minimal energy while boasting a solidity that satisfied Jiang Qin. Subsequently, Jiang Qin coldly regarded the Corpse King, extending his right hand with fingers curled upwards, as if to say, "Come at me." The Corpse King could not tolerate such provocation, conjuring ice daggers with both hands and charging at Jiang Qin. In response, Jiang Qin casually launched a wind blade. Whoosh, however. This wind blade deflected off the ice dagger with a resounding clash, surprising Jiang Qin. The creature could withstand a portion of his power. Intriguing indeed. As the Corpse King leapt high, poised to cleave Jiang Qin in two, Jiang Qin unleashed another wind blade, this time employing 40% of his strength. Crack! The wind blade shattered the ice dagger upon impact. Before the Corpse King could register its astonishment, Jiang Qin activated his time-stop ability. Instantly, he appeared before the Corpse King, enveloping his fists in wind energy, delivering a relentless barrage of blows. Jiang Qin's fists moved with such speed that they left afterimages, raining down upon the Corpse King from all directions. Of course, Jiang Qin moderated his strength. Otherwise, the Corpse King would surely have been left near death. Thud, 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 thud. The Corpse King's body bore numerous indentations from Jiang Qin's strikes. This was a technique employing wind attributes to greatly enhance his attack speed, proving devastating against weaker foes. In the face of Jiang Qin's time stop, who could hope to resist unless they possessed similar temporal abilities? Yet, Jiang Qin mused, if he could contract a beast spirit with strength attributes in the future, he would ensure both rapid attack speed and destructive power. What a delight that would be! As the time stop neared its conclusion, Jiang Qin delivered one final punch to the Corpse King's face before retreating. As time resumed, the immobilized Corpse King was sent hurtling backward, crashing through a wall to finally halt. The Corpse King, bewildered, wondered what had transpired. Why had it inexplicably been sent flying? It had not blinked even once. Shaking its head, the Corpse King rose, attributing the incident to its own momentary lapse of attention, and prepared to attack once more. However, this time, it had learned its lesson and refrained from charging recklessly. Launching an ice sphere with one hand, Jiang Qin deftly dodged. Boom! Crack, crack! The ground erupted with dozens of ice spikes following the impact of the ice sphere. Observing this, the Corpse King raised its hand again, unleashing several more ice spheres similar to the first. Jiang Qin leapt high, executing several flips in midair before adjusting his position and crashing down with a flying kick aimed at the Corpse King's chest. The Corpse King raised its arms in defense, yet still staggered back a few paces. Upon landing, Jiang Qin struck down with a hand chop, aimed directly at the Corpse King's neck. However, the Corpse King displayed no fear of impending death. Instead, it revealed a cunning grin, As Jiang Qin's hand passed through the Corpse King's neck, its entire form transformed into mist, dissipating without a trace. The icy mist quickly settled, firmly freezing Jiang Qin's feet to the ground. At that moment, the Corpse King appeared behind Jiang Qin, once more conjuring an ice dagger, swiftly slashing through Jiang Qin's form. Yet this was precisely what Jiang Qin had anticipated, for he had one final skill he wished to test. Chapter 36. Another mysterious crystal, what was thought to be Jiang Qin's demise, cleaved in two, turned out to be an illusion. Jiang Qin, seemingly unscathed, turned to regard the Corpse King with an enigmatic smile. Gradually, his body began to fade, until he vanished entirely. The Corpse King, once again perplexed, felt a tap on its shoulder. Turning, it beheld Jiang Qin smiling at it. Although unsure of how Jiang Qin had managed to position himself behind it, the Corpse King quickly reacted, driving its dagger into Jiang Qin's abdomen. Yet, this Jiang Qin too was an illusion, disappearing as the ice blade pierced through. The Corpse King frantically scanned its surroundings, yet could not locate Jiang Qin. The essence of the illusion attribute lay in its very name. If one could not create illusions, they would merely be classified as possessing mental attributes. "Hey, I hear you were looking for me?" A familiar voice echoed from behind the Corpse King, which roared in anger, cleaving the illusion of Jiang Qin in two once more. No surprise, it was yet another mirage. "Oh, don't be so irritable. Look over here." Jiang Qin's voice resonated from the left, but when the Corpse King turned, it found nothing. Suddenly, Jiang Qin's voice came again from the right. "Hey, I'm over here. You're looking in the wrong direction." The Corpse King turned to the right, yet once more found nothing. "Wait, did I just say right? My apologies. I meant to say I'm in front of you. Oh dear, looks like I made another mistake. I am behind you. No, that's not right. It must be to your left. Wait, it seems to be on the right. No, that's not right. It's on the left. No, it's behind. I in front. Go the right, go the left." Roar. The Corpse King could no longer endure. Letting out a furious roar, despite knowing that the enemy was nearby, it could not locate them, which filled it with a sense of humiliation. Immediately, a terrifying wave of energy erupted from the Corpse King, shattering all the surrounding walls. Simultaneously, a pair of ice-blue wings sprouted from its back, in the eyes of the Corpse King. Jiang Qin was a dozen meters behind it, sent flying by this energy wave and crashing against the wall. Roar, found you with that. The Corpse King flapped its wings and in the blink of an eye, charged in front of Jiang Qin. It condensed an ice blade in its hand and swung down with force. Jiang Qin, taken aback, rolled to the side just in time to narrowly evade the strike. The blade left a deep fissure in the ground. The blade, embedded in the earth, swung back towards Jiang Qin along the ground. Gathering a vortex of wind in his hands, Jiang Qin propelled himself aside, dodging the attack as the assault missed. The Corpse King soared into the sky, its wings enveloping its body. After gathering sufficient power, it suddenly spread its wings wide. Boom, boom, boom. Countless ice spikes rained down from above, crashing into the ground. Amidst this hail of ice spikes, Jiang Qin struggled to evade, ultimately becoming engulfed by the icy deluge. When the attack ceased, the ground lay in ruins, riddled with deep ice spikes, and a chilling mist hovered close to the ground. Jiang Qin knelt amidst the spikes, utterly disheveled. At this moment, he was covered in blood. His legs were pierced by shattered ice, his right arm was missing, and a shard of ice was lodged in his left eye. The Corpse King slowly descended from the sky, looming over the severely injured Jiang Qin. Raising the ice blade in its hand, it swung down, piercing Jiang Qin's neck. However, after the blade was swung, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Jiang Qin, who had been kneeling on the ground, suddenly transformed back into the form of the Corpse King after the blade was swung. The Corpse King was taken aback, but before it could react, it felt a gentle breeze pass through its body, followed by a sudden pain as a gash appeared on its neck. The world spun, and it found itself face to face with Jiang Qin, who should have been beheaded, now standing before it unscathed at the same time. It beheld its own body. Had it lost? Yet, it distinctly remembered locating Jiang Qin's position. How could this be? Wait. The Corpse King's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that it had never escaped the illusion set by Jiang Qin? Even the moment it broke through its opponent's illusion was merely another illusion crafted by Jiang Qin. It had fundamentally misjudged its opponent's strength and grossly underestimated the disparity in their powers. Within the illusion, Its opponent had shown it what it wished to see. Could it be that from the moment they met, Jiang Chen had only allowed it to see what he wanted it to perceive? The Corpse King stared in disbelief at Jiang Chen, who looked down upon it in the grayish-white eyes of the corpse. An expression of unwillingness emerged at it. The Corpse King. It had once aspired to ascend greater heights, yet now it could not even muster its own forces and had been slain by humans shortly after its birth. It was utterly unwilling to accept this fate. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen would not grant it the luxury of time to lament. Unleashing a wind blade, he cleaved through the Corpse King's skull, causing a crystal core to tumble out. This was none other than the crystal core of the Corpse King. Jiang Chen seized the crystal core, wiped away the blood, and raised it above his head for a closer inspection. This crystal core was a pristine milky white. Completely opaque. It appeared that the stronger the zombie, the whiter its crystal core would be. After glancing at the headless body of the Corpse King, Jiang Chen decided to take further action, launching several wind blades to slice the body into fragments. However, as the body was shredded, another crystal fell from the base of the wings on its back. Jiang Chen, curious, approached to collect the blue crystal. This sensation felt somewhat familiar. Suddenly, he retrieved the green crystal taken from the root of the man-eating tree stump from his spatial inventory. Comparing the two, apart from their differing colors and states, they were nearly identical. What purpose could these items serve? Both contained a rich elemental power, yet Jiang Chen had no idea what this stone was truly for. Not dwelling on it further, he tossed both items into his storage space. For now, it was best not to overthink it. They could be of use later. After ensuring the area was clear of anyone, Jiang Chen swiftly departed the battlefield. Enveloped by towering ice walls, those outside remained oblivious to the events that had transpired within, unaware that the Corpse King had already perished. However, with the death of the Corpse King, the ice walls would soon melt, and the news of its demise could not be concealed for long. After exiting the battlefield, Jiang Chen found another room to settle in. He was quite satisfied with the spoils of this battle. Having tested various techniques and acquired a Corpse King crystal core along with an unknown blue crystal, he wondered how much this crystal core could enhance his current abilities. Chapter 37. Journey to the official base. After some contemplation, Jiang Chen decided to hand the Corpse King crystal core over to Ming Xiao. Upon swallowing the crystal core, Jiang Chen felt the surge of temporal energy within him increase dramatically, his eyes widening in astonishment. Wow, this is incredible. The speed at which the energy surge was astonishing, taking Jiang Chen a few minutes to stabilize completely. This fifth-tier Corpse King crystal core had provided him with a staggering 2/5 of the energy required to advance from the 5th to the 6th tier. Seizing the momentum, Jiang Chen began to feed Ming Xiao ordinary crystal cores, determined to elevate her to the 6th tier by nightfall. Finally, at 11:30 in the evening, after having fed her over 5,000 crystal cores from dusk until now, Ming Xiao lived up to expectations and reached the 6th tier. The next day, Jiang Chen set out to scour City B for zombie hordes, aiming to replenish his stock of ordinary crystal cores. He had initially intended to head to the official base that day, but recalling how severely Ji Qingfeng and the others had been beaten, he opted to hold off. The reasoning was simple. City B had a Corpse King, and they were unable to contend with it. They were undoubtedly eager to evacuate. With more people around, traffic would likely be congested, and rather than waste time in pointless gridlock, it was better to hunt down a few more zombies. After all, City B was now desolate, and he would attract little attention while dispatching them swiftly. Whoosh! A fierce tornado swept through the horde of zombies, lifting them high into the air and gradually compressing them into a mass. Jiang Chen unleashed a series of spatial slashes within the mass, reducing it to fragments and revealing the gleaming crystal cores within. He skillfully controlled the whirlwind to separate the crystal cores from the shredded flesh, collecting all the cores into his storage space. Over the course of the morning, he amassed over 10,000 crystal cores. By the end of the day, Jiang Chen had accumulated a total of over 30,000 ordinary crystal cores and several powerful zombie crystal cores. After grinding for 2 more days and observing that the total in his storage space had exceeded 100,000 cores, he finally resolved to set off for the official base. He procured a vehicle that appeared to be in decent condition and made his way to the national road leading to City H. In truth, Jiang Chen did not require a vehicle. His speed now far surpassed that of an ordinary car. However, it was prudent to remain low-key in the presence of strangers to avoid unnecessary trouble. especially since he was not in a hurry. Upon reaching the vicinity of the National Road, Jiang Qin unleashed the car he had prepared earlier onto the highway. As expected, soldiers guarded the entrance to the road. A rough estimate indicated at least 3 squads of over 10 men each. Fortunately, he had come prepared. Stop, submit to inspection. A commanding soldier halted Jiang Qin's vehicle, and 2 personnel began to inspect the seats and trunk. Jiang Qin disembarked to undergo a pat-down. After confirming that Jiang Qin was not carrying any hazardous items, they handed him a slip of paper detailing the official base's information and the rules to be observed upon entering. The rules on the paper were divided into those for ordinary people and additional ones for spirit contractees. Jiang Qin briefly scanned the document. It essentially prohibited random killings within the base and forbade spirit contractees from engaging in combat in public areas. Once back in the car, he drove onto the National Road. The road was remarkably clear, with no incidents of robbery or obstruction, and after 3 hours, Jiang Qin exited the highway and entered City H. Unlike other cities, City H, where the official base was located, allowed ordinary citizens to walk the streets with relative safety. It appeared that the roads had been thoroughly cleared of zombies, rendering them completely absent. Upon arriving at the official base, he was greeted by towering, crudely built earthen walls. The entire base had only one large gate, yet many passageways for entry, some for pedestrians and others for vehicles, with a total of over 10 lines, each with long queues. However, Jiang Qin noticed a separate section of passageways. Clearly, people were entering there too, yet no one was queuing. After inquiring, he learned that these passages were reserved for spirit contractees and their teams. Enlightened, Jiang Qin offered a crystal core to the informant and directed his vehicle toward these passageways. At the entrance, his vehicle was halted, and a staff member approached to knock on his window. Lowering the window, Jiang Qin was greeted with inquiries. "Hello, sir. This is the spirit contractee exclusive passage. May I ask whether you are an ordinary person or a spirit contractee?" "I am a contract spirit wielder," Jiang Qin responded without hesitation. "Good sir, is this your first visit?" "Indeed." "Then please step out of the vehicle to register. We need to process your paperwork." "Register? What do I need to register for?" "You see, sir, new contract spirit wielders entering the official base must register the attributes of their abilities. At least one must be filled out. Subsequently, we will also need to test whether you possess that ability. If you wish, you may also register the quality and rank of your spirit beast, which will facilitate our provision of better services for you. Of course, this is entirely voluntary. We will not forcibly demand your information. So please rest assured." "Very well." Jiang Qin exited the vehicle and began the process of entering the base. When it came time to fill in his abilities, he unflinchingly wrote down when. He soon passed the test. And after just a few minutes, a staff member approached and handed Jiang Qin a card. "This is your identification. Please keep it safe," the staff member said respectfully. "What is this for?" "With this, you can quickly pass through the entrance without needing manual identification. And it also serves as a tool for storing prestige points." Prestige points. Prestige points are the new currency for transactions within the official base. All transactions here are conducted using prestige points. To prevent card theft and misuse, we have recorded your facial features in the system. When you wish to make a card payment, the machine's camera will automatically recognize your face and initiate thermal imaging facial recognition. As the staff member continued explaining, he escorted Jiang Qin back to his vehicle. "Thank you for your cooperation. I wish you all the best in the base." Jiang Qin then drove into the base. Upon entering, a crowd quickly surrounded him. "A new face, kid. What's your attribute?" "Our Thunder Squad is still one fire-type member short. Our Storm Squad doesn't care about attributes. How about joining us, my friend? I can tell you are extraordinary. Why not join our Way 13 squad? Once you're in, all your food and lodging will be covered by the Way family." "Hey, don't listen to him. The Way family's benefits aren't that easy to come by. These families are no pushovers. You might as well join the military." The group argued heatedly, leaving Jiang Qin feeling helpless. "Everyone, I apologize, but I have just arrived and plan to familiarize myself with the base first. I am not looking to join any of your squads just yet." "Did you hear that? They don't plan on joining your squad?" "Haha, as if he were going to yours." Upon hearing Jiang Qin's intention not to join a squad, the crowd quickly dispersed, not pursuing any trouble due to his refusal. Finding a parking spot, Jiang Qin began to wander around the base. Along the way, he noticed many individuals repairing the outer buildings, likely transforming them into livable spaces. Every street had ordinary people cleaning the roads. He also spotted several refurbished shops selling food, daily necessities, and crystal cores. All these transactions were conducted using prestige points. In the central area of the base, he saw a prominent building adorned with a banner that read, Mission Hall. This appeared to be the place for earning mission points, with many people entering and exiting in groups, some wearing triumphant smiles, while others looked despondent upon entering. However, Jiang Chun had no intention of taking on missions just yet, as he didn't even have a place to stay. Upon locating the official logistics center, Jiang Chun walked inside, where a young attendant greeted him. Hello, sir. How may I assist you? Can crystal cores be exchanged for prestige points? Yes, transparent crystal cores are worth 5 prestige points each. For white crystal cores of varying transparency, they must be appraised before pricing. What would you like to sell, sir? I'd like to sell some crystal cores. Certainly. This way, please. Wait a moment. I need to retrieve the goods first. With that, Jiang Chen dashed outside to a small alley. Using his mental energy for a quick scan, he confirmed there were no cameras or prying eyes, then retrieved 2 backpacks filled with crystal cores from his space. It was fortunate he had prepared in advance, packing several bags of crystal cores. He then placed the 2 backpacks in front of the attendant. Let us settle this. They are all transparent crystal cores. The attendant was momentarily taken aback by the sheer quantity of crystal cores Jiang Chen had brought back, but quickly regained composure. He promptly ushered Jiang Chen into a VIP room, where the cores would be counted by dedicated personnel. Shortly after, the attendant returned to the VIP room. All right, sir, you have a total of 1,535 transparent crystal cores, which will grant you 7,675 prestige points. As he spoke, the attendant produced a machine. Please swipe your identity card on this machine. Jiang Chun complied, retrieving his identity card from his pocket. After a few operations from the attendant, it displayed a balance of 7,675 prestige points. Is there anything else I can assist you with? Can I purchase a spirit beast here? Spirit beasts? The attendant hesitated noticeably. What? Are they not available for purchase? They are available, sir. What attribute do you require? Let me first assess the quality. As for quality, we only offer spirit beasts ranging from F to a grade. For S grade, you must apply for upper-level approval and submit your detailed information. Only upon verification and obtaining consent from all upper-level leaders will you be allowed to make a purchase. And you may only buy once within a certain period. As for SS grade and above, those are exclusively for military use. I see. Then I shall refrain from making a purchase. Hearing that he could only acquire an A-grade spirit beast at most, Jiang Chun felt a pang of disappointment, though he understood the rationale. Spirit beasts of S grade and higher were indeed rare. He would surely choose to reserve them for his own people rather than sell them. However, if he couldn't obtain an SS grade spirit beast, he felt his stay in this space would lack significance. Is there anything else I can assist you with? I would like a place to stay. Do you have any decent options? After some contemplation, Jiang Chun decided to find a place to reside for a while, hoping to discover anything noteworthy, particularly a contract spirit wielder capable of healing the wilds. The likelihood seemed slim, but it was worth a try. Indeed, there is a villa area within the base, each villa being standalone with better surroundings than most. However, they are strictly for rent, not for sale, and typically inhabited by members of the Wei family or powerful contract spirit wielders. The attendant hesitated mid-sentence, realizing that Jiang Chun had just produced such a large number of crystal cores. He likely wasn't intimidated by those individuals. Do you have your own squad, or perhaps some friends? What of it? If you wish to rent a villa, bear in mind that they occupy a considerable area. It would be wise to hire some caretakers for maintenance. Becoming a caretaker for villa tenants is also a means of survival for ordinary people within the base. Some powerful lone wolves, after renting a villa, often choose to hire attractive women from among the ordinary populace to serve as caretakers, primarily responsible for cleanliness and the dietary needs of the villa owner. In return, the villa owner compensates them with prestige points, and some benevolent owners even allow the caretakers' families to move in as well. The thought of needing to find women just to rent a villa made Jiang Chen immediately lose interest in that option. Then let us opt for something more modest. Let me see. To the west, there is a residential area with standalone houses, but the yard is only a small front area, and they are relatively close to one another. That's fine. I have no objections. I'll take that one. Very well. I will process your check. And it will be 500 prestige points per month. Would you like to pay with your card or crystal cores? With my card. Soon, Jiang Chen exited the logistics center. Having secured the rental. The entrance, There was a card reader, and after scanning his card for identity verification, the door opened. Building 08, this must be it. Arriving at his rented house, it indeed resembled what the attendant described. A standalone small villa surrounded by a painted iron wooden fence. The front yard was barren, seemingly unfit for planting. Alas, it appeared nothing could grow. After the apocalypse, all edible vegetables and fruits had rotted, leaving not even seeds behind. Jiang Chun had frequented various granaries in City S, and without exception, everything but canned goods had decayed. Even the non-decayed plants had mutated. Whether they were safe to eat remained a question. Speaking of fruits, he recalled the fruits of the man-eating tree stump. Regrettably, he never tasted the fruit. Had it been edible, he might have spared the life of that man-eating tree stump. Never mind, I shouldn't dwell on this. I need to get some sleep. Scanning his card to enter, Jiang Chun immediately lay down on the bed and enjoyed a comfortable night's sleep. The following morning, as he opened the door, he spotted Li Haojuan, who was missing an arm, supporting Ji Qingfeng, who was missing a leg. After escaping from the hands of the Corpse King, they had promptly returned to their respective territories. Notifying everyone around them and evacuating from City B to the official base, Ji Qingfeng had even reported everything that transpired in City B immediately. Upon learning of this matter, the 5th-tier powerhouse stationed at the H-City base promptly led his troops to B-City, intent on slaying the Corpse King. However, a day later, when he and his men arrived at the location indicated by Ji Qingfeng, they found no trace of the alleged Corpse King. Instead, the ground was littered with mangled and shattered remnants, unmistakably matching the description of the Corpse King reported by Ji Qingfeng. Among the debris, distinct fragments of wings could be discerned. Initially, he harbored doubts, unable to believe that the Corpse King had simply perished. After further searching the area, he found no sign of the Corpse King, compelling him to accept the grim truth. The Corpse King had indeed been slain. But who was the perpetrator, and how had it been achieved? All remained shrouded in mystery. Chapter 39. Numbered zombies reluctantly, they returned to the base, yet this was ultimately a positive outcome, albeit a pity for the Corpse King's crystal core. Upon their return, Hao Jimei was publicly executed the following day, and the beast's spirit was confiscated, with the core members of the Yifei alliance involved facing similar fates. Now that you have joined the military, the higher-ups must be preparing to provide you with prosthetics, right? Ji Qingfeng inquired. Indeed, they are. Lamentably, I lost my arm, and being a strength type, even with prosthetics, my combat abilities will likely be far diminished, replied Li Haojuan. Well, that is still better than having nothing, is it not? Perhaps in the future, a contract spirit user capable of regenerating lost limbs may emerge, he mused. By the way, where is that lad Chin Fan? He was supposed to wait here. Hey, over here. At that moment, a voice called out to the two, and it was none other than the healed Chin Fan. The trio chatted merrily from a distance. While Jiang Chun had no intention of lingering, he planned to venture out and hunt some zombies. He had gleaned the situation within the base the previous night, confirming the presence of a remarkably powerful healer among the contract spirit users. Whether or not they could restore lost limbs remained uncertain. However, securing a meeting with them would not be a simple task. The individual held significant influence within the base, and to ensure her safety, not just anyone could gain an audience. For someone like Jiang Chen, it would not only require a considerable amount of prestige points, but also time spent waiting in line. Fortunately, her demeanor was quite amiable, and she genuinely worked diligently every day, unlike certain renowned doctors in large hospitals who merely sought profit without delivering results. Thus, Jiang Chun held no grievances. Waiting was a trivial matter, and since there was no conflict, there was no need to trouble others. Upon exiting H-City and distancing himself from the base, Jiang Chun swiftly arrived at his first destination, a shopping mall teeming with zombies. Without hesitation, he disembarked from his vehicle and charged into the mall, activating his unparalleled grass-cutting mode. The mall was filled with ordinary zombies, and under Jiang Chen's onslaught, none could hope to survive even a second against his attacks. Within mere minutes, every last zombie in the shopping mall had been eradicated. Extracting the crystal cores from their brains and collecting supplies from the mall, Jiang Chun then proceeded toward his next target. An hour later, he arrived at a factory swarming with zombies. Concealed behind a building, he peered out to observe a horde of zombies, among which stood a remarkably conspicuous and towering specimen. Its skin was a deep gray, unlike the decaying and cracked appearances of the surrounding zombies. In fact, it appeared remarkably smooth and taut, even reflecting light. This was a numbered 005 zombie, codenamed Steel Bone, aptly named for its exceptionally hard body structure. Zombie numbers are a classification system established by officials to catalog powerful zombies encountered across various regions, ranked by their threat levels, and designated with corresponding codenames. The hierarchy ranges from 001 crawlers, 002 corpse vultures, 003 night stalkers, 004 flesh mountains, 005 steel bones, 006 little ghosts, 007 strength tyrants, 008 blood puppets, 009 blades, and 010 lords. These are the only known classifications of powerful zombies currently documented in official records. Accessible to all. In addition, there are special zombies. Special zombies typically refer to those that have consumed beast spirits and evolved new abilities. For instance, the Corpse King of Beast City falls into this category. These zombies often possess high intelligence, enabling them to communicate with humans. It is precisely because of their intelligence that they prey upon beast spirits, which ordinary zombies would not even consider. However, not every zombie that consumes a beast spirit qualifies as a special zombie. According to official research, only those that consume high-quality beast spirits have a slight chance of evolving new abilities. Zombies that feast on ordinary beast spirits remain unchanged, with strength comparable to that of powerful zombies. Each special zombie exhibits distinct characteristics, making specific codenames elusive. Nonetheless, it is universally acknowledged that any encountered special zombie possesses strength that far exceeds all others by their numbers, ranking them at the level of Corpse Kings. Moreover, Corpse Kings can continue to evolve, persistently seeking to devour high-quality beast spirits to acquire new attributes. Each time they evolve a new ability, their power experiences a significant boost, making it imperative to eliminate them immediately upon discovery. Currently, aside from the Corpse King slain in Beast City, 4 others have been found lurking in various cities across Longwa, 2 of which have already acquired 2 abilities. These cities have now become veritable paradises for zombies. Returning to the matter at hand, Jiang Chun was encountering a steel bone zombie for the first time. Tentatively, he tossed a kitchen knife in its direction. Clang! The moment the blade made contact with the zombie's skin, it emitted a metallic clash. Roar! The steel bone zombie turned its gaze toward the flying knife, but saw no one. In the next instant, dozens of wind blades suddenly descended, shredding every zombie in the horde, including the steel bone zombie. While the steel bone zombie's body was indeed tough, for Jiang Chun, it was still as fragile as an ordinary zombie, rendering even spatial abilities unnecessary. Effortlessly claiming the steel bone zombie's crystal core along with those of the other ordinary zombies, Jiang Chun resumed his quest for the next target. Soon, he discovered a 3-tiered corpse vulture in a nearby residential area. They possessed sharp claws capable of tearing prey to shreds, and their fleshy wings endowed them with remarkable jumping abilities. Typically, they would launch attacks from above, leaping high and gliding down upon their targets. Accompanying it were 2 diminutive zombies, classified as 006, codenamed Little Ghosts. These small zombies were agile and silent, making it challenging to detect them amidst the horde. In combat, a moment's inattention could result in a bite. Currently, no vaccine against the zombie virus had been developed, so being bitten meant certain death. Thus, although the little ghosts were generally weak, at levels 1 and 2, they remained highly dangerous. However, they had encountered Jiang Chun. Swish! 3 wind blades whizzed through the air, decapitating the 3 zombies simultaneously. After extracting their crystal cores, Jiang Chun did not linger and promptly moved on to his next location. After 2 solid days of relentless hunting, Jiang Chun found himself having circled all the way around Beast City, accumulating several thousand zombie crystal cores. That moment, he stood in an unfamiliar grassy expanse on the outskirts. Pulling out a map to verify his location, he had unwittingly strayed beyond Beast City and, according to the map, had ventured all the way back to H City, situated in the suburban area between Beast City and Modu. Chapter 40. Toxic Gas in the Cave. Have I wandered a bit too far? Jiang Chun surveyed his surroundings, noting an eerie silence devoid of zombies. Never mind. It had been 2 days. It was time to return and rest. Just as he was about to reverse his vehicle, a sudden premonition struck him, causing his expression to harden. Without delay, he flung open the car door and leaped out. That very moment, a colossal python erupted from the ground, swallowing Jiang Chun's vehicle whole. Where did such a massive snake come from? The serpent was riddled with wounds, suggesting it had endured a fierce battle. In such a battered state, it still dared to seek trouble with me? In the next instant, Jiang Qin's aura surged outward, enveloping the heavily injured giant snake, causing it to tremble as if it were being choked, struggling to breathe. For the first time, fear flickered in the snake's eyes, as the pressure emanating from this human felt akin to facing a more formidable beast. Not even in its prime could it hope to contend with him, as if foreseeing its own gruesome demise at the hands of this human. The snake immediately burrowed back into the earth in a desperate bid to escape Jiang Qin's clutches. "You destroyed my car, and now you think you can flee?" Jiang Qin, witnessing the giant snake's retreat into the ground, refused to relent. Bending down, he traced a line on the ground with his finger, causing the earth to split apart like a curtain, creating a passage large enough for two to walk side by side. Without hesitation, Jiang Qin jumped into the opening, subsequently crafting another tunnel beneath, swiftly navigating through the subterranean realm. Whenever he reached the end of a tunnel, he would deftly carve out a new one, continuing his pursuit. "Master, I sensed the presence of other SSS-grade beast spirits." Just as he was on the verge of catching up to the fleeing giant snake, a voice from the illusory spirit fox echoed in his mind. "Where?" "Also underground, in the direction the snake is heading." "Excellent." Upon hearing of another SSS-grade beast spirit, Jiang Qin immediately accelerated. Initially intending to swiftly deal with the snake, he soon realized it had changed course. At present, the SSS-grade beast spirit took precedence, and Jiang Qin chose to abandon his chase of the fleeing giant snake. After traversing the depths of the earth for several minutes, Jiang Qin arrived near the SSS-grade beast spirit. As he sought to delve deeper, he noticed the surrounding soil gradually transforming into a deep shade of green. Sensing something amiss, Jiang Qin immediately began to foresee, in his prophetic vision. He entered a cavern and beheld a dark green egg lying quietly at its center. Surrounded by a mixture of water and viscous green liquid that nearly submerged his feet, as he surveyed his surroundings, he discovered that the cave was surprisingly sealed. This posed a conundrum. How had this egg come to be here? Unable to unravel the mystery, Jiang Qin approached with the intent to form a pact with the egg. However, at that moment, he suddenly felt dizzy. His skin prickled, and his limbs grew weak. Realizing the presence of toxic gas, the Jiang Qin in the vision hastily dragged his poisoned body out of the deadly cavern. After resting outside for a while, the effects of the toxin began to wane. The vision concluded at this juncture. Contemplating the scenes he had witnessed, Jiang Qin stroked his chin thoughtfully. It was highly probable that the egg contained a poisonous beast spirit. To his astonishment, even before its hatching, the poison emitted by this spirit could affect someone of his sixth tier. The toxic substance seemed to have been secreted by the egg itself, and his poisoning appeared to stem from inhaling the volatile toxins. Had he not been at the sixth tier, he doubted anyone else could have escaped unscathed. Fortunately, he had foreseen this, allowing him to sidestep these dangers. Subsequently, Jiang Qin regarded the emerald-hued soil barring his path and began to comprehend the reason behind its verdant hue. Taking a deep breath, he prepared himself and opened a spatial portal, diving into the cave that concealed the beast spirit egg. The instant he entered, holding his breath, he activated time stop. Within the cave, disregarding everything else, he swiftly advanced toward the central dark green egg. After cradling the egg, Jiang Qin immediately utilized his spatial abilities to create a completely sealed pocket within the cave wall, effectively isolating himself from the toxic gas. As time flowed onward, Jiang Qin remained largely unaffected by the toxins due to the time stop he had initiated. He bit his finger and let his blood drip onto the eggshell. Soon, he sensed a new connection forming in his mind. From this connection, he learned that the beast spirit was named the Bone Erosion Dark Serpent, confirming his suspicion that it was of the poisonous attribute. However, due to the dim environment, he could not discern the serpent's exact appearance. He decided to store it away for the moment and would examine it further after exiting the cave. After briefly sensing the giant serpent's position, Jiang Qin resumed his pursuit in the direction it had fled. Minutes later, a dagger plunged directly into a wound near the serpent's head, and a figure emerged from the earth beside it. It was Jiang Qin, who had been in pursuit. He firmly grasped the dagger embedded in the serpent's body, just as he was about to deliver a fatal blow. Unexpectedly, the serpent, which had been moving horizontally, suddenly surged upward toward the ground with all its might. Meanwhile, above, the ground trembled. "If you go any further, you won't see anyone else," Chen Shui cautioned from the side. "Fear not, with me here, I will ensure your safety." Chen Fan replied earnestly. Hey, Chen kid, so you all ran over here? A voice called out. Everyone turned to see Wu Yongjun, a 5th-tier contract spirit master from the H-City base. Commander Wu, is there something you need? It's getting late. There may be dangers here tonight. We should head back for now. How can that be? You all worked so hard to injure that serpent. Now is the best time to eliminate it. The longer we wait, the more perilous the situation will become. Chen Fan said with a serious expression, I understand your sentiments, but in comparison, your safety is of greater importance to us. Wu Yongjun continued, as a contract spirit master of an SS-grade beast spirit. As long as you don't perish prematurely, you will undoubtedly become a significant figure in the Dragon Kingdom. By then, I believe that an evolved serpent will pose no challenge to you. There is no need to rush and endanger yourself. The growth of you talented individuals is of utmost importance. Just as Wu Yongjun finished speaking, the ground began to tremble lightly. Chapter 41. Slaying the Giant Serpent, huh? Before anyone could react, the tremors intensified. Beep, beep, beep. The detectors in everyone's hands emitted urgent alarms. Wu Yongjun glanced at them and was taken aback. Oh no. A massive creature is rapidly approaching us from below. Boom! As soon as Wu Yongjun finished speaking, the ground ahead cracked open, and a battered giant serpent surged forth. Chen Fan's heart soared with joy. After hiding for so long, it finally showed itself. It's that serpent. Commander Wu, Xian Yao, let's go. Wait. Look at the serpent's head. Chen Shui's shout halted the advancing group. Following her gaze, they looked toward the serpent's head. There was not a person. They saw someone gripping a dagger tightly, being lifted into the air by the giant serpent. The serpent thrashed its head, trying to shake Jiang Chen off, however. Dislodging him proved to be no easy feat. With his other hand already charged with wind elements, he unleashed a powerful wind blade that pierced through the serpent's body, severing its head from its torso in the next instant. Moreover, the wind blade returned, under Jiang Chen's control, and once again sliced the still struggling serpent's body into several pieces. Who are you? Wu Yongjun asked. His voice laced with suspicion as he watched Jiang Chen land safely with the serpent's head in hand. Me? I'm from the H-City base. Then why haven't I seen you before? Wu Yongjun's vigilance heightened. As a fellow member of the H-City base, he felt he should recognize someone so formidable. I just entered the base 3 days ago, and I've been out for 2 days. What were you doing out? Killing zombies. What else? Jiang Chen shrugged, exasperated. Show me your identification. After examining Jiang Chen's identification, Wu Yongjun finally relaxed. Once he returned the ID, he pondered. Based on the attack Jiang Chen had just executed, it was clear that he possessed wind abilities, though the records did not detail his capabilities, leaving Wu Yongjun and the others somewhat in the dark about his strength. However, the fact that he had effortlessly slain the giant serpent they had labored to pursue indicated that he was indeed powerful. He was at least a 5th tier with an SS-grade beast spirit, truly a genius. They needed to find a way to recruit him into the military before those aristocratic families beat them to it. Is it you? Suddenly, Lu Tiantian, standing beside Chen Fan, spoke up. This drew the attention of everyone present. Tiantian, do you know him? Chen Fan glanced at Jiang Qian, then turned to Lu Tiantian to inquire. Of course. He is the one who took the food from my mom and me after the apocalypse. Huh. So he is the one who locked you in the supermarket to fend for yourselves? Yes. Hearing this, Chen Fan's gaze turned icy as he looked at Jiang Qian. Lu Tiantian was such a kind girl, and this man had attempted to harm her. Had he not discovered the situation in time, that mother-daughter duo might have truly perished in the supermarket. Humph! A cold-hearted person like you deserves to live in this world? With that, Chen Fan ignited black flames in his hand. What, do you want to fight? Jiang Chen's eyes grew cold as well. Challenging him was akin to courting death. In Chen Fan's eyes, Jiang Chen was covered in dirt, clearly having struggled with the serpent for a considerable time. Digging through the earth and battling the giant serpent must have drained his stamina significantly. Now was the perfect moment to defeat him. Chen Fan had 3 things he vowed to protect in his life: his younger sister, the woman in his arms, and the beautiful women beside him. Anyone who dared to harm his women would meet their end. Without hesitation, Chen Fan swung his fist, engulfed in black flames, directly toward Jiang Chen's face. However, to Jiang Chen, a 6th-tier contract spirit master, Chen Fan's speed was no different from that of an ordinary person. He easily dodged Chen Fan's punch and delivered a kick to his abdomen, sending him flying. Brother! Xiao Fan! Qin Shui and the others hurried to catch the fallen Qin Fan. How could you be so excessive? Just because you have strength, do you think you can act wantonly? Winning through ability, is that what makes you a man? If you have the guts, don't rely on your powers. Face my brother in a fair fight. Do you even hear yourselves? Jiang Chun was nearly amused by this group of brawny women. Unable to best him, they blamed his strength. If one was inadequate, they should not blame the world for being uneven. As he spoke, Jiang Qin began to gather another vortex of wind. Stop! At that moment, Wu Yongjun intervened to halt Jiang Qin. "Tio dare kill in my presence. Do you not regard me as the commander of this base? Then what do you want?" Although Jiang Qin asked this, his gathering motion did not cease. "We are all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. Why resort to violence over trivial matters? Grant me a favor. And let this matter rest. Grant him a favor? Who does he think he is?" Jiang Chun had initially intended to eliminate Wu Yongjun as well, but suddenly remembered that his beast spirit awaited treatment from the contract spirit master in the base. If he were to kill this man now, wouldn't that be tantamount to turning against the authorities? In such a scenario, it appears that the authorities would likely refrain from providing treatment for Huani. With this thought in mind, Jiang Qian halted the accumulation of energy in his hand, causing the swirling winds to dissipate swiftly. At that moment, he remained oblivious to the underlying issues, his subconscious suggesting that they should wait until Huani was healed before proceeding. He gestured a thumbs up towards Chun Fan and the others, then rotated his arm, slowly lowering his thumb. After humiliating Chen Fan, Jiang Qian departed with the serpent's head in tow. After spending half a day returning to the base, he inquired at the mission hall and learned that this enormous serpent represented the only SS level mission within the base. Originally, this serpent had been entrenched along the route between Base H and the Magic City base. Boasting 5th-tier strength, it would frequently obstruct the path, launching attacks on official vehicles and causing considerable trouble for the authorities. The military had dispatched personnel to eradicate it, but unfortunately, grenades and shells failed to inflict any significant damage upon its scales. Leaving only darkened patches, bullets fared even worse, leaving no trace upon the serpent's armor. Various bases had also sent 5th-tier practitioners to subdue it, but the serpent's formidable prowess led to the demise of 1 out of 3 5th-tier spirit binders. With the remaining 2 sustaining serious injuries, however, the serpent was not unscathed. It had suffered grave wounds and concealed itself, prompting numerous searches, yet no trace of the serpent was found despite extensive efforts. In desperation, the authorities released the mission in the task hall, hoping to locate and eliminate the serpent before it could recover. Jiang Chun then realized that he had fortuitously completed an SS-level mission. Chapter 42. The bone-corroding underworld serpent. The rewards for the mission were quite substantial: 30,000 prestige points, 100 fresh mutated fruits, 200 unopened cans of fresh meat, and the privilege to purchase an S-level beast spirit. 30,000 prestige points would suffice for a considerable duration, and upon examining the 100 mutated fruits, Jiang Qian noted that they resembled those from the man-eating tree stumps. It seemed the authorities had successfully cultivated this fruit artificially. Almost all plants had undergone mutations in the post-apocalyptic era, with some fruits transitioning from edible to inedible. However, others remained consumable and even more delectable. The only issue was the prolonged maturation period of these fruits. Subsequently, individuals within the base discovered that wood-type spirit binders could not only manipulate plants for combat and healing but also accelerate plant growth. Thus, wood-type spirit binders became highly valued within the base. The higher the quality of the beast spirit, the shorter the maturation time and the greater the yield. Similarly, mutated vegetables had been discovered, including edible mutated sweet potatoes, and cabbages. Currently, food supplies were not critically low, barely meeting demand. However, meat sources were still limited to canned and instant food, with no edible mutated animal meat found thus far. Although Jiang Chun was not in dire need of the 200 cans of fresh meat, no one would ever complain about an abundance of food. Then there was the purchasing privilege for an S-level beast spirit. Jiang Qian did not find this particularly necessary. Could you possibly exchange this purchasing privilege for a quicker appointment with Lin Jinyu? Lin Jinyu is the most skilled spirit binder in the base. I've already made a reservation, but waiting another 4 days is rather tiresome. I don't urgently require a new beast spirit. Jiang Qian inquired at the front desk. That should be feasible, but I will need to consult with my superiors. Please hold on a moment. Within a certain building of the base, Wu Yongjun was strolling through the bustling corridor, pondering how to recruit Jiang Qian into the military. Given Jiang Qin's prowess in defeating Qin Fan in a single strike, securing him would undoubtedly pave a smoother path for the military's future. How foolish to forsake an S-level beast spirit. Since he wishes to exchange it, let him do so. I will speak with Lin Jinyu shortly. At that moment, he overheard mocking voices nearby, mentioning the S-level beast spirit. Out of professional instinct, Wu Yongjun approached to inquire further. I just heard you mention an S-level beast spirit. What happened? Commander Wu. The individuals inside immediately stood and saluted him. After the pleasantries, the leader elaborated. It's the individual who completed the SS level mission, Jiang Chun. I believe. He stated he does not want the purchasing privilege for the S-level beast spirit, but wishes to exchange it for a quicker appointment with Lin Jinyu for his beast spirit S treatment. Treatment? What condition is his beast spirit in? I'm not certain. Since he wishes to exchange, let us accommodate him. It saves us the trouble of procuring an S-level beast spirit. This matter will be handled by me. Ah? You will handle it? The individual expressed surprise. Indeed, I shall. More than 10 minutes later, Wu Yongjun walked back to his office, a smile gracing his lips. He had just arranged for Lin Jinyu to treat Jiang Qin's beast spirit the following morning. However, it was best not to heal it entirely at once. Stopping halfway would be preferable. Jiang Qin, willing to forego an S-level beast spirit for the swift healing of his own, could imply two possibilities. Either he harbored a special bond with this beast spirit, or it possessed exceptional quality, warranting such a choice. Given the prowess he exhibited, it was likely the latter. If they could entice him with a larger offer, promising treatment for his beast spirit, it could lead to Jiang Qin joining the military. Furthermore, Wu Yongjun needed to find an opportunity to gather more detailed information about Jiang Qin. He did not believe Jiang Qin possessed only this wind-type beast spirit. Perhaps Jiang Qin could bring even greater surprises. Meanwhile, Jiang Qin learned he would only be able to meet Lin Jinyu the next day, and he still retained the privilege to purchase an S-level beast spirit. He chose not to dwell on the latter. As long as he achieved his goal, he returned to his quarters. Closing the door behind him, Jiang Qin eagerly summoned the bone-corroding underworld serpent. A dark purple serpent emerged from within him, adorned with delicate silver ring-like patterns. Its scales gleamed, reflecting light, and one could faintly observe small spines along its back. Upon seeing Jiang Qin, the serpent coiled around him, draping itself over his neck, flicking its light purple tongue and affectionately rubbing against Jiang Qin's cheek. So, this is the bone-corroding underworld serpent, Jiang Qin mused inwardly. Without further hesitation, he began to feed the serpent crystal cores. Approximately 3 hours later, after consuming over 800 crystal cores, the bone-corroding underworld serpent reached 5th tier. Sensing the surge in power, Jiang Qin suddenly recalled something. I haven't named you yet. From now on, you shall be called Tuyo. Hiss, thank you, master. At that moment, the other 4 beast spirits emerged from within Jiang Qin as well. New companions, welcome, greeted Mingkong, who was the first to approach. Thank you, Tuyo replied cheerfully, descending from Jiang Qin's neck to coil around Mingkong instead. The remaining 3 beast spirits quietly engaged in discussion. Poison attribute. That's a rather formidable attribute. It seems it could synergize with my wind abilities. Wind appears to complement many attributes, doesn't it? Subsequently, Jiang Qin retrieved the fruit from the man-eating tree stump from his spatial storage, distributing one to himself and each of the beast spirits. Taking a bite, the flesh was crisp and delectable, bursting with sweetness, akin to a refreshing breeze carrying minty coolness on a sweltering summer day. Summed up in 2 words, delicious. Even his beast spirits echoed the same sentiment, particularly Mingkong, who seemed especially fond of this fruit. Time swiftly passed to the following day, and Jiang Qin arrived early at Lin Jinyu's clinic. Upon entering the room, he found her had already been waiting for some time. Mr. Jiang, this way please, Dr. Lin. I am honored to meet you. I shall not mince words. Can you regenerate my beast spirit's severed limb? Well, I haven't attempted this before, but I can certainly give it a try. Jiang Qin pondered briefly before releasing Huani. Upon witnessing Huani's dire condition, Lin Jinyu couldn't help but gasp in shock. Oh dear, how did it end up like this? After a moment of astonishment, green light enveloped her hands as she gently caressed Huani's severed limb, furry and quite pleasant to touch. Shall I begin? With that, Lin Jinyu closed her eyes, embarking on her attempt to restore Huani's limb. She utilized fruits imbued with healing properties and directly infused wood-type energy, yet there was no visible change at the severed limb. Chapter 43. life-type beast spirit. Ultimately, Lin Jinyu wiped the sweat from her forehead and informed Jiang Chen. I am afraid I cannot heal your beast spirit. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Chen sighed in disappointment, retracting Huani and turning back towards his quarters. It seems I must seek out a beast spirit with greater healing capabilities. Ah, it's all right, Huani. There will be other opportunities, he reassured. Upon returning to his residence, Mingkong emerged to console Huani. Thank you, but I had already mentally prepared for failure. This is nothing to me. As he spoke, Huani accepted the lollipop offered by Mingkong. Moreover, I am quite content to be with all of you. What do you plan to do next? Mingxiao inquired, perched upon Jiang Chen's left shoulder. Jiang Chen stroked his chin in contemplation. Now that I've met the people here, there is no longer a need to linger at this base. I lack for neither food nor water, and the beast spirits available for purchase here hold no appeal for me. I must seek out better ones myself. I am the base. Crucial information regarding the apocalypse is firmly held by the higher dash-ups. It would be better to inquire directly in person later. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the door to Jiang Chen's room was rapped upon. The spirit beasts, Ming Xiao and others, immediately retreated back into Jiang Chen's body upon seeing this. Jiang Chen tilted his head, pondering who could be visiting him. He did not have many acquaintances in the base. After all, with the question lingering in his mind, he opened the door. Standing outside was an officer clad in military attire, standing upright with a disciplined posture. Jiang Chen glanced at the officer's face. Wu Yongjun. Jiang Chen's eyelids flickered. What could he want from me? We are all adults here, so I shall be straightforward. Mr. Jiang Chen, on behalf of the military, I would like to extend an invitation for you to join the Dragon Kingdom's armed forces. As you can see, we are currently facing an apocalypse, and we must unite as one to withstand the impending disasters and contribute to the reconstruction of our homeland. Bang! Before Wu Yongjun could finish his sentence, Jiang Chen swiftly shut the door. Previously, when Chen Fan sought to kill him, Wu Yongjun merely observed from the sidelines. Now, upon realizing Jiang Chen's formidable strength, he came to recruit him. This significantly diminished Jiang Chen's opinion of Wu Yongjun. Had it not been for the circumstances concerning Huan Yi, Jiang Chen would have eliminated him on the spot. Now, seeing him still unhealed, Jiang Chen had no intention of showing him any courtesy. Adhering to the belief that the official channels represent the hope of reconstructing the Dragon Kingdom, and knowing there is no benefit in offending the authorities, Jiang Chen refrained from attacking Wu Yongjun during their encounter. That said, if Jiang Chen truly wished to eliminate Wu Yongjun, it would likely take the authorities quite some time to locate him. As for Wu Yongjun's proposal to join the military, Jiang Chen had absolutely no interest. He lacked neither strength nor sustenance. Living a carefree life alone seemed far more appealing. Although Jiang Chen did not seek trouble, he was not afraid of it either. Should this man persist in his entreaties, he would not hesitate to take another life. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking continued outside. Mr. Jiang Chen, I kindly ask you to consider this seriously. The nation and its people are in need of you. Knock, knock, knock. Oh, and there's one more thing of utmost importance to the Dragon Kingdom. I wonder if Mr. Jiang Chen would be willing to participate. Knock, knock, knock. This task comes with a high reward, Mr. Jiang Chen. Are you certain you do not wish to reconsider? I am not sure if your spirit beasts have been healed, but if they have not, this task might prove beneficial to you. Wu Yongjun's words successfully piqued Jiang Chen's interest. He rose once more to open the door. Finding Wu Yongjun still standing there, haha, I knew you would find this intriguing. This matter cannot be disclosed outside. May I have a word with you? Jiang Chen stepped aside, inviting him into the room. Wu Yongjun took a seat on the sofa and began to elaborate on the task. This mission requires you to escort a contract spirit master named Lu Zhaodi. She is of great significance to our military. Wu Yongjun stated solemnly that a contract spirit master needs to be escorted. Jiang Chen inquired, I anticipated you would ask that. The reason Lu Zhaodi is so important is due to the unique attribute of the spirit she has contracted, an entirely new discovery. A newly discovered attribute. Indeed, her spirit is of the life type. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow at this revelation. A life type. This was something he had not heard of before. Could it be what he was thinking? The abilities of this life type are superior healing that exceeds even the wood type, and it can even bring the dead back to life. Jiang Chen nodded thoughtfully. If that were the case, Lu Zhaodi was indeed of paramount importance to the authorities, since she could even resurrect the deceased. What of Huan Ye's severed limbs? Where exactly is Lu Zhaodi to be escorted? He queried, taking a swig from a bottle of juice on the table. To Kyoto, Wu Yongjun replied. Jiang Qian nearly spewed the juice he was drinking at the mention of Kyoto. How far could that possibly be, however? Wu Yongjun's subsequent words caused him to swallow the beverage back down. But you need not travel that far. This matter has already been reported to the headquarters in Kyoto, and they will dispatch personnel to meet you. However, the noise from the aircraft during landing is too loud and may attract zombies. If the lurking Corpse King were to be drawn near the base, it would pose a grave threat to Lu Xiaodi's safety. Therefore, for the sake of security across various bases, the rendezvous point has been set in the most powerful and nearest location, Magic City. Thus, all you need to do is escort her there, Theo Magic City. Huh. That certainly lightens the load. So, Mr. Zheng, what is your stance? I can go, but I require that Lu Xiaodi heal my spirit beast once. That's simple. I will give you a heads up when the time comes. Is there anything else? That's all. The rest of your offers hold little value for me. However, I do have one question. Zhang Chun, still with arms crossed, posed his most pressing concern. Why mobilize so many people to escort Lu Xiaodi? Even if she is highly valuable, is the military truly afraid of being besieged by the noble families? Sigh, this action is not to guard against the noble families. To be frank, they have made concessions this time and will not send anyone to contest Lu Xiaodi with us. Our true concern lies with the zombies. Zombies? Yes, a new special zombie has emerged in City L, and it has learned of Lu Xiaodi's life-type spirit. Thus, it seeks to kill her and consume this life-type spirit. Precisely, and this zombie is exceptionally persistent. It has chased her through several cities with its minions, seemingly unwilling to relent until it captures Lu Xiaodi. What is the strength of this special zombie? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen asked. According to reports from contract spirit masters who have engaged it in battle, it possesses at least 5th-tier strength. Chapter 44, How to Win Over Jiang Chen. Fine, I understand. I will go. At this point, Jiang Chen felt undaunted even at the prospect of facing a 6th-tier Corpse King. All right, I will report this to you. For safety's sake, I still recommend you utilize the purchase permission for that S-tier spirit. Do you have any plans for your next spirit? If not, I could suggest some attributes that might suit you based on your current capabilities. There is no need for you to concern yourself with that, Officer Wu. I have my own plans. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. It seemed that Wu Yongjun was still attempting to pry into his information at this juncture. Ha ha, indeed. With that, Wu Yongjun awkwardly chuckled as he exited the room. Once Wu Yongjun left, Ming Kong rushed out. Did he just mention a life-type spirit? Could it potentially heal Huan Yes? It should be able to. After all, it 1T hurt to T or Y.I in the military's office building. Wu Yongjun sought out Lin Jinyu. Did you sense anything when treating Jiang Chen's spirit beast today? Wu Yongjun inquired. He came to see if I could heal the severed limbs of his spirit. Lin Jinyu replied, Oh? What was the outcome? Were you able to heal it? Wu Yongjun asked, somewhat hopeful. If Lin Jinyu could indeed regenerate severed limbs, it would be a tremendous boon for his side. You overestimate me. I am merely a wood-type contract spirit master. I can only heal wounds, but I am not capable of regenerating limbs. I see. That is indeed a pity. By the way, how is Jiang Chen's spirit beast in terms of quality? Lin Jinyu pondered for a moment, resting her chin on her hand. Though my healing abilities are of little help to his spirit, when I approached, my spirit and I felt an overwhelming sense of suppression. If I am not mistaken, his wind-type spirit is most likely SSS-tier. It is a shame it is disabled. Such high quality is regrettable in the current situation. Whether it is disabled or not is inconsequential. As long as its abilities are not hindered, an SS-tier spirit. No wonder Jiang Chen would go to such lengths to have it treated, even foregoing an S-tier spirit. He truly keeps his cards close to his chest. Though it may be disabled, it remains an SSS-tier spirit. I have witnessed Jiang Chen's prowess. A talent such as this must be brought into the military fold. Is there anything else you've discovered? For instance, regarding Jiang Chen's other spirit beasts, I cannot say, but I have a strong feeling he possesses more than just this one. That night, Wu Yongjun found himself alone in his office, staring at the computer screen. The scene displayed was that of a long conference table populated by high-ranking military officials. This was an official device used for emergency situations, capable of video calls without an internet connection. Maintaining internal communication channels. As it stands, while Jiang Chen is still somewhat unstable, if we can secure him under our wing, with the nation's nurturing, it won't be long before he becomes one of the foremost powers in the country. At that time, the reconstruction of the Dragon Kingdom will be just around the corner. The officials nodded in agreement, We understand your points, Officer Wu. Thank you for your hard work. We shall handle the rest. Yes. Subsequently, Wu Yongjun ended the call, and the screen before the conference table reverted to darkness. Gentlemen, what are your thoughts on this Jiang Chun? Jiang Chen. That surname is the same as the Jiang family. Could he be? Unlikely. There are no members of the Jiang family at the H-City base. It is probably just a coincidence. Returning to the main topic, how do you propose we bring Jiang Chun to our side? As Wu Yongjun mentioned earlier, due to previous minor conflicts, Jiang Chen harbors no goodwill towards us, and even exhibits a degree of hostility. It seems to me that he is merely an ordinary individual who has acquired power and has become arrogant. Dismissing everything in such circumstances, I believe we should directly dispatch an S-level contract spirit user to demonstrate to him that there are indeed greater powers beyond his own, and that he is not the sole possessor of an SS-level beast spirit. He simply has not encountered a true powerhouse. A single confrontation would surely humble him. But what if, by chance, Jiang Chen truly is an SS-level contract spirit user? What then if our people cannot overpower him? The council member who proposed this plan outright dismissed such an outcome. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Setting aside whether Jiang Chun is indeed an SSS-level contract spirit user, do you truly believe that his solitary strength could rival that of the entire Dragon Kingdom? Indeed, the state has numerous contract spirit users to support, and nurturing our four has required a considerable amount of crystal cores. Nevertheless, the results have been remarkably evident, as all four have ascended to the 6th tier. Does Jiang Chun possess such power? Even if he does, how much could he possibly have? It is crucial to recognize that the number of high-tier beast spirits can directly influence the outcome of a battle. As for our four, I won't say it's excessive, but each possesses at least 3 6th-tier beast spirits. What can Jiang Chun compare with us? He cannot surpass us, unless each of his beast spirits is SSS level. In which case, I would readily relinquish my position to him, this individual declared with fervor. However, we cannot speak so definitively. According to Wu Yongjun, Jiang Chen's beast spirit is incapacitated and requires Lu Zhaoti's life-type beast spirit for healing. I believe we can leverage this point. If our people assist him in healing his beast spirit, we might use this as a reason to promise him certain benefits to entice him into the military. Your method is rather simplistic. What if he simply disregards it? In that case, it may not even be necessary for Jiang Chun to join the army. At this juncture, a council member interjected. What we truly require is not Jiang Chun himself, but rather his SSS-level beast spirit. Should Jiang Chen's character be questionable, he could pose a threat to the Dragon Kingdom. Upon hearing this, the others fell into silence. Indeed, an individual of dubious morality wielding a powerful beast spirit could indeed become a calamity. Previously, there was a fellow named Zhao Dabiao, who was originally just a petty thug. Fortune smiled upon him when he acquired an SSS-level beast spirit, leading him to believe he was invincible, indulging in rampant violence, pillaging and terrorizing the region, even disregarding the official authorities, frequently raiding their supply convoys. This naturally drew the attention of the authorities, who eventually dispatched contract spirit users to capture him. He was ultimately killed after enduring numerous tortures. Having severed his bond with the beast spirit, if Jiang Chen were to behave like Zhao Dabiao, becoming arrogant with newfound power, then indeed, we could resort to more forceful measures. After further discussion, it was ultimately decided to send an S-level contract spirit user to the Demon City. However, we should not act hastily. First, we must discreetly investigate Jiang Chen's background and consider our options based on the actual circumstances, whether to recruit or capture him. Once the conversation shifted from Jiang Chen, the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom began to discuss Chen Fan. The evaluations they provided were predominantly favorable, noting his strength, sense of responsibility, and willingness to assist others in need. Even more importantly, he was eager to serve the country, though he did have a few more women around him than desirable, which was of little consequence. The Dragon Kingdom is in dire need of such talent. Chapter 45. Someone is following Wager Residence. An SSS-level beast spirit? Quite impressive, a young man rested his chin on one hand as he perused the documents in his possession. The materials contained information regarding Chen Fan and Chen Shui. Among others, this individual was named Wei Xiaojue, the eldest son of the Wei family, who had come to H-City with the intent of unearthing talent for his family. Naturally, should he encounter particularly exceptional beast spirits, he would first approach their contract holders to express his interest in acquiring them. If the individuals failed to recognize his goodwill and refused, Wei Xiaojue would send people to abduct them once they left the base. Such underhanded dealings were not new to him, and the military, hindered by his status and lack of evidence, could do little to stop him. These young ladies are quite appealing as well. Wei Xiaojue's gaze fell upon images of Chen Shui and the others. Come here. Young master, I am here. Before he officially joins the military, I want his beast spirit taken from him. As he spoke, Wei Xiaojue handed over Chen Fan's dossier to his subordinate. Also, capture all his women. Understood. The following day, after finishing breakfast, Jiang Chen received new information from Lu Xiaodi, stating that she would arrive at the base in approximately 3 days. Jiang Chen intended to make good use of these 3 days. Deciding to elevate the remaining beast spirits to the 6th tier, he observed Jiang Chen liberally expending crystal cores. Both Ming Xiao and Ming Kong could not help but break into cold sweats. Previously, they had endured several hours of having crystal cores stuffed into them, their throats nearly parched from the experience, only to finally receive a moment of respite once their tiers were raised. They were adamant that they did not wish to relive that experience. Fortunately, Jiang Chen was not planning to stuff them with more cores. Instead, he called forth Mingli and Tuyu. With ample time at his disposal, Jiang Chen decided to feed them in batches, unlike his previous method of cramming 10,000 cores at once into Ming Xiao and Ming Kong. With sufficient intervals for rest, Mingli and Tuyu felt little discomfort. Ah, is it possible to do it this way? Why did you feed me all at once back then? Seeing Jiang Chen's method of gradual feeding, Ming Kong felt a pang of envy. Well, it's because time was tight back then. Jiang Chen scratched his head awkwardly. How about I do it in batches for you next time? Humph. Oh, come on, don't be upset. It was for the sake of time back then. After some coaxing, Jiang Chen finally managed to appease Ming Kong. Once he had finished feeding Mingli and Tuyu their allotted crystal cores for the day, he departed from his small villa. He swept clean all the mutated fruits within the base, intending to study them further once he left the official compound. Meanwhile, several shadowy figures trailed Jiang Chen from behind. These individuals had been lurking near Jiang Chen's residence the previous day, remaining throughout the night. Upon seeing Jiang Chen exit, they followed closely behind. They concealed themselves in distant corners or disguised themselves as customers standing outside nearby shops, observing Jiang Chen's every move. Honestly, is it really necessary to go to such lengths? He is not a criminal, one of the pursuers remarked to a companion nearby. Who said he isn't? The suspicion surrounding his possession of an SSS-level beast spirit is reason enough. And who knows how many other beast spirits he might have? What if he possesses more than one SS-level beast spirit? Moreover, the orders from above are to gather intelligence on his other beast spirits, not to engage him directly. What is there to fear? That's a fair point. The two men believed their discussion was sufficiently hushed. Little did they realize that every word and action was within Jiang Chen's perceptual range. Their conversation reached Jiang Chen's ears without fail. In certain matters, silence is a means of concealment. Wu Yongjun surely understood this principle. They are already suspicious of my possessing an SS-level beast spirit, yet they dare to send individuals to monitor me around the clock? Do they truly believe that just because they are from the official ranks, I, Jiang Chen, would not dare to act? Jiang Chen feigned indifference as he stepped into a secluded alleyway devoid of onlookers. Suddenly, he sensed the individuals trailing him scattering in all directions. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. Have they realized they've been discovered? It was clear these individuals were not foolish. They recognized the need to flee. Yet, how foolishly they chose to provoke him. Although they had the instinct to escape, regrettably, it was all too late. They had remained well within Jiang Chen's psychic awareness. For Jiang Chen now, as long as they were within his perception range, he could effortlessly crush them from a distance. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, the fleeing pursuers' bodies erupted one after another, transforming into splatters of flesh that sprayed across the surroundings. Within mere seconds, all those who had followed him lay dead. Emerging from the alley, Jiang Chen approached one of the puddles of flesh. With a look of disdain, he examined the remnants on the ground, using his psychic power to extract a piece of tattered cloth, upon which rested a small metallic device, an eavesdropping device. These individuals were equipped with hidden cameras and listening devices. If they sought to uncover the extent of his abilities, then he would ensure they did not achieve their goal. He had deliberately chosen to act only after entering the alley. This was a precaution he had taken. The other eavesdropping devices and hidden cameras had already been destroyed in the wake of Jiang Chen's earlier attack. There was not even the most basic respect among them. Is this what the military represents? With that, Jiang Qin dismantled the eavesdropping device and departed from the scene. After meandering through the trading market for a while, Jiang Qin returned to the residential area at in the capital, within the military headquarters. Smash! Damn it! Damn it! He Guangming slammed his hand on the table in frustration. Jiang Qin has gone completely mad. He dares to kill even our military personnel? He Guangming was one of those who had previously participated in discussions regarding how to recruit Jiang Qin into the military. However, he was merely a peripheral figure, unable to interject during the discussions of the higher-ups, and could only take part in a formal manner. The soldiers dispatched to gather intelligence were under his direct orders at headquarters. These individuals remained in constant communication with their side, yet just moments ago, all contact with those accompanying Jiang Qin was abruptly severed. He Guangming, naturally aware of the dire implications, could not contain his fury and erupted in a fit of anger. Currently, their knowledge regarding Jiang Qin was scant, and they required a more comprehensive understanding of him. Hence, they had dispatched personnel to shadow him and uncover some of his secrets. However, the intention was not to unveil all of Jiang Qin's cards, but merely to ascertain the number of beast spirits he possessed and their respective attributes. He believed that by submitting more information about Jiang Qin, his standing within the military would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. He was convinced that even if his men were discovered, revealing their identities would deter any further action from the opposition. At worst, they might capture one person as a warning. Yet, to his utter shock, Jiang Qin had annihilated everyone without affording them a chance to flee. Ultimately, the only surviving listening device transmitted Jiang Qin's accusatory inquiries, which, upon reaching He Guangming's ears, felt more like mockery, inciting further ire within him. Chapter 46 Arrival of Lu Zhaodi. How dare you accuse me of disrespect? Have you ever shown us any respect? He continued. If you truly were a formidable figure, why were you merely a mediocre waste before the apocalypse? A piece of trash. You are nothing more than a small man who has become arrogant due to newfound power. What qualifications or status do you possess that warrants my respect? Just because you have an SS-level beast spirit? Do you believe you are the only one in the world? He Guangming bellowed within the confines of the room, a mere expression of his impotent rage. 3 days swiftly passed, and as the final crystal core was consumed by Tuyu, all of his beast spirits, except for Huanyi, ascended to the 6th tier. It was not due to a lack of resources that Huanyi remained at a lower tier, but rather a concern that a significant gap in levels might adversely affect the healing process. At that moment, a toy balloon bounced to Jiang Qin's feet, prompting him to glance over, where he spotted Ming Kong and Ming Li frolicking nearby. In the past few days, aside from feeding Ming Li and Tuyu with crystal cores and raiding a few shops, Jiang Qin had largely remained within the base. After completing this task and ensuring Huanyi's recovery, he intended to depart the base immediately. Thus, he allowed them a few days of peaceful existence. Regarding the individuals who had been tailing him, Jiang Qin had approached Wu Yongjun for clarification. Upon presenting the remaining evidence of their identities on Wu Yongjun's desk, he discovered that they were not the subordinates of Wu Yongjun, but rather affiliated with a prominent figure from Kyoto. Although not instigated by Wu Yongjun, he nonetheless compensated Jiang Qin with 8,000 ordinary crystal cores in an effort to mend some ties, albeit a meager consolation. This only strengthened Jiang Qin's resolve to sever ties with the authorities. Not to mention, he had no need for those 8,000 crystal cores. After reaching the 6th tier, ordinary transparent crystal cores held no value. Furthermore, the fact that he was being followed indicated that he had caught the attention of certain behind-the-scenes players, who merely sought to test him. Could it be that they thought him easy prey simply because he had not caused trouble within the base? Indeed, the old adage rings true. Good people are often taken advantage of. Given this attitude, Jiang Qin held little faith that the higher-ups would yield any fruitful outcomes. Constantly being watched by these so-called military elites, he yearned to leave the official base behind, if not for Huanyi. All right, it's time to set off, Jiang Qin called to the beast spirits at play, and Ming Kong obediently stowed the toy ball into his spatial realm. On this day, having received notice, Jiang Qin arrived early at the waiting area by the base entrance to await Lu Zhaodi's arrival. In the waiting area, apart from Jiang Qin, there were a dozen or so spirit masters involved in escorting Lu Zhaodi. Their prowess placed them among the top echelon of the base, likely drawn by Lu Zhaodi's potential to lend a favor for future endeavors. Naturally, such a significant mission would not be without Chen Fan, who, along with Chen Shui and Qiong Xinyao, was among the waiting spirit masters. Upon seeing Jiang Chen's presence, they immediately directed a venomous glare in his direction. Jiang Chen noticed Chen Fan's countenance transform into one of seething hatred, akin to a man who had encountered the murderer of his kin. With a disdainful snort, he raised a friendly gesture in response, causing Chen Fan's expression to stiffen, his hatred swiftly morphing into fury, his jaw clenching as he twisted restlessly. He was acutely aware that he was no longer the underdog, now equipped with fifth-tier strength. He would not deign to regard Jiang Chen with fear. Previously, his trepidation stemmed from Jiang Chen's ability to dominate him by virtue of realm. Now that they stood on equal footing, he felt no compulsion to fear Jiang Chen. Possessing an SSS-level hellhound, he was confident that should they face off again, a stalemate would be well within reach, a testament to the confidence derived from his newfound power. He dismissed the notion that Jiang Chen could possibly ascend to the 6th tier in such a short span. Especially when even Longhua had few 6th-tier spirit masters. Could he possibly surpass an entire nation? With this thought, Chen Fan's spirits lifted considerably. After escorting Lu Xiaodi, he planned to recruit an SSS-level spirit master within Mo-Du as his backing. And Jiang Chen would be next on his list for elimination. Regardless of Jiang Chen's impressive potential, he was determined to demonstrate that anyone who dared harm Chen Fan's woman would meet a grim fate. Just wait, Jiang Chen. One day, I shall crush you beneath my heel, and you will kneel before Tian Tian and Aunt Huiying, repenting for your transgressions. Chen Fan clenched his fists, harboring malevolent thoughts. At that moment, Huan Yi appeared on Jiang Chen's left shoulder, casting a hostile glare at Chen Fan and provocatively sticking out its tongue. Jiang Chen paid no mind to Huan Yi's antics. Reflecting on the situation, he realized that his beast spirits had seldom revealed themselves before others. Thus, the likelihood of exposure was minimal. Conversely, Huan Yi, being an SSS-level spirit, might inadvertently attract attention, despite Jiang Chen having made efforts to suppress its aura. Yet, if Huan Yi had already been exposed, why continue to conceal it? He had no desire to engage with these individuals any further. After all, he had 4 more SS-level beast spirits. What did it matter if one was guessed? Chen Fan, momentarily taken aback, soon seethed with frustration. How dare Jiang Chen act so brazenly? What right did that pitiful beast spirit have to provoke him? It was nothing. Beside him, the aloof Qiong Xinyao frowned, casting a disdainful glance at the unsightly beast spirit. Indeed, one could easily discern the character of its master. Soon after, the convoy escorting Lu Xiaodi arrived at the base, a procession of several off-road vehicles encircling a motorhome as they slowly entered through the main gate. Numerous spirit masters from other bases disembarked from the off-road vehicles. Wu Yongjun stepped forward to oversee the handover, inquiring about the condition of the corpse king. No1 paid attention to the spirit masters emerging from the off-road vehicles. All eyes were fixated on the motorhome, eager to catch a glimpse of the rumored Lu Xiaodi, an SS-level life spirit, regarded as a treasure by the military. As the motorhome door opened, the first to step out was a wiry man with a face full of pockmarks, followed closely by a haggard old woman. Only after their exit did a rather unremarkable-looking woman emerge from the vehicle. This was the true Lu Xiaodi. So this is the H-City base? Just one more trip and we'll reach Mo-Du. The man who disembarked stretched his limbs extravagantly, twisting his neck and surveying the surrounding spirit masters. Are you all the personnel assigned to escort us from the H-City base? Make sure to do your jobs well. No slacking off. His authoritative tone irked the nearby spirit masters, yet none dared to voice their discontent, treating his remarks as inconsequential. After concluding the handover, Wu Yongjun approached Lu Xiaodi. Extending a handshake to familiarize himself, on behalf of the H-City base, I welcome Miss Liu. Do you require a brief respite? Chapter 47. The escort begins before Lu Xiaodi could respond. The man accompanying her interjected. Of course we need a break. We've been on the road for 5 days, constantly on edge. Now that we finally arrived, we certainly deserve some rest. Wu Yongjun ignored the man's outburst, continuing to regard Lu Xiaodi as he awaited her response. What my brother means is what I mean, she said with a nod. After 5 days of jostling, it was entirely reasonable for them to desire a moment of respite. The spirit masters in the waiting area had no significant objections. After all, they stood before Longhua's first life spirit master, rumored to have the ability to bring the dead back to life, a figure destined to be prominent in the nation. Given such a favorable opportunity for interaction, they were keen to ingratiate themselves, perhaps hoping for future favors. Very well, since Miss Lu requires a break, we shall accommodate that, Wu Yongjun replied, turning to address the gathered individuals. Allow me to introduce these two, Lu Zhaoti's mother, Li Chunhua, and her brother, Lu Yulong, who are also among the targets requiring protection for this mission. As Wu Yongjun introduced them, Lu Yulong puffed out his chest proudly, resembling a crowing rooster. After 2 additional hours of waiting, the moment to set forth had finally arrived, and the group prepared to depart, eager to embark on their journey. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Lu Yulong caused yet another disturbance. In a way, we haven't eaten yet. We'll leave after we finish our meal. Lu Yulong shouted loudly. Haven't eaten? Didn't we already give you 2 hours to rest? Finally, someone could not contain their annoyance and retorted. Exactly, we've given you time. If you choose not to eat, that's your own issue. Do you really think a common person can act so self-importantly? Upon hearing the term common person, Lu Yulong instantly erupted with rage. What the hell do you mean? I am Lu Zhaoti's own brother. If you offend me, do you believe I will have my sister deny you treatment in the future? So what if I am a common person? One day, I will be 1,000 times more noble than you. You worthless scum, how dare you speak to me like that? Kneel down and apologize to me, and then slap yourself 10 times. Hearing someone dare to insult him, Lu Yulong immediately retaliated without hesitation. After the apocalypse arrived, relying on his sister's abilities, their lives had been quite comfortable. Everyone around them was aware that 2 ordinary individuals were living well thanks to their daughter's capabilities, which inevitably stirred jealousy. Whenever the opportunity arose, they would hurl a few insults at him to vent their dissatisfaction. Among them, the phrase ordinary person was what Lu Yulong heard most frequently. Those people would always use his status as an ordinary person to belittle him, leaving him without a reason to retort. Consequently, he now despised being referred to as an ordinary person. When that group heard an ordinary person audaciously demand they kneel and apologize, they too became furious and stepped forward to engage in a heated exchange. You fool! Who do you think you are to demand an apology from us? Worthless scum! You are the fool. Your entire family is full of fools. I curse your grandmother. I curse you all. What was expected to be a battle of wits quickly devolved into a series of insults. And Lu Yulong soon found himself overwhelmed by the onslaught, swiftly losing this familial defense battle. Not far away, witnessing Lu Yulong being surrounded and insulted, Jiang Qin discerned the truth. He was both incompetent and attention-seeking. What are you doing? A furious voice rang out from the distance. Li Chunhua and Lu Zhaoti, laden with bags, rushed forward, shoving aside those encircling Lu Yulong, shielding him with their bodies. What happened? Wu Yongjun arrived upon hearing the commotion. Commander Wu, you must stand up for me. I just wanted to have another meal, and these scoundrels insulted me. Upon seeing his mother and Wu Yongjun arrive, Lu Yulong felt he had found his backbone and began to lament. Enough with your nonsense. You had time to eat and chose not to. If you starve, it's your own fault. Wu Yongjun shot a glare at the offending person. Just as he was about to inquire further, Li Chunhua erupted in anger. For such a trivial matter, you dare insult my precious son. We just arrived and wanted to enjoy ourselves a little longer. What is wrong with that? He is still just a child. How can you be so heartless, you bastards with no mother to raise you? You old hag, say that again if you dare. As tensions escalated, Wu Yongjun could no longer hold back and bellowed. Enough! His voice, imbued with the authority of a 5th-tier contract spirit wielder, instantly silenced the arguing crowd. Ultimately, Wu Yongjun granted Lu Zhaoti's family more time to eat and compensated each participating contract spirit wielder with 1,000 crystal cores, thus quelling the discord in what seemed like retaliation. Lu Zhaoti and her group took a leisurely 3 hours for their meal, deliberately walking slowly on their way back, observing their unhurried approach. Even the most patient among the others began to feel a twinge of irritation. What are you staring at? Letting you wait is a privilege. Once my sister becomes a prominent figure in the Dragon Kingdom, you can rejoice in secret, Lu Yulong scoffed. Jiang Chun cast a deep glance at Lu Yulong amidst the crowd, a hint of barely perceptible coldness flashing in his eyes. This arrogant fool was truly insufferable. He had not anticipated that he would waste so much time because of this scoundrel. Once Huan Ye's treatment concluded, Jiang Chun would ensure to settle the score with him. For now, he only hoped that no more disturbances would arise during Huan Ye's treatment. Before departure, Wu Yongjun had informed Lu Zhaoti that upon reaching Modu, A renowned escort's beast spirit would require her healing. Lu Xiaodi readily agreed but stipulated a condition. Those who had previously insulted her brother would receive no rewards after the escort and must be expelled from the base. With no other base permitted to take them in debt, Wu Yongjun's eyelids twitched. Damn it, by then, you won't even be around. How can you make such wide-ranging demands? They are among the strongest contract spirit wielders in the base. Anyone who actually follows through would be a fool. He thought this but quickly acquiesced, wanting nothing more than to be rid of this troublesome presence. Wu Yongjun also updated Jiang Chun and the others on the latest situation regarding the Corpse King, mentioning that the previous escort team had indeed encountered an attack at the outset, but had since seen no further incidents. Now, they were on the final stretch to Modu, where it was highly probable that the Corpse King had maneuvered ahead of them and might ambush them on the road. After absorbing all this information, the group finally boarded the vehicle and departed from the base. Chapter 48. The corpse tide approaches. Hey, brother, what happened to your beast spirit? How did it end up like this? A member of the escort team, seated in the passenger seat, inquired. The others in the back seat also looked curiously at Huan Yi, nestled in Jiang Chen's arms, who had clearly been harmed. Jiang Chen merely replied coolly, then fell silent. Huan Yi showed no inclination to respond either, finding the group unhelpful and instead gazing absently out at the rapidly receding scenery. Noticing Jiang Chen's silence, the others chose not to press further. Leaning back in their seats to rest, a day had passed since their departure, and aside from a few scattered zombies, they had yet to encounter the Corpse King. However, the group remained vigilant. Having survived the apocalypse, they did not entertain any false hopes and prepared for the worst in every situation. Meanwhile, at the H-City base, Wei Xiaojue drove out with several subordinates. Inside the vehicle, he sat in the passenger seat with a bound little girl on his lap. Surrounded by several SUVs escorting them, in the back seat were two women, one young and one older, both tightly bound. They were unmistakably Lu Huiying and Lu Tiantian, while the girl on Wei Xiaojue's lap was, of course, Lu Yaqi. Just last night, Wei's servants had rushed to him in a flurry. That morning, Chun Fan had been seen parting ways with Qiong Xinyao and Chen Shui, while several watchers from the Wei family happened to witness the scene. They saw Lu Yaqi produce a piece of candy seemingly out of thin air and hand it to Chen Fan and Qiong Xinyao. It was then that their detection devices reacted. Revealing the presence of a spatial type ability, they immediately relayed this news to Wei Xiaojue. Upon hearing spatial type, Wei Xiaojue could no longer remain idle. After all, only 3 spatial contract spirit wielders had been discovered in the entire Dragon Kingdom, 2 in the military and 1 in the influential Shangwan family, which maintained good relations with the military. The emergence of a 4th spatial contract spirit wielder was nothing short of thrilling. It was clear that Chun Fan was surrounded by extraordinary individuals. Previously, he had wondered why Chun Fan would associate with an ordinary girl, but now he realized she was the one hiding the deepest secret. If he could gain control over her, the Wei family would possess a spatial beast spirit. With Chen Fan absent, it was the perfect opportunity to seize her. With that thought, Wei Xiaojue wasted no time. Under the cover of night, he sent people to forcibly break into the villa, capturing all 3 women and leaving H-City base by dawn to return to Modu. Although Chen Fan and his group were also headed to Modu, as long as their arrival times were staggered, he would not be discovered. By the time Chen Fan realized it, he would have already secured Lu Yaqi and the Wei family. Firmly under his control, in the convoy, Lu Yulong reclined leisurely in the RV, knowing the last stretch would take 3 days. Once he passed this final day and a half, he would be safe. Free from the fear of the Corpse King's pursuit, that moment, a knock sounded at the RV door. Lu Xiaodi approached and opened it to find Chen Fan taking advantage of the break to bring some supplies for exchange. Upon seeing the offerings of food, Lu Xiaodi and the others graciously accepted and invited Chen Fan into the vehicle. Chen Fan brought forth some pre-prepared mutated fruits and canned meat, reasoning that his group wouldn't consume them all immediately. So it was better to share some now and make a good impression on Lu Xiaodi. Soon, the convoy resumed its journey, but Chen Fan remained in the RV, engaging in cheerful conversation with Lu Xiaodi's family. Lu Xiaodi's fondness for Chen Fan grew immensely, not only because he respected her mother and brother, but also because she found him not only handsome but exuding a unique charm. The two enjoyed a delightful conversation in the RV, feeling as if they had known each other forever. During their chat, Chen Fan casually revealed that he had been harmed by someone, and that person was currently among the convoy. Lu Xiaodi furrowed her brow upon hearing that someone had dared to harm her friend and quickly inquired about the person's identity. Chen Fan smirked inwardly. His plan was falling perfectly into place. Although he initially sought to befriend her, he suddenly remembered Jiang Qin's disabled beast spirit. Given that Lu Xiaodi was alive, it was highly likely she would seek Lu Xiaodi's assistance for healing. If that were the case, he wouldn't mind adding a little wager against Jiang Qin, attempting to reclaim some interest from him. However, on the surface, Chen Fan feigned restraint, advocating for harmony among them, insisting that they should not create discord. Yet, Lu Xiaodi remained relentless, and ultimately, under her persistent questioning, Chen Fan was compelled to divulge that the individual in question was named Jiang Qin. After revealing this to Lu Xiaodi, Chen Fan reiterated the importance of not provoking Jiang Qin, reminding her that they were all compatriots of Longhua, sharing the same roots. Why must they hasten to harm one another? This only served to ignite Lu Xiaodi's fury further. Such a good person as Chen Fan should not be allowed to be bullied by others. Suddenly, a series of shrill, elongated screeches pierced the air. Chen Fan, still within the RV, hurried outside to assess the situation. "What has happened?" he inquired. "A massive horde of zombies is charging towards us." Chen Fan looked ahead to see an ominous mass of undead advancing swiftly in their direction. It was undoubtedly that zombie king. He never anticipated that their intelligence had evolved to such an extent. At this moment, the escorting group had encircled the RV, and inside, Lu Yulong glanced out at the dark swarm of zombies. Instantly gripped by terror, retreating to the deepest part of the vehicle. Watching the howling horde rush forth, the others were eager to engage. The military had not specified who would claim the zombie crystal cores obtained en route. Whoever killed them would be entitled to keep them. The densely packed zombies now appeared to them as glimmering treasures. Jiang Qin was also among them, extending his mental energy to search for the zombie king. Uncertain if this particular king possessed any special crystals, before long, both sides were embroiled in fierce combat. It was evident that this was the strongest group within the base. Everyone was brimming with enthusiasm. Quickly suppressing the advancing horde of zombies, thunder rumbled, flames soared, and smoke billowed. Chen Fan raised his hand, conjuring black flames, and with a powerful punch, he unleashed the flames with tremendous force, incinerating a large cluster of zombies. Leaving behind a ground littered with gleaming crystal cores, Cheong Xianyao erected an ice wall around Lu Xiaodi's RV, then stood atop it, continuously launching ice spikes at the distant zombies, eliminating those lurking within the horde, intent on ambushing. Chapter 49. The true zombie king Jiang Qian maneuvered among the zombies, effortlessly dispatching several with wind blades, clearing the surrounding obstacles. He had no shortage of ordinary zombie crystal cores. His primary objective remained the zombie king. Suddenly, he spotted a zombie adorned with numerous bone blades, a formidable adversary, presumably the blade zombie numbered 009. Jiang Qian had never encountered such a zombie until now. Without hesitation, a wind blade pierced through the blade zombie's body, severing it in two. At that moment, he detected the strongest entity within his range. It could only be the zombie king, it's well hidden. Jiang Qian mused softly. Not far away, Chen Fan observed Jiang Qian charging deeper into the horde and furrowed his brow. What was he up to? Had he located the zombie king? If he could seize the king's crystal core, his strength would soar, and he would no longer need to fear Jiang Qian. A smirk of mockery crept across Chen Fan's lips as he stealthily followed suit. After a brief search among the zombies, Jiang Qian quickly zeroed in on his target, a larger zombie wielding a steel rod, with a smaller ghostly zombie clinging to its neck. Upon noticing Jiang Qian, the zombie king swung the steel rod violently at his head. Jiang Qian deftly dodged to the side. However, the rod twisted as if animated, continuing to pursue him. Yet, everything unfolded according to Jiang Qian's expectations. He coated his hand in purple venom, effortlessly catching the approaching steel rod. This zombie king was of the metal type. Severing the rod would only complicate the kill. The rod soon wrapped around Jiang Qian's arm, but moments later, hissing sounds filled the air as the steel rod emitted copious amounts of white smoke, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. This was a manifestation of his poison attribute, which allowed him to envelop his body in venom, creating a protective barrier while rapidly dissolving anything it came into contact with. The venom was his own, completely harmless to him. Seeing the steel rod dissolve in Jiang Qian's grip, the zombie king emitted a perplexed growl. Just as it attempted to claw at Jiang Qian, he delivered a powerful punch imbued with wind elements, sending the creature flying. Infuriated by being struck down by what it perceived as a mere insect, The zombie king roared, pulling the small ghostly zombie from its back and hurling it towards Jiang Chen. In that instant, Jiang Chen unleashed a charged wind blade. He skillfully evaded the flying ghost zombie while his wind blade cleaved the zombie king in two. Chen Fan, who had been observing while dispatching zombies, was taken aback by the apparent weakness of the zombie king, which had fallen in less than a minute. He could have done the same. Nevertheless, he dismissed such thoughts, knowing that this was the perfect opportunity to seize the crystal core. As Jiang Chen moved to claim it, Chen Fan unleashed his full power, generating an overwhelming heat around him, and swiftly propelled himself in front of Jiang Chen, without giving Jiang Chen a moment to react. He seized the upper half of the zombie king's body and, despite the pain from bites on his arm, quickly retreated with the corpse. Ha ha ha! Did you think, Jiang Chen, that the zombie king you fought so hard to kill would ultimately serve as my trophy? This crystal core is mine to claim. Remember this. This is merely the beginning. Ha ha ha! Though his arm throbbed from the bite, he recalled Lu Xiaodi's assurance that even if bitten by these zombies, timely treatment would prevent infection. Thus, he was eager to witness the look of frustration on Jiang Chen's face as he chased after him, desperate to reclaim what he had lost. However, Chen Fan found it perplexing that Jiang Chen displayed no anger at having his crystal core stolen. Instead, he wore a mocking expression as he watched Chen Fan retreat. What was going on? Shouldn't he be furious, pursuing him in a rage? Chen Fan felt a twinge of confusion, but the crystal core was in his possession, so he brushed the thoughts aside. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen stood still, watching as Chen Fan carried away the zombie's body, showing no inclination to pursue. This self-satisfied Chen Fan had been tailing him all along, and Jiang Chen had long since noticed. His derision stemmed from the fact that Chen Fan had taken nothing but an empty shell, believing he had secured a treasure. Indeed, the zombie's brain was nothing but a mushy mass. Devoid of any crystal core, it was merely a false zombie king, the true zombie king. Jiang Chen turned, smiling at the small ghost zombie he had just discarded. Should I call you clever or foolish? I've been standing here for quite some time, yet you haven't fled. The ghost zombie stood behind Jiang Chen, drooling incessantly. He, I initially intended only to devour that woman and leave, but now I've changed my mind. None of you will escape today, starting with you. With that, the zombie king surged towards Jiang Chen at a speed far surpassing Chen Fan's earlier assault, its claws poised to plunge into Jiang Chen's heart. Time froze in the next moment. Everyone and every zombie within the vicinity seemed to be paused, rooted in place, including the small ghostly zombie. With no one around, Jiang Chen felt no need to conceal his power. He unleashed his full strength, gathering spatial energy in his hands before effortlessly piercing through the zombie king's skull, extracting its crystal cord. A mere fifth-tier zombie king stood no chance against Jiang Chen's full might. It was dispatched in an instant. As time resumed its flow, the zombie king, which had lunged at Jiang Chen, collapsed like a lifeless toy, its head now bearing a gaping hole. Its pale eyes now reflected confusion and disbelief. What technique had been employed? Why had it been unable to perceive Jiang Chen's movements? What had transpired? However, before it could receive an answer, the zombie king succumbed to its injuries, ceasing all movement. Meanwhile, Chen Fan, having carried the false zombie king's half-body to the outskirts of the horde, eagerly pried open its head, disregarding the viscous brain matter within, and began rummaging around. However, as he searched, he sensed something was amiss. No matter how he looked, he could not locate the crystal core. Only the foul, decaying brain matter greeted his hands. Chen Fan, refusing to accept defeat, searched again and again until the false zombie king's head was reduced to a mushy pulp. Finally realizing that there was no crystal core to be found, damn! Chen Fan cursed vehemently, kicking the false zombie king's body several meters away. It dawned on him why Jiang Chen had not pursued him. He had been played for a fool. Jiang Chen, you shall pay for this. Chapter 50. Burning bridges. Having vanquished the corpse king, Jiang Chen joined the ranks of those engaged in the extermination of ordinary zombies. Who could truly complain about possessing an abundance of resources? With the absence of the corpse king's leadership, these common zombies posed little threat, and the group swiftly eradicated the horde. After exterminating the undead and clearing the battlefield, the injured gathered around Chen Shui for treatment. Some even hoped that Lu Xiaodi could lend her assistance, for among the escort team, only Chen Shui possessed healing abilities. However, Lu Xiaodi haughtily declared that these injuries were incurred by their own volition in their protection of her. and she bore no obligation to heal any of them. Exhausted from the recent battle, the group refrained from engaging in further disputes with her. Lu Xiaodi maintained a stern expression, observing the escort members until Chen Fan arrived. During the recent skirmish against the remaining zombies, Chen Fan had not participated. Thus, he had only acquired a meager number of crystal cores. "Chen Fan, you're injured," Lu Xiaodi exclaimed upon noticing the gaping wound on his arm. I was bitten while fighting the Corpse King," Chen Fan explained defensively. "The Corpse King?" At the mention of the Corpse King, everyone gasped in astonishment. "Brother, you killed the Corpse King?" Chen Shui asked, her voice filled with excitement. "Well, not quite," Chen Fan feigned regret. "That cunning Corpse King eluded my full force strike. Alas, it managed to escape. Don't fret, brother. You've done your utmost." "Indeed, Chen Fan, this is not your fault," a woman beside him consoled. Jiang Qin, seated in the vehicle and overhearing Chen Fan's amusing explanation, chose not to clarify, thinking it best for Chen Fan to weave his tale. After all, he held the crystal core from the Corpse King himself. With that thought, Jiang Chun retrieved a milky white crystal core from his spatial pouch. Unlike the previous encounter, he found no trace of the mysterious crystal within the Corpse King's body. At that moment, Lu Xiaodi approached Chen Fan and the others. "Allow me to treat you," she offered. As she spoke, a faint green light emanated from her hands, enveloping the wound on Chen Fan's arms. In no time, the injury healed completely, leaving no trace of a scar. Ignoring the clamor of the group, the convoy soon resumed its journey. Without the Corpse King, the path ahead proved remarkably smooth, with not a single zombie in sight. 2 days later, the convoy finally beheld the gates of the Magic City base in the distance. Upon entering, Lu Xiaodi and her family were swiftly escorted to a designated resting area by the personnel in charge. After enduring such a long and bumpy journey, they certainly needed a moment to recuperate. After inquiries, it was decided that the family would stay at the Magic City base for 5 days to rest, during which dozens of soldiers from the capital would accompany them, ensuring their safety. The escort team also took the opportunity to rest within the base, having successfully completed their mission and ready to claim their rewards. Interestingly, Jiang Chun encountered Li Hao in the Magic City. By this time, Li Hao had formed his own team, comprising those students who had survived from the addiction rehabilitation school. Li Hao had also experienced significant growth, now a 4th-tier contract spirit user. On the verge of breaking into the 5th tier, besides the lightning-type spirit he had initially received from Jiang Chun, he had also acquired an S-rank fire-type and a B-rank water-type spirit. Through inquiry, Jiang Chun learned that after parting ways in B City, Li Hao had made his way to the base first, where he fortuitously obtained the S-rank fire-type spirit along the way. Once within the base, his potential was recognized, leading to invitations from various factions, ultimately resulting in his joining the military. While at the base, he encountered his biological father and stepmother, who, upon discovering Li Hao was alive and had become a formidable force, demanded his unconditional protection. Li Hao refused, but his family grew increasingly demanding, resorting to various tactics to harass his team, even sending threatening letters to its members. In a fit of exasperation, Li Hao eliminated the entire family. Since then, his team's strength had only increased, and on the eve of Jiang Qin's arrival, they had been assigned to another base for a mission. Currently, they were also on duty in the Magic City, but were taking a break when they fortuitously ran into Jiang Qin. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Qin bid farewell to Li Hao and headed to the villa where Lu Xiaodi was staying. Halt! Unauthorized personnel are not permitted. Upon reaching the entrance, Jiang Chun was intercepted by the guards. "I am a member of the escort team and require Lu Xiaodi's assistance to heal my spirit. This was agreed upon from the outset. Here is my proof." With that, Jiang Chun produced a document bearing the stamp of the H-City base and the signature of a 5th-tier authority. This was a favor granted to him by Wu Yongjun before his departure, and it proved timely. The guards examined the document, confirming the authenticity of the H-City base stamp before allowing him entry. However, one contract spirit user followed closely behind Jiang Chun, prepared to intervene should he show any signs of malice. Soon, Jiang Chun found himself face to face with Lu Xiaodi, who sat on the sofa with several emptied cans of meat laid out on the coffee table. "Miss Lu, as previously promised, it is time for you to tend to my spirit," Jiang Chun stated. "You are the one. What was your name again? Jiang Qin, right? I retract my earlier promise. You may leave now." With that, Lu Xiaodi dismissed him, turning her attention to the warm milk prepared for her by the military. Jiang Qin's expression darkened at her words. "Why, Miss Lu? Give me a reason." Because you have harmed Chen Fan. Setting down her warm milk, Lu Xiaodi cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Chen. Firstly, Chen Fan's contributions during this journey were paramount. If it weren't for him driving away the Corpse King, you would not have survived the horde. Secondly, Chen Fan is my friend. Any grievance against him is a grievance against me. His enemies are my enemies. Of course, if you were to kneel and apologize to Chen Fan right now and offer him all your remaining spirits as compensation, along with 10,000 crystal cores, then I might reconsider treating your spirit, Lu Xiaodi stated with an air of entitlement. Seeing Jiang Chen's expression grow increasingly grim, it became evident that her true intent was to avenge Chen Fan. From the moment she learned of his conflict with Chen Fan, she resolved to make his life difficult. Moreover, she believed that charging him 10,000 crystal cores for treatment was already a substantial concession. As her tier increased, the effectiveness of her healing would also rise, and the costs would inevitably soar, far exceeding 10,000 crystal cores. With her full capabilities, she could even resurrect the dead. If her tier were not so low at present, she would never have offered such a low price to Jiang Chen. Chapter 51. Turning the tables. A follower accompanying Lu Xiaodi sensed the shift in atmosphere first. All right, since Miss Lu is unwilling, you may leave. With that, he reached to pull Jiang Chen away. However, Jiang Chen shot him a piercing glance. With a resounding explosion, the follower disintegrated into a mist of blood, startling Lu Xiaodi. After dispatching the follower, Jiang Chen slowly turned his gaze toward Lu Xiaodi, his demeanor chilling, and the aura of murderous intent around him felt like it could solidify. Since you are so determined to defend that fool Chen Fan, then you shall face the consequences. With that, Jiang Chen vanished from sight. In the next instant, a sickening sound of flesh tearing echoed as Jiang Chen's hand, coated in dark green venom, pierced Lu Xiaodi's throat. Withdrawing his arm, he watched as Lu Xiaodi clutched her neck, struggling on the ground. Gasping for breath, she internally mocked Jiang Chen. You're finished, Jiang Chen. Ha ha ha, you're doomed. Who was Lu Xiaodi? She was a life system contract spirit user. How could she possibly succumb to such an attack? If she feigned death, she could safely reach the capital and then bring him to justice. Given her importance in the eyes of the military's higher-ups, she was confident they would be enraged. Feign death, just feign death. Suddenly, Lu Xiaodi realized something was amiss. Why can't I stabilize my wound with my life force? She was capable of resurrection, despite having sustained fatal injuries before. She could always stabilize her wounds with her life force and deceive her enemies. Yet this time, her abilities were entirely ineffective. In a flash, Lu Xiaodi noticed Jiang Chen's dark green hand. If there was anything amiss, it had to be that. The poison of the bone-eating serpent was not singular. It could be colorless and odorless, instantaneously lethal, or capable of inflicting prolonged agony, and naturally, it could also suppress a contract spirit user's abilities. The dark green venom Jiang Chen employed was specifically designed to inhibit contract spirit users' powers, exactly like what she had observed in the underground cave. Just a trace of it could render Lu Xiaodi, who possessed an SS-ranked life-type spirit, completely incapable of healing for a period. Jiang Chen, a 6th-tier contract spirit user, would also suffer if he absorbed too much, underscoring the potency of this toxin, especially against Lu Xiaodi, whose tier was significantly lower. However, the injuries inflicted by Jiang Chen left no time for her healing abilities to recover. With her throat torn open, Lu Xiaodi could only clutch her neck, helplessly rolling on the ground, feeling the life ebb away. Yet Jiang Chen had no intention of allowing Lu Xiaodi to die a slow death. He slowly approached, lifting a foot, intent on crushing Lu Xiaodi's skull, ignoring Lu Xiaodi's desperate shaking of her head on the ground. Jiang Chen coldly uttered, "Die." With that, he forcefully brought his foot down. Splatter! In an instant, Lu Xiaodi's head burst open like a watermelon, splattering the ground and walls with the nauseating mixture of red and white. However, this was not the end. Observing Lu Xiaodi's lifeless body on the ground, Jiang Chen chuckled softly. Still not willing to come out? As he spoke, he stomped down again, shattering Lu Xiaodi's right arm, and when she remained unresponsive, he crushed her abdomen, spilling her internal organs onto the floor. Just as Jiang Chen was about to smash her chest, a small spirit with butterfly wings suddenly burst forth from the body's chest. This was Lu Xiaodi's beast spirit, known as the longevity flower spirit. The spirit flapped its wings rapidly, attempting to flee the room, but Jiang Chen, with swift reflexes, caught it in his palm. Simultaneously, two fierce shadows, one black and one white, emerged behind him, glaring hungrily at the longevity flower spirit, as if ready to rend it to pieces at the slightest movement. Jiang Qian brought the longevity flower spirit closer to his face. "Heal it!" With each word he pronounced, Huan Yi emerged from within himself. Bang! At that moment, the door was kicked open, and a group of fully armed personnel rushed in. "Don't move. Raise your hands," however, upon entering the villa. They were met with walls splattered in red and white, and a headless corpse with exposed intestines on the floor, which, from the remaining features, was unmistakably Lu Xiaodi. The armed personnel's eyes widened in shock. They had arrived too late. The leader swiftly scanned Jiang Qian, noticing the longevity flower spirit in his grasp. Retrieve the beast spirit from his hand. With the captain's order, the armed personnel surged forward. Revealing their abilities, some ignited flames and hurled them toward Jiang Qian, while others wielded vine whips, trying to pull away the hand that held the beast spirit. Meanwhile, another, radiating golden light and wearing goggles, dashed toward Jiang Qian at a speed invisible to the naked eye, dragging a trail of golden brilliance behind him, dagger in hand, aiming to end Jiang Qian's life with a single strike. "You seek death," Jiang Qian retorted, retracting the shadowy beasts behind him, seizing the dagger aimed at his neck, and forcefully flinging it aside. The arm of the person controlling the vines was also yanked toward him, and Jiang Qian delivered a powerful kick to their abdomen, sending them flying. Dodging the swing of a strength-type contract holder, Jiang Qian summoned a vortex of wind in his palm and struck the burly man before him, sending him hurtling away. Seizing the opportunity while no one was attacking, Jiang Qian used his mental power to seal all the doors and windows. As the sealed exits loomed, some armed personnel sensed something amiss. But seeing no immediate change around them, they refocused on Jiang Qian. "Why are you doing this? With your strength, you could easily attain a significant position in the country." The captain questioned. "Do you not realize you have severely violated the regulations of the base?" "Humph, I care not for your base's rules," Jiang Qian retorted coldly, laced with murderous intent. "I spent so long bringing her here not for her to suddenly change her mind. It was agreed beforehand. I would escort her to Modu, she would heal my beast spirit, and we would mutually benefit. Yet now that we have arrived in Modu, this bitch has pulled the bridge out from under me, turning her back on our agreement. If she dares to deceive me, then she deserves to die. But that does not justify your killing her. As an escort, you should understand her importance to the nation." The captain countered, "To severely damage the country's interests for trivial personal gain. You are nothing but a selfish fiend." "Ha ha ha." Jiang Qian couldn't help but laugh at that remark. In this apocalyptic world, who was not selfish? Such grandiloquent words, devoid of nuance, sought to label him with a hat of righteousness, yet in truth, they coveted another's beast spirit. They desired it, while pretending to stand on the moral high ground. Was this truly the official stance? It was utterly revolting. Chapter 52. A family must be whole. Previously, Jiang Qian believed the government to be the hope for ordinary people in Long Country to survive in this apocalypse, even if it meant collaborating with the aristocratic families. He thought it harmless and thus did not wish to trouble the authorities. However, he now realized he had overestimated their worth. Meanwhile, the other members of the armed team were not idle. They quickly surrounded Jiang Qian. Seeing that his team had completely encircled him, with each member poised to strike at the slightest move, the team captain spoke again. "You cannot escape. Surrender and come with us to accept the nation's judgment." "Heh, it is you who cannot escape." Suddenly, all members of the armed team felt dizzy and weak. Those closest to Jiang Qian collapsed to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. Jiang Qian wore a triumphant smile, having succeeded in his scheme. "Oh no, poison gas." The captain of the armed team realized something was wrong, but it was too late. "Did you truly believe I was merely here to negotiate with you?" Jiang Qian smirked coldly. "If he were only negotiating, why would he have sealed the doors and windows?" The poison gas thickened within the room, and soon, the captain also succumbed, convulsing and frothing at the mouth. After swiftly dispatching the armed team, Jiang Qian turned his attention back to the longevity flower spirit in his hand. Witnessing Jiang Qian's merciless slaughter, the longevity flower spirit quieted down. Jiang Qian slowly loosened his grip, and the now free spirit chose not to flee. Knowing escape was futile, after Huan Ye's emergence, the longevity flower spirit swallowed hard. Setting aside the vast disparity in ranks, Its quality had already dropped from SS rank to S rank. Attempting to heal an SSS rank beast spirit was nothing short of a delusion. It glanced at Jiang Qin, who was fixated on it. Without treatment, it would surely perish. Thus, steeling itself, the longevity flower spirit began to channel its vitality into Huanyi. However, after only half a minute of healing, the spirit faltered, spitting out blood as its life force ceased to flow. Jiang Qin observed the longevity flower spirit, now too weak to fly, while Huan Ye's severed limbs showed no signs of regrowth. It was evident that the gap was too great. Realizing this, Jiang Qin could only sigh in resignation. He had underestimated the situation, and Huan Ye's limb regeneration attempt had failed. Even if Lu Xiaodi were alive, Jiang Qin doubted she could successfully facilitate Huan Ye's regeneration. After all, even SS rank could not compare with SSS rank. If Lu Xiaodi were to take over, it would merely prolong the inevitable. Accepting the hopelessness of restoring the severed limb, Huan Yi retreated into Jiang Qin's body. In that case, the longevity flower spirit was of no further use. From the very beginning, Jiang Qin had never intended to contract with the longevity flower spirit. While life-type beast spirits were indeed rare, he preferred to take his chances in the future. Perhaps he might encounter something even better. Should he contract it now, he would have to relinquish it later if he came across a superior SS or even SSS rank life-type beast spirit. Moreover, the government stance further dissuaded Jiang Qin from keeping the longevity flower spirit. Initially, he had planned to retain the spirit for the government, regardless of success. However, given the current state of affairs, they were no different from the aristocratic families. Incapable of saving Long Country, devour it. With Jiang Qin's command, the spectral forms of Ming Xiao and Ming Kong re-emerged behind him, swiftly consuming the longevity flower spirit in 2 Next are Li Chunhua, Lu Yulong, and Chun Fan. He had not forgotten that Lu Yulong had wasted a considerable amount of his time before their departure. Exiting the room, Jiang Qin sensed no trace of Li Chunhua or Lu Yulong. He deduced they must have fled when the armed personnel entered. However, how far could they escape before him? Expanding his range of perception, he identified the lurking armed personnel, and in a distant speeding vehicle, he spotted Li Chunhua and Lu Yulong. Instantly, Jiang Qin vanished from his spot. Witnessing Jiang Qin's sudden disappearance, disbelief crossed the faces of the armed personnel. They exchanged glances, astonished. Most of them were 5th-tier contract holders, with the weakest being 4th tier, and the headquarters in Kyoto had dispatched significant forces due to the importance of Lu Xiaodi's life-type beast spirit. They had not anticipated such an unforeseen turn. Each armed personnel was equipped with real-time listening devices, so although there was little commotion outside when Jiang Qin killed Lu Xiaodi, it was swiftly detected. Furthermore, the recent conversation of that small team was overheard by those outside. They realized that this team would likely not emerge alive, prompting them to hide nearby, waiting for an opportunity to ambush and capture Jiang Qin. Upon witnessing Jiang Qin emerge from the house unscathed, their suspicions were further solidified. Yet, they remained profoundly unaware of Jiang Qin's true prowess, as in an instant, he vanished from before their eyes, leaving the group of 5th-tier contract spirit practitioners in utter disbelief. Even the wind-type contract practitioner among them was unable to catch a glimpse of Jiang Qin. Was this truly the capability one would expect from a 5th-tier practitioner? In the distance, within the vehicle, an officer exclaimed, "Sir, will my family member Zhao Di be all right?" Another added, "Yes, sir. If anything happens to my sister, your office will bear full responsibility." The officer reassured them, "Rest assured in the military strength. The individuals dispatched this time are all top-tier experts. We are fully confident in our ability to rescue Lu Xiaodi from the clutches of the assailants. Moreover, let us not forget that Lu Xiaodi is a life-type contract practitioner, capable of reviving the deceased. Saving herself should be a trivial matter. There are few who can truly harm her. It is far more pressing to ensure your safe relocation." "That is good to hear," they responded. "Still, at such a critical juncture, who could possibly wish harm upon my Xiaodi?" As Li Chunhua lamented, the driver suddenly spotted a figure standing in the path ahead and slammed on the brakes. Screeching to a halt, Li Chunhua, who was seated in the passenger seat without her seatbelt fastened, lurched forward, her head colliding forcefully with the dashboard. It hurts. You reckless fool. Why stop the car?" "It's not that. There's someone ahead." Li Chunhua peered forward, recognizing the figure as Jiang Qin, who had swiftly appeared before them. Despite her bleeding forehead, She was poised to exit the vehicle and unleash a torrent of invective upon him. However, the driver, upon recognizing Jiang Qin's face, was overtaken by shock. If memory served, this was the very individual who had been involved in the recent calamity. How could he be here now? Something was amiss. Undeniably so. Instinctively, he pressed the accelerator to the floor, aiming directly at Jiang Qin. Li Chunhua, caught off guard as the vehicle surged forward, felt the jolt of acceleration slam her head against the backrest of her seat. Ouch! She cried out in pain. Yet, the anticipated collision with Jiang Qin never transpired. With a swift motion, Jiang Qin brought his fingers together and raised them, causing the car to split apart with a thunderous crack, its chassis grinding against the pavement, leaving black skid marks as it careened to either side. The driver quickly exited the vehicle, a fifth-tier Earth-type contract practitioner with formidable defensive capabilities, entirely unfazed by the incident. However, the technique Jiang Qin had just employed was unmistakably spatial in nature. Indeed, it surpassed even that of the esteemed individual from Kyoto. Staring in disbelief at Jiang Qin, he stammered, You are. Time froze. Jiang Qin would not grant him the luxury of articulating his attributes. He activated his time-stopping ability and swiftly approached the bewildered practitioner, tearing the surveillance device from his person, and with a venomous infusion, crushed his throat in one decisive motion. Time resumed its flow, yielding no opportunity for reaction. The practitioner's head fell limply, the vertebrae shattered, leaving only a few strips of flesh tenuously connecting it to the torso. Next, Jiang Qin advanced to the section of the vehicle where Li Chunhua was located. There, Lu Yulong, positioned centrally, had lost his left arm and leg in the chaos, now lying on the ground in agony. Meanwhile, Li Chunhua, having once again struck her forehead against the dashboard, was rendered unconscious. Unlike Lu Xiaodi, both she and Lu Yulong were mere ordinary individuals, and this incident had knocked her out cold. One must keep the family whole. With that, Jiang Qin stepped forward, unleashing a blade of wind that reduced both Li Chunhua and Lu Yulong to mere fragments of flesh. Chapter 53. Other SSS-level contract practitioners in the streets of the Magic City base. Chen Fan was assisting two women in selecting gold and silver jewelry. Primarily, he was helping them choose, for in the aftermath of the apocalypse, such luxurious items had devolved into worthless debris, their value now lesser than a morsel of bread. However, for those like Chen Fan, who had ample food supplies, trading a small amount of sustenance could yield a trove of luxury items to adorn the women in his life. An agreeable arrangement indeed. Chen Fan intended to bring back gifts for Lu Huiying and her daughter, as well as for Chi-Chi. Suddenly, a piercing alarm echoed through the air, prompting the people on the streets to flee in panic. Seeking refuge in nearby buildings, contract practitioners within the base hurried in Chen Fan's direction. That direction was Lu Xiaodi. Witnessing such a commotion, even the slowest to react, Chen Fan grasped the gravity of the situation. Lu Xiaodi, a life-type contract practitioner capable of resurrection and personal utilization, was in peril, and Chen Fan could not allow her to come to harm. However, as he attempted to join the fray, a tornado suddenly barreled toward him. Chen Fan leaned back slightly, narrowly evading the onslaught of the whirlwind, which carved a deep gash into the pavement before colliding with a nearby building, sending debris and dust soaring into the air. From a distance, Jiang Qin, having missed his target, exhibited no surprise. He had been contemplating why, despite Chen Fan's enmity toward him, he consistently found himself instinctively dismissing the urge to eliminate him, in the early days of the apocalypse. One might attribute this to a lack of awareness regarding the necessity of eradicating threats. But now, how could he rationalize it? There was no justification for overlooking someone who posed a significant danger. Yet, Chen Fan was an exception, as if some unseen force consistently impeded his desire to eliminate him, leaving only an awareness of their conflict. Perhaps he had entertained thoughts of murder, but such thoughts were quickly disrupted by unforeseen circumstances, returning him to a state of calm. Recognizing this, Jiang Qin felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. There was something distinctly amiss. This Chen Fan was a significant problem. Regardless of the circumstances, he must act swiftly to eliminate Chen Fan. At that moment, as Jiang Qin solidified his intent to kill Chen Fan, in a secluded corner outside the Magic City base, a golden beast spirit materialized. So, you can evade my influence? You possess some skill. Yet.to wish for his demise. You are not worthy. Back at the base, Chun Fan looked up to see Jiang Chen looming above him. In the next instant, Jiang Chen vanished from the sky, reappearing directly before Chun Fan. A single punch, delivered with a tentative force, sent Chun Fan hurtling backward, crashing through a wall. Before Chun Fan could rise from the rubble, Jiang Chen reappeared, channeling spatial energy into another punch aimed at Chun Fan's head. Intent on obliterating it, in the distance, a young man stood with his arms crossed, quietly observing the unfolding chaos within the Magic City base. Initially, he had intended to check on Lu Xiaodi, but an inexplicable urge to seek out Chun Fan seized him. Trusting his instincts, he decided to investigate Chun Fan's situation, only to stumble upon the scene of Chun Fan being mercilessly beaten by Jiang Chen. As Chun Fan teetered on the brink of death, the young man, recognizing Chun Fan as a favored figure among the military's upper echelons, knew he could not allow this to happen. He had to intervene. In an instant, the young man radiated a golden light, vanishing from sight with a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Just as Jiang Chen's fist was about to obliterate Chun Fan's skull, a flash of gold streaked across the battlefield, and Chun Fan disappeared. Jiang Chen turned to see a young man had rescued him. Seeing the newcomer, Jiang Chen's brow furrowed in concern. In his foresight, this individual was supposed to arrive later. Why had he appeared now? Had his actions inadvertently altered the course of fate, causing this person to arrive prematurely? Having ensured Chun Fan's safety, the young man turned to Jiang Chen, fixing him with a cold stare. With such power, you must be Jiang Chen. And you are? Jiang Chen replied, his tone indifferent. I am He Guangji, one of the 7 SSS level contract practitioners of the Dragon Kingdom. Jiang Chen, the nation hoped you would join the military to serve your country. For this, the higher-ups even dispatched me to assess your character. As He Guangji spoke, his tone grew increasingly despondent. Regrettably, you failed to seize this opportunity, revealing your true nature. As such, you cannot be spared. With that, He Guangji transformed into a streak of golden light, surging toward Jiang Chen with a palm strike. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted forth, ruthlessly bearing down upon Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen hastily deflected the incoming strike. Boom! In the next moment, the buildings along the path of the attack were obliterated, debris scattering until the destruction finally ceased after toppling a dozen structures. You managed to evade my strike. Your reflexes are commendable, but how many more can you avoid? With those words, He Guangji swiftly retracted his hand, unleashing a flurry of blows upon Jiang Chen like a torrential downpour. Jiang Chen enveloped his hands in wind energy, deflecting each of the incoming strikes. Bang, 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 bang. However, in terms of speed, He Guangji held the upper hand. Observing Jiang Chen's ability to barely keep pace with his assault, He Guangji grew increasingly exhilarated. Ever since he had contracted with the SSS level light-type beast spirit, few had managed to keep up with his velocity. At that moment, He Guangji's speed of attack increased exponentially, rendering Jiang Chen's wind attribute defenses increasingly ineffective. Observing Jiang Chen's predicament, He Guangji could not help but burst into triumphant laughter. Ha ha ha, Jiang Chen. It's quite amusing how the nation holds you in such high regard. I was under the impression you possessed considerable prowess, yet here you are faltering. It is only to be expected, after all. As a lone wolf, how could your rate of advancement possibly surpass that of the nation? To be candid, I have already acquired 3 6th-tier beast spirits, all thanks to the resources provided by the state. I merely need to remain at the base, and the nation supplies me with an endless stream of crystal cores daily. And look at you, after such a long time, you have managed to cultivate just this 1 6th-tier wind spirit, correct? This highlights the chasm between you and the nation's capabilities. Oh dear, had you chosen to be more compliant and joined the military, you could have enjoyed similar privileges to mine. Alas, you squandered your chance, proving utterly ineffectual. Ha ha ha. Chapter 54. Slaying Chun Fan. How tiresome. Amid He Guangji's mockery, Jiang Chen gathered whirlwinds in both hands, meeting He Guangji's palms and pushing them apart, creating distance between the two. Jiang Chen mused, indeed, no SSS level beast spirit is weak. Were it not for his own physique as a 6th-tier contract spirit user, relying solely on his 5th-tier wind attribute would have rendered him no match for He Guangji. But who informed you that my wind attribute beast spirit has reached the 6th tier, HM? In He Guangji's eyes, Jiang Chen possessing an SSS level beast spirit was already an extraordinary stroke of luck. Acquiring a second one was utterly impossible without family or background. Furthermore, even if he did possess a second SSS level beast spirit, what of it? As long as it has not reached the 6th tier, my other two 6th tier level beast spirits could still easily contend with it. Hemph, obstinacy personified. With that, radiant colors coalesced in He Guangji's hands, and a beam of light shot towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, undeterred, infused his arm with purple venom, raising it to meet the beam head-on. Subsequently, he unleashed a cloud of pitch-black poison mist, utilizing the wind attribute to spread it rapidly around. You have indeed concealed your strength, He Guangji remarked, raising an eyebrow. However, with such trivial tactics, you remain no match for me. Soon after, He Guangji was enveloped in dazzling light, the surrounding poison mist dissipating before it could even reach him. As the mist cleared, He Guangji stood unscathed, but upon regaining his vision, he found Jiang Chen's figure had vanished. Witnessing this, He Guangji could not help but sneer. Heh, the lower class is indeed the lower class. Hiding and showing yourself only to this extent. Before He Guangji could finish, he was struck squarely in the face by Jiang Chen, who had suddenly appeared before him. How could this be? When did you arrive? He Guangji was incredulous. This is impossible. I am among the swiftest. How could I not perceive the movements of someone without a light attribute? What trick did you just employ that rendered your actions invisible to me? Jiang Chen responded nonchalantly, you were quite arrogant just a moment ago. If you wish to know, ponder it in your next life. Without waiting for He Guangji's reaction, Jiang Chen once again appeared before him. Delivering another punch to his face, in the face of time standing still, speed becomes meaningless. These two punches bore no use of any attribute abilities, causing minimal damage yet laden with humiliation. He Guangji, having been sent reeling, clutched his face in anger, glaring at Jiang Chen. Speed was his forte. Yet now he was being trampled by an obscure individual, a fact that irked him immensely. More crucially, those two punches had not been delivered with full force. They were nothing short of provocation. Jiang Chen, you are quite something. With that, He Guangji unleashed his full power, a terrifying wave of energy lifting the earth around him several meters into the air. Today, I shall let you witness my true strength. He was surrounded by a multitude of radiant lights, growing increasingly brilliant, obliterating anything that dared to approach. Bang! Just as He Guangji was about to unleash this accumulated energy, a fist struck him squarely in the chest. He Guangji was sent flying, blood spurting from his mouth. In disbelief, he clutched his chest and rose, staring in shock at Jiang Chen, who had delivered the blow. How is this possible? He could not comprehend how every object attempting to approach him was destroyed. Yet Jiang Chen remained unaffected. One moment he had been across from He Guangji, and the next, he stood directly before him, immune to any of his attacks. Jiang Chen was a monster. As Jiang Chen slowly approached, He Guangji, unwilling to accept defeat, roared in fury. Countless slender beams of light, each exuding incredible might, rained down upon Jiang Chen like a tempest. Yet, his attacks proved utterly ineffective. In the next instant, swish, swish, two arms severed from He Guangji's body, and he stared blankly at Jiang Chen, who had inexplicably appeared behind him. Having cleaved off his limbs, the agony of his severed arms coursed through He Guangji, leaving him in excruciating torment. He turned his gaze to Jiang Chen, who clearly had no intention of sparing him. Wait, Jiang Chen, you cannot kill me. My father is a high-ranking official in the military. If you dare to kill me, my father will not let you off. The Dragon Nation's military will not let you off. Do you truly wish to make an enemy of the entire Dragon Nation? He Guangji screamed in terror, stripped of the arrogance he once possessed, leaving only utter helplessness. Jiang Chen, however, had grown weary of the endless exchanges. He Guangji possessed little more than this. How ironic that he was one of the 7 SS-level contract spirit users. Did you not say I could not be spared? You claimed it was permissible for you to kill me while I could not retaliate. What kind of twisted reasoning is that? If you wish to take a life, be prepared to lose yours. With that, Jiang Chen hesitated no longer, raising his hand, and with a surge of spatial power, the space surrounding He Guangji was suddenly compressed, reducing him to a cube of mere centimeters. His beast spirit was devoured by Jiang Chen. The SSS level light attribute beast spirit transformed into an SS level spirit the moment He Guangji perished. And Jiang Chen had no intention of claiming it. However, it must be said that the energy provided by a 6th tier beast spirit was substantial, causing the progress of Ming Xiao, Ming Kong, and Ming Li to surge by a tenth. Thus, the 7 SS level contract spirit users of Dragon Nation were reduced to 6. Meanwhile, outside the base, the Golden Beast spirit sensed the events unfolding and frowned. Useless fool, how long has this taken? Fortunately, I still have a backup plan. After disposing of He Guangji, Jiang Chun pursued the direction Chen Fan had fled. As he moved swiftly, Jiang Chun soon caught up with the fleeing Chen Fan, accompanied by 2 women, Chen Shui and Qiong Xinyao. A swift kick landed on Chen Fan's lower back, sending him crashing to the ground. You bastard, Jiang Chun. Must you truly pursue total annihilation? Jiang Chun, you now merely possess more resources and stronger beast spirits than I do. Dare you grant me 3 years? By then, I shall surpass you. Chen Fan shouted in defiance. Fool! Jiang Chun had little desire for further dialogue, launching a punch toward Chen Fan's head. Chen Fan closed his eyes, surrendering to the inevitable end. PFF, however, when Chen Fan reopened his eyes, he was bewildered. Why am I still alive? The scene before him shattered his comprehension. His sister, Qian Shui, had stepped in front of him, absorbing the fatal punch meant for him. Yet a gaping hole now marred her chest. Xiao Shui, Jiang Chun felt no surprise. Everything aligned with what he had foreseen. In his vision, Qian Shui had sacrificed herself to block his punch, followed by Chen Fan cradling her lifeless body in anguish, only to be struck down by Jiang Chen's fist. Yet, he had no patience for the futile words of the Tude. Channeling his spatial power, he forcefully detonated Qian Shui's body into fragments before Chen Fan's stunned gaze. Ignoring Chen Fan's vacant expression, Jiang Chen's fist pulverized his skull. After a lengthy wait, I have finally managed to wrap up the affairs of the past few days. I will strive to update as frequently as possible in the coming days. Additionally, the amended content begins from Chapter 39, with some plot alterations. It would be best to revisit it. Chapter 55. Nationwide Manhunt. Bang. With a splatter of crimson and white, Chen Fan left no final words as Jiang Chen obliterated his head with a punch. Just as he had dealt with Lu Zhaodi, he stomped down on Chen Fan's chest, forcing out the hellish 2-headed hound concealed within. Behind him, the spectral forms of 5 ferocious beasts surged forth. Pouncing upon the 2-headed hound and tearing it to shreds, he turned his gaze toward the remaining Qiong Xinyao, adhering to the principle of eradicating all traces before she could make any move. Jiang Chen employed his mental force to utterly annihilate her. Woo, woo, woo. The alarm echoed throughout the base, and Jiang Chun, having consumed Qiong Xinyao's beast spirit, recognized it was time to depart. In an instant, his figure vanished without a trace, leaving behind a scene of devastation. In a nearby grove outside the base, Jiang Chen reappeared, having prearranged this teleportation point. Utilizing his spatial abilities, he could arrive here directly. The exit of the base has been completely sealed, with numerous contract spirit users guarding the outer walls. This method of departing from the base is indeed most fitting. Given the circumstances, there is no longer any need for me to return to the base. I apologize, my master, for the troubles I have caused you. I drifted out from Jiang Chen's body, feeling somewhat despondent. This was something I promised you. There is no need for you to feel guilty. Regardless of whether I kill Lu Zhaodi or not, I will be leaving the base. If anyone should apologize, it should be me for not allowing your severed limb to heal all this time. Jiang Chen mused that the gap between SS and SSS level B spirits was still too vast. To heal Huanai's wounds, it seemed that only an SSS level life-type beast spirit could accomplish that. This matter could only be postponed for the future. He wondered what kind of reaction the military would have once he had killed Lu Zhaodi and He Guangji. The next day, in the meeting room of the military headquarters in Kyoto, the expressions of those attending the meeting were as grim as could be. They had all learned of the events that transpired in Magic City yesterday, and the very Lu Zhaodi they had been so concerned about had been slain by Jiang Chen. More importantly, their dispatched investigator, He Guangji, one of the military's only 4 SSS-level contract spirit users, had also perished in battle against Jiang Chen. This was undoubtedly a massive blow to the military. Meanwhile, Chen Fan's death seemed insignificant compared to that of Lu Zhaodi and He Guangji. The fact that Jiang Chen could kill their cultivated He Guangji indicated that his beast spirits must surely exceed just 1 SSS level. It was infuriating. Had they known Jiang Chen would turn out to be such a rogue, they should have dispatched more SS-level contract spirit users to suppress him and send him back to Kyoto. At present, Lu Zhaodi's longevity flower spirit, and He Guangji's light-winged divine steed were both in Jiang Qun's possession. They had to devise a way to reclaim them. Indeed, Jiang Qun must not be allowed to grow stronger. His blatant disregard for the laws of the Dragon Nation necessitated that he face the judgment of the state. A chorus of leaders condemned Jiang Qun for his actions. Elder Su, since Jiang Qun's conduct is so deplorable, I propose that we mobilize the entire nation to apprehend him and employ torture to force him to release all his beast spirits. Just then, a proposal emerged from the periphery. The speaker was He Guangming, who had lost his son. He had only attained his current status through his son He Guangji and the military's urgent need for managerial talent. Now, with his son deceased and his beast spirit seized by Jiang Qun, his standing in the military would undoubtedly plummet. At this moment, He Guangming harbored a deep-seated hatred for Jiang Qun, wishing he could tear him apart right then and there. The Elder Su he referred to was the elder seated at the head of the meeting, currently the highest leader of the Dragon Nation. Once He Guangming's suggestion was voiced, it quickly garnered widespread support. Elder Su, I support Guangming's proposal. Jiang Qun now stands as a calamity for the Dragon Nation, and such a threat must be eradicated in its infancy. Precisely, a scoundrel like Jiang Qun does not deserve to possess SSS level beast spirits. If the military could capture him, it would perfectly fill the vacancy left by He Guangji. I concur. I too concur. The elder known as Su cast a complex glance at He Guangming before reluctantly nodding. In this era of pervasive fear, establishing a sanctuary is exceedingly difficult. The law is indispensable. And at this stage, no one must be allowed to challenge its boundaries. That very evening, a wanted notice was disseminated across various bases nationwide, prominently displayed in the mission hall. SSS level mission. Capture Jiang Qun alive. Nationwide bounty for a contract spirit user named Jiang Qun. Anyone providing information will receive a reward of 5,000 crystal cores upon verification, and those capable of capturing him alive and delivering him to the military will receive 2 SSS level B spirits. 500,000 crystal cores, in the rank of military captain. The mission list also included a picture of Jiang Qun. Upon the release of this news, every contract spirit user across the bases erupted in excitement. The first SSS level mission in the nation was a manhunt. Even more thrilling was the prospect of receiving 5,000 crystal cores for any accurate information. Such an amount was no small fortune, even for the elite teams within the bases. Not to mention, capturing him alive would yield 2 SSS-level beast spirits, truly a remarkable prize. What crime had Jiang Qun committed to warrant such a staggering bounty? Who cares? If I happen to cross paths with him, he's certainly one to escape. 2 SS-level beast spirits? How intriguing. This quarry is mine for the taking. Once the wanted notice was issued, it immediately attracted bounty hunters from various bases, each equipped with an array of peculiar tools and methods, as well as extensive information networks, making them adept at locating and capturing individuals. Naturally, the various clans also had their own missions to hunt Jiang Qun, and the allure of the SSS-level beast spirits was irresistible. It was surprising how generous the military was being. In the Jiang family of Kyoto, Jiang Zhan observed the wanted notice for Jiang Qun on the screen, when a clear and playful voice suddenly came from behind. "Daddy, what are you looking at?" Jiang Zhan turned to see his youngest daughter, Jiang Ro. "Father, have you seen this wanted notice?" Another figure approached, Jiang Zhan's eldest son. "Jiang Yu, wanted notice? What wanted notice? Let me see." Jiang Ro playfully leaned in closer to the screen, catching sight of Jiang Qun's wanted notice. "Huh? Father, why do I feel he looks a bit like you?" "Nonsense. How could our Jiang family possibly be associated with a mere commoner like him? If you keep babbling, believe it or not, I'll slap you." Upon hearing his daughter Jiang Ro suggest a resemblance, Jiang Zhan's expression darkened as he recalled some unpleasant memories, immediately turning hostile even towards his most beloved daughter. Miser. I was just making an observation. Is that not allowed?" With that, Jiang Ro, feeling wronged by the scolding, stormed out of the room in a huff. Jiang Yu, seeing this, hurriedly chased after her, concerned she might do something reckless. The room was left once again with only Jiang Zhan, staring at Jiang Qun's photograph on the screen. The more he looked, the more unsettled he felt. Could it really be her? Chapter 56. The second batch of beast spirit eggs 3 days had swiftly passed, and Jiang Qun had traveled a considerable distance. The people from Magic City would not be able to catch up anytime soon. Observing Huanai, who remained at the 5th tier, Jiang Qun ultimately decided to elevate Huanai to the 6th tier to prevent falling behind. As for life-type beast spirits, he no longer relied on the official channels, uncertain when he might find a superior life-type beast spirit. After reaching the 6th tier, there would be no need to consume crystal cores for enhancement. They could be absorbed directly. This ability was not exclusive to the 6th tier but had been available since the 1st tier. However, the absorption rate from the 1st to 5th tiers was too slow, making it less efficient than direct consumption. Yet, after reaching the 6th tier, that concern vanished, as any crystal cores presented could be absorbed directly. Walking along the deserted streets, Jiang Qin occasionally encountered a few groups of zombies, all swiftly dispatched by a spatial compression. With the company of his beast spirits, he did not feel the pangs of loneliness. Suddenly, a dark arrow whizzed through the air, aimed directly at Jiang Qin's vital points. In that critical moment, Jiang Qin swiftly reached back and grasped the incoming arrow with precision. Such a trivial trick was sensed by Jiang Qin long before it reached him, rendering even his precognitive abilities unnecessary. Bored, he yawned and slowly turned to face the direction from which the arrow had flown. "You shot an arrow. Will you come out now?" "Ha ha ha." A sinister laugh echoed from a nearby building. Then, a fierce-looking man leaped down from the 3rd floor, crashing into the ground and creating a large crater. After landing, he pulled out a piece of paper and scrutinized it against Jiang Qin, followed by a maniacal laugh. "I am the bounty hunter Meichushi. You must be Jiang Qin, right? You're out of luck meeting me. I admit, being able to catch my arrow with your bare hands shows you possess some skill, but that's where it ends." The arrow was coated in venom. Upon contact with the skin, it would be absorbed. "How does it feel? Is that hand starting to tingle?" Jiang Qin carefully assessed the situation. Indeed, the arrow was coated with venom capable of suppressing contract spirit users' abilities. It appeared this fellow was a poison-type contract spirit user, but compared to his own Tuho-S venom, it was vastly inferior. In just a few moments, he absorbed the lingering toxin, not wishing to waste time. Jiang Qin discarded the poisoned arrow and executed a series of time-stopping and wind blade techniques, swiftly bisecting the bounty hunter. He then consumed the opponent's beast spirit, slightly enhancing his own progress. A bounty hunter? I've been put on a wanted list? It's needless to say that this must have been orchestrated by the base. If only more people would come, then I could ascend to the 7th tier even faster. Jiang Qin thought. After advancing a bit further, Jiang Qin arrived in Linhai City, which lacked an official base. He planned to spend the night there. Within Linhai City, a group of soldiers emerged from a certain faction, accompanied by the faction's leader. They were contract spirit users from the official base in the neighboring city, and in addition to issuing the wanted notice for Jiang Qin, they were also inspecting the beast spirits of various factions within the city. Just yesterday, following discussions among the higher-ups, the officials had introduced a new policy, in order to prevent further occurrences akin to that of Jiang Qin. From this moment forth, all beast spirits of S rank and above shall be deemed the property of the state. Any individual who discovers a beast spirit or beast spirit egg of S rank or higher is strictly prohibited from entering into private contracts. Such findings must be surrendered to the state for allocation. Ordinary individuals wishing to contract a beast spirit may do so by enlisting in the military and making significant contributions to the nation. Upon approval, based on the magnitude of their contributions, they may be rewarded with a beast spirit ranging from S to SS ranked. AS for SSS rank beast spirits. Such aspirations are beyond the reach of the average person. Those who have already contracted such spirits must join the military, registering all information pertaining to the post-apocalyptic era, serving the state and remaining under its control. This is akin to the gold buried by one's ancestors before the apocalypse. If one were to unearth such treasures, particularly those of ancient provenance, they would no longer belong to the individual, but rather to the state. Of course, upon surrendering these finds, the state would offer a monetary reward: 50,000 crystal cores for an S-rank beast spirit, 500,000 crystal cores for an SS rank beast spirit, and 5 million crystal cores for an SSS rank beast spirit. This policy effectively monopolizes all high-ranking beast spirits, extinguishing the potential for ordinary individuals to rise. Yet, rather than inciting widespread discontent and resistance, it has, paradoxically, led many to revel in schadenfreude. After all, those possessing S-rank and above beast spirits are a mere minority, while those with lower-ranked spirits inevitably find their achievements overshadowed. Some harbor the belief that S-rank contractors merely enjoyed a stroke of luck in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Should they also acquire S-rank spirits, they are convinced they would not be inferior to their counterparts. fostering a deep-rooted jealousy towards those unofficial S-rank contractors. Human nature is such that witnessing the gradual improvement of others' lives is often more painful than experiencing one's own decline. However, the current situation has shifted. All S-rank contractors are now subjected to more stringent regulations from the authorities than others. How could they not feel discontent? They possess the option to sever ties with the government and the base. Yet for S-rank contractors, such a move necessitates the dissolution of their contracts with their beast spirits, reverting them to ordinary status, thus restoring balance to the scales of envy. Though this may seem inequitable, under the overwhelming power of the authorities and the smug expressions of those below S rank, they ultimately have no choice but to acquiesce. At this very moment, personnel from the official base are scouring the surrounding cities for hidden S-rank contractors. Equipped with specialized detection devices, they meticulously inspect each individual, leaving no one overlooked. Fortunately, this is the last power in Linhai City. After a thorough sweep, they have found no concealed S-rank contractors and are preparing to return. Unaware of Jiang Chen's presence, they leave behind a few soldiers as a garrison and depart in their vehicles. As night falls, having finished dinner, Jiang Chen remains in a residential building. Ming Kong perches on the windowsill, observing the wanted posters plastered below, and turns to Jiang Chen, stating, "Master, they are searching for us everywhere." Humph. It is clearly their people who have gone back on their word, yet they place all the blame upon us. They are simply courting death, Dreamly interjects vehemently. Indeed, and what of that light-based fellow? He is evidently intent on our destruction. If not for your formidable strength, Master, we would surely have perished. Why is it they can strike us? Yet we cannot retaliate. Such hypocrites, it's revolting. The beast spirits express their dissatisfaction, while Jiang Chun wears a look of astonishment. Just moments ago, he intended to foresee the circumstances of the coming day, a practice he has adopted each night. However, in his vision, he beheld the night sky of the following evening, illuminated by countless vibrant meteors. He has learned of the origins of beast spirits within the base, akin to those meteors, descending from the heavens and radiating a spectrum of colors. The impending meteor shower mirrors the scene of the beast spirit egg's arrival at the dawn of the apocalypse. This is perplexing. Could it be that more beast spirits are about to descend? Jiang Chun promptly initiates another foresight. The day appears unremarkable, indistinguishable from any other, but as night descends, innumerable colorful meteors streak across the sky. Among these, several meteors shine the brightest, including a yellow one that is set to land in Linhai City, and a blue one that will fall in the waters beyond the city. In his vision, he first travels to the site of the yellow meteor's descent, confirming that it indeed harbors a beast spirit. But it has already been contracted by someone else. Additionally, he notes red, gold, purple, pale green, and others. These are the most resplendent among those visible in his foresight. Regrettably, some of the landing sites are rather distant, and he fears he may arrive only to find others have already claimed them. It is highly probable, as anyone who has survived the apocalypse is acutely aware of the significance of beast spirits. Thus, he must utilize the advantage of his foresight to secure several SSS rank beast spirits before the meteor shower's arrival. On the afternoon of the following day, Jiang Chen arrives at the seaside outside Linhai City, where, according to his foresight, the blue beast spirit egg is expected to fall. After clearing the area of mutated creatures, he finds a flat rock on which to sit and begins to meditate. Last night, he spent hours envisioning countless scenarios, selecting the most radiant beast spirit eggs in his foresight and strategizing the optimal approach. He also dedicated the morning to establishing spatial nodes in the neighboring Zhanghai City and Linjiang City, awaiting the descent of the beast spirit eggs as night approaches. The yellow egg had landed in a warehouse in Linhai City, hence his early arrival at the seaside, as he had managed to ascertain the locations of the other eggs through foresight. However, he could not locate this particular egg. The mutated creatures in the sea were numerous and formidable, and upon his arrival, he found only a pile of shattered shells, with the spirit long gone, most likely consumed by the aquatic mutants. As even Dreamly could not sense its presence, the best course of action would be to retrieve the egg within moments of its descent into the sea. Moreover, in his foresight, he had envisioned himself securing the egg and then immediately transporting it to the warehouse via spatial nodes. Well before anyone else could contract it, if all goes as planned, he may acquire 4 SSS rank beast spirits tonight. As for the others, their distances are simply too great to traverse within a day. Thus, he remains seated upon the rock, awaiting the arrival of night. As time passes, the sky gradually darkens and visibility diminishes until, at last, a streak of light arcs across the inky expanse. Following this, countless colorful trails emerge in the sky. Jiang Qin's closed eyes snap open at this moment. It is here. At this instant, the entire nation looks upward in awe, marveling at this spectacle. The authorities, well aware of what these meteor showers signify, promptly issue orders for personnel to mobilize and recover the most radiant beast spirits in the vicinity. By the seaside, Jiang Chun awaits the arrival of the blue meteor, which is poised to fall into the waters not far from him. Dreamily, what do you sense, Master? That is indeed an SSS rank beast spirit. Very well. Having confirmed the quality with the illusory color spirit fox, Jiang Qin hesitates no longer. He activates Time Stop and directly catches the blue beast spirit egg mid-air. Once Time Stop concludes, he immediately drips his blood onto the eggshell, feeling the spirit within integrate into his being. Without delay, he transports it to a warehouse in Linhai City via the spatial node. Meanwhile, a yellow beast spirit egg lies quietly within that warehouse. The city has descended into chaos, with all individuals scrambling for the new batch of beast spirits amidst the sounds of conflict and insults. Jiang Chen approaches, ready to apply his blood to the egg and complete the contract. Suddenly, the entire egg trembles, and the shell cracks open, revealing a small bear. This surprises Jiang Chen. He had not anticipated such swift hatching from the beast spirit egg. Moreover, why does the creature emerging from the egg appear to be a mammal? No matter. This moment marks its birth, presenting an opportune moment for acquisition. Jiang Chen gently places a finger upon the little bear's forehead. Transmitting the contract, the bear, in its naive state, perceives no malice from Jiang Chen and, within moments, accepts the contract, transforming into a beam of light that melds into Jiang Chen's being. Hurry, over there. Do not let anyone else seize it. At this moment, hurried footsteps and shouts can be heard outside the warehouse, as others pursue the trajectory of the fallen egg. Yet, by the time these individuals burst into the warehouse, Jiang Chen has already departed with the beast spirit, leaving only scattered eggshells behind. The leader of the group punches the wall in frustration. Damn it, someone got there first. Find him. He can't have gone far. Track him down. In Zhanghai City, Jiang Chen finds himself in a garden, his expression tinged with disappointment. Before him lies a red beast spirit, seemingly a fire-type spirit. Yet, to his dismay, Dreamly confirms it is not an SSS-rank beast spirit, which leaves him somewhat disheartened. It is difficult to discern the quality of beast spirits from their outward appearance, and he is unable to identify them in advance through foresight. In the next instant, Jiang Chen vanishes from his location, reappearing on the streets of Linjiang City. The moment his feet touch the pavement, Dreamly relays a message, sensing the presence of SSS-rank beast spirits nearby. This caused Jiang Chen's heart to finally relax. Throughout the night, among the 4 selected eggs, 3 were of the SSS-grade beast spirits, which confirmed that his discerning eye was indeed quite sharp. All around him, there were crowds fighting fiercely over the beast spirits. But Jiang Chen skillfully navigated through them, following the direction indicated by Mingli. Not long after, he stumbled upon a brown beast spirit egg nestled amidst a pile of clutter in a secluded corner. Just as he was about to form a contract, a woman's sharp reprimand rang out from the entrance. Put that egg down. It does not belong to you. Following the sound, Jiang Chen saw a strikingly beautiful woman standing at the door. Her face twisted in disgust as she stared at him. Morong Shui looked at Jiang Chen's attire with disdain, her brow furrowing in contempt. Amidst the chaos of the crowd downstairs, it was outrageous that a filthy commoner managed to slip in. However, upon seeing the beast spirit egg in Jiang Chen's hand, she spoke up. I told you, you commoner, put the egg down at once. Jiang Chen merely smirked, a hint of derision playing on his lips. Heh, I found it first. Why should I not take it? Finding it first does not equate to ownership. That egg fell within the territory of the Morong family and rightfully belongs to us. Morong Shui asserted, lifting her chin higher, practically looking down her nose at Jiang Chen. Although the Morong family was not a prominent clan, in the small city of Linjiang, a commoner had no right to challenge her. Chapter 58. 3 new beast spirits. However, what Morong Shui did not anticipate was that the commoner before her would audaciously drop a single drop of blood onto the egg, completing the contract right before her eyes. In her perspective, the egg was already firmly within her grasp. Now, a commoner dared to disregard her command and contract a beast spirit in her presence. How could she possibly tolerate this, impudent commoner? You dare to steal my beast spirit? You are doomed, Uncle Zhang. Just as she was about to unleash her fury, Jiang Qian, having already secured all his targets, was curious to see what this woman would do next. At her call, a middle-aged man in his 50s rushed in. Upon seeing him, Murong Shui immediately reported, Uncle Zhang, this commoner has stolen my beast spirit. Quickly, help me kill him. Zhang Xiaochuan, enraged by the audacity of someone daring to bully his young mistress, fixed Jiang Qin with a dark glare. You lowly commoner, how dare you snatch the young mistress's beast spirit? Kneel. Instantly, the oppressive aura of Zhang Xiaochuan, a fourth-tier contract spirit master, enveloped the entire room. Yet soon, he was astonished to find that this commoner was entirely unaffected by his pressure. This signified that the commoner was also a fourth-tier contract spirit master. Jiang Chun felt that the weight of this old man's pressure was even less impactful than the atmospheric pressure he experienced. He turned to Zhang Xiaochuan, his expression one of incredulity. Are you done? If you are, it's my turn. Not good, young mistress, flee, kneel. With a hum, a presence even more terrifying than Zhang Xiaochuan's descended upon the room, rendering him utterly powerless to resist. He collapsed to his knees. Zhang Xiaochuan was taken aback. This level of power indicated that he was not merely a fourth tier. Who are you? I am your master. With that, Jiang Qin unleashed a wind sphere, bringing an end to Zhang Xiaochuan's life, as the phantom of a ferocious beast erupted from behind him, tearing apart the beast spirit left behind by Zhang Xiaochuan's death. After devouring the spirit, Jiang Qin turned his gaze to the kneeling Murong Shui. Had his pressure targeted her, she would have already been a corpse. No, please don't kill me. My father is the owner of the Murong group. I have money. I can give you a great deal of wealth. When the apocalypse ends, I can even transfer my shares in the group to you. Please, spare my life. Ignoring her desperate pleas for mercy, Jiang Chun spoke slowly. Do you wish to live? Upon hearing his question, Murong Shui felt a flicker of hope and quickly replied, Yes, yes. I want to live. As she spoke, her eyes beseeched Jiang Qin. Her former arrogance completely vanished. But your desire to live does not guarantee that I will spare you. With a sinister smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, Jiang Chun looked down mockingly at the pleading Murong Shui. He threw a punch, and with terrifying force, her skull was shattered. Why does it feel like my strength has increased significantly? Soon, Jiang Qin realized it was due to the beast spirits. From the moment the beast spirit egg had descended, he had been preoccupied with securing spirits, fearing that he would be too late and lose out to others. Now, he finally had the opportunity to examine his newly contracted spirits. With a thought, a shark, a bear, and a white-furred gorilla materialized before him. Blue Abyss Shark, SSS Grade Water-type Beast Spirit. Earth Bear King, SSS Grade Earth-type Beast Spirit. Ancient God Titan, SSS Grade Strength-type Beast Spirit. The surge of power he felt was undoubtedly due to the Ancient God Titan. Master! The three beast spirits exclaimed in unison, eagerly nuzzling Jiang Qin's arm. Yes, yes, he replied, his heart brimming with joy. In just one night, he had acquired 3 beast spirits. He named the Blue Abyss Shark Tsang, the Earth Bear King Zhan Yue, and the Ancient God Titan Tingfeng. Jiang Chun raised his hand slightly, causing the water around him to coalesce into a sphere. He then tossed the water sphere and lightly stepped on the ground. In the next moment, dozens of massive earth spikes suddenly erupted from beneath the surface, intertwining in a chaotic display. Jiang Chun clenched his fists and struck the cluster of spikes with a powerful punch. Boom! With overwhelming force, his single blow obliterated the tangled mass of earth spikes. Jiang Qian withdrew his fist and shook it off. If this was merely at the first tier, the destructive capability was staggering. He couldn't help but imagine how much more powerful he would become if he were to elevate his tier. 2 days later, Jiang Qin held a shark formed entirely of water, which appeared incredibly lifelike. He then flicked his wrist, and the water shark shot forth in an instant. The water shark ballooned in size, opening its gaping maw to bite down on an unoccupied building. There was a resounding crash as the entire structure was obliterated. Debris and droplets scattering everywhere. A once towering edifice was utterly annihilated. This was the result of Tsang Yuan's prowess after advancing to the 6th tier. The official base in the Magic City. A young man slowly opened his eyes and glanced around. Seeing that he was surrounded by injured individuals lying on hospital beds, the young man sat up slowly. Where am I? Didn't that bastard Jiang Qin kill me? Just then, a nurse walked in and, noticing him awake, approached with concern. Mr. Chen Fan, you're awake. Where is this? What happened? The situation is as follows, Mr. Chen Fan. After listening to the nurse's explanation, a bewildered Chen Fan finally grasped the circumstances. It turned out that 3 days after Jiang Chen wreaked havoc at the Magic City base, the second batch of beast spirits descended from the sky. The officials managed to obtain an S-class life-type beast spirit through their means. To conduct experiments, they sourced a batch of relatively intact corpses from outside the base for revival. And by sheer luck, Chen Fan's corpse was selected and revived by the life-type contract spirit master. However, not all the corpses were revived. Those individuals had lost their beast spirits and, even if revived, were merely ordinary people. After successfully reviving the first person, the officials had achieved their goal. They only revived soldiers under their command, neglecting the rest. The remaining revived individuals were merely those that the contract spirit master decided to save on a whim. What about my sister? Chen Fan asked urgently. The nurse shook her head. I'm sorry, but your sister's corpse was too damaged and was not included in the revival list. Chen Fan's expression froze at those words. His fists clenched tightly. I understand, he replied, his eyes betraying an uncontainable hatred. Yet, even with his rage, he felt powerless, for he was now just an ordinary person. Chapter 59. The Wei Family Annihilation in Lingjiang City. Song Yuan swirled protectively around Jiang Qian. Master, be cautious. My instincts tell me this place is quite unusual. Like this stone, I suspect it is an enemy disguise. Ha! As he spoke, Song Yuan's shark tail swept through the air, sending a small stone flying far away. Jiang Qian placed a hand on his forehead, letting out a deep sigh of exasperation. Ever since morning, Song Yuan had been hovering around him, claiming to detect hidden enemies. Along the way, it had grown increasingly paranoid, accusing anything it saw of being a foe. The other beast spirits found its incessant suspicion quite bothersome, retreating into Jiang Qian's body, leaving even the usually loquacious Ming Kong speechless in comparison. However, Jiang Qian was well aware of his surroundings and the potential dangers. He understood that threats would not emerge from a seemingly innocuous stone. Just last night, while he was walking along, Song Yuan had suddenly appeared, dragging a person from beside a trash bin, and with a mighty swing of its tail, it had slapped the individual while accusing them of being an enemy. This declaration had startled the other beast spirits, who rushed forward to pummel the unfortunate soul. Had it not been for Jiang Qian's assertion that the individual in question was merely passing through, an ordinary person struggling to survive in this apocalyptic world, this group of miscreants would have certainly beaten him to a pulp. How had he not noticed before that Song Yuan had so much to say? At this moment, Song Yuan crouched atop a wall, peering cautiously ahead while mimicking a lookout with his fish-like fins. Hiss, a target has been spotted to the left front. I shall avenge my master and eliminate them. With that, Song Yuan leapt to spring into action. Jiang Qian hurriedly stepped forward, grasping Song Yuan's shark tail and pulling him back. Master, trust me one more time. This time it's the truth. Song Yuan hastily defended himself. Do not act recklessly and charge in. All right. This time, Song Yuan genuinely spoke the truth. Not far away, in a concealed corner, a group of individuals seemed to have just arrived and were in the process of setting up surveillance equipment. Boss, is this really going to work? Will that kid not discover us? One member inquired of the group's leader. Hemph, do not panic. The officials stated that any faction may partake in the hunt for Jiang Qian. We are merely gathering intelligence, which is far safer than making an arrest. If we can extract even a single piece of information about him, we will earn an additional 5,000 crystal cores. That is no trifling sum. As they spoke, the monitoring equipment was completed, and the leader gazed into the distance. Let me see, he has a shark-shaped beast spirit as well. Quickly jot that down. Where is he? He was just here. Suddenly, Jiang Qian's figure vanished from sight, and at that moment, the squad leader felt a hand patting his shoulder. What is it? Can't you see I'm busy? Go record your information. Be boss, the one who patted you. It wasn't timid, came the response from the junior behind him, whose eyes widened in horror as if he had seen a ghost. That's so? It turns out that news concerning me is this valuable? The leader's body trembled at the sound, and he stiffly turned his head, only to find that Jiang Qian, who should have been in the distance, had somehow appeared behind him, scrutinizing him with a dangerous gaze from head to toe. "See, I told you. This lot has malicious intentions. They must be eliminated," Songyun shouted from the side. "B brother, let us talk this over. Please don't resort to violence." "Not good." Crack with that. Jiang Chun swiftly snapped the leader's neck, granting him no opportunity to escape. Naturally, he did not spare the other juniors either, dispatching them all with ease. Songyun disdainfully spat at the bodies on the ground. "Pa, what a bunch of paupers." Aside from the leader, none of the others even possess a beast spirit. Jiang Chun's expression was frigid. This group truly seeks their own demise. He recalled that the official headquarters was in Kyoto. It seemed necessary for him to pay a visit. Unless he broke them into pieces, they would never comprehend pain. 3 days passed in succession, during which Jiang Chen encountered other spirit binders attempting to capture him, including members of the official faction. However, due to the vast disparity in strength, they were effortlessly slain by Jiang Chen, and their beast spirits consumed. On one fateful day, a new SSS-level spirit binder emerged within the base of Magic City, and that individual was Chen Fan. A day prior, the once ordinary Chen Fan had accompanied the military on a mission, only to encounter a horde of corpses, resulting in his separation from his teammates. However, he came across a golden beast spirit, which also brought along an additional S-level wind spirit, an S-level wood spirit, and an SSS-level ice spirit seeking to ally with him. Upon inquiry, Chen Fan learned that this golden beast spirit was known as the Destiny Spirit Beast, an exceedingly rare fate-type spirit. The individual who possessed it would be akin to the protagonist of a novel, blessed with extraordinary fortune. Throughout his journey, including being revived, the Destiny Spirit Beast was undeniably instrumental. As for why it chose Chen Fan, it was because, in City S, Chen Fan had inadvertently saved it at the moment of its birth. Thus, it recognized Chen Fan and resolved to become a significant ally. Until now, it had remained hidden, aware of Jiang Chen's unstable nature. Should he escape its control, both it and Chen Fan would perish. However, the situation had changed. Jiang Chun had witnessed it slay Chen Fan and no longer regarded him as a threat. What he did not anticipate was that Chen Fan had actually been revived with its assistance. Now, all Chen Fan needed to do was to develop in secrecy, and when the time was ripe, he could decisively take down Jiang Chun, claiming all of Jiang Chun's beast spirits for himself. The Destiny Spirit Beast assured Chen Fan that as long as it was present, unless the opponent possessed a fate-type beast spirit as well, no one could kill him. Jiang Chun was destined to become merely a stepping stone on his path to power. After becoming a spirit binder anew, Chen Fan's first act was to annihilate the Wei family in Magic City. He had learned of the abduction of Chi-Chi, Tian-Tian, and Hui-Jing by the Wei family's young master after his revival, which filled him with rage for an entire day. Lacking the strength to seek revenge, he felt powerless. By that time, the Wei family had become the most formidable force in Magic City, thanks to Chi-Chi's spatial spirit. When he infiltrated the Wei family, Liu Yaqi, as a spatial spirit binder, faced little difficulty, but the mother-daughter duo of Liu Huijing and Liu Tiantian suffered greatly. Due to their lack of power, they were relegated to mere playthings for the servants. Just days prior, they had been hanged in the Wei family estate for refusing to obey a certain high-ranking member. Upon learning that his women had been treated so cruelly by this group, Chen Fan publicly executed all the high-ranking members of the Wei family, particularly Wei Xiaojue, by slow torture. Moreover, he spared nothing of the Wei family's assets. He sought vengeance for his women, eradicating anyone associated with the Wei family. Chapter 60. The request from the Shangguan family. Bang! Jiang Chun landed a punch that obliterated the enemy before him, exhaling deeply. After 3 days of travel, he was now nearing Kyoto. However, the closer he got, the more adversaries he encountered. Over the past 3 days, he had dealt with no fewer than 20 batches of so-called bounty hunters. Yet, Jiang Chen remained unfazed, treating it merely as a feast for his beast spirits. Clap, clap, clapped at that moment. Slow applause echoed. Jiang Chen turned to see a lavishly dressed individual accompanied by a group of spirit binders emerging from the shadows. Truly, someone capable of being nationally wanted must possess considerable strength. However, after such a long journey, you must be utterly exhausted. The man cast a glance at Jiang Chen, a hint of barely concealed greed glimmering in his eyes. It is well known that the current military hierarchy is no longer composed of those who serve the people. The truly capable and responsible leaders perished on the very first day of the apocalypse, sacrificing themselves to save others. Those who currently hold power are merely self-serving individuals, and the military has become no different from a family clan under their control. The only way for these individuals to offer 2S level beast spirits as a reward is if Jiang Qin's beast spirits are worth far more than that. What could possibly be more valuable than 2S level beast spirits? An SSS level beast spirit, or perhaps even more than one. If he could seize Jiang Qin's beast spirits before the military, the Zhao family would undoubtedly ascend to become the most powerful family in Long Country, even across the entire Blue Star. Now, with Jiang Qin having fought his way here, he must be utterly fatigued, making it the perfect opportunity to capture him and seize his beast spirits. Jiang Qin, I offer you a chance. Immediately surrender all your SSS level beast spirits, and perhaps the Zhao family will spare your life. Do not think that just because you killed He Guangji, you are invincible. Can you handle one alone, let alone a group? You should consider your answer carefully. Other families are not as accommodating as I am. This is your only opportunity. With that, Zhao Tianji displayed a confident smile, convinced that Jiang Qin would make the right choice. However, upon hearing his words, Jiang Qin countered with a question. With all this talk of families, my ears are nearly calloused. How many families are there nationwide? Humph. It wouldn't hurt to enlighten you. Besides my Zhao family, the most powerful families in Long Country are the Wang family, the Jiang family, and the Ouyang family. Previously, there was also the Wei family. But not long ago, they were exterminated for provoking the wrong people. I can assure you that the expert who wiped out the Wei family has already joined the military. If you remain obstinate, do not blame me for not giving you a chance. Oh? You dare provoke someone capable of annihilating a family of your strength? Humph. That is not your concern. Give me a straightforward answer. Will you surrender your beast spirits or not? Zhao Tianji was beginning to feel a tinge of impatience. The answer should be quite apparent. If you desire my beast spirits, dream on, damn. Truly ungrateful. Attack him. Remember, do not kill him. We want him alive. With that, the spirit binders surrounding Zhao Tianji surged forward, like a tidal wave rushing toward him. If a spirit binder dies without severing their contract with their beast spirit, the spirit will lose a level of quality, dropping from SSS to SS. This would be a colossal loss for Zhao Tianji. Consequently, the method of killing to seize treasures from novels would not work here. The optimal strategy was to capture him alive and torture him until he was willing to break the contract. As he contemplated this, Zhao Tianji could not help but reveal a cold smile. The group of individuals did not immediately utilize their abilities. Instead, they hurled syringes resembling tranquilizers at him. Clink, to their astonishment. When the needle made contact with Jiang Qin's skin, it emitted a metallic collision sound. Not a single syringe succeeded in piercing his flesh. All the needles bent and fell to the ground. As 1S strength escalates with rank, 1S physical qualities undergo a significant enhancement. After reaching the 6th tier of the SSS level, the boost Jiang Qin received was extraordinary. His body now seemed impervious to ordinary weaponry. Even if someone were to thrust a knife into his eye, he would merely feel a slight itch. Of course, he would not stand idly by and allow anyone to stab his eye. Jiang Qin picked up one of the syringes that had fallen to the ground and curiously examined it. The reagent within could suppress the abilities of contract spirit users. It was likely concocted using the venom of a particular poison-type contract spirit user. Designed to prolong the suppression, though it bore a significant flaw, it was ineffective against higher-tier contract spirit users. What? Our suppressive agent failed to penetrate his skin. This is an alloy needle. This is bad. We must cover the young master's retreat. Realizing the drug's ineffectiveness, the group dared not risk engaging Jiang Qin in battle. After all, their confidence in challenging him stemmed from this very agent. At this moment, they turned to flee with Zhao Tianji. Thinking they could escape without consequence, Jiang Qin scoffed, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. With a soft thud, one man's chest was pierced. Immediately, the ground began to quake violently, and immense stone walls erupted from the earth without warning, obstructing everyone's path. Some attempted to shatter the stone walls to forge a way out. However, when one person struck with a forceful punch, their hand shattered while the walls remained unscathed. Behind them, Jiang Qin approached like a harbinger of death, with several contract spirit users falling to his might each second. Young master, the path is blocked. Damn it, he has been fighting for 3 consecutive days. How can he still possess such strength? Young master, What should we do? Zhao Tianji turned to Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun, this time I have met my match. If you kill me, the Zhao family will never let it go. Swish, without allowing Zhao Tianji to finish, Jiang Chun swiftly severed his head. He was weary of hearing threats that relied on familial ties. Regardless of the Zhao family or the Wang family, whoever provokes him will meet their demise. Yet, the ordeal was far from over to a few of you. If you've had your fill, come out now. After tidying up the scene, Jiang Chen spoke. Upon hearing this, 3 figures emerged from the shadows, the leader being a refined scholar-like individual. The scholar chuckled awkwardly. It seems I cannot hide anything from you. Mr. Jiang, which family do you represent? Come at me all together. I am pressed for time. Jiang Chen crossed his arms, inwardly lamenting how he had just finished dealing with one family only for another to appear. No, Mr. Jiang, you misunderstand. We bear no hostility towards you. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shangguan Juanhao, a member of the Shangguan family. We did not intend to trouble Mr. Jiang, as you are indeed a formidable figure. But we find ourselves in a dire situation. As he spoke, a hint of bitterness surfaced on Shangguan Juanhao's face. Jiang Chun scanned the group and discerned that they were indeed truthful. Speak on. Shangguan Juanhao's expression brightened at the response. Given the sensitive nature of the matter, we kindly ask you to join us in the vehicle for further discussion. Chapter 61. The source of the mysterious crystal. Jiang Chun followed the group into the vehicle. Speak. What is the matter? We hope you can assist us in taking down the military headquarters in Kyoto. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow, a mix of surprise and confusion flickering in his eyes. You may find this hard to comprehend now, so please allow me to explain. As you can see, the military currently operates with tyranny and unreasonable behavior, even monopolizing high-level beast spirit resources. Shangguan Juanhao continued without hesitation. This turmoil can be traced back to one individual. His name is Su Jinxiu, the highest authority in the military. How unexpected! This old wretch has hidden himself so well that even old Wu was deceived. A girl accompanying them voiced her discontent. Xian Rue, you must not be so disrespectful in front of Mr. Jiang. After reprimanding her, Shangguan Juanhao turned back to continue that I apologize. My companion can be quite rash. If you felt offended, I sincerely apologize. Now, where was I? Yes, Su Jinxiu. Old Wu was the previous highest authority in the military, and Su Jinxiu had worked closely with him, proving his talent by resolving numerous issues for him, thus earning Old Wu's trust. After the apocalypse, as the challenges multiplied, Old Wu, due to his age, began to delegate some responsibilities to Su Jinxiu. Old Wu intended to groom Su Jinxiu as his successor. But when the time came to transfer power, Su Jinxiu revealed his true nature. He began to dispatch assassins he had trained in secret, systematically eliminating other established leaders and promoting his own supporters. Their sole focus was profit, indifferent to the lives of those beneath them. Fortunately, Old Wu discerned Su Jinxiu's treachery in time and led the remaining personnel to the Shangguan family, with whom the military had maintained close ties, thus escaping the base. Otherwise, the traditional military leaders would have been annihilated by that despicable Su Jinxiu. With a deep sigh, Shangguan Juanhao lamented the unfortunate timing of Old Wu's realization. By then, nearly all high-ranking military officials were in Su Jinxiu's camp. You have heard of the 7 SSS level contract spirit users of the Dragon Kingdom, have you not? Aside from the 3 from prominent families, the rest are all under Su Jinxiu's command. We were at a loss as to how to overthrow the current military regime until we heard that you had slain an SSS level contract spirit user in the Magic City base and caused quite the uproar there. So you seek my assistance in reclaiming the military's voice? Indeed, Shangguan Juanhao replied without hesitation. And what of the compensation? Jiang Chun felt indifferent towards this request, yet if the offered price was satisfactory, he would not mind lending a hand, especially since he was already headed to Kyoto to have a word with those rascals. The compensation is ANS level beast spirit. Shangguan Juanhao's voice faltered as he spoke. Aware that individuals like Jiang Chun had the highest standards for beast spirits, invariably craving SSS level ones. However, an S-level beast spirit was the most precious item they could offer. ANS level beast spirit. Jiang Chun mused as he reclined in his seat. That is indeed quite commendable, but alas, I remain more intrigued by S-level beast spirits. Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave. Wait a moment. Mr. Jiang, perhaps we have a means to procure an SSS level beast spirit, but we need some time. Jiang Chun turned back, awaiting Shangguan Juanhao's response. This was confidential information, but I believe it is not inappropriate to share it with you. Mr. Jiang. Xian Rue and another companion gazed at Shangguan Juanhao in curious disbelief. Their base had once possessed an SSS-level beast spirit. Recently, our personnel fought valiantly to kill a special zombie capable of controlling fire, from which we discovered a mysterious red crystal. Upon research, we found that the crystal contained highly pure fire attribute energy, which, if absorbed by a beast spirit, could elevate its quality by 1 tier. The others present were taken aback. In their understanding, the quality of a beast spirit was immutable. Even Jiang Qian held this belief. Wait, a special zombie? A mysterious attribute crystal? ISNT, that's precisely what I have in my space. Continue speaking. Jiang Qian's interest in the matter was piqued. However, the unique exterior of this crystal renders it impossible for a beast spirit to either devour or directly absorb it. Through experimentation, we discovered that the liquid within a beast spirit egg contains a particular enzyme that can dissolve this exterior layer. In other words, the crystal can only enhance the quality of a beast spirit if introduced while it is still an egg. Precisely. We managed to elevate an S-level beast spirit to SS level using this crystal. And theoretically, it is also possible to elevate an SS-level beast spirit to SSS level. Jiang Chun fell into deep contemplation. If every type of beast spirit could be enhanced in this manner, would he no longer need to go to great lengths to collect SSS-level beast spirit eggs? As if sensing Jiang Chen's thoughts, Shangguan Juanhao hastily interjected. However, while the effects of this crystal are remarkable, the conditions for its creation are exceedingly stringent. After we later hunted several other attribute-manipulating special zombies, we found no trace of that crystal. We speculate that the conditions for its creation require a particularly strong and highly intelligent zombie to consume a beast spirit of considerable quality, resulting in a small probability of producing such a crystal during mutation. Are your research personnel truly that capable to make such deductions? Never mind. You may continue. I have finished speaking. Jiang Chen pondered. Is it truly so difficult to obtain such a crystal? He possessed it himself, and moreover, he had 2 pieces. Nevertheless, Jiang Chen still felt that relying on the method of slaying special zombies for the crystals was rather impractical. Firstly, formidable zombies with extraordinarily high intelligence are inherently difficult to find. Secondly, one must also prepare a beast spirit of commendable quality for feeding. Lastly, one must endure the risk while waiting for the opponent to successfully mutate, all the while contending with a minuscule probability, although Jiang Chen did not consider this probability to be small. Furthermore, Jiang Chen was aware that it need not be a zombie. Mutated creatures could also give rise to such crystals. May I inquire, what attribute does the beast spirit you intend to offer as compensation possess? A wood attribute beast spirit egg, replied Shangguan Juanhao. However, we do not currently possess such a wood attribute crystal. Upon our return, we will arrange for more individuals to seek it out, but I fear you will have to wait for some time. Look, isn't this opportunity presenting itself? You do not have it. But I do. Well, I believe the conditions you proposed are not entirely unacceptable. Really? That is splendid, Mr. Jiang. Rest assured, we will absolutely strive to procure this wood attribute crystal for you with utmost speed, and we will notify you at the earliest possible moment. Shangguan Juanhao exclaimed with excitement. He then extended another invitation to Jiang Chen. Would you care to visit our Shangguan family's base? Jiang Chen contemplated for a moment, deeming it agreeable, and thus returned to the Shangguan family's base alongside Shangguan Juanhao and the others. Chapter 62. The Emerald Shadow Vine Dragon. The vehicle entered a hidden tunnel within the mountains, and at the tunnel's end, a concealed great door slowly opened, revealing a brand new path before Jiang Chen. We have arrived. As the vehicle gradually drove in, the door at the back closed once more, as if the group had never passed through. After navigating through the dim tunnel for approximately 3 minutes, they finally spotted the guards ahead. Shangguan Juanhao exited the vehicle, and upon seeing him, the guards immediately saluted and promptly granted passage. After disembarking, Shangguan Juanhao led Jiang Chen to the main entrance, where upon entering, they were greeted by a high-tech expanse of white tiles and numerous security personnel engaged in research and surveillance. This is our Shangguan family's secret base, prepared in advance, and now, with Su Jianqiu's betrayal, it has come in handy. Young master, you have returned at that moment. A young maid approached, adjusting Shangguan Juanhao's attire before glancing at Jiang Chen. I presume this is Mr. Jiang. The head of the family is already awaiting you inside. In the reception room, a middle-aged man in his 50s was pacing back and forth. Just then, the door opened, and his eldest son entered with a young man. "Mr. Jiang, it is an honor to meet you. Please, take a seat. Juanhao must have conveyed most of the details to you, so I shall not elaborate further. The purpose of your visit today is to discuss the specifics of our collaboration." Before long, the group had finalized their plans and exited the reception room. Originally, the head of the Shangguan family intended to discuss tactics with Jiang Qin. However, Jiang Qin expressed that such deliberations were unnecessary. Given his current strength, he could simply charge in and eliminate the target without the need for any strategy. After concluding their discussions, Shangguan Juanhao took Jiang Qin to the laboratory within the base, where a man donned in a fish head mask caught Jiang Qin's attention. This is Dr. Chun, the most brilliant researcher in the entire base. He is responsible for the study of the properties and methods of generating attribute crystals. Shangguan Juanhao introduced At that moment. Dr. Chun also noticed the two and approached to greet them. "Is this the renowned Mr. Jiang? You truly managed to bring this esteemed individual here. Let's get to the point. What is the status of the SS grade beast spirit egg? It has not yet hatched, but it should be soon. If we do not quickly find that would attribute crystal." Dr. Chin's tone grew somber. That is, you need not search any longer. Could you hand me the egg now? Subsequently, a small dragon, entirely emerald green and adorned with leaf patterns, appeared upon Jiang Qin's shoulder as he exited the laboratory accompanied by Shangguan Juanhao and Dr. Chun. It is somewhat embarrassing that we ultimately had Mr. Jiang take action personally. It is of no consequence. After all, it is an SS grade, and it is better to utilize it sooner rather than later. "Ah!" The small dragon on his shoulder echoed with a few enthusiastic cries. Jiang Qin reached out to stroke its head, and the pair of leaf-like appendages on the small dragon's cheeks turned a tender green, signifying its current state of relaxation. This little dragon was the SS-grade beast spirit named Emerald Shadow Vine Dragon, cultivated by Jiang Qin using that piece of wood attribute crystal. The method was quite simple. He merely had to make a small incision in the eggshell and insert the crystal. When the quality increased, the eggshell would repair itself automatically. Upon witnessing the successful elevation of quality to SS grade, Jiang Qin did not hesitate to forge a contract. Observing this, Shangguan Juanhao and Dr. Qin both felt a wave of relief wash over them. Now, they could concentrate their forces in preparation for resistance. As for this beast spirit, it had been previously agreed upon, so they naturally would not entertain any ulterior thoughts. The first head of the Shangguan family had a military background, was upright, and established the family through his own merits. Differing from other aristocratic families who would seize opportunities for profit, suddenly change their minds, or engage in sordid acts of murder and treasure theft, such behavior was utterly unacceptable to them. Otherwise, they would not have become the only family in the nation with close cooperation with the military, even gaining access to certain military secrets. Now, the remaining task falls to you, Mr. Jiang. This location is still quite a distance from Kyoto. Do you require our Shangguan family to provide transportation? Jiang Qin pondered briefly before shaking his head. No need for transportation. I shall walk there myself. Not to mention that his current speed far surpasses that of helicopters and other vehicles. He also wished to eliminate several bounty hunters to enhance his own beast spirit. According to Shangguan Juanhao, many soldiers who were unwilling to obey Su Jinxiu and had not managed to retreat were under his control. It was said that due to their large numbers, Su Jinxiu was reluctant to kill them and intended to find a stronger contract spirit user to control them as his cannon fodder. Thus, the adversaries encountered now were primarily Su Jinxiu's men, allowing Jiang Qin to pursue them without any burden. Oh, by the way, why hasn't old Wu come? Shouldn't he come out to meet Jiang Qin? Shangguan Juanhao inquired. Dio not mention it. He personally relinquished power and now finds himself in this predicament due to his failure to detect the abnormalities in a timely manner. Anyone in his position would feel equally distressed. Tio this day, he still feels unworthy to face everyone and is desperately seeking work, insisting on accomplishing something to atone for his mistakes, no matter how we persuade him. It is futile. As he spoke, Dr. Chun shook his head. Given his age, he is already burdened with so many responsibilities. I fear his health may not endure for long. All because of that scoundrel Su Jinxiu. I still have a plethora of precious experimental materials at the Kyoto base. It infuriates me. If the opportunity arises, please do slap him twice for me, Mr. Jiang. Hey, why don't you go yourself? Shangguan Juanhao teased from the side. You think I wouldn't want to, but I am merely a scientist. lacking the strength of those individuals. Jiang Chen estimated that if both parties were to set out immediately, it would take him about 3 days to reach Kyoto, while the Shangguan family would be significantly slower in bringing their people over. Thus, after further discussions, Jiang Chen decided not to take action upon his arrival in Kyoto, but to wait until 2 days later, on the morning of the 5th day, to act. This way, once he resolved the matter with Su Jinqiu's people, the Shangguan family would arrive just in time to take over the Kyoto base, preventing any chaos from arising. After spending a brief night at the Shangguan family base, Jiang Chen departed the following day. Meanwhile, at the Jiang family in Kyoto, Jiang Zhan stared at the documents in his hand, his expression darkening. For several days, he had been dispatching people to investigate Jiang Chen's origins. His youngest daughter's words had awakened him, as Jiang Chen's appearance instilled in him an ominous premonition. Due to the collapse of the original system after the apocalypse, acquiring Jiang Chen's pre-apocalyptic information truly required considerable effort. Upon receiving all of Jiang Chen's records from before the apocalypse, his greatest fear materialized. This Jiang Chen was the product of a moment of impulsiveness from his youth. Chapter 63. It is Jiang Chen. We are doomed. When Jiang Zhan was younger, he harbored an unrequited love for a woman he idealized as his white moonlight. However, at that time, this white moonlight only sought her own benefits, always finding various excuses to reject him when it came time to consummate their relationship. Finally, one night, he could no longer contain himself. Afterward, she took him to court. But who was Jiang Zhan, the future heir of the Jiang family? And undoubtedly, she lost the case as for what transpired afterward. He was not well informed, as they had both already entered society and begun their livelihoods. Naturally, Jiang Zhan was also preoccupied with family affairs and married the betrothed he had been arranged with since childhood. Initially, he thought that matter would simply fade away, but unexpectedly, that woman became pregnant with his child in one go and fled to H City, where she gave birth to this bastard. According to the information gathered, the woman could not withstand the pressure after giving birth to Jiang Chen and ultimately took her own life. But none of that mattered. It is noteworthy that, in the world prior to the apocalypse, one could effortlessly crush him like an ant with just the flick of a finger. However, now, this abominable spawn has evolved into a force capable of challenging the authorities. This is unacceptable, utterly intolerable. Bring forth the necessary items at once. We must evacuate the Kyoto base immediately. Su Jinqiu has no intention of remaining idle either. All SSS level contract spirit users, aside from Chen Fan, have been summoned to Kyoto. So this brat was responsible for the death of He Guangji. How intriguing that I intend to claim his beast spirit. None of you shall dare contest me for it, a young man, exuding an air of arrogance, declared. Did I not mention that he possesses more than one level beast spirit? We can simply divide them among ourselves later, can't we? At this moment, a seductive woman interjected, her gaze lingering on a photograph of Jiang Chen in her hands, her eyes sparkling with admiration. What a handsome lad, what a pity. An innocent man bears the burden of possessing such treasure. This level beast spirit is far beyond his rightful claim. That will not do. How you choose to divide them is of no concern to me, but half of Jiang Chen's beast spirits must belong to the military. Su Jinqiu, observing the SSS level contract spirit users discussing how to partition Jiang Chen's beast spirits, reprimanded them with evident displeasure. Old man, recognize your own standing. Addressing you as Su Lao is merely a courtesy. Do not delude yourself into thinking you hold any true power. Your position as a leader exists solely because we have chosen not to contest it. Should you continue to be so ungrateful, do not blame us for lacking compassion. You? How dare you? Su Jinqiu seethed with indignation at their words, feeling humiliated as these S-level contract spirit users from esteemed families insulted him, while the military's own level users merely looked on with mocking and perilous gazes. Yet, he found himself powerless, for their words held a kernel of truth. Everything he currently possessed was merely a result of their disinterest. If they turned against him, his position would undoubtedly be in jeopardy. So how do you propose to divide them? Naturally, all his beast spirits and possessions will belong to us, and as for you. The man sneered dismissively. You'd best be on your way. On a distant mountain range, a temple stood majestically atop the peak. Inside, two individuals clad in military uniforms conversed with an elderly man in Taoist robes, who appeared wise beyond his years. With Master Gu's assurance, we can rest easy. With that, the two produced two large chests. The elder opened them to reveal they were brimming with powerful zombie crystal cores. Upon seeing this, the old man smiled benevolently, his face wrinkling with joy, and instructed others to carry the two chests away. Rest assured, during times of national peril, it is our duty to contribute to the nation's cause. Return it to me, hey? You want it? Come and take it. Don't run. Hey, don't push me. Ah, Ming Kong, you stepped on my tail. In stark contrast to Su Jinqiu's tense atmosphere, Jiang Qin's surroundings were far more relaxed. The room was empty, and all his beast spirits had emerged in a flurry, creating quite the lively scene. Jiang Qin glanced at the steadfast Earth Bear King standing quietly beside him. Aren't you going to join in the fun? It's a rare opportunity to rest, and you've been standing there for an hour. Well, I'm content just being by my master's side. Whether I play or not is inconsequential. Master wants me to join them? The Earth Bear King scratched the back of his head, speaking in a simple-minded manner. Well, it's up to you, Dado. With that, Jin Yu resumed his silent vigil beside Jiang Chun. After a brief rest of 2.5 hours, Jiang Chun was ready to set off again. Not long after, he sensed a battle unfolding ahead, apparently involving a multitude of zombies. Meanwhile, two stunningly beautiful young women were surrounded by a horde of zombies. Sister, we're surrounded. What should we do? Don't panic. There must be a way out. At this moment, the two girls were utterly exhausted. Their clothing was tattered, and their long, fair legs were sure to capture the attention of any man. Not far away, Jiang Chun was intently observing the heart of the zombie throng. However, unlike ordinary men, Jiang Chen's interest lay not in the women's beauty, but in the zombies themselves. So many high-level zombies. Over 30 at the 4th tier, more than 10 at the 5th tier, and 1 at the 6th tier. Among them was a zombie, seemingly frail and indistinguishable from an ordinary person, yet it was the leader of the entire horde. This is it. I am but a step away from reaching the 7th tier. If I can acquire the crystal cores from this horde, I may just elevate my strength to that level. As for those two beauties, he had no acquaintance with them. Their fate was of no concern to him. Without hesitation, Jiang Qian leapt into the fray, the air displaced by his landing shattering the surrounding zombies. The hidden zombie king within the throng turned in shock. Another expert, the nearby zombies, sensing fresh prey, howled and charged at Jiang Chun. Yet, regardless of their strength, as they approached Jiang Chun, they were obliterated by an unseen force, never even getting close to him. Wait, why did the opponent head directly toward me upon landing? Is it mere coincidence? Something feels off. Without delay, Jiang Qian surged forward, reaching for the zombie king's head. The zombie king, realizing the impending danger, shoved a nearby 5th-tier zombie in front of him as a shield. Jiang Qian's hand gripped the zombie's head firmly, exerting his strength. Pop! The creature's cranium crumbled effortlessly beneath Jiang Qian's grasp, revealing a milky white crystal core which he swiftly stored away, then turned to smile at the zombie king. Sister, look, that man is incredibly strong. Wonderful. We're saved. The petite girl exclaimed, her previous fatigue vanishing. However, the other girl's expression turned grave. This person seems to be Jiang Qian, the SSS level wanted criminal from the base. Instantly, a wave of despair washed over her. It's over. It's Jiang Chun. They are doomed. Today is the final exam. Only one chapter remains. Chapter 64. You make me nauseous. He appears to be the one from the wanted poster. The older girl exclaimed in terror. Ignoring her sister's starry-eyed gaze, she seized her hand and turned to flee. Hey, what are you doing? I haven't had enough of looking yet. The younger girl protested. Stop staring. He is the wanted criminal from the poster. Someone like him saving us must harbor ulterior motives. We must escape while he is preoccupied with that zombie. Although the two appeared somewhat disheveled, upon closer inspection, their exquisite features shone through the grime. Their slender waists and fair, long legs made them the most beautiful sisters in the base, attracting countless male admirers and declarations of love. The sisters were formidable in their own right, and even though they had rejected many suitors, none dared to use force against them. But Jiang Chun was different. With his strength, it would be a simple matter to toy with the two of them. The wanted poster offers a reward for 2 SSS-level beast spirits, correct? Indeed, that SM.IT is said that he possesses an SSS-level beast spirit. We stand no chance against him, so we must hurry. However, before they could take more than a few steps, The shockwave from Jiang Chen's battle with the Zombie King knocked the two girls off their feet. Not far away, the Zombie King's arm swelled and lunged toward Jiang Chen with tremendous force. Yet, Jiang Chen showed no intention of evading. Instead, he extended a hand to meet the giant fist head-on. Boom! The moment of impact unleashed a terrifying shockwave, ruthlessly sweeping everything in its vicinity. Jiang Chen firmly caught the blow with one hand, cracked his neck, and conjured a water sphere with the other, hurling it at the Zombie King. Upon striking the zombie's body, the water sphere erupted violently, sending the Zombie King crashing through several walls before finally coming to a halt. The Zombie King, though sturdy, should have been utterly obliterated by such an explosion. He couldn't comprehend how, during his rare hunting expedition, he had encountered such a formidable opponent. If he did not unleash his full power now, he would surely perish. Just then, the entire building began to tremble violently before collapsing, from which emerged a colossal zombie. Roar! The giant Zombie King gazed down at Jiang Chen, then lifted its foot and turned to flee. This Zombie King had developed considerable cognitive abilities. It recognized it could not defeat Jiang Chen and wasted no time in making its escape. It had no desire to die, and engaging in a futile struggle was unwise. The two girls, witnessing the giant Zombie King rushing towards them, were instantly filled with panic. Don't come over here. Trying to flee. Seeing the crystal core. Oh, I meant the zombie. Attempt to escape. Jiang Chen would not allow it. The ground beneath him began to swell, and suddenly, massive vines erupted from the earth, ensnaring the giant Zombie King's limbs. The creature found itself firmly immobilized, yet the vines continued to exert tremendous force. With a resounding tear, the giant's arm was ripped away. Not just the arm, but the flesh of its thigh was also shredded, leaving it struggling to hold on with mere bones, but it would not last much longer. In an instant, the colossal zombie was transformed into a grotesque marionette, writhing on the ground like maggots feasting upon a corpse. Before the giant zombie's limbs could regenerate, Jiang Chen had already reached the nape of its neck. This behemoth, resembling a giant, was merely a shell created by the Corpse King through the grotesque expansion of flesh and blood. Naturally, its head lacked a crystal core, while the true entity resided within the nape of this massive zombie. With a swift incision, accompanied by the sickening sound of flesh and blood churning, Jiang Chen forcefully extracted the Corpse King's true form from within, without allowing the Corpse King a moment to retaliate. Jiang Chen enveloped his arm in hardened rock and delivered a powerful punch that shattered the Corpse King's skull, causing a gray crystal core to tumble out and land at the feet of the two sisters. However, the sisters did not rush to retrieve it, for they understood that Jiang Chen would soon arrive. As expected, Jiang Chen leaped down from the enormous carcass, picked up the crystal core, and stowed it away in his pocket before turning to face the two sisters. We were just passing by. Could you please let us go? Asked the petite girl, her doe-like eyes shining as she gazed at Jiang Chen. Are you affiliated with the official base? Yes, the two sisters nodded eagerly. You were so impressive just now. We admire you greatly. May we see what beast spirits you possess? The girl, noticing Jiang Chen's lack of hostility, blinked her watery eyes and spoke in a sweet, almost pleading tone. Ugh, the beast spirits within Jiang Chen felt quite nauseated by her, emitting silent retches that no one else could hear. Her admiration was mere pretense. She sought to glean information. If you continue with that sickening tone, I shall tear your tongue out, Jiang Chen replied with a benign smile. Yet his words made the two girls tremble. As individuals listed on a wanted poster, they were convinced that he would indeed carry out his threat. Indeed, some individuals are born wicked. Such people ought to be snuffed out in the cradle. The two girls cursed Jiang Chen inwardly, yet maintained a facade of subservient smiles. Master, is there anything we can do for you? The older girl inquired as she stepped forward. Your presence disgusts me. Be gone. Huh? The sisters were momentarily taken aback, but soon regained their composure and fled at breakneck speed. That despicable scoundrel dared to call me disgusting and even threatened me. The petite girl fumed as they distanced themselves. I am undeniably beautiful, a goddess in the eyes of countless men at the base. Whenever someone sees me, they are all smiles and eager to please. If those people at the base heard me speak to them in this manner, their faces would flush with embarrassment. How dare Jiang Chen say I am disgusting? I have never endured such humiliation. But before she could vent further, her sister, who was ahead, was suddenly crushed by an inexplicable force, reducing her to a mere pancake. The younger girl froze in disbelief. Her sister dead? What could have killed her? Yet, before she could comprehend the situation, she too felt an overwhelming pressure, squeezing her flesh relentlessly. In an instant, she met the same fate as her sister, flattened into a lifeless form. In the distance, Jiang Qin wore an indifferent expression. After completing his task, he retrieved the crystal core of the 6th-tier Corpse King, intending to find a suitable place to absorb it. Chapter 65. 7th Tier. A monumental enhancement. Now that his strength was sufficient, Jiang Qin believed little could threaten him. Gazing at the gray crystal core in his hand, he realized that its color did not indicate contamination. Rather, it contained purer energy. After deliberation, Jiang Qin summoned Ming Xiao from within. "Here, take this," he said, offering the crystal core to Ming Xiao. Without hesitation, Ming Xiao accepted it, expressed gratitude, and began to absorb the cord. As the energy transformed into his own power, Jiang Qin finally felt that long-lost yet familiar sense of comfort. This is the feeling, the sensation of breaking through. Just as Jiang Qin's time-based powers reached a new tier, his internal energies began to stabilize. Ming Xiao's form suddenly began to grow larger. Ming Xiao's voice deepened. Claws sharpened, and its size expanded from that of a small dog to that of a car, and then further, nearing the height of a single-story building. Simultaneously, the time-based powers within Jiang Qin surged once more. "What is happening?" Roar. At that moment, Ming Xiao's growth halted, solidifying at a single-story height. Now, Ming Xiao exuded an imposing presence, its gaze fierce, completely shedding its earlier petite form, instead radiating an aura of majesty and dominance. Akin to a divine being from the heavens, in this moment, Ming Xiao bore an uncanny resemblance to the ferocious phantom that appeared behind Jiang Qin when he unleashed beast spirits, yet in reality, its true form was far more formidable. "Master." Ming Xiao lowered its head to regard Jiang Qin, speaking in a voice that was no longer youthful but deep and resonant, akin to that of a strong adult male. "Wow, big brother, you're so handsome!" Ming Kong exclaimed as he leapt from Jiang Qin, his eyes sparkling with admiration. "What is going on?" Jiang Qin inquired. "It seems that after my advancement, I gained the ability to alter my form." Ming Xiao replied. "Alter my form? Indeed, not only can I change my size, but I feel I have gained strength and the ability to utilize my powers." With that, Ming Xiao approached the balcony on the first floor and effortlessly swept it into rubble with its tail. Picking up a fragment, the stone gradually crumbled into dust within its claws, clearly utilizing its time-based abilities to hasten the erosion of the rock. Jiang Qin was taken aback by this revelation. Ming Xiao can use abilities now. Does this mean that Ming Xiao can participate in battles in the future? How incredible! Once I reach the 7th tier, will I too be able to transform like you? Ming Kong flitted around Ming Xiao, eyes brimming with anticipation, before burying himself in the soft fur on Ming Xiao's face. Ming Xiao smiled gently, allowing Ming Kong to nuzzle against him. "Can you revert to your previous form? Otherwise, it will be inconvenient for you to appear in many situations." Upon hearing this, Ming Xiao pondered momentarily before enveloping itself in a gray glow. Once the light dissipated, Ming Xiao reverted to its earlier small and youthful appearance. Simultaneously, Jiang Qin felt the surge of time-based power within him vanish as Ming Xiao returned to its original form. "So that's how it is. The sudden increase in my strength was related to your transformation?" Ming Xiao, Jiang Qin realized, enlightened. He speculated that elevating beast spirits to the 7th tier not only significantly enhanced their strength, but also granted them combat capabilities. Judging by Ming Xiao's appearance after growth, it seemed to represent its adult form. Moreover, when their sizes increased, the corresponding powers of their master would also receive a substantial boost. If he could elevate all his beast spirits to their adult forms, would he not soar to new heights? The more he contemplated, the more astonished he became. Would he transition from a mage to a beast master? Or perhaps, a beast master whose output surpassed even that of traditional beast masters? As it stood, the leap from 6th to 7th tier brought about a qualitative change. The disparity between 6th and 7th tier was akin to the gulf between heaven and earth. Naturally, not all beast spirits had the opportunity to ascend to the 7th tier. Quality determined potential limits. For instance, an F-tier beast spirit could only reach a maximum of tier 3, and no amount of crystal cores could elevate it beyond that, if each quality tier's potential limit increased by 1 tier. The most unfortunate would undoubtedly be the contract holders of C-tier beast spirits, whose limit was merely tier 6, missing the chance for perfection and transformation. Wait a moment. If 7th tier grants a combat form, then what about Huanyi? Jiang Chen suddenly realized where the key lay. He needed to find a way to heal Huanyi swiftly. Suddenly, he remembered that he still possessed several 4th and 5th tier crystal cores, acquired from the recent clearing of the zombie horde. With time passing, Ming Kong was nearing his own ascension. Why not give it a try? Ming Kong, how about you attempt to break through with these? Really? Upon hearing this, Ming Kong perked up. Here, Jiang Chen handed over the crystal cores. Thank you, Master, Ming Kong exclaimed, eagerly scurrying off to absorb the cores. After about 10 minutes, Jiang Chen felt a surge of spatial energy within him. Soon after, a towering beast, the height of a single story, rose once more from the earth, clearly indicating that Ming Kong had also broken through. Master, look, I can grow too. Ming Kong's voice resembled Ming Zhao's, albeit with a hint of youthfulness. Well done, Jiang Chen praised without reservation. Ming Kong lowered its head, relishing Jiang Chen's affectionate pat on its head, a look of contentment adorning its features. Master, would you like to ride on my back? It would be a perfect opportunity to test my abilities. Jiang Chen pondered momentarily before leaping onto the back of Ming Kong. Instantly, a deep gray luminescence enveloped both Ming Kong and Jiang Chen entirely. This way, Jiang Chen gestured with his hand to indicate a direction for Ming Kong. All right, Ming Kong replied, scraping his front claws against the ground a few times, facing the direction Jiang Chen pointed. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from its original spot, reappearing a kilometer away on a street. Yet it was not the end. Scarcely a second after appearing on the street, Ming Kong's form faded once more, only to materialize again a kilometer further. Within the ruins of an abandoned city, a shadow, roughly the height of a story, darted through the towering buildings. This was Ming Kong. Having flashed with Jiang Chen for the better part of an hour, after Jiang Chen called for a halt, Ming Kong reverted to his juvenile state, nestling into Jiang Chen's embrace. Although he could have accomplished this himself, it must be said that this method of travel was indeed swift and energy efficient. Hiss, Master, when can we advance? At that moment, Tu Yu and a host of other beast spirits emerged from within. Gazing at Jiang Chen with eager anticipation, they too aspired to attain the formidable stature of Ming Xia and Ming Kong. Do not rush. Everyone will have their chance, one at a time. Hee, if the opportunity arises next time, shall I take you all for a spin first? Ming Kong cheerfully suggested to the other beast spirits, in unison. They replied, good. Chapter 66. Master of Martial Arts Gu Feng amidst the ruins of a building. A man clad in tattered robes lay on the debris, blood oozing from his mouth, barely clinging to life. Jiang Chen stood with arms crossed, a look of disdain plastered across his face. Over 2 hours prior, he had arrived here with the beast spirits. Jiang Chen unleashed vines from his hand, which anchored themselves firmly to the exterior of the high-rise as soon as they made contact, allowing him to swing through the air like a trapeze artist. He ascended to the rooftop of a tall building, his brow slightly furrowed. Why is there always an old man trailing me? Is he yet another pawn sent by the military? Moments later, the elderly figure arrived at the rooftop. Indeed, it is you, Jiang Chen. I never expected to encounter you here ahead of time. And who might you be? The old man stroked his beard, one hand clasped behind his back, exuding an air of a reclusive sage. I am Gu Feng, the head of Longhu Temple, summoned by the military to apprehend a scoundrel wreaking havoc upon our nation. Pa, you and your ragtag bunch are hardly in a position to judge us. Before Jiang Chen could respond, Song Yuan interjected vehemently, we would never resort to forcibly seizing another's beast spirits to enhance our own strength. Humph, is that not due to your own failings? Had you not willingly succumbed to depravity and wreaked havoc upon the world, the military would not resort to such tactics, the old man retorted, turning his gaze towards Jiang Chen. Especially you, Jiang Chen. In times of national peril, every citizen bears the duty to contribute. Have you squandered your education on frivolities? As an orphan, whether before or after the apocalypse, has the state ever wronged you? Without the nation's assistance, you would have perished in some refuse heap. Yet you, for your selfish desires, disregard the nation in its time of crisis, hoarding a majority of the SSS class beast spirits. Were you to contribute these SSS class spirits, How could our nation be left with such paltry strength? Gu Feng pointed an accusatory finger at Jiang Chen, openly denouncing him. Yet Jiang Chen remained unfazed. If you seek to aid the country, that is certainly commendable, but you must assist the right individuals. Exactly. Open your eyes and see what kind of scoundrels populate the military now. Utterly devoid of discernment, Song Yuan added. Moreover, we choose whom we associate with. You have no authority to command us. Gu Feng's words incited Song Yuan's ire. What did he mean by contributing their beast spirits? They were not mere objects. The country has gone to great lengths to entice me back into action, utilizing 2 massive crates of powerful zombie core crystals. With such sincerity, how could I err in my judgment of people? Ah, I see. Oh, you have accepted benefits from Su Jinxiu. Then I had thought you genuinely cared for Longhua, but it appears you are merely a petty opportunist, Jiang Chen scoffed. Your character is not for a mere junior like you to critique. Possessing strength yet lacking righteousness, such as you, are unworthy of beast spirits. With that, Gu Feng lunged forward, his sharp fingers aimed directly at Jiang Chen's brow. However, to Jiang Chen, Gu Feng's speed resembled that of a sluggish snail. He effortlessly sidestepped the thrust and countered with a punch aimed at Gu Feng's head, dismissing this so-called S-class spirit master as inconsequential. Yet Gu Feng merely raised his withered arm to deflect the blow. With the bending of his arm, Jiang Chen's strike was redirected to harmlessly strike the air above. Lad. Have you ever heard of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds? Gu Feng sneered. A spirit master with numerous SSS class beasts is hardly something to be taken lightly. Though your attack may be powerful, if it cannot reach me, it is of no consequence. Having trained in martial arts for many years, Gu Feng was hailed as a rare talent, having mastered numerous martial arts texts in his youth. In this era, where anyone could become a spirit master, the synergy between beast spirit abilities and martial arts could yield extraordinary results. Though he had only contracted with SSS class beasts, the combination of his martial prowess allowed him to hold his own against certain SSS class spirit masters, and in specific scenarios, he could even turn the tables. This was the confidence that emboldened him to challenge Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen promptly instructed Song Yuan to return to his body. Ji Feng initiated another attack. Vajra Palm. As he spoke, Gu Feng's arm transformed into a golden hue, crashing down towards Jiang Chen with great force. Jiang Chen also enveloped his hand in venom, meeting Gu Feng's strike head-on. Just as their palms were about to collide, Gu Feng suddenly retracted his hand, bending down to kick Jiang Chen's arm upward. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Feng executed a series of backflips, distancing himself from Jiang Chen. Years of combat experience warned him that a collision with that purple palm would spell his doom. Yet Jiang Chen had no intention of letting him escape, conjuring dozens of venomous arrows aimed at Gu Feng. Golden Bell Shield. Gu Feng bellowed, and a golden, bell-shaped barrier enveloped him. However, the moment the barrier made contact with the venomous arrows, it shattered into countless fragments. Not good, wind chase step. In the next instant, Gu Feng deftly maneuvered amidst the barrage of venomous arrows, narrowly evading them. But when he turned around, he realized Jiang Chen had inexplicably vanished. Gu Feng scanned his surroundings, but Jiang Chen's figure eluded him. Just then, he looked up to find Jiang Chen hovering above him, delivering a powerful punch. Ji Feng could not evade in time. Instinctively, he raised his arm to block. Yet Jiang Chen, an SSS Class 6th-tier power-type spirit master, was akin to inviting death by attempting to catch that punch barehanded. Boom. As expected, the moment Jiang Chen's fist collided with Gu Feng, a resounding crack echoed as the bones in Gu Feng's arm shattered. The floor beneath him could not withstand the force and crumbled, sending him plummeting from the rooftop. Subsequently, the floor above also collapsed under the weight, causing Gu Feng to drop down another level. Bang, 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 bang. He crashed heavily onto the ground floor. The entire building, having lost its structural integrity, swayed precariously before ultimately collapsing, stirring up clouds of dust that soared several meters high. Gu Feng lay sprawled amidst the rubble, his insides having been pulverized by Jiang Chen's strike, his life hanging by a thread. Jiang Chen descended slowly from the air, arms crossed, casting a disdainful gaze upon the fallen Gu Feng. Teach, all bluster. I thought he was formidable. Song Yuan darted out again, mockingly addressing the prostrate Gu Feng. Keep going. Weren't you just so arrogant? What's the matter? No longer so impressive? Old fool. Your martial arts have proven utterly ineffective. Upon hearing these words, Gu Feng, who was already teetering on the brink of life and death, abruptly choked, his head tilting to the side as he succumbed. Hey, why have you died? Get up and take your scolding. Enough, he is dead now, and cannot hear you, Jiang Qian interjected, halting Song Yuan. Hemph, consider yourself lucky, truly, why must these short-sighted fools keep seeking trouble? Song Yuan grumbled. Yet Jiang Qian understood that unless Su Jinxiu was eliminated, a steady stream of trouble would continue to beset them. Chapter 67. A meeting with the ghosts. What? Gu Feng was attacked by Jiang Qian and perished? Indeed, Su Lao, we have just received this news. Bang! Su Jinxiu slammed his fist onto the table with great force. Damn that Jiang Qian, cursed be him. Su Lao, there is one more matter. Speak. The Jiang family withdrew from the base as a whole yesterday. Could this be related to Jiang Qian? Hee, I believe they are merely fearful, a bunch of cowards. Their departure is fortuitous, as I had deemed their share of land far too ample. Su Jinxiu expressed with indignation. Su Lao, Master Gu was slain in a city near Kyoto. That Jiang Qian. The guard hesitated, but Su Jinxiu grasped the implication. Hee, if he wishes to come, let him. Perfect timing. When he arrives, I shall prepare a surprise for him. With that, a sinister smile crept across Su Jinxiu's lips. As night fell, Jiang Qian entered a hotel, traversing a pitch-dark corridor. After vanquishing Gu Feng during the day and journeying a considerable distance, Meng Li suddenly informed him in his mind that it sensed the presence of an SS-level beast spirit. Thus, Jiang Qian followed Meng Li's guidance to this grand hotel. However, the darkness had deepened, rendering the corridor so obscure that one could not see their own hand in front of their face. Yet, this posed no significant issue for Jiang Qian, as he possessed a flashlight. With a flick of his thumb, the flashlight illuminated the corridor, expanding his perception, allowing him to discern the locations of the zombies and the beast spirit. Hey, what type of beast spirit do you think it will be this time? How would I know? I can't sense anything. Keep your voices down. We don't want to attract the zombies in the building. Several distinct voices echoed in the corridor, all belonging to Jiang Qian's beast spirits. The entire building was devoid of life. Their emergence was of little concern to Jiang Qian, the entrance of a room on the 15th floor. One of the spirits said, Master, it's inside here. Understood. Jiang Qian grasped the doorknob, preparing to enter, as Ming Kong and Song Yuan drew closer. Hee, let me see what our new companion looks like first. I want to see too, creaked as the door swung open. Ming Kong and Song Yuan followed Jiang Qian inside. Suddenly, the flashlight began to flicker and then extinguished completely, unresponsive to Jiang Qian's attempts to toggle the switch. What is going on? Is the flashlight broken? Jiang Qian shook it, but to no avail. Forget it. The beast spirit is right in front of us. Let's hurry up and leave. I have a strange feeling that this place is rather sinister. Ming Kong shivered. You're not alone in that sentiment, Song Yuan replied. Upon hearing their words, Jiang Qian and the other beast spirits indeed sensed that something was amiss with the room. It seemed excessively quiet. Jiang Qian had entered other rooms before. Even with the doors closed, he could still hear the sounds of zombies from other floors. Yet in this room, once the door was shut, it felt as if they were entirely cut off from the outside world, with only the voices of the beast spirits and the sound of their own footsteps echoing. Although Jiang Qian had once been a staunch atheist, dismissing the existence of ghosts, the arrival of the apocalypse and the appearance of beast spirits left him uncertain about the existence of spirits. As Jiang Qian ventured deeper, illuminated by the moonlight streaming through the window, he noticed the bedcovers bore unmistakable signs of having been used. Master, let us find the beast spirit and get out of here. This room feels seriously off. Beneath the bed, a pair of golden eyes quietly observed everything in the room, but the next moment, it felt something grasping its tail in an instant. A tremendous force pulled it out from beneath the bed. Jiang Qian, having seen through its hiding place long ago, was the one who had yanked it out. What are you doing? Put me down. The beast spirit flailed in midair, yet it was futile as it struggled in vain. It suddenly emanated a blinding white light, attempting to break free. However, as the light faded, Jiang Qian and his beast spirits were all wearing sunglasses, rendering the spirits flash harmless. Hee, did you think you could outsmart us? Little buddy? We have sunglasses. Song Yuan chuckled. I only picked them up out of boredom. Who knew they'd come in handy today? Jiang Qian remarked. slowly removing his sunglasses. How about it? Will you come with us? Our master is incredibly strong. You wouldn't want to miss this opportunity. Cut it out. I don't want it out if you die later. I'll be demoted too. True. But as mentioned, our master is exceptionally powerful. He is practically invincible. Still no. We don't even know each other. Meanwhile, Ming Kong fiddled with the flashlight. Why did it suddenly break? I hope not everything in my space is this shoddy. Shortly after, Jiang Qin's commotion with the beast spirit was heard, followed by a blinding flash of white light. Fortunately, Ming Kong had been facing away from the source and was thus minimally affected. After the light subsided, Ming Kong noticed the flashlight on the ground flickering a few times. Hey, it's working, Ming Kong exclaimed, picking up the flashlight and toggling the switch, which miraculously illuminated once more. However, before he could share this good news with Jiang Qin, he froze in place. The flashlight's beam revealed a horrifying sight before him. A disheveled woman with a sunken skull and blood-red stains on her face. Her eyes hanging loosely, staring directly at him. Ah! Ming Kong's scream echoed throughout the room. There's a ghost. He dashed frantically towards Jiang Qin. Responding to the commotion, Jiang Qin turned to see a gruesome face illuminated by the flashlight. Is it a person? No, if it were human, I shouldn't be able to sense it. Could it truly be a ghost? Don't worry about me. Just run. The beast spirit in Jiang Qin's grasp urged him to flee upon seeing the apparition. Yet, the specter seemed unfazed by its plea, extending its pale hands as if to strangle Jiang Qin. Thud. Jiang Qin instinctively struck the ghostly figure with a punch, causing the floor beneath her to shatter, trapping her lower half. Does physical force work on spirits? Jiang Qin thought, releasing the beast spirit, as it could not escape anyway. 2 minutes later. Oh, I see. Jiang Qin clarified. Why now? The female ghost had emerged from the floor, sitting alongside the beast spirit. Through their conversation, Jiang Qin learned that this ghost had once been human, dying in this very place, seemingly unable to move on due to her deep-seated regrets. After the apocalypse, a beast spirit had summoned her. According to their accounts, the spirit had the ability to summon deceased beings, but at the time, it was still unfamiliar with its powers, leading to the ghost's uncontrollable state. The spirit could only recall being thrown from the building by someone named Huang Ju. After being summoned, she had remained in the building. On one occasion, the spirit was pursued by a contract user from a faction and took refuge in the building, where the ghost frightened away the pursuers, thus forming a bond between them. Chapter 68. Finding someone a beast spirit that can summon the dead. Jiang Qin pondered for a moment. So, where is that beast spirit now? It has already left. I don't know where it went, the ghost replied. Using the flashlight's glow, the full form of the beast spirit was finally revealed. It was covered in golden fur, standing on 2 legs, with a slightly protruding snout and a relatively sturdy tail. You've come here for me, haven't you? Then may I ask for your assistance with a task? Once it's completed, I will accompany you. The beast spirit took a deep breath and said, Tio kill Huang Ju? Jiang Qin inquired. Yes, the spirit did not conceal anything. She saved me, and I wish to repay her kindness. Wait a moment, Tu suddenly interrupted. You two have been here for some time. Why haven't you signed a contract with her? Because it's useless. I cannot communicate with it mentally, and my blood on their egg yielded no reaction. Jiang Qin considered this and found it reasonable. If even the summoned dead could contract with a beast spirit, then its abilities would be excessively overpowered. Please, help me kill Huang Ju. Once he is dead, I'll do whatever you ask. The beast spirit unexpectedly knelt before Jiang Qin, lowering itself significantly. There was no other choice. It knew it couldn't overpower Jiang Qin, and given his strength, merely failing to forcibly take it away was already a testament to his patience. Since leaving was inevitable, it made sense to seize this opportunity to avenge its benefactor, thus repaying its debt. Jiang Qin stroked his chin, weighing the pros and cons. Although he could forcibly take the beast spirit, if it resisted to the death, he would be left with no choice but to kill it to prevent others from acquiring it. Losing an SSS-level beast spirit, especially one of an unclaimed attribute, would be a regrettable loss. Now, if killing one person could secure its allegiance, and that person was likely no saint, it seemed a more prudent option. Moreover, there were still 3 days until the agreed-upon time. Killing someone shouldn't consume too much time. All right, I'll help you kill Huang Ju, and then you'll come with me. Now, tell me where I can find this Huang Ju. When dawn broke, Jiang Qin exited the hotel, He had intended to inquire about Huangju's whereabouts to confront him directly, but to his surprise, upon asking, his companion fell silent. After further questioning, he discovered that neither of them knew Huangju's location. The female specter could only recall the name Huangju, while the beast spirit was utterly oblivious. Jiang Qin's eyelids twitched as he realized he would have to seek out the answer himself. At this juncture, the only course left was to venture to the local survivor gathering spot and try his luck. If all else failed, he could always return and consume the beast spirit, as he had already established a spatial node on it. It would be futile for it to flee. With a swift motion, he vanished from his original location and, guided by his senses, quickly located the nearest survivor enclave. This city lacked an official base. Instead, it was home to several minor factions affiliated with the authorities. However, this place was not their stronghold but rather akin to a marketplace, likely hastily erected for trading purposes. Amidst the throng, Jiang Qian confidently appeared before a shop. He had braced himself for a confrontation, anticipating that his lack of disguise might lead to recognition. Surprisingly, amidst the bustling crowd, no one seemed to recognize him. Perhaps they had only heard of Jiang Qin's name without knowing his visage. After all, an SSS-level mission was not one to be undertaken lightly, and merely hearing of it sufficed. Alas, in such a vast expanse. Where was he to begin his search? Observing the sea of faces, Song Yuan lamented. Shall I inquire one by one? Are you Huangju? Song Yuan quipped in a teasing tone, Oh, I did not expect the captain to have gained such renown. The sudden remark left both Song Yuan and Jiang Qian momentarily stunned. A dashing young man turned to face them, his flowing red locks swaying as he proudly declared, Indeed, I am a member of the Fei Hong team. If you have any messages for the captain, I can convey them for you. Sighing, he continued, Alas, what can we do? The allure of the Fei Hong team is simply too great. Who are you? Song Yuan inquired. Tilting his head, I am Wang Defu of the Fei Hong team, currently procuring supplies for our group. What is this Fei Hong team? As a fan of the captain, how could you not know of the Fei Hong team? I care not for your little team. Tell me, what is your relationship with Huangju? I already mentioned, I am of the Fei Hong team, and Huangju is naturally our captain. Wait a moment, you seem to be. In a secluded alley, Wang Defu was battered and bruised, appearing exceedingly disheveled, his face betraying sheer terror as he frantically attempted to flee. Yet, before he could escape the alley, a vine as thick as an arm yanked him back. Please, spare me. I swear I will not reveal your presence here. Wang Defu pleaded before Jiang Qian, kneeling in desperation. Initially, he had merely intended to gather information, but since he had been recognized, he felt compelled to silence him. No, please, just ask me what you wish to know, and I will divulge every detail without omission. Please, do not kill me, I ask. You answered, Do you understand? Understood. Your team captain. His name is Huangju, a local from Lingjing. He returned for 2 reasons, to visit home and to investigate a haunted hotel, suspecting it involves a beast spirit. A haunted hotel? Indeed, the Binghai Grand Hotel. The captain has already gone ahead with his wife, instructing me to search for usable supplies at the marketplace. I truly came only to purchase items. I beg you, spare my life. Jiang Qin's brow furrowed. The Binghai Grand Hotel? Isn't that where I arrived? I ask you, did Huangju ever mention anything he did at the Binghai Grand Hotel? No, he only said it was his favorite hotel. Wang Defu hastily replied. How many people named Huangju are there in this area? Only our captain. How do you know? Because I secretly checked the official roster. Aside from the captain, no one else is named Huangju in this area. Oh? You secretly searched the official records just to see if anyone shared your captain's name? No, not at all. I was merely bored and happened to glance at the roster when no one was around. I checked others as well. Enough. I have learned all I need to know. Now, can I leave? Wang Defu's eyes sparkled with hope. Jiang Qin glanced at him and simply chuckled. Though your answers are earnest, I subjectively believe that the dead are the best at keeping secrets. With that, he delivered a punch that sent Wang Defu to meet his end. Stepping out of the alley, Jiang Qian murmured to himself, Let us hope it is indeed the Huangju I seek. Chapter 69. Su Manting at the entrance of the Binghai Grand Hotel. A young man with dyed yellow hair accompanied a frail woman. They were Huangju and his wife. It had been 2 years since they last visited this place, following that incident. Huangju reflected with a tinge of nostalgia. It has been a while, hasn't it? Huanggu, You are not to blame for that incident. It was her own fault for being so aggressive. She brought it upon herself, the woman beside Huang Ju. Zhang Jin consoled him. Yes, you are right, Zhang Jin. Had she not been so relentless, she would not have met her demise. Huang Ji. Zhang Jin, as they spoke, the two gazed deeply into each other's eyes, then began to exchange affectionate gestures. Together, they stepped into the rumored haunted Binghai Grand Hotel. Within the hotel, the beast spirit watched from above as the two entered the lobby. Yet another pair has arrived. Just as it contemplated turning back to inform the female specter, it unexpectedly collided with her. The female specter peered down at Huang Ju and Hu Zhenjin, her eyes widening in shock as she stumbled backward, ultimately collapsing to the ground. What ails you? The beast spirit rushed forward to assist. But the dazed female specter remained unresponsive. Buried memories surged forth as if a dam had burst, and images began to materialize in her mind. That man was indeed Huang Ju. Suddenly, a voice from behind startled the beast spirit. Turning around, it found Jiang Qian, who had appeared unexpectedly. What did you say? Downstairs, Huang Ju surveyed the familiar surroundings. Everything remains unchanged, yet alas, we are amidst an apocalypse. I recall our previous visit. We were on the brink of beginning something, only to be thwarted by that woman. Enough of her. She has been dead for 2 years. Regardless of her lingering resentment, it should have dissipated by now. As they conversed, they traversed the dimly lit corridor. Roar! Suddenly, zombies burst forth from the rooms, charging toward the two. However, before they could close the distance, beams of light pierced their skulls, sending them crashing to the ground. Humph! Mere lowly zombies dare to threaten me? Huang Ju declared, striking a dashing pose. Wu, Huang Gu, you are utterly magnificent. Indeed, that is but natural. The two ascended the stairs, nearing the floor where several individuals resided. Just as Jiang Chun prepared to eliminate them, the seated female specter widened her eyes, countless memories flashing rapidly through her mind. Her name was Su Manting. She had once been a student at Lingjing Technical University, and Huang Ju had been her boyfriend during their college years. Her parents had stable jobs, and their family was relatively well off, while Huang Ju had grown up with divorced parents, living with his grandmother in the village. After her passing, he had been left to fend for himself. Striving to make his way in the world by chance, the two became friends, and at that time, Huang Ju had not yet dyed his hair. During their friendship, she discovered that despite his difficult background, Huang Ju was honest, studious, and diligent. As their relationship deepened, they became a couple after graduation. Su Manting aimed to establish her career first. Although her family was financially secure, one must learn to live independently rather than rely on one's parents. Right? Huang Ju had agreed with her sentiment. Thus, they co-founded a small company, employing fellow university classmates willing to join them. Both were top students in their respective fields, and under their joint efforts, the small company flourished, quickly amassing a fortune of 10 million. It was during this time that Huang Ju, having heard something from an unknown source, suddenly proposed the idea of marriage and children. Su Manting was taken aback, believing it was merely because he felt that 10 million was a considerable sum, given his background, and did not dwell on it. She informed him that while 10 million was neither too much nor too little, they should remain humble and wait until they had earned 100 million before tying the knot. However, as time passed, she noticed a change in Huang Ju. At some point, his enthusiasm for entrepreneurship waned. He was scarcely present at the company during the day and would only return home late at night. One night, he returned home with his hair dyed yellow, igniting a fierce argument between them. Following that night, Huang Ju ceased coming to the company for an extended period. Su Manting assumed he was still upset, continuing to transfer a portion of their earnings to his bank account each month while shouldering the workload alone. However, this could not bring her down. She single-handedly managed the business and attracted clients, and under her leadership, the company continued to thrive. Just as her funds were nearing 100 million, she realized that she had not seen Huang Ju for quite some time. Moreover, her former classmates, who had walked alongside her, informed her that a young female colleague had also been absent from work for an extended period. This instilled in her a sense of foreboding. Subsequently, leveraging her connections, she found Huang Ju in the VIP room of the IC Hotel. The sight that met her eyes upon opening the door was beyond her comprehension. Her boyfriend was entangled with another woman, who turned out to be the very colleague, Hu Zhenjin, who had been absent from work. And to add insult to injury, he was using the money she had earned. At that moment, Su Manting could no longer contain her fury. She approached Huang Ju and slapped him. To her astonishment, the usually honest Huang Ju retaliated with a punch that shattered her nose, causing blood to gush forth. Staring in disbelief at Huang Ju, she wondered when he had transformed into such a person. She immediately took out her phone to document the evidence. She was determined to sever ties with this man once and for all. Not only that, but she also intended to sue Huang Ju, demanding that this pair of scoundrels return every penny she had spent on him during their time together. However, her words only served to provoke Huang Ju's ire. He believed that women should marry and bear children at an early age. Otherwise, as they aged, their offspring would be more susceptible to intellectual deficiencies and illnesses. These were the very notions imparted to him by Hu Zhanzhan. He had even consulted the doctor recommended by her, who confirmed the same, further solidifying his conviction. He thought to himself, if Su Manting did not want children, she could simply express that without using 100 million as an excuse. What if the child truly suffered from intellectual disabilities? Would that not be a disservice to the child? Growing up under harsh conditions, he harbored an inexplicable obsession with happiness. He would not allow his descendants to endure even a modicum of suffering in the future. If it were not for Hu Zhanzhan's timely reminder, he would still be ensnared by this malicious woman. Thus, in his mind, Hu Zhanzhan was the one who genuinely cared for him and was truly concerned about his children. When he saw Su Manting unveil her scheme, she dared to strike him. All he had done was retaliate once, and now she sought to ruin his child's happy life. No, he could not allow this woman to spread the matter further. With that thought, Huang Ju's gaze turned menacing. He seized Su Manting by the neck and pushed her toward the balcony, disregarding her screams as he hurled her from the 15th floor. Su Manting tumbled through the air, landing with a sickening thud, blood splattering around her, as she instantly lost all vitality. Following this, Huang Ju swiftly sold Su Manting's company for 200 million, transferring both her 100 million and the profits to Hu Zhanzhan's name. In the aftermath, Su Manting's parents, in their grief, brought the two to court, only to discover that their lawyer had already been bribed. Additionally, Huang Ju had somehow acquired a mental health certificate, resulting in a mere 2-year sentence. On the first day of his release, the apocalypse began, and he formed a contract with an A-grade light-type spirit beast, which prompted Hu Zhanzhan to once again attach herself to him. Chapter 70. Killing Huang Ju. Su Manting slowly rose from the ground. Her gaze icy, memories flooded back to her. In an instant, her blood-soaked face bore a more sinister countenance. She had invested her heart wholly, only to be betrayed by the one she cherished, cast from the building. How could this be justified? It was Huang Ju who had erred, yet she was the one who paid the price. Her unwavering concern had paled in comparison to the trifling words of a younger woman. She vowed to ensure that this pair of scoundrels would suffer a fate 100 times more agonizing than her own. At that moment, Huang Ju and Hu Zhanzhan arrived at the floor where Su Manting was located, but Jiang Chen had vanished, leaving only Su Manting and the spirit beast. Huang Ju immediately spotted the disheveled figure and the spirit beast coldly observing them from the side. Ha! I knew it was the spirit beast causing trouble. Those timid fools were frightened by it. Truly, Huang Gu is superior. Hu Zhanzhan flattered him. Hey, you over there, turn around. Who are you trying to scare? Kneel before me. Huang Yi, they shouted. Dado? Su Manting softly exclaimed, slowly turning around. However, as she faced them, the once arrogant expressions of Huang Ju and Hu Zhanzhan froze in place. The woman before them had a sunken forehead, bulging eyes, and a face drenched in crimson. The indentation on her forehead oozed blood, a visage far removed from that of a living being. You are Su Manting, Huang Ju stammered, despite her bloodied and disfigured features. He could still vaguely recognize the woman he had cast from the building 2 years ago. Huang Ju, I have longed for you, suffering in silence. Every day, I wish to see you one last time, for then I could personally drag you into hell. With that, Su Manting began to advance slowly toward Huang Ju and Hu Zhanzhan. No, you cannot do this, Huang Ju exclaimed in terror, both of them retreating hastily. No longer caring about the spirit beast, desperate to escape Su Manting, you cannot blame Huang Gu for this. It was you who was relentless, seeking to destroy his happiness, Hu Zhanzhan interjected. Hearing Hu Zhanzhan defend him, Huang Ju regained his confidence. Zhanzhan is right, perhaps I was indeed at fault, but could you not have spoken to me calmly? Everyone makes mistakes, even a cornered rabbit will bite. If you had not been so aggressive, I would never have pushed you. I have endured so much misery. Can't you show a little understanding, a little compassion for my feelings? Why would you rather become a ghost than let me be? All I wanted was to pursue my happiness. What is wrong with that? Huang Ju's voice escalated, culminating in a scream. That's right. Huang Gu may have made mistakes, but did you not err as well? Have you considered what would happen if you exposed Huang Gu for using your money to support me? What would become of his reputation for the rest of his life? You only lose your life. But Huang Gu stands to lose his honor for the remainder of his days. How could you be so heartless? Hu Zhenjin shouted in response. Listening to the shameless remarks of this pair of scoundrels, Su Manting felt no anger. She was already dead. What good would anger do? All she desired was for this pair of wretches to perish swiftly. But in the next moment, Huang Ju suddenly erupted. A white light emanating from his hands, followed by several luminous rings shooting forth, instantly shredding the unsuspecting Su Manting into pieces. Huang Ju laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, you vile woman. How dare you attempt to kill me? I, Huang Ju, am an A-grade contract spirit wielder. If I can kill you once, I can certainly do it again. He strode toward the spirit beast, spitting on the remnants of Su Manting as he passed. Get lost, you wretch. You sought to ruin me. You deserve to die. He then turned his attention to the spirit beast, raising his hand to grasp it. However, in the next second, he heard Hu Zhenjin's terrified scream. Huang Ju felt something cold embrace him, an icy grip. He turned to find Su Manting's bloodied visage staring back at him. Huang Ju screamed, stumbling backward. Su Manting's body had somehow reformed, now clinging tightly to his back. Her icy nails digging deep into his shoulder, the venom coursed through Huang Ju, suppressing his abilities and preventing him from easily shaking her off. Get off me, you wretch! Huang Ju yelled as he struggled to free himself. Completely unaware that he was inching closer to the balcony's edge. Zhenjin, come help, he shouted. Hu Zhenjin screamed in response, having witnessed the entire grotesque process of Su Manting reassembling her body. She had no desire to touch such a repulsive entity, and without hesitation, she abandoned Huang Ju to flee. Hu Zhenjin, come back. Help me. Huang Ju could only watch helplessly as Hu Zhenjin vanished from sight. Seeing that Huang Ju had yet to lean against the railing, Jiang Qian, hidden in the shadows, casually tossed a sharp vine toward him, indifferent to Hu Zhenjin's escape. This Hu Zhenjin was doomed. A surprise awaited her in the stairwell. The vine slithered across the ground, piercing Huang Ju's knees. Huang Ju cried out in agony, feeling a searing pain in his knees, causing him to lose his balance and topple backward. The railing, compromised by Jiang Chun, gave way as Huang Ju fell. Fortunately, he acted quickly, grabbing hold of the balcony's edge just in time to prevent his fall. Meanwhile, Su Manting had released her grip, now standing on the balcony, her two dangling eyes fixated intently upon him. In the stairwell, Hu Zhenjin descended anxiously, a mere ordinary D-level contract spirit wielder, still at the first tier, lacking the combat prowess of Huang Ju. Despite her decent looks, she wished to avoid perishing here. At worst, she could rely on her beauty to find another man to cling to. However, after only a brief flight down the stairs, she was horrified to discover that the stairwell she had come from was now inexplicably filled with zombies, living zombies. Her heavy footsteps had evidently drawn their attention, and they were rushing toward her with alarming speed. Just as she contemplated retreating, she realized that the path back was also blocked by the horde of zombies. No, don't come near. Please, no. The zombies, devoid of any compassion, surged forward, overwhelming Hu Zhenjin and bringing her crashing to the ground. A chilling scream echoed throughout the stairwell. With a sickening squelch, one zombie snatched a leg and scuttled away, enticing a few others with the scent of blood, who hurriedly pursued it. Manting, I know you still love me deep down. Save me, please. Huang Ju, clinging to the edge, pleaded incessantly, hoping Su Manting would reach out to him. After all, they were once lovers. Yet, Su Manting remained utterly unmoved. At that moment, Hu Zhenjin's anguished cries resonated through the air. Under Su Manting's gaze, Huang Ju ultimately could no longer hold on. His hand slipped, and he fell from the upper level. As he descended, he attempted to activate his abilities in a desperate bid to save himself. However, no power would manifest, no matter how hard he tried. Thud. Huang Ju's head struck the ground with tremendous force, the impact crushing his skull into his chest. Even as a fourth-tier contract spirit wielder, he faced dire consequences in such a predicament without his powers. Chapter 71. The battle begins to ensure Huang Ju was truly dead. Jiang Qin hurled a massive stone down from above. The earth trembled with a resounding crash, and Huang Ju's body was crushed into a bloody pulp beneath the weight of the stone, crimson liquid oozing out from underneath. Witnessing Huang Ju's demise, Su Manting lowered her head, her form gradually fading away. After all, with Huang Ju's death, her obsession dissipated, leaving little for her to cherish in this world. When she lifted her gaze again, her once blood-soaked visage had returned to its original state. Her forehead no longer caved in, and her eyes had returned to their sockets, observing her original appearance. Jiang Chun couldn't help but acknowledge her undeniable beauty. "Thank you. I never expected your poison to be so effective," Su Manting remarked with a smile that, of course, just look at whose poison it is. Tu Yu coiled around Jiang Qin's neck, her head held high, exuding a sense of pride. "Now that Huang Ju is dead, it's time for you to form a contract with me." Jiang Qin gazed down at the spirit beast. Speaking slowly, if Jiang Qin had not preemptively coated Su Manting's nails with the toxin that suppressed contract spirit wielder's abilities, she would have been thrown out by Huang Ju long ago.as for why he allowed Su Manting to come. It was her own request. Regardless of how she was killed, he had ample time to reach Kyoto, so Jiang Qin had no objections. After expressing her gratitude, Su Manting gradually faded away, moving to where she was meant to be. Jiang Qin lightly tapped the beast spirit's forehead, transmitting the contract to it. The spirit quickly accepted the bond, transforming into a stream of light and entering Jiang Qin's body. Once the contract was complete, Jiang Qin learned the name of the beast spirit, the Daylight King Beast. He named it Yuhui. Before departing, Yuhui glanced back at the hotel as if bidding a final farewell, then followed Jiang Qin into the unknown. As a light attribute beast spirit, Yuhui's presence made Jiang Qin feel a slight surge in power when sunlight touched him. Glancing at the sun, he wondered if acquiring light-based abilities would allow him to absorb sunlight to convert it into his own strength. Indeed, by nightfall, Jiang Qin sensed his power returning to its original level. This meant that during the day, his light-based power would increase, while at night, it would revert to its former state without diminishing. The distance to Kyoto was merely 2 cities away. If he desired, he could reach it within a day. Yet, there were still 3 days until the agreed-upon time with the Shangwan family. Therefore, Jiang Qin briefly foresaw the situation and confirmed that Kyoto was already on guard. With 1, 2, 3 a total of 6 SSS-level contract spirit wielders awaiting him. If he went tomorrow, it would mean immediate combat. Consequently, Jiang Qin dismissed the notion of arriving early and focused on enhancing the rank of the Daylight King Beast first. "Yuhui, come here. It's time for your crystal core meal." Kyoto, on the city walls, thousands of soldiers stood vigilant day and night. Even under the cover of darkness, the surroundings remained brilliantly lit in the distance. Hundreds of drones patrolled, ensuring Jiang Qin could not catch them off guard. The lessons from the events in Modu were fresh in their minds. They would meticulously scrutinize everyone entering the base. Leaving no opportunity for Jiang Qin to strike from within. 3 days had swiftly passed. Su Jinxiu felt an increasing sense of pressure and unease. He understood that the current calm was akin to a tranquil lake, concealing beneath its surface a lurking crocodile, waiting for the opportune moment to strike with devastating force. "It has been 3 days. Jiang Qin must be on his way by now," muttered one of his subordinates. Su Jinxiu cast his gaze at the 6 individuals standing before him, all SSS-level contract spirit wielders from both the military and noble families. Each possessed at least 4 6th-tier beast spirits, and the one in the center had even broken through to the 7th tier, gaining substantial enhancement. Together, they represented the strongest assembly of contract spirit wielders in the nation. Su Jinxiu had paid a considerable price to gather them. The proud young man in the center was named Ouyang Su, the legitimate heir of the Ouyang family and nominally recognized as the first person in the Dragon Kingdom. That mere Jiang Qin is nothing but a little more than an SSS-level beast spirit wielder. He thought, if I had those SSS-level beast spirits, I would surely be far stronger than Jiang Qin. It's a waste to leave such powerful spirits in his hands. Can you win? Su Jinxiu timidly inquired. Edging closer, Ouyang Su turned around, his face radiating confidence, smiling knowingly as he replied, "We will win, yes here," someone exclaimed. From a distance, a golden streak of light approached rapidly. It was Jiang Qian, haha, just in time. With that, Ouyang Su soared into the sky, accompanied by the other SSS-level contract spirit wielders, while the rest remained on the ground, craning their necks to watch. This was a battle between S-level wielders, and they could offer no assistance. Ouyang Su and the others soon faced Jiang Qian. You are Jiang Qian? Isn't the answer obvious? Jiang Qian retorted. Don't respond to a question with another question. Ouyang Su replied, irritated. Oh, then I'm not. You silver-tongued. We'll see if you still have the heart for that soon. Ouyang family, Ouyang Su, Wang family, Wang Hai, Zhao family, Zhao Tiankong military, Hu Zhiyong, Su Yin, Lu Zhaoyuan go with a command from Ouyang Su. The 6 contract spirit wielders immediately launched their assault on Jiang Qian. The first to attack was Su Yin from the military, unleashing several beams of light. Although not SSS level, their power should not be underestimated. Jiang Qian smirked, extending his palm forward, summoning a mirror of water that reflected the incoming beams, intercepting some of the assaults. However, in the next instant, Jiang Qian's mirror shattered explosively as Zhao Tiankong, a fist infused with overwhelming force, struck toward Jiang Qian's face. Zhao Tiankong was indeed an SSS-level power-type contract spirit wielder. Contracting power-type beast spirits does not necessarily transform one into a muscle-bound giant. Rather, they retain their original physique while vastly enhancing their strength and resilience, making them the hardest to identify among attributes. Jiang Qian, you killed my brother, and today you shall pay for it. Yet Jiang Qian seemed to have anticipated this, raising his hand and effortlessly pushing against Zhao Tiankong's arm, deflecting the powerful punch that merely grazed his cheek and struck the air. He then seized Zhao Tiankong's arm, who attempted to break free but found it futile. He expected Jiang Qian to be a power-type contract spirit wielder on par with his own strength. In the next moment, Jiang Qian flung Zhao Tiankong away, sending him crashing into another approaching contract spirit wielder. He doesn't deserve for me to pay for his life. Chapter 72. Ouyang Su takes action, everyone. Stand back, Hu Zhiyong bellowed, igniting his blade in roaring flames and descending from above to strike Jiang Qian fiercely. The other contract spirit wielders immediately distanced themselves from Jiang Qian. Boom! The great blade fell, resulting in a violent explosion. Emerging from the blast, Hu Zhiyong wore a shocked expression. For Jiang Qian remained utterly unscathed at the epicenter of the explosion. It was noteworthy that the impact had even sent Hu Zhiyong flying. After casting a glance at Hu Zhiyong, Jiang Qian turned and soared toward Zhao Tiankong. Zhao Tiankong rushed towards him upon sight, glancing over at Lu Zhaoyuan beside him, only to find the latter had also turned his head. The moment their eyes met, they understood each other's intent, to strike together. Subsequently, Lu Zhaoyuan and Zhao Tiankong prepared to confront Jiang Qian's assault, moving apart to launch their counterattack. Hey, what are you doing? Zhao Tiankong's voice echoed. Lu Zhaoyuan did not pause, turning to see Zhao Tiankong charging directly toward Jiang Qian's attack, leaving him somewhat perplexed. What was Zhao Tiankong doing? Shouldn't he be the one asking questions? Thud! Lu Zhaoyuan let out a muffled groan as Jiang Qian's powerful punch struck his face. Confusion enveloped Lu Zhaoyuan as he realized it was not Zhao Tiankong who had rushed at Jiang Qian, but rather himself. Unbeknownst to him, in Zhao Tiankong's eyes, Lu Zhaoyuan was the one charging at Jiang Qian. As he employed an illusion attribute ability, intriguing, analyzed Ouyang Su, who was spectating from the side. Jiang Qian. Let me see how many beast spirits you truly possess. Faced with the remaining enemies surging toward him, Jiang Qian did not hesitate. Dozens of luminous cards materialized in his hands. Under Jiang Qian's command, these cards launched from all directions toward the adversaries, each aimed at their most vulnerable points. Should they fail to defend, they would soon succumb to their injuries. While everyone struggled to fend off these luminous cards, one individual approached Jiang Qian from behind, intending to seize him from the rear. It was Lu Zhaoyuan, who had just been struck. However, the moment Lu Zhaoyuan made contact with Jiang Qian, he dissipated like sand in the wind. To the others, Jiang Qian appeared to be right there, yet Lu Zhaoyuan ended up embracing nothing but air. Damn it, I've fallen for it again. Lu Zhaoyuan cursed upon realizing his blunder. Yet, it was too late. Jiang Qian had already positioned himself above Lu Zhaoyuan, pressing down on his head as he plummeted rapidly to the ground. Bang! A cloud of dirt was kicked up, and Lu Zhaoyuan's head struck the ground, knocking him unconscious for a brief moment. Just as Jiang Qian contemplated delivering a lethal blow, Ouyang Su's relentless assault intervened. Seizing the opportunity, Ouyang Su quickly pulled Lu Xiaoyuan aside. The battle had barely begun, and losing any one of them would significantly heighten the difficulty of defeating Jiang Qian. Almost immediately, the four who had evaded the luminous cards pursued Jiang Qian. Zhao Tiankong was the first to charge forward. Eager for a close-quarters brawl, however, Jiang Qian deftly sidestepped his attack. Just as Zhao Tiankong intended to turn and continue his pursuit, he noticed an orb of light had coalesced in Jiang Qian's left hand. As Jiang Qian lifted his left hand, the orb rose in tandem. Observing this, Zhao Tiankong instinctively crossed his arms defensively before him. Yet, moments passed without the expected assault. The orb in Jiang Qian's hand vanished in the next instant, only for Jiang Qian to raise his right arm, causing the dissipated orb to reappear in his right hand. Zhao Tiankong felt a twinge of confusion. Was Jiang Qian attempting the same trick again? Watching Jiang Qian's right hand rise slightly, the orb shot toward Zhao Tiankong, exploding upon impact and catching him off guard. Zhao Tiankong was sent reeling backward. Wang Hai summoned sharp ice spikes from his right hand, thrusting them fiercely toward Jiang Qian. Jiang Qian, not to be outdone, summoned a long oval stone from the ground with a swift motion. The stone gradually shattered, revealing a translucent crystal sword within, grasping the hilt. Jiang Qian swung the sword to clash with Wang Hai's ice spikes. Clang! Lacking a contracted power-type beast spirit, Wang Hai found himself at a disadvantage in battle. Under Jiang Qian's overwhelming strength, he was forced to retreat step by step. With a decisive downward slash, Jiang Qian shattered the ice spikes in Wang Hai's right hand. The sheer force propelled Wang Hai backward, and he staggered several meters before regaining his balance. Seizing the moment, Su Yin maneuvered behind Jiang Qian, gathering a vortex of wind in his palm before unleashing it with a powerful strike. Jiang Qian immediately turned, conjuring a vortex of wind in his own hand to counter Su Yan's attack. Boom! The two forces collided, sending both combatants tumbling backward in midair. Jiang Qian raised his right hand, where countless golden rays coalesced. Once charged, he brought his hand back to his chest, crossing it with his left hand to form a cross. In the next instant, a beam of golden light shot towards Su Yin, who was still airborne and momentarily immobilized, on the verge of being struck by Jiang Qian's devastating ray. Suddenly, Wang Hai conjured a smooth, mirror-like ice shield on his arm, attempting to reflect Jiang Qian's light as he had done to Su Yin. However, upon the collision, Wang Hai instantly felt tremendous pressure, unable to withstand the beam for long. Fortunately, Su Yin reacted swiftly, manipulating the surrounding airflow to propel himself aside. Upon seeing Su Yin evade the attack, Wang Hai reached his limit. With a resounding crash, the ice shield shattered, and the beam shot forth, piercing through dozens of walls and ultimately causing a minor explosion. Wang Hai's right arm went numb from the shock, rendering him incapable of further combat with that arm. They launched several more rounds of attacks. Yet not only did they fail to gain any advantage, but they also narrowly escaped death at Jiang Qian's hands multiple times. Witnessing the others falter, Ouyang Su could no longer remain idle. If things continued this way, they would all be doomed. He swiftly summoned a towering beast, a 7-tier SSS-grade beast spirit, the golden-tailed sword lion. Crashing down to the ground, boom! The colossal beast landed with a thud. And Ouyang Su's voice rang out with arrogance. Jiang Qian, do not get too complacent. You are not the only one with strength. The real battle begins now. With that, Ouyang Su mounted the golden-tailed sword lion and charged toward Jiang Qian. He drew steel bars from the surrounding buildings, forging them into a sharp blade, leaping from the lion's back to collide with Jiang Qian's crystal sword once more. Clang, clang, clang. The fierce clashing of blades mixed with the sound of slicing through the air echoed continuously. Ouyang Su and Jiang Qian distanced themselves, immediately hurling the blade in hand, only for Jiang Qian to deflect it effortlessly. But then, with a thought, Ouyang Su commanded the deflected blade to split into several metallic darts. Launching them at Jiang Qian once more under his control, Jiang Qian swung his sword to block. Roar! At that moment, the golden-tailed sword lion appeared behind Jiang Qian, swiping a paw down, but Jiang Qian sidestepped to evade. However, Ouyang Su's darts followed closely, aiming for Jiang Qian's forehead. Yet, everything remained under control. Just as the darts were about to strike Jiang Qian, a spike erupted from beneath, colliding with the darts and altering their trajectory. causing Ouyang Su's attack to miss. Chapter 73. Reclaiming the base hemph. Is this what it means to be a contract wielder with numerous SSS grade beast spirits? Hardly impressive, if I were you. But you are not. And there are no ifs. As Ouyang Su began to retort, Jiang Qin's words snapped him back to reality, igniting a furious discontent within him. Damn it, Jiang Qin, you do not deserve to possess these SSS grade beast spirits. Ouyang Su bellowed in frustration as the darts returned to his hand, transforming back into a sword, charging alongside the golden-tailed sword lion toward Jiang Qin. Just then, a similarly towering black beast shadow descended from the sky. Blocking Ouyang Su and the golden-tailed sword lion, Jiang Qin regarded Ouyang Su, declaring, "The game is over." Although he was unaware of Ming Kong, Ouyang Su understood that Jiang Qin had summoned it, indicating that Jiang Qin had also reached the 7th tier. Ouyang Su's expression darkened further. With this, he had lost his only advantage in rank. Ming Kong stood impassively, fixating on Ouyang Su, denying him the chance to spew more taunts. Sensing danger, the golden-tailed sword lion swiftly pushed Ouyang Su aside. Boom! The ground where Ouyang Su had stood was suddenly excavated by an unknown force, leaving behind a shallow circular pit. But that was not all. A mere golden beast spirit could not hope to contend with the spatial beast spirit. Boom, boom, boom. Several explosive sounds followed, creating multiple craters in the ground. These attacks were lethal, invisible, and impossible to anticipate. The golden-tailed sword lion could only struggle to evade alongside Ouyang Su. Not only the ground but even the air was rife with such unseen assaults. You lot, what are you waiting for? Come and help. Ouyang Su urged the other SSS-grade contract wielders spectating nearby, his frustration mounting. Prompted by Ouyang Su, the others quickly regained their resolve and charged back toward Jiang Qin. The enmity had been forged. Today, it was either Jiang Qin's demise or their own. Jiang Qin, prepare to pay with your life. Hu Zhiyong roared. Jiang Qin merely cast a fleeting glance at the approaching foes, disregarding them as he refocused on Ouyang Su, the only one capable of inflicting harm upon him. Jiang Qin positioned his crystal sword horizontally, lightly brushing his left hand across it, causing various elements to swirl around the blade: wind, water, light, poison, and a twisting spatial force. Moreover, the hilt elongated. What Jiang Qin now wielded was no longer a sword, but a spear. Adopting a throwing stance, he aimed at the struggling Ouyang Su and forcefully hurled the spear, imbued with elemental energy, toward him. The spear shot forth with a piercing sound, directly targeting Ouyang Su's chest. Its speed was so great that Ouyang Su could not evade it, helplessly watching as the formidable spear hurtled toward him. Thud! The spear pierced through Ouyang Su's chest with an unstoppable force, creating a gaping hole as it soared towards the heavens. In disbelief, Ouyang Su glanced down at his vacant chest, shock evident on his face. Momentarily overshadowing the pain radiating from his wound, he, the foremost contract spirit master of the Dragon Nation, had been defeated so effortlessly, killed in a single blow. The sword-tailed lion beneath him began to dissipate slowly, letting out a roar of defiance. The surrounding contract spirit masters, who attempted to offer support, were paralyzed in fear by a single roar from Ming Kong. Coughing, Ouyang Su's futile words fell on deaf ears as Jiang Qin struck out with a palm from a distance, obliterating Ouyang Su's body into mere fragments. Upon witnessing the demise of the strongest among them, the remaining contract spirit masters realized the tide had turned and hastily sought to escape. Yet, how could Jiang Qin allow their flight? He slammed his hand onto the ground, causing a thunderous rumble as dozens of rocks levitated, under his control, hurtling towards Hu Zhiyong and the others as they fled. These rocks ensnared Hu Zhiyong and his companions, a terrifying force yanking them back against their will. A deafening crash echoed as the 5 fleeing individuals collided midair, disoriented and dizzy. Jiang Qin leapt forward, confronting them with a radiant sword of light extending from his arm, instilling terror in the hearts of the S-level contract spirit masters. "Begone!" Jiang Qin bellowed, swinging the luminous sword, which sliced through their bodies, severing them cleanly in half. The onlookers at the distant base beheld the sweeping arc of the sword with trepidation, silently praying it was not Jiang Qin's doing. All 6 SSS-level contract spirit masters under Su Jinxiu met their demise, and Jiang Qin had no intention of sparing their beast spirits. These were all 6th-tier beast spirits. Soon, apparitions of all the beast spirits, except for Ming Xiao and Ming Kong, materialized behind Jiang Chun, ravenously consuming the untethered beast spirits. 1, 2, 3. The energy of various attributes surged within him, and Jiang Chun wore a look of sheer exhilaration, never having experienced such a blissful sensation. Once tranquility returned, Jiang Chun sat down to consolidate his internal power. This venture had proven immensely fruitful. Within his perception, the illusory colorful spirit fox, bone-eating nether snake, blue abyss swimming shark, earth bear king, and emerald shadow vine dragon had all ascended to the 7th tier. Eager to witness their battle forms, Jiang Chun was taken aback to discover that, no matter the effort, only one beast spirit could transform into battle mode at a time. Frowning in contemplation, he eventually confirmed that each contract spirit master could only have one beast spirit enter battle mode simultaneously. Jiang Chen sighed. Very well, one it is. After all, I am not the only one. Subsequently, Jiang Chen rose and returned to the Kyoto base. Inside the base, Su Jinqiu anxiously gazed in the direction where the contract spirit masters had retreated. Just then, a flash of golden light approached, prompting everyone to look up with anticipation. They recalled that Ouyang Su's strongest beast spirit was said to be of the gold element, but why was there only one? Was it a Pyrrhic victory? However, upon recognizing the figure approaching, their expressions shifted to one of utter astonishment. It you lot who insisted I accept control. Jiang Chun looked down at Su Jinqiu and the others, his voice cold and unyielding. Jiang Chen, listen to me. Su Jinqiu began, but Jiang Chen interrupted. I have no desire to hear with that. He raised his hand, causing a dozen individuals from the crowd, all Su Jinqiu's confidants, to float into the air. With a gentle squeeze of his palm, they were crushed into a bloody pulp, their entrails falling onto the crowd below, inciting countless screams. Standing amidst this rain of blood, Su Jinqiu's gaze turned vacant. Despite Jiang Chen deliberately avoiding him in his selection, he understood his fate was sealed. The reinforcements he summoned were dead, and his loyalists were gone. There was no one left who could challenge Jiang Chen. At that moment, the roar of vehicles echoed in the distance as the Shangguan family arrived. Under Jiang Chen's intimidation, they swiftly breached the base's gates, ascending the city walls. The Shangguan family approached with great force, undeterred by the blood and entrails strewn about, swiftly capturing everyone, including Su Jinqiu. Shangguan Juanhao respectfully bowed before Jiang Chen before turning to restore order within the base. Subsequently, the military personnel under Su Jinqiu's control were liberated, with Elder Wu temporarily resuming command as the highest military leader to manage the internal affairs of the base. All individuals with ties to Su Jinqiu, especially those of some standing, were apprehended and awaiting their fate. The bounty notice for Jiang Chen in the mission hall was promptly rescinded. Not long after, the Kyoto base resumed operations, abolishing many unequal regulations within the various bases and lifting the prior restrictions on S-tier beast spirits and above. Now, those possessing S-tier and higher beast spirits could choose to operate independently of the official channels, though basic rules still applied. Due to Su Jinqiu's power grab, all the prominent families, aside from the Shangguan family, were somewhat complicit, leading Shangguan Juanhao and his cohorts to directly detain all implicated individuals. The Zhao family, located at the heart of the base, was entirely uprooted. It was a pity that the Jiang family, originally based in Kyoto alongside the Zhao and Shangguan families, had since vacated the base for reasons unknown. Only the Zhao family and a few other clans remained. The Wang family and the Ouyang family's stronghold lay in Modu, and being in Kyoto, they were unable to promptly journey there. Furthermore, the family forces in Modu were more formidable than the military. Should conflict arise, neither side would emerge unscathed, potentially affecting other contract spirit masters as well. Additionally, from interrogating the Modu families, the Shangguan family learned of a powerful SSS contract spirit master who had not participated in the recent assault on Jiang Chen. They were unaware of his true strength. It was rumored that this individual had won the favor of numerous beauties within the base, captivating even the Wang family's legitimate daughter, who forsook her original betrothal to pursue him. Upon reviewing the documents sent by the Shangguan family, Jiang Chun couldn't help but furrow his brow. Another SSS-level contract spirit master in Modu? One who garnered the affection of all the young women in the base. Could it be that he had contracted a SSS-level illusion-type beast spirit? Deep in thought, Jiang Chen recalled that he indeed knew of someone who was popular among the ladies, but Chen Fan had already been slain by his own hand. Under the influence of Chen Fan's fortune spirit beast, Jiang Chun subconsciously dismissed him, After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chun shook his head. Regardless of who this individual was, so long as he did not provoke Jiang Chun, they could coexist peacefully. After a brief stay in Kyoto, Jiang Qin departed the base in search of SSS-level beast spirits elsewhere. Ina City, situated 1,000 miles from Kyoto, a multitude of black heads were gathered around the perimeter of a towering building. Amidst these figures were not only zombies but also shadows of dark figures. Some were grotesquely contorted, with their innards spilling out, while others oozed blood and appeared pallid. Some even held their own severed heads. Standing motionless among the horde of zombies, the only commonality among them was their vacant stares, as if awaiting orders from a commanding presence. Inside the besieged building, a ghostly beast spirit lounged on a cushion of a sofa. Surrounded by a few zombies, "Oh, this is the death type? Truly formidable," a zombie mused, observing the ever-growing throng of dark figures below. "Tio think this power can resurrect the deceased, not just those who perished in the apocalypse, but even those who died before it. This is a far swifter method of growth than our individual infections." Humph. Naturally. If it weren't for the sluggish growth of uncontracted beast spirits, I wouldn't need to seek your assistance. The beast spirit on the cushion replied haughtily, "Indeed, it is our honor to collaborate with you." A nearby zombie flattered. These zombies, all of whom were kings among the undead, now spoke deferentially to a beast spirit. "You still possess some self-awareness," the beast spirit remarked. "If we gather more souls, perhaps I can launch a counteroffensive against those wretched beings. Those accursed individuals dare to treat us beast spirits as mere tools for their domination. It's utterly outrageous." The beast spirit seethed. "You speak the truth. These greedy humans are truly despicable, their eyes forever fixated on their own interests, unrelenting in their insatiable demands, even seeking to control you. They truly deserve their fate." A nearby zombie echoed in agreement. "Ha, no need to flatter me with such words. You were once human yourselves. Had my power been sufficient, I wouldn't have needed to ally with you." The beast spirit then inquired, "By the way, what have those individuals been up to lately? Are there any lone powerful foes? It would be prudent to eliminate them in advance to weaken their strength." Just as the zombie was about to respond, another zombie entered the room, bringing with it a living person. Upon raising his head, he was met with the sight of a room full of zombies, who, instead of leaping at him, hesitated, for among them was undoubtedly a zombie king. Suddenly, terror flashed across his face, and the individual before him was none other than He Guangming from the Kyoto base. "Please, don't eat me. I still have my uses. I can be of service to you," He Guangming pleaded, believing that since this was an intelligent corpse king, it would comprehend his words. "Not eating you? Very well, then, demonstrate your worth," one of the corpse kings replied with a sinister smile, licking its lips. I am a high-ranking official from the Kyoto base. I can infiltrate other bases and help you gain access to their gates." He Guangming trembled as he knelt, uttering his desperate plea. "Oh? You claim to hail from Kyoto? I've heard that the base there has recently made some significant moves." One of the corpse kings remarked, the implication clear as the gathered corpse kings and beast spirits turned their gaze upon the kneeling He Guangming. "Yes, indeed. Just days ago, our Kyoto base summoned all 6 SSS-level spirit masters from across Longhua to confront Jiang Qian." "Jiang Qian? Who is he to warrant the mobilization of all your SSS-level spirit masters?" a corpse king inquired, knowing that these were S-level beast spirits, and devouring even one would grant immense power. It then glanced at a nearby beast spirit and subtly mimicked a swallowing motion. "That Jiang Qian is also an SSS-level beast spirit owner, but he is exceptionally formidable and stands against us. To prevent him from undermining our authority, we had no choice but to summon all the other SSS-level spirit masters." "And what was the outcome?" "The result," He Guangming's voice faltered. "Speak." Sensing the situation was amiss, I took advantage of everyone's distraction to flee in a vehicle. Later, I saw a long beam of light sweep across the sky. But after that, I know not what transpired. The corpse kings pondered for a moment before dispatching a zombie to drag He Guangming from the room. This is humanity for you. When it serves their interests, they will not hesitate to turn against their own kind. How pitiful for my compatriots, one beast spirit lamented. Following such cowardly beings, regardless of who prevails, S-level beast spirits will surely fall. Chapter 75. The underground arena. Since this fellow has divulged everything, perhaps we should. That might not be necessary. He still holds some value. The guards at those bases are exceedingly vigilant. Since he has ascended to a high-ranking position, his leadership abilities must be commendable. Instead of merely killing him, let us capture some living individuals, and he can lead them in infiltrating those bases to grant us access to their gates. I find this proposition feasible, but what if we release them and they flee? Then we shall implant tumors within them. Should they harbor any ulterior motives, they shall face immediate demise. Master, why do these zombies only attack you and not us? Yu Hui inquired curiously from Jiang Chen's shoulder. After days of cohabitation, Yu Hui had gradually adapted to this way of life and even forged friendships with Ming Kong and the others. Not all zombies refrain from attacking beast spirits. Some of those corpse kings grow stronger by consuming you beast spirits. How terrifying, Yu Hui shuddered, recalling how zombies would eviscerate their victims and remembering that he once hidden in a building teeming with zombies. He could not help but tremble. He felt fortunate that the hotel he had entered initially was devoid of such zombies. Otherwise, he might have become nourishment for some corpse king. However, he was relieved. For he had now formed a contract with Jiang Chen, ensuring that as long as Jiang Chen lived, he too would remain safe in this world. Nothing could kill Jiang Chen, which meant nothing could kill him either. This was far better than living as a wild beast spirit. Meanwhile, Chen Fan had arrived in the city where Jiang Chen resided, but he was not there to settle scores with Jiang Chen. Relying on the heavenly fortune spirit beast, Chen Fan could evade Jiang Chen's maximum sensory range. He had ventured into this city, risking detection by Jiang Chen, to seek an opportunity. The heavenly fortune spirit beast had informed him of an underground arena concealed within the city, housing a spatial-type beast spirit egg. Although the heavenly fortune spirit beast predicted that Jiang Chen would eventually discover this underground arena, if Chen Fan acted swiftly, he might just seize the beast spirit egg and escape unnoticed. After about 10 minutes, guided by the heavenly fortune spirit beast, Chen Fan arrived at a convenience store that had been completely looted. Cautiously, he moved aside a toppled refrigerator, revealing a deeply concealed hidden compartment beneath the tiles. Gently pressing on the hidden compartment, he heard a click, and a secret door in the back wall slowly opened, unveiling a passageway leading underground. The passage soon reached its end, where an elevator awaited, flanked by 2 guards clad in hoods and armed with guns. Upon spotting Chen Fan, the guards immediately aimed their weapons at him. Who goes there? Do not be alarmed. I am merely here to participate in a few arena matches. Chen Fan replied calmly. Do you have an invitation? One of the guards inquired. In response, Chen Fan retrieved a green card from his pocket and handed it to the sentry. One guard inspected the green card before returning it to Chen Fan, allowing him passage. Chen Fan wasted no time, striding confidently into the elevator. This invitation was not originally Chen Fan's. He had casually killed a middle-aged man on his way who had been carrying an invitation to watch the arena fights, and taken it from him. This underground arena had existed long before the apocalypse, featuring a variety of fights, from human versus human to human versus tigers, wolves, leopards, and bulls. Many spectators would come to watch others compete, with betting options available. Before the apocalypse, the stakes were money and gold. After the apocalypse, they became crystal cores and beast spirits. Naturally, this was a black market enterprise. Excessive flamboyance could lead to lethal repercussions, but Chen Fan was unconcerned. After all, who besides Jiang Chen could possibly kill him? Inside the underground arena, the audience was a sea of faces, many living there full-time, including high-ranking officials from other bases. However, these details were insignificant to Chen Fan. He focused on the massive arena at the center, where a frail man was engaged in a fierce brawl with a robust, powerful zombie. The zombie was fitted with a muzzle to prevent it from devouring its opponent on the arena. It was evident that the frail man stood no chance against the formidable zombie. After a brief struggle to evade, he was struck hard by the zombie's fist. Good! The audience erupted in cheers, eagerly anticipating the moment when the weaker contestant would be methodically tortured to death by the stronger, relishing the sight of blood spattering across the arena. Roar, bang! Another punch landed on the frail man's face, snapping his neck and sending him crashing into the wall, his body convulsing upon impact. Excellent! The audience's applause and cheers grew even more fervent. Before the cheers could die down, the powerful zombie raised the frail man's twitching body high above its head. With a mighty pull, the frail man was torn in half at the waist, blood and entrails showering down, inciting the most intense applause and cheers from the audience. The robust zombie was led away by staff. Chun Fan turned towards the registration area. Here, anyone could sign up to participate in the arena, and the organizers would randomly match opponents. However, once registered, one could not back out. Tio obtained the S-Class Spatial Type Beast Spirit. Chun Fan knew he needed to compete in at least one arena match to qualify. Soon, Chun Fan was matched with his opponent, the very same powerful zombie. Listening to the announcer's enthusiastic commentary, he watched several more matches unfold until it was finally his turn. Next up, Chun Fan versus King Fist. Oh! The audience erupted into cheers upon hearing King Fist was returning so soon. King Fist was known for its brutal tactics, often tearing opponents to shreds, making it a crowd favorite. As for the likes of Chun Fan, it was an accepted fact that when King Fist fought, its opponent was doomed, rendering the names of challengers irrelevant. Chun Fan slowly emerged from the dark chamber beneath the stands, facing the rising door of the opposing chamber. The powerful zombie now bore a coat of bone spikes, evidently stronger than before. Observing the enhanced King Fist, many spectators sighed in disappointment. Longtime attendees understood that once a zombie became too powerful for its handlers to control, it would be thrown into the arena for one final match, to extract its last value before being slain by the arena's champions. Clearly, King Fist was nearing its end, and Chun Fan would be the last to perish at its hands. Chapter 76. Chun Fan's childhood friend Go. Kill him! The crowd in the stands expressed a fleeting sense of regret before descending into fervor once more. Chun Fan advanced slowly, approaching the robust zombie. Hey, look at him, so frail. Is he surrendering in anticipation of his demise? Most likely yes. What a bore this will be in the arena devoid of the cries and struggles of the weak. The scene appeared utterly meaningless to the onlookers, save for the young novices who might still glance upon it with curiosity. With a thunderous roar, a powerful zombie bent low, its skeletal arms poised to charge fiercely at Chun Fan. Yet, Chun Fan remained composed, conjuring an ice sword with his right hand. With a gentle upward sweep, the zombie that had been howling in fury was cleaved in two. The crowd first fell into a profound silence, only to erupt into an even more fervent cheer. A seemingly frail youth had effortlessly vanquished the King of Fists, prompting many to chant his name, Chun Fan. Meanwhile, in a secluded room beneath the arena, a strikingly attractive woman sat in a position of authority. Though she did nothing overtly commanding, an undeniable aura of pressure emanated from her, affecting those around her. This woman was Wu Jingxian, the overseer of the underground arena prior to the apocalypse. Madam Wu, here are the prizes for the defending tournament. Please take a look, announced a Western man clad in a suit. His pronunciation faltering as he reported to her. She received the list and casually scanned it. The prizes included an SS-grade Ice-type Beast Spirit Egg, an S-grade Space-type Beast Spirit Egg, and an S-grade Water-type Beast Spirit. There were only 3 prizes for this tournament, with only the top 3 contenders entitled to select from them, starting with the first-place winner. Not bad. Have there been any interesting developments lately? Wu Jingxian inquired, glancing at the list. Madam, just moments ago, a newcomer named Chun Fan arrived. He defeated the evolved King of Fists with a single strike. You see. Chun Fan. Wu Jingxuan's eyes narrowed slightly, the name stirring a distant memory within her. Although the likelihood of them being the same person seemed slim, she felt a flicker of interest in this Chun Fan. Fetch the surveillance from his match. I wish to see it. Understood. Soon, a screen before her displayed the footage of Chun Fan slaying the King of Fists, her gaze fixating intently on his face. Could it truly be the Chun Fan of her memories? Rising abruptly, she donned a mask and exited her office, determined to investigate further. Meanwhile, Chun Fan had just emerged from the registration point for the tournament when he unexpectedly encountered a masked woman. Who are you? He asked cautiously. The Earth Tiger Overlord? Upon hearing this, Chun Fan froze, instinctively responding, the River Demon Town Pagoda. A long-buried memory resurfaced in his mind. An evening in the courtyard where a little girl chased a boy, affectionately calling him Xiao Fango. Her laughter as radiant as the sunset. Xiao Xian? Is that you? Wu Jingxian also removed her mask, tears welling in her eyes. It truly is you, Xiao Fan. Standing before him was Wu Jingxian, his dearest childhood companion. He had learned from the orphanage director that she had been adopted by a mysterious couple, and after that day, he had lost all trace of her. Chun Shui had arrived at the orphanage only after Wu Jingxian was taken. The phrase Earth Tiger Overlord, River Demon Town Pagoda had been their childhood code, a means to locate each other should they ever part ways. Thus it remained etched in Wu Jingxuan's heart. You registered for the tournament? Yes. Come, let's rest and catch up for a while. We can reminisce about old times. But the competition, that's inconsequential. I can delay your entry. This is my domain, she asserted confidently. Hearing this, Chun Fan was tempted to step forward and reconnect with his long-lost friend. Cough, cough, master. I understand that you're excited to reunite with an old friend, but now is not the time. Should you accompany this woman, you may not make it out before Jiang Chen arrives, the celestial beast within him advised. Upon hearing this, Chun Fan felt a surge of discontent. How could he forsake this rare opportunity to reconnect after so many years apart, all for the sake of Jiang Chen? No, that simply wouldn't do. He resolved to be cautious, wearing a mask to conceal his identity from Jiang Chen. But master, enough, I know what I am doing. With that, Chun Fan disregarded the celestial beast's protests and followed Wu Jingxian into her office for a conversation. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was walking nearby when he suddenly raised an eyebrow. Something feels amiss underground, he mused. Master, I sense an SSS-grade beast spirit beneath us, but it has already been contracted by someone, dreamily interjected. Oh? What lies beneath? Inquired a curious Ming Kong, with the other beast spirits casting inquisitive glances, eyeing a place that dared only to be built underground. What could be of interest? Jiang Chen crossed his arms. That does seem plausible. Having considered Jiang Chen's response, Ming Kong found it reasonable. However, the existence of an unrecognized SSS-grade contract spirit was intriguing. Very well, let's investigate. With that, Jiang Chen followed his senses to a billiard hall. Discovering multiple passages leading to the underground space, he chose the closest one. Before long, he arrived at a mural, with the passage concealed behind it and the mechanism hidden within a nearby bookshelf. Jiang Chen shattered the wall with a single punch and stepped into the passage. Inside, two guards, alerted by the noise, pointed their guns at him. Halt! Yet, before they could pull the trigger, their bodies were severed in an instant. Jiang Chen approached the elevator and activated it with a card taken from one of the guards, descending into the underground arena. As the elevator reached the bottom level, Jiang Chen beheld thousands of spectators in the stands. Engrossed in the brutal melee at the center, their shouts echoing. However, he paid little mind to the chaos, focusing instead on locating the unknown SSS-grade contract spirit. At that moment, his attention was drawn to the registration point for the tournament. Where the prizes caught his EYE.to his surprise, they were offering an SS-grade beast spirit egg, specifically an ice-type egg. He didn't possess an ice-type spirit yet, and he had an ice-type advancement crystal ready for use on the egg. After reviewing the tournament rules, he noted that participants would need to stand on the stage and face an endless stream of challengers. The first to achieve 100 victories would emerge victorious. Such rules posed no challenge for Jiang Chen. He could easily secure 100 consecutive wins. Yet, with such power, why not simply seize it directly? Meanwhile, in Wu Jingshuan's office, Chun Fan and she continued their heartfelt conversation. It's been so many years since we last met. Indeed, ever since I was taken away. Not a moment has gone by without thoughts of you, Wu Jingxian replied, leaning against Chen Fan, shedding the stern demeanor she had shown to the suited man. Where have you been all these years? I searched for you. After 2.5 hours of heartfelt dialogue, Chen Fan learned that after being adopted, Wu Jingxian had been sold to a foreign couple who specialized in adopting orphans from Long Country, training them as spies. The training was grueling, often involving life and death struggles with peers. Driven by the determination to return and reunite with Chen Fan, Wu Jingxian ultimately succeeded in passing the selection and returned to Long Country, only to take charge of the underground arena just as the apocalypse struck. While they reminisced, the celestial beast within Chen Fan grew increasingly restless, sensing Jiang Chen's approach. Master, Jiang Chen has arrived. Master, Jiang Chen is about to strike. Master, Jiang Chen intends to destroy this place. It shouted desperately. Initially irritated by the incessant noise, Chun Fan was suddenly alarmed at the prospect of Jiang Chen's destruction. He had not been forewarned of this threat before coming here. The celestial beast's intention was clear. Finish the 100 consecutive victories, claim the beast spirit, and leave without encountering Jiang Chen. Yet, Chun Fan had chosen to linger and catch up with Wu Jingxian, missing the chance to leave before the storm arrived. What's wrong, Xiao Fan? Wu Jingxian inquired, noticing his sudden shift in demeanor. Time is running short. I came here to acquire a beast spirit, and if I delay any longer, someone else may seize it. Chen Fan replied urgently. Is it the prize from the tournament? Wu Jingxian asked. Yes, that's simple. I can just have someone exchange the prizes. They are all yours, brother. Is that truly acceptable? I am the supervisor here. Who would dare defy my orders? Seeing Wu Jingxian so eager to help him, Chun Fan felt a pang of compassion. He could not bear the thought of his childhood friend falling victim to Jiang Qin's ruthlessness. Ah, Xiao Xian, would you care to leave with me? Chun Fan inquired. To be frank, this place is on the brink of destruction. Once I acquire what I seek, I shall take you with me. As he spoke, he extended his hand toward her. Observing the unwavering determination in his eyes, Wu Jingxian felt a stirring in her heart. Chun Fan had long been the object of her affections since childhood. Although she was uncertain of how he came by such information, she trusted that he would not deceive her. Very well. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Jingxian ultimately clasped Chun Fan's hand, and together they departed from this place. Outside the office, the scene had devolved into a veritable hell on earth, with unleashed zombies relentlessly tearing into the spectators above. Among them were indeed some spirit contract holders, but these zombies were specifically captured formidable creatures, rendering them no match for the onlookers. Their sole advantage was that they could run faster than ordinary individuals. Countless bodies of fighters lay scattered across the arena, and despite Wu Jingxian having witnessed her fair share of chaos, she was still profoundly shaken. This is bad. The beast spirit egg. Realizing the urgency, Chun Fan hastened his pace toward the location where the rewards were stored. Meanwhile, in a certain room, Jiang Chen stood before 2 eggs and 1 beast, which were, of course, the rewards for this competition. Disregarding the S-level water and space-type beast spirits, Jiang Chen approached the SS-level beast spirit egg. He gently pried open a small opening and inserted the evolution crystal within. Instantly, the egg began to emit a dazzling blue light, its aura growing increasingly potent. Before long, the egg, which had been pried open, restored itself and successfully evolved into an S-level beast spirit. This crystal is truly effective. 100% success rate. If I could procure a few more, I could potentially mass-produce SSS-level beast spirits, Jiang Qian mused to himself. Unbeknownst to him, at the Kyoto base, Dr. Chun had similarly inserted an evolution crystal into an S-level beast spirit egg. However, during the transformation process, the egg suddenly dimmed, becoming a dead egg. Dr. Chun sighed deeply, having already experienced this failure for the 3rd time. While the efficacy of this crystal was indeed powerful, its success rate remained disappointingly low. In the event of a failure, not only would the crystal be rendered useless, but the beast spirit within the egg would perish as well. Watching the precious beast spirit and crystal fail to evolve once more, Dr. Chun felt his heart bleed. Back with Jiang Qin, witnessing the successful evolution of the beast spirit egg, he promptly dripped his blood onto the egg, completing the contract. Subsequently, an ice-blue little dragon emerged from Jiang Qin's body and landed on his shoulder, affectionately nuzzling his cheek. Another dragon, Qinglan, appeared on Jiang Qin's other shoulder, observing the little dragon. The name Jiang Qin had bestowed upon the emerald shadow vine dragon was Qinglan. This ice-blue little dragon was named the Frost Saint Dragon. Let me think, I shall call you Ling Tian from now on. Awur Jiang Chun then turned his attention to another beast and egg, perfectly suited to serve as nourishment for Ling Tian. Master, that SSS-level spirit contract holder is approaching, Ming Li remarked in a hushed tone. Soon after, anxious footsteps echoed from outside the room. I must catch up. I must. With a resounding kick, Chun Fan burst through the door, only to find the room utterly empty. The stored beast spirit nowhere to be found. Oh dear. Chun Fan quickly deduced the situation, realizing that the scoundrel Jiang Chun had stolen his space-type beast spirit. Now, it seemed that Jiang Chen would possess spatial abilities. And to make matters worse, this beast spirit was rightfully his. Enraged by this thought, Chun Fan could not help but roar in fury. Master, please do not shout. Jiang Chen is. The heavenly fate spirit beast attempted to intervene, but it was already too late. Chun Fan was consumed by his wrath. Jiang Chen, you killed my sister and stole my beast spirit. I shall not rest until I make you pay, oh dear. Chun Fan raged, ignoring the pleas of the heavenly fate spirit beast. He blamed Jiang Chen for everything, while he himself merely wished to spend more time with his childhood companion. What fault was that? Why does that voice sound so familiar? In the adjacent room, Jiang Chun heard Chun Fan's furious outburst and was taken aback to hear his name being called out with such familiarity, along with accusations of having killed his woman. Could it be Chun Fan? Given the circumstances, no matter how discreetly the heavenly fate spirit beast maneuvered, it could not prevent Jiang Chen from connecting the dots. Yet, he was certain he had killed Chen Fan in Magic City. As he pondered, Jiang Chen stealthily glanced next door, instantly confirming that the person was indeed Chen Fan. Although he did not know how Chen Fan had returned to life, it mattered little. He had killed him once, and he could do so again. Just as Jiang Chen prepared to act, the entire underground arena began to tremble, with the ceiling above cracking open and a massive worm, stretching dozens of meters long, descended from above. The worm plummeted without any means of support, heading directly toward Jiang Chen and his companions. Chapter 78. Why not simply grant me an SS-level beast spirit? Upon witnessing the enormous worm crashing down, Jiang Chen furrowed his brow in deep concern. Why was it that every time he attempted to eliminate Chen Fan, something would emerge to thwart his efforts? Chen Fan, realizing the predicament, retrieved an unknown small orb from his hand, poised to crush it. Jiang Chen immediately activated Time Stop, channeling elemental powers into his palm before launching a strike. The energy collided with Chen Fan's body, and with a resounding bang, Chen Fan's form became riddled with cracks, seemingly on the verge of exploding. As time resumed its flow, Chen Fan's body erupted, but simultaneously, the unknown orb in his hand shattered, releasing a black hole imbued with spatial power that completely consumed Chen Fan's dismembered remains, reducing them to dust. This guy would rather obliterate both the beast spirit and his own corpse than allow me to devour his beast spirit, Jiang Chen contemplated. Being a possessor of a space-type beast spirit himself, he could distinctly sense that the other side of the black hole was not a safe haven, but rather a tumultuous spatial rift of immense power. The black hole's duration was fleeting. After consuming Chen Fan's remains, it vanished, and the surrounding space returned to a state of stability. With not a trace of the corpse remaining, it was unlikely that Chen Fan could be resurrected again. Boom! Just then, the mutated worm crashed down, its head splitting into 4 petal-like segments as it charged toward Jiang Chen. This worm possessed 6th-tier strength, ranking among the most formidable of mutated creatures, yet it was still no match for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's hands began to emanate a white light, gradually forming into a serrated shape, which then transformed into a luminous wheel. He continued to enlarge the wheel until it towered over the mutated worm, at which point he hurled it with great force. Rumble! The wheel sliced through the ground, hurtling toward the mutated worm. The worm's soft, flabby flesh stood no chance against the wheel's assault. Upon collision, the wheel pierced through, cleaving the worm in half. Meanwhile, at the Magic City base, a cold woman seemed to sense something amiss and hurried into a medical room, where she found a somewhat absent-minded girl. After briefly explaining the situation, the girl promptly retrieved a well-preserved, severed arm from a nearby freezer. With her hands glowing a pale green, the light enveloped the severed arm, and it began to extend, gradually forming a new body until it fully manifested as a complete person, whose visage was none other than Chen Fan. Encased in a golden light, Chen Fan's eyelids fluttered before he slowly opened his eyes, taking in his surroundings and the familiar faces of 2 girls. Chen Fan fell to his knees, gasping for breath, his eyes bloodshot. He had been killed once more by that damned Jiang Chen. Had it not been for the preparations he had made in advance, this time he truly would have perished. The somewhat absent-minded girl was named Lu Xiaoxiao, the life-type spirit contract holder who had resurrected Chen Fan before. He had previously severed an arm and entrusted it to Lu Xiaoxiao. Should he ever find himself facing death, the heavenly fate spirit beast would extract his consciousness and swiftly return it to the body Lu Xiaoxiao had prepared for him. The unknown orb he had shattered was a gift from another cold woman, a space-type spirit contract holder. The orb functioned similarly to a signal transmission device. In the event of an unavoidable death, Chen Fan would crush the orb, alerting the distant woman, enabling her to quickly locate Lu Xiaoxiao and have her reconstruct Chen Fan's body. Simultaneously, the orb would briefly create a black hole, completely obliterating Chen Fan's corpse, effectively erasing all traces of him, as long as his consciousness did not dissipate and he could regain a body within a short time. He could resurrect along with his original beast spirit. If the other party failed to discover his beast spirit within his remains, would they not suspect he was still alive? After calming his emotions, Chen Fan bid farewell to the 2 girls and returned to his villa in Magic City. Did you not assure me that I would undoubtedly obtain the space-type beast spirit this time? Why was it snatched away by Jiang Chen? Now he possesses a space-type beast spirit as well. How am I to kill him? In the room, Qin Fan expressed his dissatisfaction to the heavenly fate spirit beast. Master, I have warned you many times, yet could you not remind me a few more times? If you cannot handle such a trivial matter, what use are you to me? Yes, my apologies, Master. Are you not an S-level fate beast spirit? Why can't you simply procure one of each S-level beast spirit for me? This, Master, S-level beast spirits are, in fact, exceedingly rare. For other races in the universe, encountering an S-level beast spirit is a once-in-a-thousand-years event. One may not even be found among 10,000 batches of beast spirit eggs. As for why Blue Star has so many SSS-level beast spirits, I am currently uncertain, explained the Fortune Spirit Beast. I do not care. Jiang Qin's strength has already reached such heights, yet I still do not know how many SSS-level beast spirits he possesses. Apart from you, I only have one SSS-level ice beast spirit. You must quickly bring me more SSS-level beast spirits. Do you understand? Yes, understood. Immediately, Qin Fan let out a slight sigh of relief. The only solace for Qin Fan was that he had come alone, having already sent Wu Jingxin away in advance. Thus, he should not attract Jiang Qin's attention. All he needed to do was wait for Jiang Qin to leave before bringing her back to the Demon City. Inside the underground arena, observing the mutated worm that had been cleaved in two yet continued to writhe, Jiang Qin stepped forward to extract a 6th-tier crystal core from its body. He then turned to Ling Tian beside him, who had already devoured all the surrounding beast spirits, and so Jiang Qin exited the room where the beast spirits were stored. Outside, chaos reigned, with soil and stones continuously leaking from the ceiling. The underground arena had already been partially buried. Fortunately, the elevator leading to the outside world was still operational, and thus, all the surviving individuals crowded around the elevator entrances. Once the elevator doors opened, a large throng would surge forward, and with the slightest misstep, one could be trampled to death. Jiang Qin did not require the elevator. He had already arranged spatial nodes above, and with a flicker, he arrived at the surface. Walking along the road, he could still faintly feel the ground beneath him trembling. Days passed in succession as Jiang Qin traveled through several cities, yet Mingli had not sensed the presence of any other S-level beast spirits. He had also instructed Ming Xiao to enter combat mode, utilizing his enhanced time-based abilities to foresee the events of the coming days, which amounted to nothing more than trivial matters, with no news of a third batch of beast spirit eggs. However, the staff at the Kyoto base were overwhelmed with work. In recent days, several weaker bases and civilian organizations had been obliterated by zombies. Chapter 79. Bringing Jiang Qin back. Has the reason been uncovered? Inquired the head of the Shangguan family. Not why it shouldn't be. Logically, the outer walls of these bases should withstand zombies for quite some time. How could they be breached so quickly? Meanwhile, within a high-rise building teeming with zombies, a ghostly beast spirit was conversing merrily with a group of corpse kings. Ha ha ha, we have annihilated another human gathering place. We shall soon launch an assault on those truly large human strongholds. Indeed, indeed. Who would have thought 6th-level packed spirit users would perish? This will surely deal a heavy blow to those humans, and I shall seize this opportunity to exact vengeance for my kin. Downstairs, a group of individuals was confined within a small room, among them the unmistakable figure of He Guangming. The others had also been captured by zombies, having a flesh tumor implanted by a corpse king. Any attempt to escape would result in the instant detonation of the tumor, transforming them into terrifying zombies. These individuals were high-ranking members of a certain base, gripped by fear, and upon witnessing someone truly infected, naturally dared not defy the corpse king's orders. Their task was to infiltrate various cities' bases and organizations, then find an opportunity to open the gates for the surrounding zombies. This method had proven effective time and again, leading to the downfall of several bases and civilian organizations, with the number of zombies and undead under their command reaching a horrifying figure. I propose we take advantage of the situation and directly assault Kyoto. Catching those humans off guard, remarked a corpulent, bloated corpse king. Upon hearing this, the beast spirit burst into laughter. Their recent offensives had been seamless, with no failures, significantly boosting its confidence. Ha ha ha, splendid. Let us proceed as you suggest. A day later, in a conference room at the Kyoto base, the heads of the Shangguan family and military sat around the conference table, listening to Dr. Qin's explanation. This is the 3 retractable armor sets I developed. As he spoke, Dr. Chun pressed a button on the remote, and 3 different colored battle armor sets appeared on the screen before them. The gray one is the most basic battle armor, offering slight enhancements to power and speed. And it is the least expensive to manufacture among the 3. The red one is a new heavy alloy created by fusing metal-type packed spirit users, developed with the latest technology, capable of significantly boosting the wearer's destructive and defensive capabilities. However, correspondingly, the wearer's speed will be drastically reduced. The blue set, conversely, utilizes a brand new lightweight alloy, which greatly enhances the wearer's speed but reduces destructive capability. If that is the case, why not just use the red battle armor for combat from the outset? Shangguan Juanhao inquired, listening to Dr. Chin's explanation. Indeed, that is a valid point, but the manufacturing cost of the red battle armor is several times that of the other 2 combined, and our material reserves are insufficient for mass production of the red armor. Moreover, this set of armor is relatively heavy, requiring packed spirit users bonded with power-type beast spirits to wield it effectively. Are there any alternative options? Currently, these are the only 3 sets of armor available. A suit that balances speed, destructive power, and defense is still under development, and results should emerge in a few days. Very well, let us produce a batch of armor and test it in battle. Wu Lao nodded in agreement. Yes, the Jiang family, which should have remained at the Kyoto base, managed to preserve their lives by evacuating early. However, today, the secret of Jiang Chun being the illegitimate son of Jiang Zhan could no longer be concealed. His younger daughter, Jiang Ro, feeling bored, took the opportunity to enter her father's study while he was away to peruse some pre-apocalypse books, only to inadvertently select one that contained information about Jiang Chen. Jiang Ro immediately presented the information to her mother, inciting her mother's wrath, leading to a fierce argument with Jiang Zhan. Jiang Yu and other members of the Jiang family were equally astonished. How could there be another eldest son in the Jiang family? Among them, Jiang Yu and Meng Xia were particularly shocked. The Meng family was a small family that had climbed the social ladder through connections with the Jiang family. Meng family's legitimate daughter and Jiang Yu had been childhood sweethearts, with their families having arranged a marriage since youth. Therefore, when the Jiang family evacuated, the Meng family was included as well. However, upon learning that Jiang Yu had an elder half-brother outside, and that the marriage arrangement stated Meng Xia would marry the eldest son of the Jiang family, Meng Xia found it difficult to accept. Why must it be that he is the eldest son? If only Jiang Chun were Jiang Yu's younger brother, that would be acceptable. Seeing that his family had become aware of the matter, Jiang Zhen contemplated bringing Jiang Chun back to the Jiang family. This statement was met with collective opposition from both the Jiang and Meng families. Absolutely not. He is nothing but an illegitimate child. What right does he have to enter my Jiang family? Even if he is currently an SSS level packed spirit user, it changes nothing. Jiang's mother was the first to voice her objection. Exactly. My Jiang family has never acknowledged Jiang Chun. I only recognize Jiang Yu as my brother. Jiang Ro also stepped forward. Uncle, Jiang Yu and I share true love. I implore you to support us. The family head cautioned, we cannot allow this. While Jiang Chun may share Jiang family blood, he is ultimately not of the legitimate line. Even if he were to return to the Jiang family, he would not be worthy of the position of eldest son. Seeing that everyone opposed him, Jiang Zhan's mood soured. Did he truly wish to bring Jiang Chen back? Deep down, he could not accept Jiang Chen either. However, the allure of Jiang Chen's beast spirit was undeniably tempting. Having withdrawn early from the base and retreated into the mountains, they could only rely on assimilating smaller factions for gradual development. Because Jiang Chen had already become a thorn in the military side, if it were discovered that he was Jiang Zhan's illegitimate son, the Jiang family would undoubtedly face repercussions. Hence, after evacuating from the base, they dared not engage with factions that had dealings with the authorities. This resulted in their isolation from information. Had they known that Jiang Chen single-handedly battled against 6 SSS level-packed spirit users in Kyoto, Jiang Zhan would not still be fixated on Jiang Chen's beast spirit. Watching the crowd reject his proposal, Jiang Zhan felt his authority as the family head was being challenged. Humph, who is the family head here? You or I? This matter is settled. Tomorrow morning, I shall send someone to bring Jiang Chen back. As he spoke, Jiang Zhan cast another glance at the grim-faced crowd and continued, furthermore, who says that bringing him back means he must become the eldest son? Jiang Chun has lived alone for decades, isolated and devoid of familial affection. He must yearn for such bonds. Moreover, Jiang Chun possesses an SSS-level beast spirit. If we treat him well during this period and foster a sense of belonging to the Jiang family, how could he not present his SSS-level beast spirit to strengthen our clan? At that time, Those SSS-class beast spirits would all belong to Xiaoyu or Rower. Once he has handed over all the SSS-class beast spirits, he could concoct a reason to expel the people from the Jiang family and eliminate them. How delightful that would be! Chapter 80. Harvesting the Corpse King. A week later, after having rested in a room with his eyes closed, Jiang Qin opened them once more, excitement flickering in his gaze. For in his foresight, he discerned that the third batch of beast eggs would descend on the evening of the 5th day. He stepped outside, gazing skyward. Where do these beast spirits originate? Each time, they descend from the heavens with no warning whatsoever. Are they drifting through the cosmos to reach Blue Star, or are they deliberately cast down by some entity? If humanity is capable of forming contracts with these beast spirits, does that imply the existence of other races in the universe that can also forge such bonds? How many SSS-class beast spirits do they possess? And to what heights does their strongest power ascend? Countless questions flitted through Jiang Qin's mind, yet with his current strength, he was unable to seek answers. However, since these beast spirits hail from the cosmos, it is inevitable that he would one day leave Blue Star to explore the deeper realms of the universe. In the visions he beheld, Jiang Qin learned 2 additional pieces of information. 5 days hence, he would pursue a beast egg that appeared to be SSS class to a city teeming with zombies. Among this horde of zombies were numerous entities resembling living humans, yet their wounds were grotesque, rendering them utterly unrecognizable as the living. They bore a striking resemblance to Su Manting from the past, but upon encountering Jiang Qin, they charged at him alongside the other zombies. The second revelation was that 3 days later, he would encounter a group of uniformly dressed individuals who, upon seeing him, would kneel, seemingly eager to follow him. Moreover, wherever he went thereafter, they would follow, akin to an incessant adhesive plaster. He could directly head to the city without crossing paths with this group. Could it be the beast spirit that summoned Su Manting? After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Qin promptly set forth towards the city brimming with zombies. The location was not far, and he arrived within a day. True to his foresight, the area was indeed filled with zombies and spirits, albeit in lesser numbers than what would be seen 5 days later. After dreamily sensed the surroundings, she reported that while there were no SSS-class beast spirits, there was an SS-class beast spirit located within a towering building amidst the congregation of zombies and spirits. Inside the building, the spirits expressed their impatience. There are numerous forces around. I say we should just launch an assault. What if they are prepared by the time we strike? You've misjudged the situation. While there may not be any SSS-class contract spirit users present, this location serves as humanity's strongest base and is not easily dealt with. Even if we were to launch a surprise attack, we wouldn't gain much. It would be wiser to gather more manpower now. Even in failure, we would have ample forces to cover our retreat. Wouldn't we? The Corpse Kings chuckled. Humph, what is there to fear? They are merely squabbling insects. I shall grant you 5 more days. If you do not act within that time, I shall go alone. The tone of the soul spirit was exceedingly displeased. Rest assured, 5 days will be more than sufficient, the Corpse Kings assured with laughter. Yet, at that moment, a Corpse King skilled in reconnaissance suddenly changed countenance. Humans are approaching. Upon hearing this, the surrounding Corpse Kings and beast spirits furrowed their brows and looked out the shattered floor-to-ceiling window. To their surprise, there were indeed numerous Corpse Kings present. This was quite a windfall. Jiang Qin floated in the air, observing the Corpse Kings and beast spirits within the room through the broken window. Was that the spirit capable of summoning the deceased? What a pity it was not SSS class. One of the Corpse Kings transformed its hands into bone spikes and lunged at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin merely smiled faintly, his form flickering slightly as he effortlessly evaded the bone spikes. He then seized the entire face of the Corpse King with one hand and exerted a gentle pressure. Roar! Piffed! Thus, the head of a 6th-tier Corpse King was crushed by Jiang Qin, a pale grayish-white crystal core gripped firmly in his hand. The remaining Corpse Kings were taken aback. To effortlessly crush a Corpse King with a single hand, such strength could likely only be matched by Jiang Qin, who had previously single-handedly confronted 6 SSS-class contract spirit users in Kyoto. The mere thought sent a chill down their spines. Boom, boom, boom. The ground below suddenly erupted with thunderous roars, and moments later, the earth collapsed as dozens of 5-story tall giant zombies emerged from the depths. Was this the new breed of zombies? Jiang Qin gazed down at the giant zombies from his elevated position. He had already witnessed their destructive power in his foresight. They indeed required an overwhelming force to subdue. At that moment, the giant zombies bent down and grasped a standard-sized zombie, hurling it high into the air. However, these hurled zombies were not ordinary. They were armless and oozed a mysterious red-black liquid. As they ascended to Jiang Chen's height, their bodies suddenly swelled and erupted, showering him with a torrent of corrosive venom. Yet, Jiang Chen merely snapped his fingers lightly, summoning a whirlwind that drew all the airborne venom towards him. As the whirlwind dissipated, Jiang Chen remained unscathed in his original position. Seeing the corpse kings in the room attempting to flee with the beast spirits, Jiang Chen radiated golden light and swiftly positioned himself in their path. Being on a high floor, it was too late for his subordinates on the ground to catch up. A towering corpse king roared angrily, flames erupting from its back as it charged at Jiang Chen with ferocity. However, with just a flick of his fingers, a massive horizontal water column burst through the walls, crashing down upon the flaming corpse king. The high-pressure water swiftly stripped away its flesh, and when the water dissipated, only a skeleton remained standing. The skeleton's mouth opened, producing a sound akin to doo-doo-da before it crumbled entirely, the crystal core within falling to the ground. The remaining corpse kings were aghast. They were utterly unable to contend with such power. However, among them was a darkly hued corpse king, who discreetly observed the soul spirit beside him. It was the strongest among the corpse kings and had begun to show signs of a potential breakthrough. If it could devour this beast spirit, perhaps it could escape Jiang Chen's clutches. Thus, it commanded the others to scatter in different directions. The corpse kings immediately understood and promptly fled, while this shadowy corpse king chose the route closest to the soul spirit. As Jiang Chen pursued the other corpse kings, it sought the opportunity to devour the soul spirit, having long awaited this moment. With so many corpse kings present, surely Jiang Chen wouldn't focus solely on it. Would he? The shadowy corpse king thought to itself. Yet, Jiang Chen did indeed pursue it, intercepting at an untraceable speed, and with a single palm, slammed it to the ground. That moment, the corpse king, pressed against the ground, noticed that all the other corpse kings had similarly collapsed, each with a hole drilled into the back of their skulls. Their crystal cores mysteriously vanished. Whatever scheme this corpse king had, Jiang Chen had already foreseen it. Should it break through, there was indeed a slim chance it could escape. Today, I lacked inspiration and could only pin one chapter. Chapter 81. The faux dead egg. Having dealt with all the corpse kings, Jiang Chen flickered once more, arriving before the fleeing soul spirit, gently pointing downwards, causing the beast spirit to crash to the ground. Damned human, even if I die, you will never control me. The soul spirit glared at Jiang Chen with venomous eyes, while Jiang Chen merely shook his head at the fallen soul spirit. What a pity that such a formidable attribute had not reached S class. Moreover, judging by its demeanor, it likely would not form a contract with him. If so, it might as well serve as nourishment. With that thought, an ethereal image of the frost sacred dragon materialized behind Jiang Chen, and disregarding the soul spirit's struggles, he swallowed it whole, as the soul spirit was completely devoured. The spirits outside dissipated entirely, leaving only the zombies behind. This soul spirit was merely a 6th-tier beast spirit. To have elevated itself to 6th tier without forming a contract was indeed impressive. After consuming the soul spirit, Jiang Chen heard the roars of zombies echoing from the hallway, and at that moment, the entire building began to tremble violently, as if it were on the brink of collapse. He swiftly maneuvered back to the high altitude outside the building, witnessing the giant zombies relentlessly assaulting the walls with their fists until the structure could no longer withstand the onslaught and collapsed with a thunderous roar. Jiang Chen pondered. Keeping these zombies around was not a viable option. It would be better to collect their crystal cores as well. With that in mind, he raised both hands, instantly coalescing a massive orb of light and hurling it towards the horde of zombies below. Boom! A blinding golden light erupted, and a mushroom cloud ascended into the sky above the city, as all the zombies and mutated creatures within were reduced to ash in that singular strike. When the dust settled, the city had lost its former visage, transformed entirely into a wasteland, and at the site where the building once stood, a massive pit had been created, filled with thousands upon thousands of shimmering crystal cores. With Jiang Chen's current strength, obliterating an entire city is a task of utmost ease. However, There are scarcely any circumstances in this world that compel him to exert his full power. Swiftly descending to the ground, he collected all the fallen crystal cores into his spatial storage and then summoned several stone walls to construct a simple shelter, akin to a matchbox, within which he quietly awaited the arrival of the third batch of beast spirit eggs. 3 days later, a group from the Jiang family arrived at the outskirts of this city, now reduced to ruins, marveling at the sheer magnitude of power required to bring about such destruction. Naturally, they were all too aware that only Jiang Chun possessed the capability to achieve this. Gulp. The group struggled to swallow their apprehension. Though they were dispatched to retrieve Jiang Chun back to the Jiang family, they questioned whether he would truly return, given his current prowess. Even if he accompanied them, could the family head truly exert control over him? Should they fail to do so, they risked inciting his ire, leading to their own demise. In the days leading up to this moment, they had repeatedly attempted to convey the current situation to Jiang Zhen, yet it was evident that he was obstinately fixated on bringing Jiang Chen back, hell-bent on extracting his beast spirits. Anyone with a modicum of sense could readily discern the myriad issues inherent in this plan. Yet, inexplicably, the upper echelons of the Jiang family not only endorsed Jiang Zhen's proposal, but also lauded it with fervor, as if they were compelled to seek trouble with Jiang Chen. Initially, the group had been in agreement with this suggestion, but upon departing the Jiang family, doubts began to fester in their minds. When had their superiors become so muddled? Having witnessed the current state of affairs, they resolved that, come what may, they would never dare provoke the monstrous Jiang Chun. 2 nights later, as if scripted in a prophetic vision, countless vibrant meteors streaked across the night sky once more. This evening, throngs of people would again be swept into a frenzy. Meanwhile, far away in the magic city, Chun Fan felt a sudden tremor within his body. His destiny spirit beast was gripped by an unsettling sensation. Impossible. Why is this happening? This was not within my predictions. It leaped anxiously from Chan Fan's body, muttering incantations, acutely aware that one of the beast spirit eggs descending in recent days harbored a being that could pose a threat to it. If that entity fell into Jiang Chen's hands, the consequences would be dire. Instantly, the destiny spirit beast radiated a golden light, closing its eyes as if engaged in a fierce struggle with some unseen force. The destiny system is rather unique. Once it reaches the 6th tier, it can utilize certain abilities in advance, albeit without enhancing Chun Fan's own powers. Moments later, the golden aura dissipated, and its eyes opened, releasing a sigh of relief. What just transpired? Chin Fan inquired. Master, I have just discovered a beast spirit that poses a threat to us. Indeed, Chin Fan responded, his concern evident. Even against Jiang Chun, I am confident in my ability to ensure your escape from his grasp. But the opponent also belongs to the destiny system. Should Jiang Chen acquire it, my powers would be nullified, and you would truly perish at his hands. What then is the current status of that beast spirit? Chen Fan pressed, anxiety creeping into his tone. I have utilized my abilities to temporarily sever its capacity to form contracts with others. We must seize this opportunity to swiftly eliminate it. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan was taken aback, hastily releasing Wu Jingxian from his embrace and preparing to depart the Magic City base. The emergence of another Destiny System beast spirit could obliterate his only advantage, leading to his certain demise at Jiang Chen's hands, a fate he would never allow to unfold in this world. Only he, Chen Fan, could possess a Destiny System beast spirit. A purple meteor, crackling with lightning, plummeted rapidly onto the ruins where Jiang Chen awaited the arrival of the beast spirit egg. Upon its descent, Jiang Chen promptly approached, confirming it to be of the SSS grade and casually allowing a drop of blood to fall upon its shell. Subsequently, he received information about this new beast spirit, a lightning-type creature known as the Nine Heavens Thunder Eagle. Gazing at the majestic purple eagle perched upon his arm, he couldn't resist reaching out to caress its sleek feathers. Having successfully tamed the Nine Heavens Thunder Eagle, Jiang Chen prepared to leave the ruins, fully aware of the location of another SSS grade beast spirit EGG. In recent days, he had already established spatial nodes in another city. In an instant, Jiang Chen vanished, reappearing within a dilapidated residential building, the site of yet another SSS grade beast spirit. Upon entering the room where the egg was to land, he instructed Mingli to assess the situation. However, after a protracted silence, Mingli finally spoke. Master, this egg is indeed an SSS grade beast spirit, but But what? However, this egg has entered a state of false death. If we do not awaken the spirit within, it may prove impossible to form a contract. Jiang Chen frowned at this revelation, having never before encountered the concept of a beast spirit egg entering a state of false death. While rare, such occurrences do exist, as Mingli elaborated. When a spirit is injured while still within the egg, it may enter this dormant state. The method to awaken it is straightforward. One merely needs to inject the corresponding elemental energy. Is that so? Jiang Chen pondered, stroking his chin in thought. He attempted to place the egg into his spatial storage. Originally, his space could not accommodate living beings, but after breaking through to the 7th tier, he had managed to carve out a section capable of housing them. After a day of effort, he successfully created a 100 cubic meter space suitable for living creatures. It was no trouble at all to store a small beast spirit egg within. The more attributes one possesses, the greater the likelihood of encountering beast spirits with overlapping attributes. Jiang Chen secretly hoped he would be unable to awaken the spirit within this egg, for doing so would prevent him from forming a contract with this SSS grade beast spirit. After securing the beast spirit egg within his storage, Jiang Chen exited the room, ready to address the minor inconvenience awaiting him. Upon opening the door, he found a frail, ragged little girl cowering behind it. Clutching a filthy teddy bear as she caught sight of Jiang Chen, a flicker of hesitation and fear crossed her eyes. Yet, after a fleeting moment, she summoned her courage and approached him. Big brother, could you spare me a morsel to eat? I can trade you something else in return. No trades, Jiang Chen replied coldly, his gaze unyielding. He felt no pity for the girl's pitiful state in his foresight. The something else she referred to was the tattered bear in her grasp. While it may hold significant value to her, it was utterly worthless to Jiang Chen. Though he could have easily ignored her and walked away, that would have been the behavior of an ordinary person. However, this little girl was a contract spirit wielder, which changed the nature of the situation entirely. Departing without a word would convey a vastly different message than merely dismissing her. Moreover, this girl possessed a rather unique ability. Confirmed by Mingli after initial hints in the foresight, it was an undiscovered attribute, psychic in nature, and from her aura, she had already reached the 2nd tier. Her powers could influence others' emotions, affect their use of abilities, and even read the thoughts of those whose tier was not significantly higher than her own. If one were to cultivate a long-term relationship with this psychic contract spirit, she could gradually alter a person's character, beliefs, and thoughts, rendering them utterly obedient to her will, even to the point of compelling them to take their own lives without hesitation, while leaving them oblivious to how they had come to such a fate. The capacity to influence emotions on one end and completely reshape a person on the other is indeed a terrifying power. In a novel, such a character would likely become the protagonist's romantic interest. Yet Jiang Chen had no intention of doing so. Yet, brother, I am hungry, the little girl whined, her voice tinged with grievance, tears brimming in her eyes. Seeing Jiang Chen's continued silence, she resorted to her final tactic, crying. The moment she wailed, those nearby would inevitably join her in tears, compelled to offer her food. With that, the little girl burst into tears. That moment, Jiang Chen felt a surge of energy attempting to sway his emotions, instilling within him an overwhelming urge to weep. However, in the next instant, his rationality quelled such feelings. The disparity in their tears was far too great. The girl's feeble influence could not affect Jiang Chen in the slightest. Ugh, you're so loud. Can you not quiet down? Song Yuan emerged from within Jiang Chen, bellowing at the little girl. Yet, the moment Song Yuan raised his voice, the girl only cried louder. Frustrated, Song Yuan's expression turned fierce. I said, be quiet with that. Song Yuan charged forward, intending to silence her cries with a flick of his tail. But, all right, no more crying. Be good now. The once fearsome Song Yuan suddenly softened his tone, petting the girl's head in a soothing manner. Song Yuan was immediately taken aback, his expression freezing in shock. How could I possibly say such things? Why was I even touching her? I distinctly intended to strike her. Song Yuan thought to himself. Jiang Chen, with his arms crossed, observed coldly from the side, having anticipated this scene long before. These beast spirits, when too close without entering combat mode, could easily fall victim to each other's abilities. Song Yuan had been influenced by the other party's power. As Song Yuan turned his head, he noticed Ming Kong, Meng Li, Tu Hu, Qing Lan, Yu Hui, and Ling Tian. all of whom were hiding behind Jiang Qian, stifling their laughter. After all, it was quite a spectacle to see the typically loquacious and hot-tempered Song utter such peculiar statements, even if it was not his true intention. "Hey, what are you laughing at? You'd act the same if you were in my position." Song Yuan scolded the beast spirits. "Oh, come on, don't be so petty. Be good now, ha ha ha, this is infuriating." Song Yuan was utterly humiliated, realizing that uttering such words would shatter his pride before his companions. "Just switch to combat mode." Jiang Qian interjected to remind him. He was eager to wrap things up so he could attend to other matters. The little girl had already launched an attack against him, and she couldn't be allowed to remain. Furthermore, he had just foreseen the aftermath of ignoring her, which led him to encounter a familiar face. How is it that Chen Fan has returned? What the hell is he doing here again? If it weren't for his foresight, he would have been oblivious to the fact that Chen Fan was alive once more. In the vision, after the little girl had thoroughly explored Chen Fan, he brought her back to the Magic City base. All right then. Seeing Chen Fan now irritates me. I never expected her to be linked to him. Song Yuan thought angrily. This little brat must not be allowed to stay any longer. Instantly, Song Yuan transformed into a fearsome giant shark, startling the little girl who had been wailing on the ground into silence. Without granting her a chance to scream, he opened his massive jaws and swallowed her whole, including the psychic beast spirit within her. Meanwhile, Chen Fan, who was rushing from afar, felt an inexplicable tightening in his chest. Sensing that something significant had suddenly slipped from his grasp, an hour later, Jiang Qian emerged from a room, carrying the seemingly lifeless egg. He had just attempted to awaken the beast spirit within using all his attributes, and was fortunate that it had not been roused. Chapter 83. A glimpse of clarity. Jiang Qian arrived at the rooftop of a distant tall building, quietly awaiting Chen Fan's arrival the next day. This time, he did not intend to act hastily. He wanted to observe how this nuisance managed to evade his grasp so many times. Once could be dismissed as luck, but a second time raised serious concerns. Behind Jiang Qian, the beast spirits were far less anxious. Enjoying their time together, as they still had a day to play. "Oh, you know why someone can't attend the party?" Zhao Thunder Eagle asked calmly, seeing the group of beast spirits gathered. "Huh, why can't I go?" Song Yuan retorted, looking incredulous. "Because of your appearance." "And why appearance? You look like a shark, the party's shark." Silence fell over the group. What? Not funny?" Zhao Thunder Eagle asked, slightly perplexed as he glanced around. "I don't understand what you're saying." Ming Kong shook his head. "Let me tell you another one. I think I'll go keep watch for the master," Ming Li interjected. Yes, I'll go too," Tu Hu added as they rushed to Jiang Qian's side. I just remembered something. You all chat." The other beast spirits discreetly distanced themselves from Zhao Thunder Eagle. "What is going on? Is my joke not funny enough?" Zhao Thunder Eagle pondered, but then he spotted a great Earth Bear King standing nearby. Feeling pleased that it seemed there were still beast spirits at home who enjoyed dark humor. Before long, the night passed, and as noon approached, Jiang Qian finally awaited the familiar figure. "Is this the place you mentioned?" Chen Fan inquired. "This is the last position I sensed," Jiang Qian replied. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan pushed open the door, but after searching the room thoroughly, he still found no trace of the fate-related beast spirit egg. "Damn it, we're too late. The egg has already been taken." The celestial fortune beast spirit remarked in Chen Fan's mind. "Is there any chance we can find it?" Chen Fan asked anxiously. However, the response he received was one of resignation. I can no longer sense its presence." "Damn it. Who is he talking to?" From a distance, Jiang Qian overheard Chen Fan's conversation with the celestial fortune beast spirit, but the voice was only audible within Chen Fan's mind. Leaving Jiang Qian unaware, "Master, I sense that Jiang Qian is nearby." Suddenly, the celestial fortune beast spirit exclaimed in alarm. "What? Jiang Qian? How could he be here? Could it be that my target has already fallen into his hands?" On the rooftop, Jiang Qian noticed Chen Fan glancing in his direction. "Have I been discovered? It seems the other party possesses abilities I am unaware of." With his cover blown, Jiang Qian ceased his pretense, teleporting directly before Chen Fan. "You?" Before Chen Fan could react, he was crushed into a puddle of flesh, just as he had been in the underground arena last time. However, this was not enough to ensure his victory. He resolved to visit the Magic City. The previous attempts to eliminate Chen Fan had been insufficient. He intended to corner Chen Fan in the Magic City this time. This Chen Fan seems to have a knack for survival. I shall see just how many lives he possesses. Without delay, Jiang Chun set off towards the direction of the Magic City base. The Magic City base. Chun Fan once again resurrected in Lu Xiaoxiao's medical room. Brother Chin Fan, what on earth have you been through? Dying so many times isn't a solution. If you've encountered a powerful enemy, speak up. We can all help you figure it out, Lu Xiaoxiao said, leaning against the wall, visibly exhausted. She had just managed to restore Chun Fan's physical form, leaving her extremely weak. Yeah, Xiao Fan, we're in the same boat. Let us tackle any difficulties together, Wu Jingxian chimed in. Initially, upon hearing the news of Chun Fan's demise, Wu Jingxian felt as if the sky had fallen. Fortunately, her brother Chun Fan was immensely capable and had a means of resurrection. Everyone, Chun Fan, surrounded by a group of beautiful women, felt deeply moved. He swore that no matter how many women he sought in the future, these would forever hold a special place in his heart. Mere failures were trivial matters for one who could continuously be reborn. Although Jiang Chun had killed him again, he had received good news through the celestial fortune beast spirit. Jiang Chun had not sensed the presence of the fate-related beast spirit egg. This meant that Jiang Chun had yet to acquire it. As for whether Jiang Chun had hidden the egg in his spatial storage, Chin Fan swiftly dismissed that suspicion. The reasoning was simple. The young lady from the Wang family, who was among those beautiful women, was an S-rank spatial contract spirit user. She had informed Jiang Chun that living beings could not be stored in spatial storage. Since Jiang Chun did not possess the fate-related beast spirit, Chun Fan was confident that he would eventually defeat Jiang Chun and avenge Xiao Xue and the others. After Lu Xiaoxiao took a moment to rest, Chun Fan once again severed one of his arms to provide for his next resurrection. Subsequently, he embraced Wu Jingxian and returned to his residence in the Magic City base. Nearby, the young lady from the Wang family gazed enviously at Wu Jingxian, who was tightly held by Chun Fan, wishing she could snuggle with her beloved Chun Fan as well. Unbeknownst to them, the entire Magic City base was on the brink of a catastrophic disaster. Along the way, Jiang Chun retrieved a communicator from his spatial storage, fiddling with it briefly until a middle-aged man's voice echoed through. Hello? Is this Mr. Jiang Chen? The head of the Shangguan family spoke, curious about Jiang Chen's sudden contact. How many people do you have in the Magic City base? Jiang Chen asked bluntly. Not many, just a few thousand. The families in the Magic City base hold too much power. We've been planning to temporarily abandon it. What do you intend to do? You have half a day to evacuate your people from the Magic City base, Mr. Jiang. What is this about? The head of the Shangguan family questioned. Perplexed, don't ask what you shouldn't. Just hurry and evacuate your people. I understand. After hanging up, the head of the Shangguan family felt a sense of inexplicable unease and immediately informed the staff below to evacuate everyone still in the Magic City base within 10 hours. That night, Chun Fan sat at the edge of his bed in the Magic City base, feeling an unsettling premonition. He had just learned from the celestial fortune beast spirit that Jiang Chun would arrive the next day, intent on destroying the entire Magic City base. Chun Fan glanced at the sleeping Wu Jingxian and Lu Yaqi beside him, hesitating to wake them. It would be better to wait until tomorrow to escape with his women. There should still be time. Chapter 84. Awakening the beast spirit within the egg. After a day and night, Jiang Chun finally caught sight of the towering walls in the distance. 18 hours have elapsed since he sent the message. It is likely that those officials have already evacuated. If there are still individuals remaining at this hour, then one cannot blame Jiang Chun. Meanwhile, within the Shanghai base, the upper echelons of the aristocratic families are engaged in lighthearted banter. Last night, the military personnel hastily departed from the Shanghai base, all their elaborate plans and traps proving worthwhile. The fact that this group of military individuals has finally vacated the Shanghai base signifies that the entire metropolis now belongs to them. Naturally, they must celebrate their triumph. Although Jiang Chun has yet to arrive at the Shanghai base, his mental prowess allows him to hear the conversations of those within from a distance, which seem to contain rather sensational content. Miss, please, do calm yourself, an elderly butler implored the young lady Wang Xijing, his face etched with worry. Today, for reasons unknown, Wang Xijing had suddenly declared before everyone at the base her desire to marry Chen Fan. It is worth noting that Chen Fan already has Wu Jingxian as his official girlfriend. What would happen if Wang Xijing were to pursue him? However, what followed from Wang Xijing's lips astonished everyone present. Isn't that simple? I shall be his concubine. What does it matter to be a concubine? I shall marry no one but Chun Fan for the rest of my life. The crowd erupted in astonishment. What kind of enchantment had Chen Fan cast upon the young lady of the Wang family? At that moment, Wang Xijing stood atop a platform, her expression one of solemnity and pride, as if she were a hero daring to defy her own fate. Jiang Qin, observing from afar, nearly lost his balance from the sky, managing to steady himself just in time. Did she truly speak human words? Has prolonged association with Chun Fan rendered her foolish? If Wang Xijing were truly human, Jiang Qin would gladly take a bite out of her. For the first time, he felt the drawbacks of possessing overwhelming mental power. After hearing such inhuman declarations, Jiang Chun felt as though his ears had been violated. At that moment, Chun Fan had just arrived before Wang Xijing, disregarding the warnings of his celestial beast, determined to escape Shanghai with her. Master, Jiang Qin is drawing near. If we do not leave now, we will be too late. She is merely a woman. On your path to invincibility, there will be many others. You will surely meet someone better. Do not sacrifice yourself for one woman, the celestial beast urged anxiously. Silence. My affairs are none of your concern. Wang Xijing is a rare spatial contractee. How tragic it would be if she were to perish. Moreover, should her family be annihilated, she would have no choice but to follow me. I must take her with me. Although Qin Fan already had a spatial contractee in Luyaki, he was still reluctant to part with Wang Xijing, not least because of her beauty. Yet at that moment, boom. A luminous orb descended from the heavens, erupting into a mushroom cloud above Shanghai upon impact. Not good, Jiang Qin has arrived, the celestial beast exclaimed, but it was already too late. The ground trembled violently as surrounding structures were obliterated by the terrifying assault. When the dust settled, the surroundings had transformed into ruins. Qin Fan, being an SSS-grade contractee with considerable resilience, and under the protection of the celestial beast, managed to sustain only minor injuries. However, Wang Xijing, whom he held, was not so fortunate. A 6th-tier attack was beyond the capacity of a 5th-tier contractee to withstand. Her entire being disintegrated under the force, leaving only a delicate jade hand still grasped in Qin Fan's. No, Xijing, Qin Fan roared. You cannot die. You must not die, right? Find Lu Xiaoxiao. She will surely be able to revive you. With that, Qin Fan attempted to rise and reunite with the other women. Yet, as he stood, he was struck dumb. The area around him had turned to rubble. Did that mean they too? Master, what are you waiting for? Quickly escape. The celestial beast urged from within him. But at that moment, Qin Fan's mind was entirely incapacitated. He stood alone amidst the ruins, all the women he had painstakingly cultivated relationships with, now gone? Ah, Jiang Qin, you shall pay for this. Why do you not perish in the sky? Jiang Qin looked down upon the crazed, screaming Qin Fan and unleashed a mental strike, slapping him from a distance. Just moments ago, he had discerned from his foresight the method to awaken the dormant beast spirit within him, and he understood why Qin Fan could never seem to die. After being struck, Qin Fan finally regained a semblance of clarity. He glared at the imposing Jiang Qin above, his fury boiling. He leaped into the air, swinging his fist at Jiang Qin, determined to bite off a piece of him even in death. But in the next instant, bang, Jiang Qin waved his hand, sending Qin Fan crashing back to the ground like refuse. Qin Fan created a human-shaped indentation upon impact, and just as he attempted to rise again, Jiang Qin pressed down with his palm. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as the ground beneath Qin Fan caved in, creating a massive handprint centered around him. Within this imprint, Qin Fan felt as if he were being crushed. Blood escaping his lips, the celestial beast, sensing the dire situation, reluctantly emerged from within him. Turned to gaze at the pitifully battered Qin Fan, deeply sighing. All these failures were the result of its master's stubbornness. Had Qin Fan not insisted on pursuing women, he could have long since fled the Shanghai base. Yet, who could blame him for being the master? Master, I have one final way, the celestial beast communicated telepathically. I will sever all ties of fate between you and Jiang Qin with all my might. At that moment, he will completely forget your existence. However, since I have yet to reach the 7th tier, this will inflict some backlash upon me, and I may need to enter a state of slumber for a time. During this period, you must strive to grow stronger. Do not become entangled with Jiang Qin again without absolute certainty. In the next moment, the celestial beast glowed with golden light. Jiang Qin, observing this, smirked. He had been waiting for this moment. the celestial beast unleashed a beam of golden light aimed directly at Jiang Chen. Just as the golden light was about to strike him, a mysterious egg suddenly appeared before Jiang Chen, intercepting the attack. The celestial beast gasped in shock. This was an attack of fate, targeting the very essence of causality. Why was it obstructed? Suddenly, it recalled the missing fate beast spirit egg, if that were the case. The celestial beast's eyes widened as it watched the egg rapidly absorb the energy of the attack until the golden light dissipated entirely. Its desperate strike had not only failed to make Jiang Chen forget Chen Fan, but had inadvertently awakened a presence that could threaten its own existence. Chapter 85. Chen Fan is completely dead as Jiang Chen gazed at the egg regaining vitality before him. He smiled with satisfaction, swiftly dripping a drop of blood onto it. Once the blood was fully absorbed, the beast spirit within transformed into a stream of light and flew into Jiang Chen's body. He sensed it carefully. The new beast spirit was named Hong Yuan Disho, an SSS grade fate type. Fate type? Merely the name sounded extraordinary. Was this the reason you could never be killed? Jiang Chen looked down upon the bloody Chen Fan. The celestial beast, witnessing Jiang Chen contract another fate type beast spirit, stood in shock, its arms drooping limply. It was over. Everything was lost. With Jiang Chen now possessing a fate beast spirit, its abilities would be nearly ineffective against him from this point forward. At that moment, having exhausted its power, the celestial beast was on the verge of slumber. It turned back for one last look at Chen Fan. This time, it truly could not save him. What are you doing? He hasn't been hit yet. Hurry and come out. The celestial beast transformed into a stream of light, returning to Chen Fan's body. As it watched Jiang Chen slowly approach, Chen Fan shouted in vain. But the celestial beast remained unresponsive. Jiang Chen raised his hand, and several vines erupted from the ground, piercing through Chen Fan's limbs, binding him firmly in place. Ah! The intense pain elicited a scream from Chen Fan. Jiang Chen, do you only know how to take advantage of others' misfortune? If you have the capability, release me. Let me recover to my peak before we battle once more. Observing Chen Fan groveling on the ground, Jiang Chen rolled his eyes in disdain. Do you think everyone around you is foolish? Humph, I see you are just afraid. Before Chen Fan could finish his retort, a thick vine thrust itself into his mouth. With every sound he made, the vine burrowed deeper, inducing relentless retching. You would do well to die quietly. With that, Jiang Chen conjured a crystalline sword in his hand, then stomped the ground, launching Chen Fan into the air without hesitation. Swinging down towards him, swish! The sharp blade sliced through Chen Fan's neck, and his head rolled away, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Gazing at Chen Fan's motionless body, Jiang Chen pondered briefly before activating the power of time. Reversing the flow of the blood that had splattered, restoring it to the veins. Chen Fan's severed head was seamlessly reattached. What is happening? Wasn't I just dead? As Chen Fan regained his senses, a sense of bewilderment enveloped him. Ah, this is how it should be. Jiang Chen felt that simply killing him once was rather precarious. Hence he decided to carry out the act again. Swish, 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 he brandished his crystalline sword once more, disregarding the wide-eyed stare of Chen Fan, and struck at his body again. With each swing of Jiang Chen's sword, flesh and blood would detach from Chen Fan's form. First, it was his limbs, then his chest, and finally his head. Ultimately, Chen Fan was reduced to nothing but a skeleton. Yet, it was still insufficient. Jiang Chen crushed the bones into powder, using the wind to scatter it across the ground. He spared not a single piece of flesh on the ground, incinerating it to ashes with beams of light, rendering Chen Fan more obliterated than mere disintegration. During this ordeal, Chen Fan's beast spirit attempted to escape but was swiftly ensnared by Jiang Chen's vines, leaving no possibility for flight. Once Jiang Chen finished dealing with Chen Fan's remains, it would naturally be the turn of the beast spirits. Jiang Chen glanced at the slumbering Tianyun spirit beast beside him, pondering if Chen Fan could possibly come back to life now. He then summoned the Hongyuan spirit beast from within himself. This small creature was also cloaked in velvety black fur, adorned with crescent-shaped patterns of white and yellow. And most notably, it bore a pair of wings upon its back. My head still feels a bit dizzy. Upon seeing the sleeping Tianyun spirit beast, the previously dazed Hongyuan spirit beast instantly became more alert. Ah, it's you. You attacked me while I was still in my egg. The Hongyuan spirit beast seethed. It seems it was asleep and couldn't hear your insults. Huh? The Hongyuan spirit beast turned its head to gaze at Jiang Chen, immediately recognizing him as its contract spirit due to their bond. Oh, master. The Hongyuan spirit beast affectionately addressed him. So, can you devour this fellow now? Jiang Chen inquired. The Hongyuan spirit beast looked at the Tianyun spirit beast and shook its head. The gap in their ranks is too vast. It likely cannot be consumed. Just right. My Jiuxiao Thunder Eagle hasn't been nurtured yet, so this opportunity is perfect for simultaneous feeding. However, before that, Jiang Chen allowed Yu Hui and Ling Tian to devour Chun Fan's wood and ice element beast spirits respectively. After devouring the SS grade ice element beast spirit, Ling Tian successfully advanced to the 7th rank, while Yu Hui still needed a bit more. Jiang Chen decided to have Yu Hui consume another wind element beast spirit. Originally, this wind element beast spirit would have been more suitable for Huan'ai to devour, but since its severed limbs had not yet healed, it was best to refrain from promoting it for now. Jiang Chen gently patted Huanya's head, his tone soft. Be good. I will promote you once your injuries are healed. After completing all these tasks, Jiang Chen waved his hand, and the two figures instantly vanished. Leaving Ming Kong to guard the still-sleeping Tianyun spirit beast. To alleviate Ming Kong's boredom, Jiang Chen also released Song Yuan. He and the Hongyuan spirit beast then found themselves in a dimly lit small room. Along with them was the Jiuxiao Thunder Eagle. This was a space Jiang Chen had created to store living beings, part of which he had transformed into his own room. In the future, when he needed rest, he wouldn't have to seek out empty rooms. He could simply enter this space. More crucially, he had control over the flow of time within this space, which could either match the external world or differ in speed. When he rested, naturally, he accelerated the internal time flow, allowing only a few minutes to pass in the outside world while he enjoyed a longer slumber. This space could also be utilized for rapidly nurturing the beast spirits that had yet to advance. A pile of crystal cores appeared beside Jiang Chen, inviting the Hongyuan spirit beast and Jiuxiao Thunder Eagle to partake, during which he named the Hongyuan spirit beast Chenyu and the Jiuxiao Thunder Eagle Lei Xiao. Soon, 3 days passed within the space, and Jiang Chen returned to the outside world with the Jiuxiao Thunder Eagle and Hongyuan spirit beast, observing Ming Kong and Song Yuan engaged in conversation. Jiang Chen glanced at the timer he had left outside, noting that only about half an hour had elapsed. All right, devour it. Jiang Chen commanded the Hongyuan spirit beast. The Tianyun spirit beast was also of the 6th rank and quite rare as a fate element beast, making it more effective for the Hongyuan spirit beast, which shared the same element, to consume it. Responding to Jiang Chen's cue, Chenyu wasted no time. A fierce beast with wings manifested behind Jiang Chen, opening its massive jaws to gulp down the still slumbering Tianyun spirit beast whole. With the demise of the Tianyun spirit beast, Chun Fan was rendered incapable of resurrection. Chapter 86. The Origin of Zombies. Having completed all these tasks, Jiang Chen nonchalantly reduced the Demon City base to ruins, ensuring the extinction of its prominent families. With the persistent Thorn Chan Fan finally eliminated, Jiang Chen felt elated and readily agreed to the pleas of Ming Kong and the other beast spirits to indulge in some merriment. Since there was nothing else to do, allowing them some amusement was no trouble at all. Fate element. How should this ability be utilized? Jiang Chen inquired of the Hongyuan spirit beast resting in his embrace. Our fate element beast spirits are somewhat unique. Even without entering combat, we can wield a portion of our powers. For instance, we can predict and explore a person's past, regardless of who it is. As long as I cast a glance their way, I can discern all their good and bad deeds, even the times they've wet their bed, with utmost clarity. Chenyu, relaxed and sprawled in Jiang Chen's arms, proclaimed with pride that, of course, master, you can also trace the causal threads to uncover all information related to anyone connected to you. From your implacable enemies to mere detractors, in the face of causality, none can escape. As long as your methods are swift, a person who spoke ill of you one moment can find themselves dead the next. So, according to you, that Tianyun spirit beast must have always known that all my beast spirits are of the SSS rank, including those of time and space? Naturally. But judging from Chun Fan's demeanor, it seems he was unaware of this fact. Perhaps he didn't want him to know and risk shattering his will, for after all, master, not only are your beast spirits formidable, but your talents are also exceptional. Ordinary individuals can only contract a few beast spirits, yet you have over a dozen, and you haven't even reached your limit. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment upon hearing this. Ming Xiao had previously mentioned the matter of talent, suggesting that the strength of one's talent correlates with the number of contracted beast spirits. Given that he had contracted so many, it indeed placed a slight burden on his mind. Merely a slight burden, one so negligible it could be dismissed. Are there other races in the universe capable of contracting beast spirits besides us? Jiang Chen asked. Certainly, there are many. However, that's a matter for the future, one you cannot yet grasp. Hearing that there were indeed other races capable of contracting beast spirits piqued Jiang Chen's curiosity, leaving him to wonder about the strength of those races. By the way, do other races possess so many SSS rank beast spirits? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen voiced his inquiry. After all, he alone had acquired over a dozen SSS rank beast spirits. If other races were similarly endowed, wouldn't he find himself in grave danger if they decided to besiege him? Ah, Master, you are overthinking it. Other races aren't as abnormal as Blue Star. There, finding a single SSS rank beast spirit in 1,000 years would be considered fortunate. Each appearance of an SSS rank beast spirit inevitably incites fierce competition. It is utterly impossible for a single individual to possess a dozen SSS rank beast spirits as you do now. Fate element beast spirits are particularly rare. If SSS rank beast spirits are 1 in 100 billion, then SSS rank fate element beasts are 1 in 100 billion among the SSS rank beasts. Then why does Blue Star have so many SSS rank beast spirits? Even 2 SSS rank fate element beasts have emerged. I am uncertain about that as well. It seems this planet is entangled with some grand causality. My current rank is too low to pierce through its depths. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, dismissing the matter. After all, it was beyond his control for the time being. There was no need to dwell on it. He should focus on his immediate tasks. Oh, by the way, do you have a way to help me acquire a life element beast spirit? Jiang Chen suddenly asked Qinyu. This should be possible. I can give it a try. Meanwhile, on Ming Kong's side, they had produced an array of bread, jams, canned goods, snacks, and mutated fruits, resembling a festive gathering. Jiang Chen was indifferent, as he lacked a need for such items. He simply wished for their enjoyment. Do you know what crops can prevent strong winds? Lei Xiao inquired, and the once lively atmosphere among the beast spirits fell into silence, as they sensed an ominous premonition. It's wheat, because of the microphone. The scene descended into silence. Achoo! 3.14 seconds later, Yu Hui sneezed. Why does it feel a bit cold? Cold. But I haven't turned on the air conditioning, Ling Tian asked with concern from the side. Perhaps due to its ice element nature. It was unaffected by the chill, thus indifferent to Lei Xiao's cold joke. Observing the reactions of Ming Kong and the other beast spirits, the Jiuxiao Thunder Eagle couldn't help but ponder. Was its joke not funny enough? Did its companions not appreciate cold humor? Lei Xiao contemplated, deciding that since everyone didn't seem to enjoy cold jokes, it would switch to another form of entertainment. What should it be? Got it. How about we play cards? Ming Kong and the beast spirits were momentarily taken aback, before nodding in unison. After all, this was certainly more enjoyable than listening to cold jokes. Let me search. Ming Kong began to rummage through the space. In no time, Ming Kong, Lei Xiao, Ming Li, and Song Yuan gathered together to play cards. The other beast spirits, however, showed little interest in the game, continuing their own activities in solitude. Outside, in the Kyoto base. What? The Magic City base has been destroyed? Both the head of the Shangguan family and Old Wu stood in shock upon hearing the news. The memory of Jiang Chen contacting them the day prior suddenly made sense. In the laboratory. Dr. Chen was immersed in his research, surrounded by the corpses of zombies. He harbored numerous questions regarding this apocalyptic scenario. For instance, what exactly was that green light from earlier, and why wouldn't ordinary zombies attack beast spirits? Just moments ago, he had made a significant discovery. Within the bodies of the zombies, he had detected 2 distinct energies originating from beast spirits. Point 1 was the death energy they had documented, while the other remained a mystery, likely representing an undiscovered attribute. These energies were immensely powerful. Even his instruments designed to measure the levels of contract spirit users could not ascertain their rank. When these 2 energies fused within a human body, they would inflict considerable suffering. Those who could endure would remain human, while those who could not would transform into zombies. At that moment, Dr. Chen experienced an epiphany. If both energies came from beast spirits, then these zombies were, in fact, creations of the beast spirits. How could such creations possibly attack their creators? As for the subsequent emergence of the Corpse Kings, They were the result of these creations gaining sentience and autonomously launching attacks against the beast spirits. This could be likened to a summoner's summoned creature developing self-awareness and turning against its master. Dr. Chun speculated that the awakening of intelligence in these zombies was likely the work of the unknown energy. Chapter 87. Unable to comprehend what, then, was this energy? Why did the two energies intertwine? Who had caused the green light that night? As he delved deeper into thought, he found that opening one tightly shut door led to even more constrictive barriers. Yet, this also indicated that under normal circumstances, the arrival of beast spirits would not trigger any cataclysmic events. Dr. Chun felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that there were beings in the universe capable of contracting beast spirits who had set their sights on their blue star? Days later, Jiang Chen soared through the sky, pursued by a throng of zombies below. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of acid-spitting zombies were hurled into the air, detonating upon impact. Yet, none of this posed a threat to Jiang Chen. This horde was led by a single corpse king, who was currently directing their assault. Ascending to a higher altitude, Jiang Chen gathered lightning in his hands, gradually forming it into the shape of a bow. He then drew back the bowstring, culminating in the creation of a purple lightning arrow. Once he had fully charged it, he released it with great force. Boom. The moment the lightning arrow struck the ground, it triggered a horrific explosion, sending a mushroom cloud spiraling upwards and obliterating everything in its vicinity. When the dreadful force dissipated, the ground below lay in ruins. With a casual wave of his hand, Jiang Chun summoned the crystal cores buried beneath the debris, collecting them into his space. This marked the fourth corpse king Jiang Chun had dispatched in recent days. With so few high-ranking contract spirit users remaining in Dragon Country, these crystal cores were of some utility to him. He pondered whether it was time to venture abroad. At that moment, he found himself in a city near the inland border, and from his map, he realized he was relatively close to Meteorite. Meteorite, Jiang Chun mused. The mere mention of Meteorite Bay sent shivers down his spine. If he were to be tricked into that place, even divine intervention would be futile. After all, he had once been deceived himself. He had accepted a position at a seemingly reputable company, only to find himself whisked away under the pretense of a team-building trip abroad. This team-building was mandatory for all employees. The moment he learned of the trip, he sensed something amiss. When he discovered that the destination was Meteorite, his anxiety escalated. Just as he attempted to leave, he was intercepted by his boss and two burly men wielding spiked clubs. Fortunately, he had brought along some pepper spray, and seizing the moment when they were distracted, he sprayed it into their eyes, allowing him and his colleagues to escape and report the incident to the authorities. After experiencing that ordeal, Jiang Chen's disdain for Meteorite Bay grew into a deep-seated hatred. He longed to charge in with a machine gun and unleash his wrath upon them. As these thoughts crossed his mind, his expression turned cold. Though he had heard that the perpetrators had since turned to deceiving people from the neighboring country, it was undeniable that they had slaughtered countless citizens of Dragon Country. He wondered if the thugs from Meteorite Bay had met their end yet. A dangerous smile crept onto Jiang Chen's lips. Were it not for his vigilance, he too could have been forcibly taken to that loathed place. With this in mind, a glint of cold light flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes as he sped toward the border of Dragon Country. Inside the space, bang, Ming Kong lay sprawled on the floor, his face etched with exhaustion. Beside him, Ming Li and Song Yuan were in a similar state. They had played countless rounds against Lei Xiao, and aside from one instance where Lei Xiao had an unusually bad streak, they had lost every other game. After enduring so many defeats, even they could not take it anymore, collapsing helplessly onto the ground. I don't want to play anymore, Ming Kong lamented, his voice tinged with a hint of tears. But you just hatched. How can you be so skilled at cards? Song Yuan chimed in. So, shall we play another round? Lei Xiao inquired calmly. In response, Ming Kong, Ming Li, and Song Yuan shook their heads vigorously, resigning themselves to never wanting to play cards with Lei Xiao again. Nearby, Yu Hui and Huan Yi had unearthed an old computer, which Jiang Chun had stumbled upon in a restaurant. He had not anticipated finding such a device. In any case, the space was boundless, so he simply stored it away. Now, it had become a source of entertainment for the beast spirits. They discovered that by randomly pressing buttons, the computer would emit a variety of music. And they played with great delight. As they continued to press buttons, the computer began to play a familiar tune. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. Suddenly, Hui reached out to stop the music. Ahem, perhaps we should refrain from listening to this song in the outside world. After several days of travel, Jiang Chun finally reached the border of Dragon Country. Observing the boundary line beneath him, he realized that just beyond lay Miandian. However, given the current apocalypse, no one seemed to care about national borders anymore. In a certain electric fraud park in Mian Bay, a middle-aged man with a scarred face stood in his office, gazing out the window at the busy Dragon Country and neighboring country citizens below. These individuals had been lured here through deceit. He had initially planned to harvest their organs for profit, but the sudden apocalypse had thwarted those plans. Despite the large population in the area, most were merely deceived livestock, and these unfortunate souls had been kept under control at night. Thus, with the arrival of the apocalypse, the zombies in these parks were not particularly dangerous. Armed with guns, they eliminated all the zombies in the park, allowing them to live as local tyrants, with the surviving citizens of Dragon Country and the neighboring country reduced to mere slaves. Not far from the park, in a nearby town, a group of people found themselves cornered on the roof of a house by zombies. They had initially intended to scavenge for useful supplies, but had encountered a horde of zombies instead. Just then, they noticed a figure appearing on a distant mountain. Although they found it strange that anyone would be present at the border, they waved their arms and shouted for help. While Jiang Chen on the mountain could not comprehend their words, he understood their intent and promptly leaped down. With a thud, he landed, and the zombies that had been surrounding the group were instantly drawn to the sound, turning to attack him. However, Jiang Chen simply waved his hand, unleashing a bolt of lightning that arced through the advancing zombies, turning them to charred remains in an instant. The people on the roof exchanged glances, clearly recognizing that this individual was also a beast spirit user. And he appeared to possess considerable strength. After swiftly dispatching the zombies, Jiang Chen approached the group. The leader immediately rushed forward, expressing gratitude. However, Jiang Chen could not understand their language and simply replied in dragon language. I cannot comprehend your speech. Chapter 88. The Three Great Kings Dragon Language. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's response, the group was taken aback. They were from the park and had witnessed the abuse of Dragon Country citizens, so they had picked up a few words of dragon language. Just as the leader was about to express thanks in broken dragon language, Jiang Chen suddenly seized him by the throat, lifting him high into the air. With a swift motion, a sickening crack echoed as the man's neck was broken. Jiang Chen, having glimpsed their past through the threads of fate, recognized them as individuals from a nearby electric fraud park. Since they hailed from such a wretched place, they were deserving of their fate. Moreover, Jiang Chen had already pinpointed the exact location of that park through their memories. These individuals had outlived their usefulness. Disposing of the leader's lifeless body as one might discard refuse, he turned to the remaining terrified individuals and lightly snapped his fingers. They suddenly felt an icy chill enveloping their bodies. Puff! Suddenly, from the bodies of several individuals, countless slender, blood-red ice spikes erupted, piercing through flesh and organs, slowly spreading from their limbs toward their hearts. These were ordinary people, now rendered utterly silent by their agony. In no time, Jiang Chen sent these unfortunate souls to meet the King of Hell. He then turned and flew towards the compound to which these individuals belonged. Within the compound, a dozen armed contract spirit practitioners were overseeing the labor of the citizens of Longhua. Their territory required expansion, and these deceived individuals were perfectly suited for their purposes. Hurry up, move faster. If you can't manage such a trivial task, you might as well skip dinner tonight. One of the practitioners bellowed at a young man from Longhua. Yet, this young man, with his dark skin and hunched back, lacked any youthful vigor. Upon hearing that he might forfeit his only meal of the night, despair washed over him, causing his movements to slow further. Suddenly, he felt a harsh kick to his back. You bastard. I told you to move faster. Do you want to die? The dark muzzle of a gun was aimed at the fallen young man. While the guards continued to hurl insults from behind. Why yes, I'm sorry. I'll speed up. The young man scrambled to his feet, apologizing as he summoned the scant strength left in his body to frantically move the bricks. The others dared only to lower their heads, pretending not to witness the scene. Noticing the young man's pace quicken, the guard let out a derisive snort before returning to his companions. Is this what Longhua people are like? They are better suited to be our slaves. Indeed, they claim Longhua is powerful, yet they can't even rescue their own citizens. They are nothing but a joke. I've heard many over in Longhua cursing us. It truly amuses me to see those useless fools powerless against us. Laughter erupted among them. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. What is so amusing? I would like to hear it as well. The guards froze, quickly turning around to find a well-dressed young man from Longwa. Who are you? Where did you come from? Stay right there. Several dark gun muzzles swiftly aimed at Jiang Chen. They hoped to intimidate him. For even those bound to contract spirits could be killed by bullets in their minds. Only the three kings were truly bulletproof. Yet, faced with so many gun barrels, Jiang Chen remained unfazed in a blink. He stepped forward, raising a gun to his own temple, and pulled the trigger. A click resounded. Yet no bullet emerged. The guards immediately recoiled in terror. The bullets were now in the hands of the powerful. And after so long, theirs were long spent, leaving only enough to frighten others. Realizing their ruse had been uncovered, the guards discarded their firearms and began to channel their abilities. Jiang Chen cast a casual glance. Noting that all were F and E rank spirits, with the strongest at D rank, and all possessing merely second-tier capabilities. Such weaklings were hardly worth his attention. A mere snap of his fingers would send them to their demise. He deemed their spirits unworthy of his effort, opting instead to leave them for the citizens of Longwa in the compound. He then vanished, reappearing in the office of the compound's manager. The manager, still bewildered by the unfolding chaos, was grabbed by Jiang Chen and slammed against the wall, creating a dent. Had he not possessed the physique of a third-tier contract spirit practitioner, that blow might have been fatal. To Jiang Chen's surprise, the manager was a citizen of Longwa. Bro, let's talk this over. We have no grievances. Bang! Jiang Chen, uninterested in explanations, drove his fist deep into the manager's skull, embedding it into the floor. What grievances? He had nearly been captured by these very people before. Through this manager, Jiang Chen gleaned a vague understanding of the current situation in Mianbei. The national government of Mianbei had dissolved, and power now lay with the three kings. These three kings were the mightiest figures in all of Mianbei, having risen through the ranks of the electric fraud compounds, amassing wealth by exploiting and trafficking the organs of Longwa citizens. They had secured their foothold in the apocalypse by purchasing a vast arsenal of firearms and ammunition. Of course, the compound still harbored some survivors, but their treatment was far superior to that of the deceived Longwa citizens. Extracting some useful information, Jiang Chen discovered that Mianbei was truly impoverished. No contract practitioner exceeded the third tier, and even the strongest of the three kings possessed only two fifth-tier spirits, far inferior to the SSS tier practitioners of Longwa. This paltry strength was insufficient even for one of his spirits to ascend to the seventh tier. After some contemplation, he decided that since he was already present, even the smallest mosquito was still meat. Thus, through his connection with the manager, he pinpointed the locations of the other electric fraud compounds. Without hesitation, he transformed into a streak of light, heading towards another nearby compound. This compound was akin to the previous one, with several contract practitioners overseeing a group of deceived Longwa citizens. A beam of light obliterated the building housing the manager, effortlessly dispatching a few guards in the yard. After systematically destroying 5 branches, Jiang Chen noted that night was falling, planning to confront the three kings the following day. Meanwhile, the three kings convened in a conference room. Among them was a scar-faced man named Bowden, alongside his companions Sangbo and Danwei. Each had received reports that some of their compound branches had been annihilated. What do you make of the person responsible for the destruction of our branches? Did they discover that the guards had no bullets, prompting the Longwa cattle to revolt? It seems that time has dulled their memory of our might. Another chimed in. Even if they were to revolt, it is impossible for 5 branches to rise simultaneously. My branch had dozens stationed, and yet those wretches still could not stir a ripple before being extinguished. I suspect someone has targeted our branches. Oh? So, a new power has emerged akin to ours? Bowden sneered. Do they truly think that possessing strength will render them immune to us three kings? Regardless, anyone who takes the life of my men will pay with their own. Chapter 89. Fear before the fight having lingered in the shadows until dawn. Jiang Chen prepared to set out once more. After eliminating the guards in this compound, he entrusted their spirits to the Longwa citizens, instructing them to gather their belongings and head towards Longwa. Once again, he vanished from his position. Within half a minute of soaring through the air, he spotted the survivor gathering place. Jiang Chen murmured, sensing the presence of 3 fifth-tier contract practitioners below, in the compound below. The three kings of Mianbei had conferred throughout the night, deciding to join forces to eliminate the individual responsible for the destruction of their branches. As for that person's spirits, they would seize them according to their power once he was defeated. Suddenly, gunfire and shouts erupted outside, prompting the three kings to rush towards the door. They witnessed a young man advancing toward the guards, disregarding the hail of bullets aimed at him, and with a swift motion, he reduced one guard to a puddle of blood with a single slap. Bowden and the others exchanged glances, their minds racing with realization. They hadn't even sought him out, and he had come to them. The three leapt into action, positioning themselves in front of Jiang Chun and questioning him in Mianbei dialect. "Who are you, and why have you attacked our branches? We are the three kings of Mianbei. It would be wise for you to surrender." Naturally, Jiang Chun could not comprehend their language. He merely approached them with a frigid gaze, while nearby, a minion brandishing a large blade attempted a sneak attack. Without even glancing, Jiang Chun reached out, seizing the blade's edge, his focus unwavering on the so-called three kings. Clang! A metallic clash echoed as Jiang Chun firmly gripped the descending weapon, the sharp blade failing to leave even a trace upon his palm. Then, with a slight exertion, he effortlessly snapped the blade. The minion, drenched in cold sweat, felt a chilling dread despite Jiang Chun's lack of direct attention. In the next moment, the three kings watched in horror as the minion was crushed into a flat mass by an unseen force. Bowden and his companions were left in shock. Despite being the three kings of Mianbei, they could not fathom how one could kill without even a glance. Such a terrifying ability was beyond their comprehension. Danwei, refusing to accept defeat, hurled an ice blade at Jiang Chun. However, before it even reached him, the blade hovered midair, gradually melting into a sphere of ice. With a snap of his fingers, Jiang Chun sent the ice sphere hurtling towards Danwei, slamming him violently into a thick concrete wall. Had he exerted a bit more force, he could have smeared Danwei across the wall. Yet, Jiang Chun had no intention of granting them such an easy end. Seeing their companion's plight, the remaining two kings had utterly lost their will to fight. Before their own attacks could even reach the opponent, they were met with a swift counterattack. How could they possibly continue to fight? As Jiang Chun approached with a calm smile, both Borden and Danwei felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. The terrifying pressure emanating from him made it seem as if the figure before them was not Jiang Chun, but a ferocious beast from the primordial wilderness, eyeing them with predatory intent. The mere hint of his overwhelming aura extinguished any flicker of resistance within them, compelling them to kneel in submission. It dawned on them that the person before them was far beyond their capabilities. Simultaneously, a question began to stir in their minds. What spirit beasts and what level of contract spiritists existed on their side? As the three strongest individuals in the nation, they should have been aware of such matters. Why, then, had a being far more powerful than themselves suddenly appeared, unless Sangbo contemplated a possibility. What if this person was not one of their own? Judging by his appearance and attire, he resembled someone from the Dragon Kingdom. At that moment, as if sensing someone had deduced his identity, Jiang Chun turned slightly to gaze at Sangbo. "Brother, let's discuss this calmly. Previously, we failed to recognize your greatness. If you could spare our lives, we would become your most loyal servants." This time, Sangbo spoke in the dragon language. Upon hearing Sangbo utter the dragon tongue, Borden and Danwei immediately realized that the young man before them was indeed from the Dragon Kingdom, and they hastily begged for mercy in the same tongue. "Yes, please, noble sir, do not hold our past transgressions against us. We haven't committed any grievous acts against you. If you spare us this time, the territory of our country will henceforth belong to you and your Dragon Kingdom." "Oh?" Jiang Chun smirked coldly at the three kings who were begging for mercy. He turned to survey his surroundings. And what transgressions have we Dragon Kingdom folk committed? With this question, the hearts of the three men sank. Their current wealth had been amassed through the exploitation of the dragon people. Those deceived dragon individuals either toiled day and night as their laborers, became mere breeding machines, or had all their useful organs harvested. Regardless of how they were utilized, they yielded substantial profits. In their eyes, the dragon people were no different from livestock. What could the dragon military do about it? They were not within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, after all. Would they dare send troops to capture them in Mianbei? That would jeopardize the friendly relations between the two nations. They firmly believed that if the Dragon Kingdom dared to act, someone would inevitably seize upon it as a pretext to create a scandal. The Westerners had been watching the Dragon Kingdom closely, just waiting for an opportunity to strike. Thus, their hands were stained with the blood of countless dragon individuals. Had they ever spared anyone when begging for their lives? Certainly not, for in their eyes, the dragon people were mere livestock. Had it not been for the sudden arrival of the apocalypse, they would still be the carefree, hedonistic managers of their domain, living lavishly off the backs of the dragon people. If this man intended to seek justice for those who had perished at their hands, they were undoubtedly doomed. You spared them when they begged for mercy, did you not? Surely not, for we dragon people are, to you, nothing more than livestock. Had I not prepared in advance, I would have long since become a tragic soul beneath your control. Listening to Jiang Qin's increasingly frigid words, Borden realized that seeking justice for the dragon people was merely a small part of his objective. Avenging himself was his primary goal. Therefore, since they had never shown mercy to others, they could not expect any in return. However, I shall not grant you a swift demise so easily, as he spoke. Dozens of vines erupted around them, binding Borden and his companions in place. Their limbs spread wide in a star formation. A crystal dagger appeared in Jiang Qin's hand, and as they beheld the shimmering blade, all three could not help but swallow nervously. Jiang Qin first approached Borden, drawing the dagger and slowly slicing along his arm. In an instant, a small piece of flesh fell away, blood spilling forth in a crimson cascade. "Oh, you can endure? Impressive," Jiang Qin remarked casually. Borden was immediately drenched in cold sweat. How could he not discern Jiang Qin's intent? From his actions, it was clear he intended to flay him alive. This pain might be bearable for a moment, but eventually he would succumb. Jiang Qin continued to carve into Borden, and as the flesh fell away piece by piece, Borden gritted his teeth, desperately holding on, beads of sweat mingling with his blood. To amplify Borden's agony, Jiang Qin deliberately slowed his cutting and twisted the blade, creating jagged, uneven cuts. As Borden's flesh continued to be severed, he could no longer endure, trembling and crying out in anguish, "Kill me, please, just kill me." Borden writhed in an attempt to alleviate his suffering, yet his limbs were firmly restrained. For a fifth-tier contract spiritist like him, breaking free was a fanciful dream. As Borden's cries echoed, Danwei and Sangbo, terrified, realized that Borden's demise would soon mean their own. They too began to plead for mercy. "We were wrong. Please, grant us a swift end. We are willing to serve your dragon people forever, to descend into the depths of hell and never be reborn. Please, silence." Jiang Qin casually tore strips of cloth from a nearby corpse and stuffed them into Sangbo and Danwei's mouths, leaving them only able to emit muffled whimpers of terror. After delivering over 3,000 cuts, Borden finally succumbed, his head drooping in silence. Two spirit beasts emerged from within him, swallowed by a phantom that had suddenly appeared behind Jiang Qin. Next, he turned to Sangbo. The two had long since been paralyzed with fear. As soon as Jiang Qin made the first cut, they had screamed. The louder and more pitiful their cries became, the more satisfaction Jiang Qin derived from their suffering. Their hands were stained with the lives of countless dragon people, and he felt no moral burden in tormenting them. Sangbo, lacking Borden's fortitude, succumbed after only 2,000 cuts, his head bowing in death. During this time, there were those who attempted to escape while Jiang Qin was occupied with torturing their leader. But his mental energy had already enveloped the entire domain. He was aware of every movement within it. Jiang Qin had not forgotten that they were also accomplices, many of whom were dragon individuals who had mingled with the three kings. While the people of Mianbei were indeed despicable, those who betrayed their own were even more so. Anyone who dared to step outside the confines of the domain would be crushed without hesitation. Afterward, Jiang Qin approached Danwei, only to find him limp, eyes rolled back, body rigid, clearly devoid of breath. In a desperate attempt to escape the same fate as the previous two, he had swallowed the cloth in his mouth, choking himself to death. However, "Did I permit you to die?" Snap. Jiang Qin snapped his fingers, and time around Danwei began to reverse. His previously still chest resumed its rise and fall. Danwei lifted his head to see Jiang Qin's terrifying smile. "It's your turn. No. No." After delivering over 3,000 cuts to Danwei, Jiang Qin finally ceased his torment once he was certain of the man's demise. He then ensured that the remnants of the domain were eradicated and released the dragon individuals who had been imprisoned there. while leaving the individuals from the Korean nation to their fate. Having completed these tasks, Jiang Chen intended to return. The zombies and contract spiritists here were relatively weak, and with many resources available. As long as they wished, returning to the Dragon Kingdom would pose no issue. Other domains would only provide some emotional satisfaction at most, through the spatial nodes he had previously established in the Dragon Kingdom. Jiang Chen reappeared in the city that he had recently created a massive crater in with a single arrow. Initially, Jiang Chen had planned to venture overseas to the island nations for a spree of slaughter. But upon reflecting on Mion's poverty, he reconsidered. After all, Mion's territory was larger than that of the island nations, and if Mion was so impoverished, how much worse would the island nations be? Instead of wasting time, it would be wiser to remain in the Dragon Kingdom, patiently awaiting the next arrival of spirit beast eggs. Just then, a message from Chen Yu entered Jiang Chen's mind, indicating that new spirit beast eggs would arrive in 2 weeks. Overjoyed, Jiang Chen promptly inquired, "Will there be SSS grade life-type spirit beasts?" "Yes, Master, but the landing site is not here, that's manageable." Hearing that the next batch of spirit beast eggs would contain SSS grade life-type spirit beasts, Jiang Chen was elated. The presence of life-type spirit beasts signified hope for the restoration of Huan Ye's severed limbs. The previous Lu Zhaoti's longevity flower spirit had shown some healing effects. Albeit minimal, he could hardly believe that the SSS grade life-type spirit beasts would be incapable of healing Huan Ye's injuries. For Jiang Chen, it was sufficient to know they would be present. Merely locating the landing site of the spirit beast eggs was a trivial matter. He could hardly expect all the SSS grade spirit beast eggs to conveniently land at his doorstep. Could he? In the cosmos, in a distant star system from Blue Star, there existed a planet shrouded in an aura of death. On this planet, a peculiar creature sat in meditation atop a high platform within a palace. It possessed skin as dark as night, with only 3 slender fingers adorning each palm and a slight strip-like excess flesh beneath its chin. That moment, the grand doors of the palace creaked open, and a figure entered, kneeling before the meditative being, uttering indistinct gurgles. "Chieftain, did you summon me? Where is Stir?" He mentioned discovering a batch of high-quality beast spirits and intended to bring them all back. However, since then, we have received no word from him. A displeased rumble emanated from the figure atop the platform. "There are more pressing matters for him to attend to. Go and retrieve him, as you command." Once their exchange concluded, the creature respectfully exited the palace, shortly thereafter soaring away from the planet shrouded in deathly miasma, heading into the vastness of space. Chapter 91. The lethal 7-headed shark within a city. A firearm plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily upon the forehead of a colossal zombie. Yet, the weapons might merely succeeded in creating a slight indentation upon its skull. "Roar!" The giant zombie bellowed in fury, breaking free from the surrounding vines and rampaged through the nearby structures. Countless fragments of debris rained down from above, prompting several contract spirit users beneath the edifice to hastily evacuate. Observing the chaos, the man who had cast the firearm summoned flames anew in his palms, channeling energy into his arms before launching several fireballs at the giant zombie's head. Boom, boom, boom. The fireballs erupted upon contact, causing the massive creature to shake its head and redirect its attention towards the persistent assailant in the sky. Grasping a chunk of wall from a nearby building, the zombie hurled it forcefully at the airborne figure. Aiming to bring him down, the man deftly evaded the incoming boulder, realizing their position was precarious. Their team had somewhat overestimated their strength. Although the giant zombie was unable to subdue them, they too could not vanquish the beast. Glancing behind him, he noted the unknown ocean beyond the city. A chill crept up his spine at the memory of the titanic monstrosities that had surfaced from the depths days prior. To return to the mainland of Longhua, they must first overcome this giant zombie. At that moment, a bolt of violet lightning descended from behind, striking the colossal zombie with tremendous force. The terrifying energy released from the lightning sent tremors through the air, causing the man to shudder involuntarily. The giant zombie disintegrated into ashes from that single blow, leaving only a crystal core among the scattered debris. Turning to see the source of the lightning, the man beheld an individual extending a finger forward, wisps of white smoke wafting from the tip, as if the thunderbolt had been conjured with a mere gesture. Upon recognizing the face of the newcomer, the man felt a surge of joy. It was none other than Jiang Chen, a familiar acquaintance. Jiang Chen had initially been passing through, but the sudden surge of spiritual energy had alerted him to the distant commotion. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Li Hao. Jiang Chen understood Li Hao's character well enough. Since he had nothing better to do, he thought it would be inconsequential to lend a hand. It had been a while since their last encounter, and he was astonished by Li Hao's evident strength. Minutes later, Li Hao hurriedly led his team out of the coastal city, explaining that numerous mutated creatures had begun emerging from the sea. Just days prior, the city's sole survivor's refuge had been besieged by a horde of sea beasts, resulting in near-total annihilation, with only a handful escaping in the days that followed. A giant zombie had taken residence on the escape route. Devouring many who attempted to bypass TO progress, they needed to eliminate the zombie first, hence the scene Jiang Chen had witnessed, wherein they besieged the colossal creature. Intrigued by Li Hao's mention of the sea beasts, Jiang Chen gathered that these were aquatic creatures that had undergone mutations and begun encroaching upon land. After Li Hao's group departed, Jiang Chen made his way to the beach outside the city. Upon arrival, he discovered numerous tracks of enormous creatures moving along the shore. While some had been washed away by the waves, portions further inland remained intact. Just as he prepared to examine these markings more closely, he suddenly halted mid-air. His spiritual energy delved deep into the ground, uncovering the presence of several hidden sharks. With a flick of his hand, stones from afar flew towards him, and as he concentrated, they landed upon the sandy beach. Almost immediately, the sharks seemed to sense something, swiftly swimming toward the fallen stones. Moments later, 6 fearsome shark heads emerged from the sand, viciously biting down on the solid rocks. Upon realizing these were not edible, they promptly spat them out and retreated back into the depths. Jiang Chen observed this peculiar spectacle with a bemused expression. Sharks swimming in sand? However, this posed no challenge for him. With a gentle squeeze of his spiritual energy, he compressed the sharks hiding beneath the sand into a mass of flesh. Just as he landed, a mutated seagull swooped in from the ocean, its sharp gaze fixated upon Jiang Chen. Yet, before it could cross the shoreline, an oddly shaped fish leaped from the water, clamping its jaws onto the seagull's leg. The seagull screeched, soon being dragged beneath the waves by the massive creature. This bizarre fish had 7 heads. Before long, a colossal dorsal fin broke the surface of the sea, evidently aware of Jiang Chen's presence and making its way toward him. The ensuing scene left Jiang Chen wide-eyed in astonishment, as the distance to the shore diminished and the water grew shallower. He pondered how the creature would ascend the land. To his shock, he witnessed a shark ascend the shallow waters, using 4 limbs to crawl upon the beach like a spider. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that these limbs bore mouths, eyes, and nostrils. They were not limbs at all, but rather 4 shark heads. By the heavens! Jiang Chen exclaimed, momentarily stunned. He recalled a film from the pre-apocalyptic era that featured a shark with multiple heads capable of scuttling onto land like a spider to devour humans. To his disbelief, the scene from the movie was now unfolding before him in reality, albeit the film showcased a 6-headed shark, while the one before him boasted 7. At that moment, the 7-headed shark lunged toward Jiang Chen, its front 3 heads opening wide to rend him asunder. However, Jiang Chen would never allow such a grotesque creature to touch him. With hands aglow in white light, he summoned 4 shimmering blades of energy. Upon release, the blades swiftly fragmented into several smaller discs, effortlessly slicing through the necks of the 7-headed shark, severing its heads from its body in the blink of an eye. This encounter with mutated sea creatures had undoubtedly broadened Jiang Chen's horizons. Indeed, in a vast forest, one could encounter all manner of beings. However, he resolved to first ascertain the landing site of the SSS grade life-type beast spirit. Through Chunyu, Jiang Chen gleaned the approximate landing range of the SSS grade life-type beast spirit. Coincidentally located in a coastal city, he could investigate other sea beasts upon arriving at his destination. Chapter 92. The Soul Sound Clan in Chaoyang City, Jiang Chen ascended to the rooftop of a building. According to Chunyu's revelations, the life-type beast spirit had descended somewhere within Chaoyang City. As for the precise location, he would ascertain it in the coming days. A brief scan of the city revealed it to be as devoid of life as the previous city he had encountered Li Hao in, likely a result of the sea beast's onslaught. A week later, a batch of beast spirit eggs was en route to Blue Star. The radiant glow emitted by these eggs attracted the attention of an unknown race that had come searching for stir. Noah raised an eyebrow, surprised that in his quest for a single individual, he had stumbled upon a batch of beast spirit eggs. Upon further scrutiny, he was astonished to discover that the quality of these eggs was remarkably high, conservatively estimating that among them were 10S grade or higher beast spirits. Observing the direction in which the eggs were headed, which coincided with his own, Noah decided against hastily collecting them and instead flew alongside the batch toward Blue Star. Meanwhile, in Blue Star, Jiang Qin, in a meditative state, received a prompt from Chunyu, indicating that on the day the beast spirit eggs descended, an adversary would also arrive at Blue Star. Jiang Qin glimpsed the visage of the incoming foe in a prophetic vision, not particularly ugly, but certainly an odd sight. Furthermore, the opponent appeared quite astonished upon encountering Jiang Qin, as if possessing some prior knowledge. Jiang Qin inquired with Chunyu regarding when he could venture into the cosmos. Chunyu advised that, for safety's sake, it would be best to wait until he reached the 8th tier. Jiang Qin nodded in acknowledgement. When the night of the 5th day arrived, the beast spirit eggs descended as expected. One particular light green meteor landed directly before Jiang Qin. It was the life-type beast spirit he had longed for. Following closely behind this meteor was a shadow, the alien race that had pursued the life-type beast spirit. Presently, Noah was fixated solely on the light green beast spirit egg before him, sensing a powerful aura emanating from it, and concluding that the quality of this life-type beast spirit was undoubtedly exceptional. Although the life-type beast spirit cannot form a contract, the high quality of such a spirit would still yield a considerable profit if sold to a race capable of forming contracts. Thus, upon arriving at Blue Star, Noel's first priority was not to seek out any steer, but rather to take this beast spirit back with him. However, Jiang Qin below would not permit him to simply take this life-type beast spirit away. Setting aside the fact that Mingli had already sensed that the spirit before them was of the SSS level, even if it were not, Jiang Qin could never allow him to leave Blue Star alive. From the moment Jiang Qin laid eyes on Noel, his abilities had been thoroughly exposed by the fate-type Chinyu. The peculiar creature before him belonged to a race known as the Soul Sound clan, which exclusively contracts beast spirits of darkness, space, and death attributes. Thus, dealing with him would pose no challenge for Jiang Qin. As Noel prepared to intercept the life-type beast spirit egg, a blinding light suddenly flashed, and the egg before him vanished without a trace. Who is it? Noel expressed his displeasure. Based on the earlier situation, it was evident that the individual was a light attribute contract spirit user, perfectly capable of countering him. The mere thought of it further fueled his irritation, making him feel as if he were being humiliated. Turning around, he beheld a figure also floating in the air, who promptly dripped a drop of blood onto the beast spirit egg. Noel frowned, astonished to discover that this planet's race was indeed compatible with life attributes. However, all his displeasure dissipated upon recognizing Jiang Qin's visage, replaced by sheer astonishment. This appearance, you are of the human race, Noel exclaimed in surprise. The reputation of the human race is renowned throughout the cosmos. Any race capable of forming contracts with beast spirits has undoubtedly heard of their illustrious name. This notoriety stems from the fact that humans are the only race in the universe that can form contracts with beast spirits of all attributes. Within the cosmos, not all races can contract every beast spirit. Each race is limited to those that align with their inherent attributes. For instance, the Soul Sound clan can only contract beast spirits of darkness, space, and death, and nothing beyond these three attributes. Beast spirits of other attributes cannot be contracted due to a lack of compatibility with their constitution, and any forced contracts would result in mutual destruction. This is true not only for the Soul Sound clan, but also for races like the Flame Clear clan, Cold Feather clan, and Thousand Hands clan. For example, the Flame Clear clan can only contract beast spirits of fire, lightning, and light attributes, while they cannot contract those of water or ice. The Cold Feather clan is similarly constrained, limited to water, ice, and illusion attributes, unable to form contracts with fire or lightning. Some races are even worse off, being compatible with only a single attribute, meaning they can only possess one beast spirit. As a result, various races in the universe mutually fulfill their needs. Even if minor conflicts arise, they are generally overlooked, provided they do not escalate to the point of a genocidal war. Yet, within this balance exists one exception: the human race. The human race possesses the most unique constitution in the universe, enabling them to form contracts with beast spirits of all attributes. The diverse combinations of attributes yield an array of offensive techniques. Moreover, should their talents be sufficiently high, it is not impossible for them to contract every attribute of beast spirit. Alarmingly, there are multiple planets inhabited by humans, even if one planet's human civilization is eradicated. New human civilizations may emerge on entirely unrelated planets within a few years. To this day, various races in the universe occasionally discover entirely new human civilizations on unfamiliar planets. Clearly, the emergence of the human race has severely disrupted the balance among the races. To maintain this balance, the strongest races in the universe have united with nearly all other races to wage a genocidal war against the humans. Following the war, a rule was established. All races, regardless of their prior grievances, must set aside their animosities and join forces to eliminate any newly discovered human beings. In this moment, upon discovering a new human, Noel could not help but be alarmed. If the humans were allowed to grow, not only would they pose a threat to their race, but to all races in the universe. He absolutely could not allow the humans on this planet to reach a level where they could contend with them. Fortunately, the development of beast spirits during the early stages of a civilization is relatively slow, providing ample time to gather forces and eradicate the human presence on the planet. At this moment, he still had time. Ignoring any thoughts of finding Steer, Noel immediately turned and fled, determined to relay the existence of humans here. Notice of slower updates. The update frequency of this book will slow down, roughly 1 chapter per day, followed by the opening of a new book. Of course, this does not mean it will remain this way indefinitely. The frequency of updates will be adjusted as circumstances permit, and any missed updates will be compensated later. Readers wishing to support the book may begin to do so, while those wishing to abandon it are free to do so. Chapter 93, Breakthrough to 8th Rank. He must not escape. Otherwise, the entire planet will be doomed, Qinyu shouted in Jiang Chen's mind. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's figure instantaneously appeared before the fleeing Noel, delivering a powerful punch to his face. Noel was sent crashing to the ground by the force of the blow. Terrified, he raised his head to see Jiang Chen soaring towards him, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Indeed, the human race is terrifying. Suppressing him was undoubtedly the correct choice. If allowed to grow unchecked, it would not be long before they became a threat to the entire universe. In order to survive, he would have to unleash all his strength. In the next instant, a dark, ominous aura emanated from Noel as he concentrated all his power into his fist, meeting Jiang Chen's incoming punch head-on. Boom! A shockwave erupted, sending Noel reeling back several dozen meters. A look of agony etched across his face. His right arm, which had collided with Jiang Chen's fist, was shattered, clearly indicating that Jiang Chen had invoked a power-type attribute, as a 7th rank contract spirit user. While he could not claim to dominate the universe, he was certainly of a mid-tier level. The fact that his arm could be broken by a single punch meant that his opponent was at least also a 7th rank, and of a quality not to be underestimated. The more he pondered, the more Noel wished to escape this place. Every race experiences a brutal and bloody massacre during the initial arrival of beast spirits. This is because beast spirits can only grow by devouring one another. To gain greater power, the strong must consume the weak. This grim reality is inevitable for every race when they first encounter beast spirits, even for the strongest races in the universe. Although beast spirits can absorb other materials containing attribute powers to enhance themselves, how could a newly arrived beast spirit planet possibly yield such materials? Thus, Noel deduced that Jiang Chen must have killed numerous beings to attain such a terrifying level of power. A person so ruthless, if allowed to continue growing, might one day intimidate even the most powerful figures. Noel was no fool. He would not engage in a futile fight. He did not wish to die. He cast a deep glance at Jiang Chen before concluding that, despite his speed, his own space-type movement was not to be underestimated. Coupled with the ability of his darkness attribute to conceal his presence, he might indeed escape Jiang Chen's pursuit. With that, Noel spread the dark energy throughout his body, gradually merging with the darkness of the ground. Just then, it seemed Jiang Chen anticipated Noel's move. He threw a small orb radiating intense light into the air. The moment it was released, the orb emitted an even more blinding glow, resembling a miniature sun against the pitch-black night sky. The light swiftly enveloped the surrounding land for several dozen miles, dispelling all shadows and revealing Noel, who had been concealed within the darkness. The moment Noel's form was unveiled, a massive purple-black serpent burst forth from the earth, ensnaring him tightly. The scales of the serpent secreted a noxious green and purple venom, and upon contact, Noel was horrified to find that his abilities were rapidly diminishing. The swiftly deteriorating powers prevented him from summoning even the combat state of his beast spirit. Furthermore, his arm, broken by Jiang Chun, was now rapidly disintegrating. What kind of venom is this? Why is it so potent? Noel had never encountered such fearsome venom before. Was this truly the kind of substance that should exist on a newly arrived beast spirit planet? As he struggled to free himself from the nightmarish grasp of the serpent, it was already too late. The purple venom had penetrated his skin, and as he exerted force to escape, he inadvertently tore a gaping hole in his waist. His internal organs were swiftly disintegrated by the purple venom, inflicting immense pain upon him. In that moment, Noel could do nothing but watch helplessly as he was gradually dissolved, until he ultimately transformed into a puddle of black water. Meanwhile, Noel's 3 beast spirits revealed themselves, and without the protection of their contract, were swiftly devoured by Ming Kong. Having consumed 3 7th-rank beast spirits, and with a portion of energy previously accumulated, Ming Kong was on the verge of touching the threshold of 8th rank. If it could consume 1 more 7th-rank beast spirit, it would instantly break through to 8th rank. Alas, it still fell short. Jiang Chen shook his head, feeling a twinge of regret. Tuyu returned to Jiang Chen's side, transforming back into the small serpent he cherished. Suddenly, Jiang Chen noticed a white ring-shaped object amidst the puddle of black water. With a flick of his hand, he summoned his mental energy to lift the ring into his palm. The white circular ring resembled a ring adorned with intricate patterns that he could not decipher. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that it pulsated with spatial energy. A conjecture flickered in Jiang Chen's mind. Could this possibly be a spatial ring? He extended a thread of his spiritual energy to probe within, and indeed, he uncovered a plethora of items, a collection of herbs, animal carcasses, and peculiar stones of strange hues. Remarkably so. Jiang Chen marveled, then cast a curious glance at the pool of black water on the ground. Why, as a spatial-type contract spirit master, did he not simply discard items directly into his spatial realm? Why bother wearing a spatial ring? Wasn't this an accessory for those devoid of spatial spirit beasts? Jiang Chen's queries were likewise perceived by the other spirit beast within him. Well, this ring was conjured by that fellow only recently. He hadn't yet the chance to sell it. Chen Yu informed Jiang Chen after reviewing all of Noel's past through causality. But why would he keep such bizarre items in his spatial realm? According to the causality, this individual held a great fondness for the ring, often showcasing it proudly before his kin. Well, Jiang Chen sighed in resignation at this explanation. What more could he say? As a spatial-type contract spirit master himself, he swiftly mastered the ring's capabilities. With a mere thought, he retrieved an unknown herb from within the spatial ring. The moment it was exposed to the air, it emanated a refreshing fragrance that even attracted the spirit beasts within Jiang Chen. What a delightful aroma! Observing the throng of spirit beasts surging forth from within him, Jiang Chen inquired of Chen Yu about the situation. Master, this is Ling Yin grass. It is of great benefit to us, said the Hong Yuandi beast, blinking its watery eyes eagerly at Jiang Chen. Master, may I? The Daylight King beast sidled closer, casting a pleading gaze toward Jiang Chen. Faced with such a multitude of yearning eyes, and sensing that the ring contained dozens more of the same herb, Jiang Chen fell into contemplation. Ultimately, he decided to forego further thought, since there was plenty to go around. Everyone should have a share. With that, he extracted over 10 portions from the spatial ring, distributing one to each spirit beast. The spirit beasts received the herbs gratefully, casting appreciative glances at Jiang Chen before eagerly devouring them. While they could absorb the herbs directly, the fragrant aroma prompted them to savor the taste slowly. That moment, Jiang Chen felt a surge of energy rapidly escalating within him. The spirit beasts that had previously been at the 6th tier all ascended to the 7th tier. While those at the 7th tier experienced a significant boost in power, even Ming Kong broke through to the 8th tier. Chapter 94. Healing Huanyi amid the exhilarating surge of power. Jiang Chen suddenly regretted having dispatched Noel so hastily. Merely the contents of one ring proved to be so beneficial. What treasures lay within his own spatial realm? However, Chen Yu interjected at the opportune moment, informing Jiang Chen that Noel was immensely fond of the ring, to the extent that he had crammed nearly all his possessions into it. If he had access to such potent herbs, why did he not utilize them himself? but rather hoard them? Jiang Chen inquired. If Noel consumed all these herbs, it's likely that you would not stand a chance against him. Well, you see, the effects of Ling Yin grass are most potent upon first consumption. Subsequent uses yield diminishing returns, Chen Yu explained. Once all the spirit beasts had completed their breakthroughs, Jiang Chen's gaze shifted to a peculiar sight in the corner, a cabbage. It boasted a trunk as white as jade, with a pair of eyes keenly surveying its surroundings. Flanking the trunk were two enormous leaves, curled at the tips, resembling sandbags. Upon noticing Jiang Chen's gaze, it swayed its leaves slightly to S-grade life-type spirit beast. Songgu tree spirit, truth be told, had it not been for its crown and roots, Jiang Chen might have mistaken it for mere cabbage. At that moment, one of Songgu's leaves had ensnared a stalk of Ling Yin grass. Although it yearned to consume it immediately, Jiang Chen advised waiting until it reached the 6th tier for optimal benefit. Now that Huanyi had attained the 7th tier, if Songgu also ascended, everything would fall into place. Jiang Chen decided to name it Songwu. Observing Songwu's fierce demeanor, coupled with its sandbag-like leaves, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Never mind. It was not directed at him anyway. Jiang Chen simply called out, and Songwu eagerly bounded to his side. With a wave of his hand, he led Songwu into his realm capable of housing living beings. He produced a crystal core and tossed it into Songwu's mouth. Yes, as a tree, Songwu possessed a mouth, though it was so seamlessly closed that one would not notice unless they looked closely. Thus began the lengthy nurturing process of the spirit beast. Inadvertently, he caught a glimpse of a mirror nearby. Suddenly, he realized that he appeared significantly younger than before. He approached the mirror and scrutinized his reflection. At around 28 years old, he was on the brink of middle age. Yet now, he appeared to be merely 18 to 20 years of age, and far more handsome than he had been in his youth. Could it be that contracting a life-type spirit beast could render one younger and more attractive? Moments later, Jiang Chen emerged from the spatial realm with Songgu tree spirit, who had now consumed the Ling Yin grass and reached the 7th tier. He commanded Songwu into a combat stance, and a colossal tree materialized before Jiang Chen. He had to admit, after its growth, Songwu bore an even closer resemblance to a cabbage. Jiang Chen procured a mutated creature, swiftly severing its limbs and discarding them on the ground, then turned to Songwu in battle mode. Now, let us see how effective your healing abilities are. Without hesitation, Songgu tree spirit utilized its healing methods on the mutated creature discarded by its master. Bam! With a resounding crash, one of Songwu's sandbag-like leaves struck the ground with tremendous force, creating a deep crater where the mutant creature lay. Jiang Chen stood by, utterly dumbfounded. It seemed his worst fears had come to pass. Could something so powerful truly be alive after such a blow? Surely it had been reduced to mush. This was indeed a life-type spirit beast? Slowly, Songwu's leaf rose, and from the crater emerged the mutant creature. Entirely intact, with no visible injuries. It was astonishing that it had survived. Jiang Chen gazed incredulously at Songgu tree spirit. Although this healing method was somewhat unorthodox, if it proved effective, what more could he ask? His greatest concern had materialized, yet not entirely. A miraculous recovery. Since he had witnessed the efficacy, it was time to treat Huanyi as well. With that thought, Jiang Chen summoned Huanyi from within. All right, it's time for your treatment. Before Huanyi could respond, Songwu interjected. Who else requires healing? Songwu inquired, its eyes fixed on Huanyi, before leaping high to press down upon Huanyi. Jiang Chen, seeing this, quickly scooped Huanyi out of harm's way. Confused by the failed attempt, Songwu regarded Jiang Chen with perplexity. Stop, let me handle this. Oh. Songwu responded, understanding that its master intended to administer the treatment himself. Once Songwu settled down, Jiang Chen turned to focus on Huanyi's healing. Jiang Chen's palm glowed with a verdant luminescence as he gently touched Huanyi's damaged limb. In an instant, he felt the life energy within him rapidly depleting. Though think, even with equal tier and quality, it consumed so much energy. No wonder Lu Xiaodi and the others had seen no change in Huanyi. Though the energy flowed out swiftly, Huanyi's severed limb visibly regenerated within seconds, reconstituting an arm. Observing the significant depletion of his life energy, Jiang Chen realized that repairing a single arm consumed 1% of his stored life energy. Clearly, he could not use this ability recklessly. If he were to lose limbs hundreds or even thousands of times over, he would inevitably exhaust his energy reserves, putting himself in peril. After restoring one arm, Jiang Chun proceeded to heal Huan Ye's other arm. Then its legs. 2 minutes later, Huan Ye's form was restored to completeness. One had to admit, Huan Ye looked rather adorable, fully restored to its original state. Huan Ye gazed down at its healthy limbs, incredulous as it flexed its fists, tears of joy brimming in its eyes. Reflecting on the months of torment under Yang Wuxin's cruel hand, with its limbs devoured by his spirit beasts. It now found its limbs whole once more, all thanks to Jiang Chun. Huan Ye gazed gratefully at Jiang Chun, unable to restrain herself from leaping into his embrace, softly murmuring her thanks. Chapter 95. The Destruction of the Jiang Family. All right, Jiang Chun gently patted Huan Ye's back, soothing her. He then turned his attention to the Hongyuan D beast. Now that I have reached the 8th tier, I should be able to venture into the universe. Shouldn't I? Of course, Qin Yu replied. For you, my master. As long as you don't create too much trouble, the 8th tier is sufficient for self-protection. Yet, I observe that fellow arriving at Blue Star even at the 7th tier. Well, your situation as a human is quite different from theirs. You'll understand once you reach the universe. Fine. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun ceased his inquiries. He then retrieved a pure black stone from Noel's ring and presented it before Chen Yu. Do you know what this is? Chen Yu glanced at it, recalling its nature. This is called Death Stone, used for absorption by Death-type beast spirits. Other beast spirits cannot absorb it. After explaining, Chen Yu noticed Jiang Chen's gaze. As if questioning why Noel, with a Death-type beast spirit of only B rank, didn't utilize it himself. Jiang Chen understood and nodded, extracting a variety of peculiar items from within, presenting them to Chen Yu for identification. He used everything he could, while the rest he stored in his space for later use. After securing the now empty spatial ring, Jiang Chun prepared to set off for the universe. But there was one more matter he needed to attend to. In the mountains, the Jiang residence. Bang, useless, a bunch of waste. A group of individuals knelt in the hall of the Jiang family, while Jiang Zhen stood before them, fuming with rage. A few days prior, following Chen Fan's murder, Jiang Zhen had taken a moment to reflect and concluded that the plan was rather unstable. The method of forcing him to surrender his beast spirit was simply too foolish. Even a dog could see the flaws. And he himself couldn't fathom his initial thoughts. Fortunately, it was not too late to mend the fence. The person still needed to be brought back, but the plan needed adjustment. If he could instill a sense of belonging in Jiang Chun towards the Jiang family, then wouldn't those beast spirits naturally belong to the Jiang family? As long as Jiang Chun stood with the Jiang family, who would dare oppose them in this world? As for the engagement between Jiang Yu and Meng Xia, was it so difficult to alter the agreement with both families' consent? Moreover, if they didn't mention it, how would Jiang Chen know that his original wife was marrying the family's second son? However, after issuing this command, Jiang Zhen's subordinates could no longer locate Jiang Chen. His ambitions to revitalize the family were now delayed due to this group of useless individuals, which only fueled his anger. If you can't find Jiang Chen, don't come back to see me. Jiang Yu watched his father berate the group, his expression still unsightly. Though his engagement with Xia could continue, he had lost his SSS-ranked beast spirit. Jiang Zhen had already informed Jiang Yu that if Jiang Chun was unwilling to contribute his beast spirit, he would not force the issue. Throughout his life, there had been nothing Jiang Yu was unwilling to do that his father insisted upon. Now, a suddenly emerged illegitimate child held a position in his father's heart that surpassed his own legitimate lineage, which left him feeling quite unsettled. At that moment, a figure appeared in the sky above the Jiang residence. It was Jiang Chen. After forming a contract with the Hongyuan D beast, Jiang Chun naturally became aware of his identity and the Jiang family's intentions. However, for someone who had grown up in an orphanage, familial bonds were non-existent. Jiang Zhen's desire to retrieve him was merely a ploy to exploit his beast spirit in the blink of an eye. Jiang Chun stood before the furious Jiang Zhen. The onlookers were taken aback, but Jiang Zhen quickly regained composure. Isn't this my eldest son, Jiang Chun? Has fortune finally smiled upon the Jiang family? However, Jiang Chun appeared somewhat different from the images he had seen in records. Meng Xia, who had previously dismissed Jiang Chun, was momentarily stunned. She had seen Jiang Chen's photograph, and while he might have been slightly less handsome than her fiancé, he could not compare to their years of friendship. Yet, now, seeing such a young and handsome Jiang Chun stirred an inexplicable flutter in her heart. Perhaps Jiang Chen was indeed her best choice, just as Meng Xia was lost in pleasant fantasies. even contemplating names for her future children with Jiang Chun. His next words sent shivers down the spines of everyone present in the Jiang family. Huh? Do you think I would feel a sense of belonging? Do you think your Jiang family is worthy? With a snap of his fingers, a robust werewolf with green fur appeared before the crowd. It was Huan Yi, now fully restored. Jiang Chen waved his hand at him. Destroy them all? Yes. Huan Yi sprang up, smashing through the ceiling. His claws emerged from the backs of his hands, testing the air before effortlessly breaching a large hole in the walls of the Jiang family base. Debris rained down from above, and the rest of the Jiang family members scrambled for escape, except for Jiang Zhan, who found himself cornered by Huan Yi. Huan Yi glared fiercely at Jiang Zhan, who had foolishly attempted to seize him from his master. Such arrogance was unforgivable. Jiang Qian, you must control it. Jiang Zhan pleaded desperately to Jiang Qian, but he merely observed coldly as Huan Yi slowly advanced. Jiang Zhan's cries for help grew more frantic. Jiang Qian, what are you doing? I am your. Before he could finish, Huan Yi's paw struck him down. After dealing with Jiang Zhan, Jiang Qian had no intention of sparing the others. Huan Yi charged out of the building, surveying the fleeing Jiang family members, and summoned a colossal tornado. The terrifying vortex mercilessly obliterated everything in its path, even uprooting the very ground, while those attempting to flee felt an increasing pull behind them. Weaker individuals were lifted into the air by the whirlwind. Just before they could plummet to their demise, they were reduced to mere pulp by the barrage of debris within the tornado. In mere moments, only a few fifth-tier power-type contract spirit users remained, struggling to survive. Huan Yi increased the wind's ferocity, and the remaining individuals succumbed to despair and terror, following in the footsteps of their fallen kin. As the Jiang family was swiftly annihilated, the ground was turned upside down. Jiang Chen finally recalled Huan Yi and soared straight into the sky, entering the vast cosmos. Chapter 96, Human Prison, Supplement 1. After wandering through the universe for over a month, Jiang Chen observed the unchanging darkness surrounding him. Were it not for Chun Yu's assurance that the route did not overlap, he might have suspected he was going in circles. Initially, he had intended to visit Noel's planet, as it was only a 2-week journey to Blue Star, and he could traverse it even faster. However, upon learning that a 10th-tier contract spirit was stationed there, Jiang Chen decided to take a more cautious approach, especially considering he currently possessed only the 8th-tier Mingkong beast spirit. Once he became stronger, he would directly assault their planet. After several more months, Jiang Chen spotted a technologically advanced planet, with spaceships frequently entering and exiting its atmosphere. Within those vessels were contract spirit users of 7th tier or lower, as only those at the 7th tier could endure the vacuum of space. Gazing at this planet, Jiang Chen wondered if he could enter and negotiate with its inhabitants, to ensure there would be no unexpected incidents. He consulted Chen Yu. However, Chen Yu provided a negative response. Due to his species, it would be nearly impossible for Jiang Chen to trade with the beings on this planet. In fact, he would likely be pursued by the entire population. Nonetheless, entering was not entirely out of reach. Chen Yu informed Jiang Chen that this planet was relatively weak, and he would not encounter any significant danger. Given Chen Yu's assurance, Jiang Chen felt compelled to explore the planet. Since negotiation was off the table, he would resort to theft. Without further ado, Jiang Chen flew into this planet. Aelin Star, a transit planet devoid of natives, was home to various cosmic races stationed there, seeking to expand their territories. While it was a relatively small planet, it attracted weaker races as powerful factions looked down upon such trivial gains. However, today Aelin Star welcomed an unexpected guest, a figure familiar to all races descended upon its surface. Upon seeing the arrival, the surrounding races displayed expressions of disdain. Where did this filthy creature come from? Do they not know that this path is not meant for them? Damn it, whose filthy creature is this? Someone come and take it away. Ugh, how disgusting. This road has been tainted by that filthy creature. If this street isn't repaved, I will never return. Upon landing, Jiang Chen immediately sensed the overwhelming hostility from the surrounding races. Wasn't it said that humans were perceived as the greatest threat in the eyes of the myriad races in the universe? Why did it appear that they were not the slightest bit fearful? Look, that creature has 5 fingers. A creature resembling kelp exclaimed upon noticing Jiang Chen's hands. As the members of the surrounding races overheard the conversation, they instinctively turned their gaze towards Jiang Chen's hands, and unsurprisingly, they beheld 5 fingers. The wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Seize him! someone shouted from within the throng, igniting a surge of emotions among all the races present. Emerging from the crowd was a muscular figure adorned with 2 horns atop his head. He glanced at Jiang Chen and let out a derisive laugh. "Humph, allow me to teach you a lesson today. You audacious creature." The muscle-bound individual first flexed his impressive muscles before launching a fist the size of a sandbag towards Jiang Chen. Yet, Jiang Chen remained utterly unperturbed, his gaze devoid of any flicker of emotion. This individual was merely a 5th-tier power-type contract spirit wielder. Jiang Chen stood firm, unmoving, knowing that such an attack could not possibly force him back a single step. Just as the fist, propelled by a gust of wind, was about to connect, Jiang Chen raised his own fist, preparing to retaliate. "Stop!" Suddenly, a delicate voice rang out from the edge of the crowd, and an ice wall abruptly rose between them, blocking the muscular man's strike. The sound of his fist colliding with the ice wall echoed dully, leaving the wall unscathed. It is a well-known fact that the effects of force are mutual. If the ice wall remained intact, it was the attacker who would be left injured. The muscular man clutched his right hand in agony, straining his entire body to suppress the pain. The crowd gazed upwards in awe, witnessing a breathtakingly beautiful woman descending gracefully from the sky. "Is that the goddess Loi?" Gasps of disbelief echoed. Could this truly be the unrivaled prodigy of the entire Aelan star, who had ascended to the 6th tier in a mere decade? Who would have thought that one day I would lay eyes upon my idol? In the air, a stunningly attractive young woman with a fair complexion floated down before Jiang Chen, casting a brief glance at him before addressing the crowd. "Everyone, this is my newly acquired human pet. It seems I have not managed things well. In light of this incident, I shall cover the renovation costs for this street. Could you kindly extend me a favor?" Loi spoke to the assembled crowd. So it's the goddess Loi's human pet. That explains it, the onlookers sighed in relief. The goddess Loi was renowned as the most powerful genius on Aelan Star, and it was only natural for her to restore a human pet's middle finger. However, it was curious why the goddess, who typically regarded humans as filthy livestock, would break tradition to purchase a human slave without anyone's knowledge. Jiang Chen observed the woman speaking on his behalf. Were it not for the pair of antennae atop her head and the butterfly wings on her back, she could easily pass for a human. Nevertheless, Jiang Chen would not lower his guard simply because of her beauty. Chun Yu had already informed him that this woman held a deep disdain for humans, and her assistance was surely laced with ulterior motives. Chen Yu had gleaned her intentions. It was revealed that when Jiang Chen fell from the sky, Loi had inadvertently scanned him with her detection device, uncovering his SSS-level beast spirit. Her plan was to seize his SSS-level beast spirit before taking him back to the human prison. As of now, no one had discovered the humans from Blue Star, leading everyone to assume that Jiang Chen had escaped from the human prison. It was a well-known rule that anyone who captured an escaped human would be rewarded handsomely. The human prison? The very name suggested it was a facility dedicated to confining humans. Jiang Chen pondered whether it was necessary for him to pay a visit to the human prison. Just then, Loi turned her head back, casting a cold glare at Jiang Chen as she icily declared, "Aren't you going to leave?" Jiang Chen merely crossed his arms in disdain, remaining motionless upon witnessing this. Loi's brows furrowed slightly. Was this human truly oblivious to her assistance? Had it not been for his possession of an S-level beast spirit, she would never have stooped to aid such a lowly creature. She leaned closer to Jiang Chen, whispering, "I am here to help you." Jiang Chen scoffed softly in response. "Help me? You mean to steal my beast spirit, don't you?" Chapter 97. A Good Samaritan observing Loi's feigned seriousness. Jiang Chen found it laughable. From what he had heard earlier, it took her a decade to reach the 6th tier. What a waste. A smirk graced Jiang Chen's lips as he approached, placing a hand atop Loi's head. "So, you wish to take my beast spirit, do you?" Before Loi could express her anger, Jiang Chen's hand pressed down with force, burying her feet into the ground, followed by her legs, body, until only her head remained above the surface. The onlookers were utterly bewildered. Isn't that the goddess Loi's human pet? Is he attempting a rebellion? Goddess Loi, should we assist you in teaching him a lesson? Yet, the immobilized Loi gazed up at Jiang Chen in shock. Her expression one of disbelief, in her eagerness to seize Jiang Chen's S-level beast spirit. She had overlooked a critical detail. He seemed to have descended from space, and to withstand the vacuum of space. A contract spirit wielder must at least reach the 7th tier. while she was only at the 6th. This was disastrous. She had acted rashly. Jiang Qian, uninterested in further conversation, waved dismissively at the crowd. Instantly, they felt a chill sweep over them. Huh? Why is it suddenly windy? In the next moment, they all clutched their throats, their faces contorted in agony, and one by one, they collapsed, blood streaming from their orifices. None among them exceeded the 4th tier, and they were utterly defenseless against Jiang Qian's colorless and tasteless poison. Now he understood why Chunyu had assured him there would be no danger. Jiang Qian looked down at the buried Loi, then conjured a wooden stick, the end resembling a golf club. He aimed the head of the stick at Loi's exposed head, lifting it high. The buried Loi panicked. She had attempted to escape from the ground before, but for some reason, the earth that she once easily overturned now felt impossibly solid, rendering her immobile as she helplessly watched the stick swing toward her. Ah, you can't kill me, I am. Before Loi could reveal her identity to intimidate Jiang Qian, he struck her head clean off with a single blow, sending it soaring through the air in a graceful arc, ultimately landing hundreds of meters away in a well. Subsequently, Jiang Qian extracted her headless corpse from the ground, ensuring that the beast spirit escaping from her body was not overlooked, to his surprise. She had managed to contract 5 beast spirits of the ice, water, wind, illusion, and light attributes. It was quite an impressive feat. As he examined the corpse's hands, he discovered several spatial rings. Swiftly, he stripped the rings from her fingers and thoroughly searched her body to ensure nothing valuable was left behind before discarding her corpse as if it were refuse. He then swiftly scanned the bodies of the onlookers, finding nothing of worth, before vanishing from the scene. Half a minute after Jiang Qian's disappearance, a male figure with butterfly wings on his back arrived at the site of the slaughter. Immediately spotting the corpse of the winged woman lying on the ground, an overwhelming rage surged within him. Who did this? Who was responsible? It was I? Huh. The man turned to see who would dare kill a prodigy of the ice butterfly clan. But as he did, his vision blurred, and when it cleared, he found himself in a dimly lit space. He looked at Jiang Qian, his eyes widening in shock. I presume your next words will be why you are a human. Jiang Qian anticipated. Why you are a human? As expected, the man uttered those very words in disbelief. You audacious human. Regardless of the method you employed, you shall not leave here alive for slaying a prodigy of my ice butterfly clan. With that, the 7th tier ice butterfly man gathered his strength and charged at Jiang Qian. A second later, a headless corpse, stripped of all valuables, tumbled into the outside world. Just a good Samaritan. After discarding the body, Jiang Qian once again submerged himself within his living space, eager to see if any more good Samaritans would rise to defend their kin. You may wonder why. After all, they had entrusted their wealth to Jiang Qian, making them quite noble, and none of them had protested. Sure enough, mere moments later, a green-skinned elder arrived, witnessing his grandson, bloodied and lifeless upon the ground, his face contorted with grief and rage, determined to unearth the identity of the one who had slain his kin. After waiting for a few moments without any more arrivals, Jiang Qian finally decided to depart from Alan Star. By examining Loi's fate, he had also discovered the location of the human prison, and he intended to set forth immediately to uncover its true nature. Jiang Qian then retrieved the spatial rings he had just looted. Upon Qian Yu's appraisal, he found them to contain numerous items of great utility. Jiang Qian carefully stowed these rings away, exclaiming to himself, "What a profitable day this has been." On the planet Illusion Butterfly, the ancestral home of the Ice Butterfly clan, an aging elder sat in meditation upon a lotus cushion, striving to break through to a higher realm. However, just as he reached a pivotal moment, a panicked cry from a maid outside the palace shattered his concentration. This is bad. This is terrible. The elder furrowed his brow. Had he not expressly instructed that he should not be disturbed unless in cases of dire urgency? Recently, the Ice Butterfly clan has not provoked anyone. What significant events could possibly arise? Perhaps the palace's soundproofing is inadequate and requires some repairs in the future. Soon, the elder resumed his meditative focus, prioritizing his breakthrough. Once he ascends to the emperor rank, the status of the Ice Butterfly clan among the myriad races of the universe will undoubtedly soar. Bang! At that moment, the palace doors were forcefully flung open, and the sharp voice of a maid instantly filled the vast, empty hall. The elder, seated on the mat, was filled with an expression of displeasure. forcibly suppressing the power he was striving to harness, glaring intently at the intruding maid, as if to convey, "If you do not provide me with a reasonable explanation, I shall make you aware of what true nightmares entail." Clan leader, Miss, the young lady, Xiao Yi. What has happened to her? The young lady, her soul fire has extinguished. Boom. The elder was struck as if by lightning. His most cherished granddaughter, gone? What? In an instant, he vanished from his spot, taking the terrified maid to the soul fire hall. This was the sanctum for preserving the soul fires of the clan members. The so-called soul fire is a flame born from a fragment of a living soul, harvested by death-affiliated spirit masters and stored in specially crafted vessels. For those of their caliber, the sole purpose of the soul fire is to ascertain the life or death of clan members, to glimpse the scenes they witnessed in life, and to revive the deceased, none of which could be achieved, as he gazed upon the empty vessel inscribed with the name Luo Yi. The patriarch of the Ice Butterfly clan was consumed by a fierce rage. What is going on? Tell me what has transpired, clan leader. I do not know either. In the next moment, the maid was struck down by the patriarch's hand, reduced to a bloody mist. Not only had she interrupted his breakthrough without investigation, but she had also dared to intrude. Truly, she deserved her fate. He then gently lifted the vessel inscribed with the name Luo Yi, Xiao Yi. Do not worry. Grandfather shall avenge you. Chapter 98. Striking is earning. The human prison serves as a detention center for the remnants of humanity scattered across various planets. Though referred to as a prison, it is essentially a desolate planet devoid of life and water, consisting solely of endless deserts. Those confined here must rely on the meager rations of food and water provided daily by the guards of other races to survive. The prison is divided into numerous zones, each patrolled by no fewer than 10 search teams, ensuring strict control over every individual within the area. Here, all humans are forbidden from possessing beast spirits. Any detected interaction within this territory would result in the execution of everyone in that region, not through swift demise, but through the torturous spectacle of slow death before the eyes of others. Upon reaching the age of 5, all individuals are subjected to the amputation of their middle fingers, both to facilitate identification of newcomers and to humiliate the entire human race. Though oppression breeds resistance, all avenues of rebellion are blocked. What means do they have to resist? Even if they were fortunate enough to escape the prison, where could they possibly go? Every race would kill humans on sight, sparing no opportunity for negotiation. Most races have their own kin among the guards, all of whom are spirit masters, while occasionally, individuals from outside their ranks enter the facility. Those deemed of good quality may be selected. And with a small payment of universally accepted currency among the races, they can be purchased. Indeed, after countless years of development, the various races have already unified their currency system. Aside from those civilizations yet to engage with or just beginning to encounter beast spirits, this currency is usable in other territories. However, the current standing of humanity is nearly the lowest in the universe, to the extent that even passing dogs dare to trample upon them, rendering them nearly devoid of this currency. Those selected are primarily the youth, treated like commodities, sold to various races to serve as slaves, or to attempt breeding the next generation. After all, who wouldn't desire a being capable of unrestricted contracts with all attributes of beast spirits? Thus, these races regard humans as little more than livestock, leading to the derogatory term human livestock. In the cosmos, Zhang Qian had been flying for 3 days, utilizing the materials he had gathered to nourish his beast spirit. Regrettably, he was still a bit short of the next 8th-tier beast spirit breakthrough. Since other races held no affection for humanity, he remained in his own space to recuperate, following the route from Luo Yi's memories. At his current pace, he would require another 6 days to reach the human prison. Jiang Chun had previously inquired with Chunyu about the potential dangers of visiting the human base. Chunyu had assured him that the imprisoned humans were merely ordinary individuals without contracted beast spirits, and that the guards would not exceed the 4th tier. The other races would not squander high-tier combatants on the maintenance of a prison. As for those powerful races, they could hardly be bothered to send even a single person, relying instead on the support of other races, occasionally coming to take a batch of humans for research. Hearing this, Jiang Chun felt a sense of relief. Since there were no high-tier spirit masters, he had nothing to fear. However, Master, you might arrive at the human prison a bit later, the Hong Yuan D beast suddenly interjected. There is a ship ahead that has just returned from the human prison with a batch of selections. What do you mean? Within it are the offspring of the Linhua clan's upper echelons, and they possess considerable wealth. What is the strength of the Linhua clan's patriarch? Wouldn't it be dangerous to kill those inside? Rest assured, with me by your side, as long as you do not draw too close to others, that Linhua clan patriarch will not be able to find you for quite some time. By the time he does, you will have no reason to fear him. All right, then I shall proceed, Jiang Chen declared. Charging towards the approaching ship, on board the vessel, a group of individuals was confined within specially designed iron rings, trapped inside a cage. At that moment, a creature, entirely crimson and resembling a lizard, stepped forward and extracted two individuals from the cage. Though they attempted to resist, this creature was a 7th-tier spirit master, and with a mere flick of its strength, it tossed them out of the cage like refuse. Son, take a look at the toys your father has brought you. Are you happy? Wow, more humans to play with? A diminutive Linhua clansman rushed forward, eyeing the two people his father was holding. Did you select ones that are not easily killed this time? The last ones you bought perished before long. Of course, the last ones were small, which is why they were easy to kill. This time, we chose larger ones. The 7th-tier Linhua clansman laughed heartily. He was the son of one of the clan elders, Bu Chenggong, while the individual before him was his son, Bu Jiangwu. At this moment, Bu Jiangwu wielded a wooden stick, swinging it towards the two captives. Despite lacking contracted beast spirits, Bu Jiangwu's strength was astonishing. When the stick struck one man's thigh, a sound of bones snapping echoed through the air. Ah! The man whose leg was broken screamed in agony, eliciting excitement from Bu Jiangwu, while his parents cheered him on from the sidelines. Good, well struck, truly deserving of being my son. What are humans but beings with the ability to possess unrestricted contracts with beast spirits? Without that trait, they are nothing in our eyes. Bu Chenggong proudly lifted his head, observing his son mercilessly beating those unable to fight back. Whoosh! Another strike landed on the man's face, sending several teeth flying from his mouth. Subsequently, Bu Jiangwu turned to glance at the other captive his father had pulled out. This individual appeared significantly younger, around 18 years of age, and unlike the previous man, he was unwilling to be tortured to death without a fight. He shot a fierce look at Bu Jiangwu's parents. His eyes filled with determination. As the stick descended, the young man lowered his head to his chest, curling up and bending his arms to shield himself in the eyes of Bu Chenggong and his wife. This was merely a cowardly act of self-preservation. However, just as Bu Jiangwu was about to withdraw the stick, the young man seized the opportunity while Bu Jiangwu was unprepared, lifting his foot to kick the diminutive clan member in the face. Since death is inevitable, I might as well seize some advantage before I go. Striking is earning. Bu Jiangwu, struck in the face, was sent flying backwards, while Bu Chenggong and his wife were left in shock. Such audacity! How dare you injure my son? I shall have you killed. With that, Bu Chenggong prepared to strike the young man down with a single blow. Wah, mama! That wretched toy hit me! Bu Jiangwu cried out as he was helped to his feet, tears streaming down his face. Husband, do not kill him. This human livestock dared to injure my precious son. Simply killing him would be too lenient. I want him to suffer. Bu Chenggong pondered for a moment. Indeed, to simply kill him would be too merciful for such a wretched being. This despicable human livestock, unwilling to perish quietly under his son's blows, had the audacity to fight back. Truly, he was bold beyond measure. Since he was so intent on resisting death, then so be it. Once they returned to their ancestral star, he would see to it that this human livestock faced all the tortures the Linhua clan had to offer, and find a life-affiliated spirit master to keep him alive in agony. Report, sir. An unidentified flying object is approaching. Suddenly, Bu Chenggong received a communication from the ship's pilot. At that moment, a blinding beam of light pierced through the window, and a figure shot through the window, entering the cabin. Chapter 99. I do not slay women and children. As Jiang Chun entered the cabin, he employed his spatial abilities without causing any damage to the spacecraft. The Buchan family, initially taken aback by Jiang Chen's abrupt intrusion, soon transformed their expressions into one of hostility upon recognizing his human visage. Well, who would have thought we would encounter a fugitive from prison? And the fact that you can roam freely in the cosmos suggests you have ascended to the 7th tier. If I bring you back, I shall receive a considerable reward. Buchan Gong's gaze lingered on Jiang Chen, revealing a glimmer of avarice. It is well known that capturing a runaway beast man, even an ordinary one, would yield substantial compensation, let alone a 7th-tier contract spirit practitioner. As for Jiang Qin's strength, Bucking Gong dismissed it entirely. After all, who among them was not also a 7th-tier contract spirit practitioner? Furthermore, under the harsh conditions faced by humanity, it was nearly impossible to form a contract with a formidable beast spirit. Achieving the 7th tier was already a remarkable feat. He had never heard of a human escaping from prison and subsequently ascending to the 7th tier. Undoubtedly, the reward would be extraordinarily lucrative. Creak, Bucking Gong. Are you all right? A group of 5th and 6th tier contract spirit practitioners entered the cabin, momentarily stunned by the sight of Jiang Qin confronting Bucking Gong. Capture this beast man. We shall return to claim our bounty. At Bucking Gong's command, his subordinates prepared to act. Slap! A sharp crack echoed as Jiang Qin delivered a resounding slap to Bucking Gong's face. Bucking Gong, incredulous, pondered what had just transpired. He had completely missed the action. Yet, the searing pain radiating from his cheek was undeniable. He had just been struck by a contemptible beast man. You audacious beast man dare to strike me, even with your handsome facade? Slap! Another slap landed on the opposite side of Bucking Gong's face. Mind your words. I find your tone most displeasing, ha! And you dare to demand respect from us? You should consider whether you are worthy of it. Before Bucking Gong could retort, his henchmen began to mock him. A mere beast man like you does not deserve the respect of our Linhua clan. Are humans not meant to be slaughtered? The derisive remarks continued. How dare a lowly beast man strike the esteemed Bucking Gong? You truly have a death wish, kneel and beg for mercy, and perhaps he will show you some pity before ending your miserable existence. Eye in their eyes, Jiang Qin's audacity stemmed solely from Bucking Gong's lack of effort. They believed he was merely biding his time to see what tricks this beast man had up his sleeve. Even if the opponent was also a 7th tier, what did it matter? Bucking Gong was a 7th tier as well. Supported by a multitude of comrades, they were not mired in the infighting characteristic of humans. Jiang Qin cast a cold glance at the Linhua soldiers who were so eager to provoke him. Did they truly wish for death? Without sparing them a second glance, he raised his right hand and made a subtle grasping motion. With a swift sound, the soldiers collapsed to the ground, their bodies uncontrollably limp, leaving behind only a few bloody skeletons. With a single motion, Jiang Qin effortlessly extracted the bones from the bodies of those who had just been so boisterous. With the absence of skeletal support, the soldiers fell to the spaceship's deck like liquid. Bucking Gong, witnessing the swift demise of his subordinates, felt beads of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. This was not what he had anticipated. At that moment, Jiang Qin's attention shifted from the dazed Bucking Gong, who was still reeling from the slaps, to Bujang Wood, who was cowering in his mother's embrace. This little brat had been quite arrogant earlier. He held a particular disdain for those shameless children who acted without boundaries. Seeing Jiang Qin's dangerous gaze fixated on his wife and child, Bucking Gong snapped back to reality, stepping forward to shield Bujang Wood. What is it? Are you, a dignified 7th-tier contract spirit practitioner, really going to lay a hand on a defenseless mother and child? If you have the guts, face me first. Slap! Jiang Qin delivered another slap, knocking Bucking Gong to the ground. Are you instructing me on how to conduct myself? Just a moment ago, were you not full of bravado? Go to hell! Jiang Qin followed up with a kick. Disoriented and bewildered, Bucking Gong could hardly comprehend how he had been struck 3 times without even seeing his opponent's movements. Simultaneously, he sensed a peculiar lightness in his body since receiving the slaps. No, he had to quickly call for help from the ancestral star. Otherwise, he would surely perish here. At that moment, Jiang Qin spoke slowly. However, you are correct. It is indeed wrong to kill women and children. Hence, I shall not slay women and children. Upon hearing this, Bucking Gong felt a slight relief wash over him. Fortunately, if he could just stall this beast man long enough for his wife and child to send out a distress signal from the cockpit, his father would soon arrive with reinforcements to swiftly capture this accursed beast man. Bucking Gong thought this to himself, but suddenly, Jiang Qin's tone shifted. He pointed at Bucking Gong's wife. But your wife is not a child. Then, he gestured toward Bujang Wood. And your son is not a woman either. In an instant, before Bucking Gong's horrified eyes, Jiang Qin casually reduced his wife and child to mere dust. No, I will fight you to the death. Bucking Gong, filled with rage, attempted to unleash his abilities against Jiang Qin. only to find himself utterly unable to summon any power. Confusion engulfed him. Jiang Chun coldly remarked, "Let me enlighten you," with a flick of his hand. A headless corpse dressed in identical clothing to Bucking Gong fell from the spatial realm. Gazing at the lifeless body, Bucking Gong felt an unsettling familiarity wash over him. "You claim to be a 7th-tier contract spirit practitioner. Yet you are oblivious to your own demise." Bucking Gong felt as though he had been struck by lightning. How is this possible? If that is me, then what am I now? If I am already dead, why do I still stand here? Naturally, I preserved your consciousness. Otherwise, how could you witness the death of your wife and child? Jiang Qin replied, his tone laced with disdain. The earlier arrogance of this individual, who had incessantly referred to him as a beastman, had thoroughly irked Jiang Qin. But now that they are gone, you may join them. As Jiang Qin uttered these words, Bucking Gong's form gradually became translucent, on the verge of vanishing. No, you damned beastman, I will not let you go even in death. Bucking Gong glared furiously at Jiang Qin, who approached with a mocking smile. I relish the sight of you wishing to kill me while being utterly powerless to do so.